The World Online hook. He was betrayed for a single piece of equipment and paid for it with his life. But death wasn't the end. Ouyang Shuo awakens 5 years in the past, just before the launch of the greatest virtual world humanity has ever seen. This time, he knows what's coming. The quests, the battles, the hidden opportunities, the rise and fall of empires. While millions enter the game hoping to survive, Ouyang Shuo has only one goal: build an empire powerful enough to rule the world. Because this time, he isn't playing to win, he's playing to rewrite history. Chapter 1: Rebooting. His mind still echoed with the last events, playing back over and over like some movie rewind. The sky was bloody. The battlefield was torn and littered with broken arms and armor. Horses were screaming, almost human, and the wind was blowing, filling the air with the sickly sweet smell of spilled blood. Nobody was moving. They had settled into a tense confrontation. Life and death brothers that fought shoulder to shoulder a moment before were now against each other in arms. In this moment, even the air seemed to have grown firm. Not far from the center of the fight lay the body of a large and hideous man, all stained with blood from a massive fight. He had been Song Haider, leader of the Black Wind House, a king-level master, 19th on the 6-door list of villains in the game. Below the corpse, the purple glow of a mighty treasure glowed around him, waiting to be claimed. "What?" spoke a handsome young man, tall and straight, clad in strong armor and with powerful gear upon him, holding his signature Cloud Dragon halberd. He was seriously injured, half kneeling on the ground, his bloody halberd keeping him upright as he leaned on it. Blood was pouring down his chest, soaking into his armor. Looking carefully, the wound was actually from a small, one-handed blade driven through his back and his chest, the handle shorn off by a blow from his halberd. Opposite him stood a middle-aged man, with a dark beard, thick eyebrows, and large, intent eyes. The man wore mithril chainmail and held a golden lance at the ready. At the left side of his waist was an empty scabbard, cold and alone and seeming to shout out the cruelty of reality to all watching. In order to live a better life, the hoarse voice of the older man responded. His voice was firm, as if less to respond to the question than to convince himself of his own actions. After saying these words, he stopped speaking, calmly watching the young man dying before him. Ah, for that. The younger man's face was full of ridicule, pointing at the armor under the corpse. Just for a platinum-level equipment? Ha, really ridiculous. His voice became cold and sharp. I really did not expect that it had such a magic to mess with people's minds like this. The one who'd always watched my back, my respected brother, turned and stabbed me in it. You were someone who was respected by everyone, and you gave up all your dignity. He was very weak, but his black eyes were still clear and sharp. But now, there's a lingering sense of self-condemnation within them that had not been there before. Big brother, no matter what, in the end, it is only a game. One day, we will have to leave here and go back to the real world. I did not expect the end of our brotherhood, 5 years of friendship, to be worth even less than a mere precious equipment drop in the game. Sorry, third brother. His voice was still calm and unfeeling. Ha ha. Ha. So ridiculous. Big brother, this is the last time I will call you this. Greed is the original sin. I do not blame you. The young man became unusually calm, his face without a trace of emotion upon it. His eyes were as bright as the sea, boundless and fathomless. Those looking on recognized that face, which earned him his nickname, the Two-Faced Demon. When he was cold, he was terrifying to his foes. When he was warm, to his friends, he was as fresh as a spring breeze. But the next time we meet, I will kill you, he said coldly to the older man. He grabbed the sword, impaling him, blood running from the palm of his hand. Face as calm as water, with no ripples upon it, he ignored the pain as he pulled. With a tearing of flesh, the sword was pulled free from his body in a spray of heart's blood, a bloody flower gracing the battlefield for a quiet instant. And the screen froze. A bloody sky, a burst of blood sprinkling upwards towards heaven, so small, so stubborn. As if it were someone else, Ouyang Shuo silently watched as he fell to the ground and didn't stand up again, bleeding out and finally dying. This was not the first time that Ouyang Shuo had reincarnated, but this was definitely the most painful time. Reincarnation meant everything started over from scratch. Unlike other games, in this one, at every death you lost everything. Your character level cleared, and your equipment was lost. It was the cruelest ultimate death penalty. I will not be defeated by this betrayal. I will get back everything I have lost. Thinking of his sister, whom he was waiting for to come back from the city, Ouyang Shuo put aside all the distractions, sealing his vow in his heart, and slowly opened his heavy eyelids. Above him was a spotless white ceiling. The walls were metallic and smooth, empty except for one thing. In addition to the bed he was on, there was no other furniture in the room. It was simple to the extreme. On the opposite wall from him, there was a game poster, and that was it. This is where... Ouyang Shuo asked aloud, confused. This was certainly not a reincarnation hall. Rebirths always took place at the temple. Rebirth at the temple had always been accompanied by the wailing of ghosts, surrounded by the calls of demons, as he moved towards the light of a new life. Had he been booted back to the real world? That wasn't right. If he had come offline and back to reality, he should have been lying in the game room, rather on a bed like now. His eyes focused on that game poster without thinking. It was hard to look at anything else, and he was instantly stunned. The poster was too familiar. How could he not recognize it? It was the announcement poster of the game from 5 years ago. The first game in history to feature personal adventure, territory construction, and grand warfare in internet history, Earth Online, is expected to enter official beta on January 1st, 2190, so stay tuned. Seeing that eye-catching propaganda line stunned Ouyang Shuo, rewinding back years in time with jarring suddenness. 5 years ago, this was their home. Dormant memories flooded back across his brain, tearing him from the game world and back to Earth. In 2170, abnormal fluctuations were detected in the Earth's core. After 3 months of testing and observations, calculations by scientists from all over the world reached a terrifying conclusion. In 30 years or so, the core was going to explode. Molten magma would gush out of the mantle and incinerate all life on Earth. Earth was going to be like the sun, a world of fire. When the report was sent to the federal government, desperate panic ensued. Although space travel had developed well in the last 200 years, such that mankind had been able to undertake long-range stellar exploration and wormhole crossings, humanity had not found another life planet like Earth. The only extraplanetary base was on Mars, and could hold only a limited population while still needing support from the homeworld. If Earth was going to be destroyed, mankind still had no place to live. After the road to disaster was confirmed, the government first turned to the idea of transforming Mars and making it more habitable. And then a miracle happened. The latest reports from the interstellar explorers had found a new life-bearing world out in the galaxy. The government didn't have time to celebrate and instead planned out a great interplanetary migration plan in under 3 months. The new planet was named Hope, as it was the last home of mankind. In order to avoid widespread panic, immigration plans were kept strictly confidential. The whole plan was divided into many independent parts, with different organizations and departments responsible. It could be said that except for the federal president, no other person on Earth knew the complete plan. Earth Online was an important part of the plan, functioning as a distraction and new hope for people to immerse themselves into. Naturally, the game put on layers of mysterious veils as it came about. The game's planning and design, its ability to adapt and grow to accommodate countless numbers of players, and its claims for plotlines far exceeding the tired rehashing of serial TV series, nobody could get enough details to satisfy them. The game's template was built using the entire world as the template, with the area expanded tenfold. The game design team was only responsible for the coding architecture and game mode design. The specific game scenes and NPC were based on historical data for their templates. The true design team would be the National Historical Archives, with all video content, text materials, and cultural artifacts scanned into the primary game host Gaia, the artificial intelligence that would oversee the game. Even the designers and programmers did not know the game outside their specific tasks and design parameters. 15 years later, in 2185, the first secret tests of Earth Online started, with all participants having to sign strict confidentiality agreements. Naturally, there was much competition for these initial testing slots, some of it even bloody, but this was all quietly hushed up. In order to ensure the relative fairness of the game, Gaia generated a new land, and the measured map did not appear in the official game material. Through the closed beta, Gaia could observe the player's game behaviors and NPC responses. Using a massive amount of first-hand observation data, Gaia kept analyzing and summarizing, constantly adjusting and perfecting the game settings. Participation was carried out in batches, each session lasting for 6 months. Every time the ones testing are not the same, and the game content was not the same. After 4 years and a total of 8 closed betas, Gaia completely shut down the game for a full year of computations and deductive calculations, with January 1st, 2190 scheduled for the official public beta. Nobody in the MMORPG industry, even insiders who worked on the game, are sure what was going to happen. On December 20th, 2189, the Earth Online official website launched. It was divided into the standard 3 sections: databases, malls, and forums. The database had only the basic information about the game architecture and no detailed information about the game. In the mall, the only commodity for sale was the game landing cabin, at a price of 100,000 credits. The expensive price discouraged a lot of the ordinary players. Coupled with the lack of game information, even with the issuance of posters and showing some graphics, the publicity for the game did not make a big impact, merely garnering some notes that it might be a little unusual. As a reincarnator, Ouyang Shuo knew that the abnormal marketing was the result of a compromise between several involved parties and the federal president. The purpose was very simple, and that was to slow down initial enrollment into the game by ordinary players, so that their staff gained early access and play advantages against later arrivals. Of course, to gain such an advantage involved paying a heavy price. That price was high enough that even the most radical parties could not say anything years later when the truth was announced. A knock on the door interrupted this river of memories in Ouyang Shuo's head. "Brother, you big lazy bum, get up. Binger is hungry." Ouyang Shuo picked up the cell phone on his bed and looked at the time. December 28th, 2189. This was 3 days before the game opened. What wonderful moments those were. Everything was like a new life. Everything in the past is a dream. Let it die with the wind, Ouyang Shuo thought. After rebirth, his knowledge of the game and familiarity of the players and all their forces, coupled with his own good talent, Ouyang Shuo believed that as long as he put in the effort, he would be able to make a new world in the game, a shelter for his sister and himself. In that world, he would never let his sister be alone. Not only that, he would let Binger become the princess in the game, a real princess. "Good Binger, I'm waking up to make you breakfast." Ouyang Shuo did not notice when he became so relaxed and happy. If you enjoy daily light novel audiobooks, hit subscribe and turn on notifications so you never miss a new upload. Now sit back, relax, and enjoy today's story. Chapter 2: Sharing. Note: I use Handbrain in place of cell phone and personal computer to denote a personal and portable computer that is a step above and beyond a mere phone, appropriate for a tech society 200 years in the future. And apparently KFC is still in business 2 centuries from now. After Ouyang Shuo got up, his sleeping bed and covers quietly retracted back into the wall of his room, leaving behind not even a bit of furniture to be seen. It was a high-technology society he lived in. Everything was modernized and cleverly put together. He was in the house of his parents, a fairly high-end residence. He came into the living room, and there his sister Ouyang Binger was waiting on the couch, pitifully looking at him. Binger this year was only 8 years old, wearing pink clothing and with chubby little cheeks that people could not help but pinch on impulse. She was wearing a ball cap with a black poncho shirt, tight pants, and had small feet with red shoes, so cute that his heart felt like it would burst just by looking at her. Brother is always lazy. He woke up later than Binger today. Shame, shame. The little girl stood up after chiding him, her eyes circling as she snuck a glance or two at the door while trying to keep her clever look off her face. The brother and sister were too familiar with one another, and with one look at her eyes, Ouyang Shuo knew what she was thinking. Today was the weekend, so he did not have to work. Yesterday, he told Binger that he would take her to the playground to play. Because of that promise, the lazy her who needed his wake-up call every day shockingly got up early. She even put on some kind of makeup. Ouyang Shuo did not tease her, instead going to the sofa and sitting down. He then picked up the little girl and set her on his lap. He rubbed his chin on her forehead, provoking a giggle of laughter as his scruffy beard tickled her. "Bad brother, you are bullying me. Bing laukit." "Well, today the pretty little princess is really beautifully dressed. I'll go make you some breakfast, and afterwards we will go down to the playground to play, okay?" Hearing that her brother didn't forget his promise, the little girl smiled so hard her eyes were squinting and gave him a happy kiss on the cheek. Good times were always fleeting. He spent the entire day with her in the children's play park, taking her out to KFC afterwards to eat a whole bucket of chicken. Binger was so happy and excited after her wonderful day that she could not sleep. Finally, after reading her a third fairy tale, she finally fell asleep. The night was now quiet. It was a good time for Ouyang Shuo to go over his past and consider what he was going to do for his new future now. He was definitely going to quit his job. Anyways, he had worked there for less than 6 months and did not have any great loyalty to the place. As far as assets went, the most valuable thing he had was this house he was living in. His parents' bank account had lasted him throughout his university years, but it was running out. This was also why he'd found a job quickly after graduating college. But in this highly mechanized and technology-driven era, more than 90% of the work out there had been replaced by machines. There were a lot of people who had no jobs and were unable to find work. The government had been forced to develop a comprehensive social welfare system in order to ensure everyone's basic safety and lifestyle. Now, a single institution, Skynet, had been put in place to monitor everyone and everything with a harsh and even eye. Its influence extended across all sections of society, and general crime had fallen greatly under the ever-watching eye of Skynet's monitors. The bitter fruit of this was the division of society into 2 levels. The wealthy and politically connected, generally formed of large consortiums or families in political positions, and everyone else. It was a division of society that was difficult to overcome. At the same time, the general age of the people was rising. Depressed young men and women were often unwilling to have children and put up with the additional costs and demands of parenthood, resulting in a negative worldwide population growth for the last 20 years. The global population had fallen down to under 1 billion people, and 40% of them were elderly. Even in the densely populated areas of China, the total population was falling. Right now, Ouyang Shuo didn't even have enough money to buy the game cabin for Earth Online. Fortunately, due to his rebirth, he knew what was coming, and so he had insights that others did not. Within a year after the interstellar immigration started, all the fixed assets and housing on Earth would become little more than wasted construction, worthless. Accordingly, he planned now to sell the house they were now living at and take the money to rent a temporary house to live in. With that in mind, Ouyang Shuo opened up his handbrain, the ubiquitous personal and portable computer everyone on Earth possessed now. Locating the official real estate trading site rapidly, he went to the quick sales channel, marked the price as 10% below the current market value, and immediately sold it off to the real estate transaction center. An information society as advanced as this was very convenient. Ouyang Shuo didn't have to even leave the house, let alone go to a government office, because all of his personal information was stored in Skynet. As long as his handbrain could dual certify his fingerprints and retinal scan, it took only half an hour to complete the entire transaction. After he was done, Ouyang Shuo's account was promptly credited and grew by more than 2 million credits. Taking advantage of the late hour and quietness, Ouyang Shuo began looking for the right rental housing online. Binger was still in primary reading school, so they couldn't move too far away, no farther than a nearby district. This was a bit difficult to work with. According to the advanced search parameters he had input, The system recommended a house in Tianyuan community which had 3 rooms and 1 living room, with a monthly rent of 3,000 credits. Coincidentally, Binger attended a school in Tianyuan community very close to that, making this even more convenient for Binger. But the house was shared. The lessor was not the owner himself, but a tenant, which made Ouyang Shuo a bit hesitant to accept. Adopting an attitude of let's see what happens, Ouyang Shuo dialed the video phone. Appearing on the phone promptly was the image of a 20-year-old girl with a beautiful oval face and willowy eyebrows. She looked like she'd just come out of a bath, with her hair wet, and was wearing a pink kitten style of pajamas, incredibly and unexpectedly cute. Ouyang Shuo was more than a little embarrassed. After all, men and women living together was all well and good for the romantic serials on TV, but in reality was something that was very uncommon and rarely happened before marriage. However, this girl was the opposite of what was expected of women, immediately taking the initiative on him. "Hello, who are you? Are you looking for me for something?" she asked him. "Hello, I was linked to you through the rental network. The rental information that I saw was very in line with my needs. I did not think you were a girl. I am sorry if this is inconvenient." Ouyang Shuo was ready to disconnect, having little hope of anything coming out of this. "Oh," she answered, a little surprised at him. "I have 2 rooms to rent here, but you're only a single person. This is a little strange." She did not directly refuse, instead asking a reasonable question. "Ah, I am sorry. I did not explain clearly. I have an 8-year-old sister. Her school is near your location, so—" Ouyang Shuo said hesitantly. Hearing that he had a young sister seemed to reassure the young woman a lot. "Oh, in that case, you look pretty honest, so I agree. It's almost the end of the month. You can help pay the rent? Hee. It was so simply and unexpectedly agreed to, it caught Ouyang Shuo by surprise. He was wondering if he had unknowingly become much more charming and handsome to convince her so easily. They discussed the specific rental matters, and through the network signed an electronic contract. Ouyang Shuo found out that the girl was named Sun Xiaoye and was a junior student at the Jiao State University Department of Architecture. He agreed to move in tomorrow and was about to hang up the call when he heard, I'll finally have the money to pay the rent." His ego and self-image took an immediate blow as he realized why she had agreed so quickly. The next morning, Ouyang Shuo told Binger that they were moving. Binger found out that they were going to live with a beautiful big sister and close to the school, so she had no objections. They spent all morning packing up their luggage and few belongings and called a moving van to take them to their new home. They arrived at Tianyuan community quickly and actually found Sun Xiaoye standing in the doorway, holding onto her handbrake and waiting for them. It was surprising that she was so courteous. Binger was carrying her little pink bag and holding the hands of a tiger doll as she opened the door of the taxi. After getting out, she looked around fearlessly, not afraid at all of the strange new environment. Her expression was one of curiosity and mischievous intent. Seeing the lovely little girl, Sun Xiaoye's feminine heart was instantly touched. She quickly stepped forward with arms outstretched. "Wow, such a cute little girl. Come here, little sister, and let me hold you." Binger smiled and retreated a step, saying sweetly, "Beautiful sister, hello. My name is Ouyang Bing. Sister, you can call me like my brother does, Binger." Sun Xiaoye was not embarrassed and did not hold it against Binger for ducking her embrace. Instead, she smiled and said, "Ouyang Binger, a good name. I am Sun Xiaoye. You can call me Sister Xiaoye. Does Binger like it here?" "I like it. It is as pretty here as at our home, but there's a more beautiful sister here. Binger is very happy. Binger smiled back. Sun Xiaoye completely forgot all about Ouyang Shuo, tossing him out of her mind before directly taking Binger's hand to take her upstairs. Binger turned her head to look at her brother. He merely nodded, smiled, and indicated that she should go ahead. She quietly followed Xiaoye upstairs. Seeing Binger so adorable, Ouyang Shuo's heart was a bit jealous. Maybe, he thought, he could take her to Jiao State University and walk around with her, attracting a pretty girl who he could marry. "Boss, move your things?" the driver of the moving van asked, interrupting his private fantasies mercilessly. "Oh, Yes, please, up to the 15th floor. Follow those girls in front of us, quickly. Ouyang Shuo snatched up his suitcase and hurriedly chased after Sun Xiaoya. Sun Xiaoya lived in room 1503, and coming inside, his first impression was that it was very clean. There were 3 bedrooms, a main and 2 smaller ones. She was living in one of the smaller ones. Ouyang Shuo brazenly claimed the main bedroom, Binger living opposite him in the other small bedroom. After arranging their rooms, bringing in their luggage and other belongings, it was already 5 in the afternoon. In order to express his gratitude to Sun Xiaoya and to celebrate their moving, Ouyang Shuo treated everyone to a good meal. After buying food from the local supermarket, mighty chef Ouyang Shuo even took over the kitchen to fix it. He did the usual good food: fish, pork, sweet and sour pork ribs, boiled beef, roasted lungs, and 7 or 8 other dishes. All this cooking inspired little kitten Binger to slip into the kitchen in the middle of his labors, and her little hands snatched up the ribs to eat. However, she declared she was doing it to help him out and test the taste, so as not to shame him in front of her new elder sister. After this sumptuous dinner, the 3 of them retired to the living room to sit around and chat and gain a more mutual understanding of one another. Binger was lying on the couch, her belly bulging out. With her satisfied expression, she looked deadly cute. Xiaoya, why do you have such a big house for rent? After getting more familiar with one another, Ouyang Shuo had no scruples and directly asked this question to clear his heart of any doubts. This girl didn't seem like a wealthy person, muttering about not being able to pay the rent. But she still rented a house with 3 bedrooms. That was kind of stupid, right? Oh, big brother Ouyang, don't mention this. Blame my 2 girlfriends who are off with their boyfriends. Originally, the 3 of us signed the lease for this home to live together until college graduation. Both of them have moved out to live with their boyfriends, leaving me here alone. In order to pay the rent, I had to rent out the rooms they were staying in. If you had not come in time to pay a share, I would have been eating instant ramen every day, she explained, with a resentful look in her eyes. It seemed her irritation with her former roommates was quite deep, and she was quite willing to keep talking about them. Ouyang Shuo knew that continuing to ask about this topic was probably not a good idea, and quickly turned their chatter to more about school. He had also graduated from Jiao State University, so he could actually be seen as Sun Xiaoya Sr. Thus, they had a lot of things they could talk about. It was past 10 o'clock before everyone finally retired to their own rooms. Finally settled down, Ouyang Shuo knew he could start playing the game tomorrow. It was the fundamental part of his plan for his new life. With great expectations for the future, Ouyang Shuo fell asleep on the 2nd night after his rebirth. In the morning, Ouyang Shuo used his handbrain to access the Earth Online official website. He first went in and explored the forums, noticing that there weren't many posts, and that most of them were complaining about how expensive the game cabin was. A member called Gong Changshi had made a post called The Pros and Cons of the Personal Adventurer and Kingdom Building Path, which caught Ouyang Shuo's eye. The post only used limited game data and previous gaming experiences, and Gong Changshi had noted that the Lord Path required players to be adept at territory and resource management, while at the same time needing a continuous investment of funds. He did not recommend it for the average player. Otherwise, it was far too easy to lose money without recourse if one's territory was captured. Seeing such an accurate prediction, Ouyang Shuo suspected that Gong Changshi was probably a beta tester. He wrote down Gong Changshi's ID number and then left the forums, heading directly to the mall area to buy the game cabin online. The cabin had different models corresponding to different heights and body sizes that needed to be chosen. He rapidly completed the payment while online and was told that his new game cabin would be delivered that afternoon. This wasn't some light novel where the MC had to wait in a long line under the hot sun to purchase the game. Nope, that was definitely a thing of the past. For more than 100 years now, basically all product buying was now done online. TL, author is throwing shade at another novel, Shura's Wrath, which is also on GT. At 3 p.m., the doorbell rang with the delivery for his new cabin. The whole body of the cabin was a silver-gray color and was beautifully styled, sleek, and advanced. Under Ouyang Shuo's direction, The staff quickly brought it upstairs and installed it into his bedroom. Sun Xiaoya was a bit surprised to see the delivery arrive so quickly, but not overly so. After all, in this day and age, there were countless online virtual games. Thus, getting a game cabin to play games was very normal. The next day was New Year's Day. Ouyang Shuo spent all day playing with Binger. Xiaoya also joined in, which drove Binger into a frenzy of excitement. This was hardly unexpected, because Ouyang Shuo was normally very strict about Binger studying and learning. After all, no matter what era it was, knowledge should never fall behind. The reason Ouyang Shuo was spoiling Binger so much was because he would have little time to do anything with her when he started playing. The early stages of the game required a lot of time investment to get a foundation built, so he wouldn't have much time to spend with her after the game began. For now, it was still the holiday, and he could spend some time with her. January 1st, 2190, 8 p.m. Thousands of players eagerly waited for Earth Online to officially open. Ouyang Shuo opened up his game cabin to see that the cabin was full of a half-solid gel, with a human-shaped depression at the middle. After laying himself inside the game cabin and stabilizing the pressure, the chamber sealed with a gentle hiss. Ding! Permission to access Cyberlink? A beautiful voice sounded from the computer. Permission granted, he stated immediately. Connection established. Customer's personal identification information has been retrieved. May we bind your identity? Go ahead. A second later, Ouyang Shuo felt a sharp and small stab on his body. Ding! Personal DNA sample collection is completed and matches your personal information. May we open the nutrient pipeline to support long online playing times? Open it. A moment later, the nutrient solution tube stabbed itself into his left arm. The computer would monitor his condition at all times, and if his body emitted signs of being hungry, it would intelligently begin to start transferring nutrients to keep him alive and well. The nutrient solution channel has been opened. The game cabin is fully functional. Would player like to enter the game? Yes. A moment later, there was a rushing feeling, and Ouyang Shuo's mind left his body, involuntarily being sucked towards a colorful vortex in front of him. When he opened his eyes, Ouyang Shuo looked around and found himself in an open-air pavilion with no walls or roof. Only a light mist hung around him, and it was as if he had come to some kind of fairyland. Standing in front of Ouyang Shuo was a very beautiful young woman. She had an exquisite face and curves in all the right places to send his heart pumping. Ribbons fluttered around her gently, giving her a cool and otherworldly temperament. She was simply the limit of the human imagination for a gaming avatar coming to life. Legend had it that 80% of male players had fallen captive to the beauty of her scarlet dress. Even after his rebirth, it still took Ouyang Shuo a good 10 seconds to wake up from his mesmerized stare. He knew that the fairy was actually the Skynet host AI, Gaia's incarnation. He could only view it from a distance. Welcome to Earth Online. Please name your character. Names can only be composed of Chinese characters. No symbols or any other strange characters are permitted, and use of insulting words or terms is not allowed. The words coming off her red lips were sweeter than honey, extremely captivating. Chiyue Wui. Ouyang Shuo replied immediately, electing not to use his ID from the past, but to take a new name. This poetic name, which was a part of a famous battle poem, for a character whose life would be spent in the battlefield, was extremely artistic. Hehe. TL. Chiyue Wui is a part of a Qin poem that talks about how the officers and soldiers fought together. System notification. Your name has satisfied the naming rules. It has not been previously chosen. You have successfully named your character. Please choose the game mode you will be playing in. Adventure Game Mode or Lord Game Mode. You may only choose one mode. Select the Lord Game Mode. Ouyang Shuo said without hesitation. In the past, he had chosen the Adventure Game Mode, but this time would naturally be different. A year from now, the government would disclose the convention agreement and disclose that kingdom building was the essence of the game. The representatives of the major powers had all chosen the Lord Game Mode. Special warning. Besides, in times of war, lords are not allowed to leave their territories. To compensate, players can have an adventurous sub-profession. The lords could not leave their territories was only limited to the main system, which was also called the primary map. Battlefield maps, of course, had no such restrictions, and lords could roam freely within them. The adventure game mode was divided into combat and work occupations. Each player could only choose one of the two. The classes for the Chinese region were strategist, general, chivalrous expert, priest, healer, and bailiff, so 6 professions in all. The fighting occupations didn't have any further advancements. However, players could freely choose their cultivation method or weapons. The chivalrous expert occupation, for example, had access to 9 close combat weapons, which were the dagger, sword, whip, mace, tonfa, hand axe, joe, war hammer, and morning star, as well as 9 long weapons, which are the broadsword, spear, staff, axe, trident, pike, hook sword, lance, and halberd for 18 total in all. However, if a chivalrous expert that used the sword didn't know any sword techniques, he would be very ineffective. The work occupations included normal jobs from all walks of life. The primary occupations were blacksmiths, tailors, physicians, architects, breeders, fishermen, farmers, veterinarians, winemakers, cooks, carpenters, masons, shipbuilders, and various others. The lifestyle classes had no character levels, only skill levels. The lifestyle players would also not lose experience after death. It was a type of protection for those players. Select General. This was his former career in his past life, a familiar path. System notification, confirming occupation, generating character attributes. Please review. Ouyang Shuo opened the stat panel to examine his personal attributes. Name, Chiyue Wui. Title, none. Territory, none. Merit, 0 out of 100. Rank, null. Identity, civilian. Occupation, generally, sub-occupation. Level, 10/100. Reputation, unknown, 0/100. Talent, not opened. Innate ability, initial values are randomly generated. Maximum 20 points per stat, minimum 5 points per stat. Friendly notice, innate attributes cannot be increased by level up points. They can only be increased by using special pills or cultivation methods. Body structure, 18 affects character toughness and survival, ability to adapt to environment and ability to store chi. Comprehension, 20 affects the speed and depth of learning cultivation methods. Luck, 5 affects the frequency of unexpected windfalls and the chances of loss. Charm, 8 affects first impressions with NPCs, as well as the difficulty of resolving sudden interactions. Acquired attributes. Each character's stats start with 5 initial points. Each level gives 2 points to be freely distributed. Every 5 levels raises all stats by 1 point. The highest point value to a stat you can have is 100 points. Command. 5 has a direct impact on combat effectiveness on the battlefield. How many troops can be commanded, how easily troops can be recruited, and response time for troops on a battlefield. Force. 5 has a direct effect on the power of special attacks. Affects the chance of critical hits, ripostes, and how much the player's reputation increases with a victory. Intelligence. 5 has a direct impact on the duration of buffs/crowd control, as well as the field of vision for troops. The development of weapons and their manufacturing time is also influenced. Politics. 5 has a direct impact of policies on territorial markets and farms. Also influences the success of diplomatic negotiations. Surplus free attribute points. 2. Cultivation method. None. Skills. Basic gathering technique, basic diplomacy technique, basic weapons proficiency. Equipment. None. Ouyang Shuo's innate stats were quite biased. His body structure and comprehension were almost a full value, while luck and charm were barely average. With a high body structure and comprehension, it would contribute greatly to training in cultivation methods. With low charm or luck, he would probably very unlucky in the game, and there would be difficulty in triggering adventures. For the skills column, basic gathering technique was a general technique available for all players. Basic diplomacy technique was a general lord technique and basic weapon proficiency was a general technique for officers. Skills didn't have any points that could be put into them. However, there was a stat of proficiencies which could only be gained through repeated use of them. It took a certain level of proficiency in a skill for it to be upgraded to the next level. For the acquired attributes, Ouyang Shuo chose to put his surplus points into the command and politics stats. As a lord, command and politics were his two most important skills. System tip: please select your place of birth. You can choose random or specify the approximate location. There's a random chance to trigger an adventure, but there are great risks. Players, please choose carefully. Choosing a place of birth was a hidden trap in the system. Many players, seeing the adventure chance, would choose random with their eyes shining. They had some fantasy of being born in a cave, getting some mysterious cheats, and coming out with a big edge to rule the game. But the greater chance was that they entered the game in a tiger's den and had an immediate and glorious death. Less than 0.001% of the players had a lucky encounter or something similar from triggering the adventure system, and even then most of the adventures were very basic. Choosing the approximate location was actually a stealth reward for the astute player. Lord players could make their choice based on their development plan, selecting an area suitable to them. Adventurers could be directly assigned to an area near a system-made imperial city, avoiding the trouble of having to make it to one of the imperial cities. Please specify the approximate location. The beautiful little fairy hand waved, and up came a miniature version of the 3D map of China. The overall picture was no different from reality, except it was 10 times as large. This China had no detailed outline of states, nor did it use a dynasty's markings. Instead, the game had distilled and combined 5,000 years of Chinese history, selecting 9 different ancient cities as imperial capital cities. The cities were Jingdu, Xianyang, Chengdu, Dali, Luoyang, Chang'an, Xianyang, Jianye, and Xuanzhou. Outside the regions of the imperial capitals was all wilderness, occupied by beasts, bandits, barbarians, and refugees, waiting for adventurers to explore them. Similarly, the territories of the Lord players were also going to be built in the wilderness. Needing to overcome all obstacles to build up your territory was not an exaggeration. Ouyang Shuo selected his territory in southern Guangxi, near Vietnam, near the shore. As for the specific location, he would only find that out after entering the game and exploring. System notice: your birthplace has been selected. Will you start the village building quest? Special notice: the village building quest is unique to Lord players. If this starting task is failed, player will lose the qualifications to build a village and can only play as adventurer. This is a non-mandatory quest. Players can choose to give up and enter the game to find their village creation token. Open the quest. The village creation token was the first difficulty Lords encountered. Villages were divided into 4 grades: bronze, iron, silver, and gold. 80% of the starting villages were bronze grade, almost 20% iron, less than 0.01% silver, and there would only be 1 gold village creation token in all of China. Ouyang Shuo knew that the representatives of China's major forces had game cabins that were custom editions provided by the government. Their custom edition had one advantage: they could bypass the village building quest and instead get a silver-level village creation token. This was the result of a compromise between the government and these forces. And to further balance this privilege, Gaia had the single gold village creation token hidden in this village building quest to be discovered by a player. Advantage: by having their erection in contact with her. Scent bills: China has scents and bills called jiao. Guishu: Gui here means country and shu means technique. 190 centimeters, over 6 foot tall. Lake Chui: Chuihu also means green lake. 100 Dai Yuan bills. 100 yuan is their biggest bill. Taoist fierce tiger, the author of this novel. Noodles, made of wheat. Rice noodles, made of rice. Zhang Tian Tian, Tian means sweet. Bajiquan, also known as 8 extremities fist, but Bajiquan sounds nicer to me. Long Taos, side characters in Chinese operas who perform acrobatics and fight scenes. 12.47 to 13.07. Don't ask me about the tree sap. With a short hum and a flash of white light, Ouyang Shuo found himself being sent away to a strange place. He opened his eyes after a moment and found himself lying on an antique wooden bed. Before he could look around any more, a relieved voice filled his ears. "Sir, it is to our great fortune that you have finally awakened. The Black Flag Army is descending upon us tomorrow. We cannot waste any time." Speaking those words was a grandfatherly old man in an elegant courtier's clothing. He seemed quite shrewd and was waving a fan in his hand. His forked beard wiggled as he spoke. Ouyang Shuo blinked for a moment to get his bearings. Waking up like this, the village-building quest was actually a scene quest. This type of situational quest was Earth Online's own quest system. Players received the quest and were sent to a separate quest space, automatically playing a certain role there. At the end of the quest, they were sent back to the main map once more. Time during the quest moved much more slowly than on the main map. Spending 2 days in the quest amounted to only 2 hours in the main world. Scene tasks and hidden tasks were very rare, but once completed, the rewards could also be very rich. Having woken up, a system prompt now sounded in Ouyang Shuo's ear. System notification. Congratulations to player Chiue Wui for opening the S-ranked village building quest, non-mandatory situational quest. Quest background. In XXX Calendar's 15th year, October 7th, the Black Flag Army's Li Lin commanded 8,000 practice soldiers to attack Sisui City. Sisui City is about to fall. Quest requirements. Player is the Lord of Sisui City and has just recovered from sickness. Player must control the endangered Sisui City and repel the enemy from the city. Task reward. Village creation token, summoning token, and a resources bag. After reading over the quest tips, Ouyang Shuo formed an idea. A strong enemy was coming to attack, and at this critical juncture, the Lord of the city was sick and unable to maintain control. Thus, the people were starting to panic. Therefore, the first order of business was to calm the people and restore morale. Ouyang Shuo quickly rose and told the aide to let the news of him awakening spread, and then called the principal officials of the city to the audience chamber. With the help of a maid standing by, he put on his official state clothes, and with unhurried stride and demeanor moved down the hallway towards the audience chamber. As he walked, Ouyang Shuo slowly recalled what past players had posted about this quest in the forums, about what would happen and how to deal with the invasion. Sisui City was just a small town. The city guards numbered less than 3,000 and were also untrained, with no battlefield experience. If he wanted to resist the attack of the incoming well-trained Black Flag Army, he could only rely on the city walls for passive defense. In order to defeat the raiding army, the players had to employ many tricks and use a great deal of unconventional strategy. Fire, poison, superior numbers, and rolling stones were all used. However, most of the tactics had achieved little success. For example, using numbers to win. If casualties reached 20%, army morale plummeted. Just because you wanted all your soldiers to have fearless hearts of steel and guts of iron didn't mean that it was going to happen. One of the most famous guides was by the player who'd gotten the gold rank village creation token from the quest. It was by a fellow called Xuanlong Dianxue, a professional gaming fanatic known for his quest completions. He entered the game after a week. In that time of a week, the lore players had tried just about every method, but still couldn't reach the hidden condition for getting a gold village creation token. Perfectly completing the quest upon entering the game really showed Xuanlong's skill. Ouyang Shuo remembered that this player, by dint of receiving the gold village, grew all the way to become one of China's top lords, full of glory. But this time around, Ouyang Shuo was going to shamelessly steal Xuanlong's thunder. Thinking of this, Ouyang Shuo even felt a bit sorry for that person. If he had the chance, he would repay Xuanlong well. According to what he had said, he received the quest, but didn't do things conventionally. Instead of hastily organizing the city's military as well as civilians and posting them on the walls, he kept talking with the NPCs in the city, trying to find hidden clues, or some other resource he could use to complete the quest successfully. His hard work paid off, and finally he had learned something from a water management official. A short distance to the south of Sisui City, there was a reservoir. When the Black Flag Army encamped, if someone was stationed to suddenly dig open the reservoir, the raging flood was enough to annihilate the Black Flag Army. But the approach was quite harsh, as the flood outside also inundated a great deal of farmlands and villages who would also suffer. If the player did not take the initiative and ask questions, the NPCs would not give the crucial piece of information needed to complete the quest. Perhaps this was where Xuanlong was above everyone else. When so many people were focused on conventional defense and counterattacks, his focus had jumped outside of the city to learn about the surrounding area and find opportunities there. Ouyang Shuo arrived at the audience chamber, and the main officials of the city were lined up to receive him. Despite their attempts to look impassive, it was clear that they were all uneasy, with nervous frames of mind. After bidding them all to be seated, Ouyang Shuo looked them over one by one, calmly saying, "You have no need to panic. I have already come up with a plan to defeat the enemy. What you need to do is to calm the civilians. We will impose a curfew tonight to prevent thieves and looters from robbing others. In addition, get the city guards to start fortifying the wall and dispatch scouts to track the enemy. We must always know the location of our enemy. Do not fail in this." These actions really puzzled the officials there, but in the presence of their lord, they did not question him. That would only be inviting trouble on themselves, so they nodded obediently and went along with him. "Sir Zhu, stay. I have something to speak with you about. The rest of you are free to go." Sir Zhu was the old man from before and the lord's confidant. With a concrete plan, Ouyang Shuo directly sent away the group of NPCs. As for the matter of breaching the dam, this was naturally not something he should be talking about publicly. If the Black Flag Army found out about what he was planning, the plan would be for naught. After the rest of the officials were gone, Ouyang Shuo informed Sir Zhu of his task and arranged for people to get to the reservoir dam that very night. Tomorrow morning, the Black Flag Army would arrive and make camp. The gates here would signal with smoke, the workers would breach the dam, and the Black Army would be washed away. Sir Zhu heard Ouyang Shuo's battle plan and was secretly scared. He thought that this method was quite similar to the saying, "Lose 800 to kill 1,000." But if this plan could defeat the enemy, the people would have no objections. The Black Flag Army conquering them might bring the civilians great harm. Having no other alternative, he did not raise an objection. The next day, early in the morning, the Black Flag Army arrived as scheduled and set up their camp about 5 miles outside of the city. Waiting until the Black Flag Army was fully encamped with all its forces, Ouyang Shuo gave the decisive order to light the smoke signal. As the signal came up, the people who had waited at the dam overnight immediately breached it with a great hole. In order to prevent accidents, the team had already done more than half the work the night before. In less than 10 minutes, rolling floodwaters had poured out of the reservoir and like a winding dragon, heading for the Black Flag Army camp 5 miles out. At this time, the Black Flag Army was getting ready to make dinner and had no time to respond as the waves swept over it. Before the mighty floodwaters, both people and animals were killed. Ouyang Shuo led the city officials in watching over the devastation, standing at the top of the city walls. Seeing the hellish scene of a drowned land before him, Ouyang Shuo's expression became solemn. Although they were just NPC, just packets of data, he could only blame the game for being too realistic and pretend not to be moved by what he was seeing. At this point, the sweet tone of the system chimed in. System notification: congratulations to player Chiyu Wui for the completion of the S-Class Village Building Quest, Sisui City. There have been no casualties to Sisui soldiers, and the Blackwater Army has been annihilated. This has met the hidden reward requirements. You are awarded a gold-level village creation token, an Emperor rank summoning token, and an intermediate rank resource bag. Fortunately, this scene was in the quest space, so players in the quest couldn't hear outside announcements or release announcements. Otherwise, there would definitely be an uproar. System notification: Congratulations to player Chiue Wui for completion of the S-rank village building quest with 100% completion. Additional experience reward of 10,000 experience points, 500 reputation points, and 100 gold coins will be awarded. System notification. Player Chiue Wui has leveled to 6. Note, a player's level was calculated as EXP equals 30, N cubed plus 5N, 80, where N was the current level. For this village quest, the more common people and soldiers died, the lower the completion number of the quest. The only way to get the gold level village creation token was to not have any casualties, which in ancient warfare was nearly impossible. Thus, only an eccentric method like this one was the way to complete it. The village creation token, summoning token, and resource bag were called the village creation set. Each of the players that finished the village building quest would be rewarded these items. With full completion, naturally the village creation token was upgraded to the gold level, and the summoning talismans along with the resource bags would both raise a level. Ouyang Shuo could scarcely wait to see what he had received, as this was a key step in his future success or failure. Name: Village Creation Token Gold. Specialty: 50% increase in attracting settlers. 20% increase in attracting special talents. 50% increase in crop production. 20% increase in proficiency of production skills of residents. 20% increase in experience for soldiers. Exclusive: talent breakthrough success rates in this territory are increased by 10%. Evaluation: this is a token that can increase territorial strength on all fronts and beyond the normal level of artifacts. How to use these gifts is being left for the players to explore on their own. This item cannot be destroyed or traded. The gold grade token had tremendous advantages over other tokens. It was a world-changing level of difference. Summoning token. Emperor rank summon a random emperor level historical figure to your city. Historical figures started at the king level and went up to the emperor, divine, and saint rank. It was said that there was another higher level at the almighty saint rank for Confucius, who stood alone above all others. In the past game, there had been no lords who were able to get Confucius to work for them or even satisfy the requirements to even invite Confucius to settle there. The old man liked to travel around the country, never staying in one place for too long. Resource bag: intermediate 5,000 units of food, 500 units of wood, 500 units of stone, 500 units of iron ore. The resource bag held 4 resources that players call the basic resources. Basically, everything used in developing a territory was tied into these 4 resources. In addition, the bag was a one-time item, and you couldn't put anything into it, only use it up. When the last of the resources were removed, it would automatically disappear. An intermediate resource bag was 5 times the size of a basic resource bag, which made Ouyang Shuo much more confident of his ability to implement his early development plan. Of course, the most critical award was the 100 gold coins. This was still the early stage of the game, and the main currency was still copper coins. 100 gold coins now was simply a massive sum of money. System notification: the quest has been completed. Teleport back to the main map. Send me back. Ouyang Shuo ordered promptly. There was a hum and a white flash, and Ouyang Shuo disappeared from the quest space. With a hum and a white flash, Ouyang Shuo finally appeared back on the main map, somewhere in the wilderness. Before he could look around, his ears were deluged with system announcements. System notification: congratulations to Di Qian for the successful establishment of the first village in China, Handan Village. Special reward of 1,100 merit points. System notification: congratulations to Zhang Lang the successful establishment of the second village in China, Blood Red Village. Special reward of 1,000 merit points. System notification: congratulations to Feng Qingyang for the successful establishment of the third village in China, Swordsman Village. Special reward of 900 merit points. System notification: congratulations to Feng Qiuhuang for the successful establishment of the fourth village in China, Fallen Phoenix Village. Special reward of 800 merit points. System notification: Congratulations to Chun Shunjun for the successful establishment of the 5th village in China Pilsun Village. Special reward of 700 merit points. System notification. Congratulations to Sha Pejuan for the successful establishment of the 6th village in China Azura Village. Special reward of 600 merit points. Unsurprisingly, even as Ouyang Shuo completed the quest quickly to order up a village, China already had 6 lords who had established a village. In his past life, these 6 players were massive beings and China's 6 most powerful lords, called the 6 Tyrants of Handan. They were representatives of major forces in real China, and using the federal version of the game cabin. With that version of the cabin, they did not have to do the quest, but instead instantly started with a silver village. The series of announcements going off naturally caused an uproar among the player base. If 1 or 2 people got lucky in opening their village, that was understandable. However, 6 people, bam, just like that, opening up their village, it was obviously anything but normal. But it didn't matter if the players protested. The official response was complete silence, and no explanation was given. Since Ouyang Shuo knew the truth of the situation, he ignored the announcements and resumed looking at his surroundings. Looking ahead, he could only see tall grass and weeds without end. The grasses were yellow. It was the dry season. The skies were gloomy and cloud low, kind of cool and clammy. The frontier region was never a paradise. Death was the eternal theme here. In the distance, mountains rose up, rolling into the distance like a great sleeping dragon. The base of the mountains was girt in a cloak of trees, but the tops were naturally cold and lifeless. System notification. Congratulations to player Chiyue Wui for discovering the new map, Zone Lianzhou Basin. Exploration experience plus 100. The main features of a basin were being surrounded by high ground and low in the middle, as the name basin implied. It was one of the 5 basic terrain zones, extremely common in reality. After the game map expanded the area of the planet tenfold, the hills were 10 times higher and rivers widened by 10 as well. Small basins in the real countryside, in the game, would become a basin territory as large as Sichuan Basin was in reality. These kind of basin terrains were a favorite of the Lord class players because it was easy to defend and the edges were rich in mineral resources. The biggest forces in the game were basically built in this kind of terrain. The Lianzhou Basin in-game covered an area of 240,000 square kilometers, as large as the entire province of Guangxi in China, or slightly larger than Romania. The west side of the basin was the China/Vietnam border and was modified into a rolling, stony mountain range that was impassable. To the north was a gateway city called Jinan Pass. It was now occupied by a group of powerful thieves. Passing through, you entered the hinterlands of Guangxi. To the east was the dividing line between Guangxi and Lingnan, with mountains and misty jungles. North and south of there was also a pass, and then going further south one can reach the North Bay of the South China Sea. The monsoon blew in from the sea through this canyon, bringing rain and new life into the Lianzhou Basin. In the past, the entire Lianzhou Basin was cut up piecemeal into territory for nearly 100 players. After the later merger and reorganizations, it birthed 3 large territories. The 3 lords fought one another, but they could not completely destroy one another, and so ended up as the 3 pillars of the basin area. In his previous life, even until the 5th year of the game, there was no dominating force in the Lianzhou Basin. This time around, Ouyang Shuo's medium-range plan was to utterly dominate the Lianzhou Basin as its overlord. When Ouyang Shuo chose his place of birth, he deliberately chose the side of the basin close to the sea. As long as you were at the south side of the basin, you could find the opening to the south of the Lianzhou Basin. Before starting anything, he checked his inventory. Each newly born player was automatically given a set of coarse clothing and a pair of cloth shoes. He also had an area at his waist that accessed his storage bag, initial capacity at a cubic meter. It could be upgraded later, and things carried within it were basically weightless. Although he had the resource bag awards, village creation token, summoning token, and 100 gold coins, he didn't even have a weapon. The resource bag was separate and could not be put in the storage bag, so he left that on his waist as well. Ouyang Shuo readied the summoning token for use, intending to get a helper. Otherwise, if he met something on the road and died, he would lose everything. Tearing the talisman, a white light flashed, and a middle-aged rider came towards him, riding a proud yellow military stallion. System notification: congratulations to the player Chiyue Wui for successfully summoning Ouyang Shuo. Special reward of 100 reputation points. The middle-aged officer, upon seeing Ouyang Shuo, immediately dismounted and fell to one knee, solemnly declaring, "It is my honor to serve my lord." Ouyang Shuo hurriedly went forwards and pulled the man to his feet, patting his shoulder and smiled. "General, it is good to get your help. With your aid, it's like gifting a tiger with wings." System notification: congratulations to player Chiyue Wui. Because of your courtesy, historical figure Ouyang Shuo's loyalty has risen by +5. Taking advantage of his greeting, Ouyang Shuo took a look at his general stats. Name: Ouyang Shuo, Emperor level. Title: Top 10 Fierce Officers in History. Dynasty: Sui Dynasty. Identity: None. Occupation: Special Officer. Loyalty: 85 points. Command: 80. Force: 95. Intelligence: 60. Politics: 30. Speciality: Take the lead. Morale of troops enhanced by 40%. Conquer to the south. Fight to the north. Speed and mobility of troops enhanced by 30%. Insightful: Attack power of troops enhanced by 20%. Cultivation method: Shining Sun Spearmanship, 24 styles. Equipment: Proud Yellow Horse, Tiger Fish Scale Armor, Black Iron Spear, Refined Steel Sword, White Birch Bow. Evaluation: A famous hero of Sway, heroic and brave, excellent at riding and shooting. Temperament: upright, poor politics. A good soldier, poor management skills. Ouyang Shuo was very happy to get such a fierce guard. With such a defender, he had no worries about being bullied on his way. Side by side, the two of them set off toward the south. In less than half an hour, they had made it to the southern tip of the basin. The mountains were a few thousand kilometers long, and between them, there was only a 50-meter wide canyon running straight into the distance. In the center of the canyon was naturally a river of the same width, forking 500 meters in front of the canyon into two tributaries. It was more accurate to say that two rivers came together to form one river here. The West River was called the Friendship River, and the East was called the Swimming River. The Friendship River was slightly wider at 35 meters, while the Swimming River narrowed to about 30 meters. The source of the lakes should naturally be runoff from the east and west mountains, collecting the rainwater and sending it down to them. Carefully considering his options, Ouyang Shuo picked the west side of the valley at the foot of the mountain. The village will be surrounded by natural boundaries. To the west was a forest, to the north the Friendship River, and to the east the canyon. The location considered both defense and available resources, while also guarding the only pathway into the sea. Overall, a very strategic location. Now the only question was how to cross the 35-meter Friendship River, so he could build the village. Oh, and take the horse along, too. Time for some ingenuity and a little work. From out of his resource bag, Ouyang Shuo pulled 10 units of wood, and with the help of Ouyang Shuo, used some rattan strips to tie the wood together into a simple raft. System notification: congratulations to player Chiyue Wui for making a successful raft. You have gained basic shipbuilding proficiency. Raft: simple water transport. Evaluation: this is much too crudely built and can easily be overturned by waves. Please be careful using it. Earth Online had a considerable degree of freedom of choice within it. Ouyang Shuo could, even without the basic skill, make a raft. It only required the appropriate materials, tools, and knowing the method to do so. The same principle could be applied to gunpowder, glass-making, wine-making, and other kinds of technology. All could be achieved in a game. The two of them rowed the raft over Friendship River, drawing the raft up onto the shore and covering it with weeds. After that, they headed south to the foot of the mountain. The choice of where to build the village was very critical, because after one ordered their village built, they could not move it. Thus, you had to plan out your future development space in advance. The area of an ancient city design was limited. Bigger was not better in this case. In general, the maximum size was 100 square kilometers or so. After that point, urban management at the ancient level of technology would get increasingly difficult. Managing population, traffic, drainage, and health would all face huge challenges. 100 square kilometers was 10 kilometers per side of the city if it was a square city. The Lord's Manor would usually be along the central axis, towards the back. In accordance with this plan, Ouyang Shuo would build the manor at the golden point of 3.82 kilometers from the southern mountain's base. It would be 10 kilometers from the east side of the canyon, leaving a 5-kilometer strategic buffer for defense. He removed the village creation token from his storage bag and inserted it into the soil of the village. Following directions, he bit his finger and a drop of his blood fell on the token. Instantly, the area was encapsulated in soft golden light. The golden light rose into the sky, reaching for the heavens. It rapidly spread out in a golden halo that extended out to the limits of his territory and then disappeared. At the same time, in front of where Ouyang Shuo was standing, a golden stone slowly rose from the ground. The stone was 3 meters high and 2 meters wide. The front of it was blank, the back of it engraved with 9 ancient characters, "Receive the mandate of heaven. Live and prosper forever." Ouyang Shuo placed his palm upon the stone, and the system instantly broke in with triumphant music. System notification: congratulations to player Chiyu Wui, who has successfully established his village. Please name your village. Here, with its back against the mountains along with the sea, that's how he would name his village. Mountain Sea Village. Note, this is Shanghai Village in Chinese. At his words, on the blank front of the stone appeared 3 words: Mountain Sea Village in ancient script. System notification: congratulations to the player Chiyu Wui for the establishment of China's 7th village, Shanghai Village. Special reward 500 of merit points. System notification: congratulations to the player Chiyu Wui for the establishment of China's 7th village, Shanghai Village. Special reward 500 of merit points. System notification: congratulations to the player Chiyu Wui for the establishment of China's 7th village, Shanghai Village. Special reward 500 of merit points. This system announcement did not attract too much attention. After all, Ouyang Shuo was just putting up a village. The whole area devoted to China had been ringing 6 times with similar announcements, and the players had become numb. Of course, others may not have cared, but the 6 Handan tyrants had noted the name of Chiyu. They were extremely clear that in the entire Chinese region, there were only 6 special spots where you could directly get a silver village in the game. The 7th person could actually be regarded as the first real village in China to be established by an actual player, so some attention should be expected. However, with the frontier being what it was, for a short period of time, they would be unable to get any information about Mountain Sea Village. The first to establish a village received 1,100 merit points, with 100 points being taken off for each successive village. After the 10th village, every village established would merely get 100 merit points. For the lower class players, merit rank was actually more important than their level and prestige. Saying that this was their core stat was not an exaggeration, because their merit value was directly linked to the player's title. As long as the merit value was reached, the player's title would be automatically promoted. Earth Online divided the titles into 5 orders: Baron, Viscount, Earl, Marquis, and Duke. Each order had 3 sub-ranks of 1st, 2nd, and 3rd, for a total of 15 ranks. The first rank of merit required 100 points, and each rank after that, the requirement doubled. Thus, to reach Marquis required 204,800 points, while reaching the highest title of Duke required a whole 1,000,000 merit points. Merit points were difficult to obtain, generally gained only by contributing to your country. You could generally only gain them on the frontier, such as by establishing a territory, combating bandits and raiders, increasing the security of the people, participating in battles, great contributions to the city, and several other limited ways. The most critical point was that title and the territorial level was directly linked. Territories were divided into the same tiers as titles, with 3 sub-ranks within villages, towns, counties, prefecture, and capitals. If the leader of a territory didn't meet the required titles, the territory could not be promoted. System notification. Congratulations, player Chiyu Wui, for establishing Shanghai Village. While constructing the village, the Lord's Manor has automatically been built. In addition to this, the player can also choose one of 3 random village-level buildings to put in place. System notifications. 3 random buildings selected. Please choose one of them to be completed. You may select the city fence, basic blacksmith shop, or basic market. I choose the basic market. System notification. The building selection is finished and will start automatically. There were a hum and burst of white light. Where Ouyang Shuo was standing, a wooden courtyard arose from the ground, outside of a living room. At the northwest corner of the courtyard rose another wooden building, which should be the basic market. System notification. Congratulations to the player Chiyu Wui for establishing your village. Your reward is 10 farmers. Please prepare to receive them. All rewards are complete. Please view them at your leisure. Ouyang Shuo watched the golden stone slowly sink back into the ground. It would only re-emerge if the territory was upgraded or attacked. System notification. Historical figure Shi Wan Shui has witnessed the birth of the village. His loyalty is increased by 5. System notification. Historical figure Shi Wan Shui's loyalty to Chiyu Wui is at 90 points. Derived feature. Loyalty enhances military morale 10%. Ouyang Shuo did not expect to receive such a pleasant surprise. A loyalty upgrade to 90 points made sure Wan Shui increase his respect for Ouyang Shuo. He would inspect the village properties later. Ouyang Shuo took Shi Wan Shui with him out of the Lord's Manor, ready to go to the gate of the village and receive his 10 farmers. At the entrance to the village waited 10 thin farmers wearing yellow rags. They were looking up and around curiously at the mountain village. The rags wrapped around their feet were their only other possessions. With Ouyang Shuo in front and Shi Wan Shui following, the pair found them quickly. The group of farmers, seeing a fierce officer like Shi Wan Shui, had eyes that flashed with traces of fear. Seeing Ouyang Shuo leading Shi Wan Shui, however, they became immediately more respectful and cautious. Hesitantly, one of them stepped forwards, a middle-aged man who seemed to be the oldest of them. Please, sir, I am Zhao Xian. I have led villagers from my village to come to your village. We wonder if you are accepting residents. Ouyang Shuo first introduced himself in turn. I'm the lord of Shanghai Village. Behind me is my general, Shi Wan Shui. After his introduction was completed, Ouyang Shuo continued. I'm very happy that you came. Shanghai Village is ready to get started and is in urgent need of talent. Naturally, I do not wish you to leave. As long as you are willing to work hard, there will be clothing to wear, food to eat, room to live, and fields to be cultivated. This simple set of 4 commitments spoke right to the heart of these peasant folk, and their eyes all held that look of yearning for a better life. They started whispering to one another, talking about his offer. Quiet, please, Ouyang Shuo said, waiting until everyone quieted down. We are not going to stand out here. Let's first go back to the main house and get you all settled down and fed. Hearing that they were going to be fed, there was a burst of cheers. Being so poor, they had not eaten for more than a week. Before going, Ouyang Shuo turned to Shi Wan Shu and said solemnly, General Shi, I have a matter to ask of you. General Shi was surprised, but simply said, As my lord commands, so shall it be done. In order to secure the territory, I would like you to patrol the borders. If you encounter beasts, bandits, or the like, do not hesitate and clear them immediately, lest they come after us before our defenses are in place. Ouyang Shuo told him. I will do so. Shi Wan Shui responded. He grabbed his horse and a day's rations and rode away with a cloud of dust trailing behind him. Ouyang Shuo then settled the 10 farmers in the east wing of the Lord's manor and left some rations for them. Going alone back to the office of the village head, he saw that there were 2 items placed upon the desk, a letter and a booklet. Atop the letter was the official Lord's seal, cast in brass and resembling a turtle. The book was the Lord's handbook, which recorded the basic information of the territory. Territory: Shanghai Village, first-level village. Lord: Chiyue Wui, first-class baron. Title: None. People's thoughts: 70. Security: 65. Territory population: 12,200. Flow rate of immigrants: 10, 1 plus 50%, equals 15/day. Territory area: 20 square kilometers. Territorial characteristics: 50% increase attracting immigrants, 20% increase in attracting special talents, 50% increase in crop production, 20% increase in production capacity of residents, 20% increase in military promotion, 10% increase in talent breakthroughs. Treasury: 100 gold coins. Territory resources: 5,000 units of food, 490 units of wood, 500 units of stone, 500 units of iron ore. Territorial army: none. Territory industry: none. Political index: 5/100, determines administrative efficiency in relationship with the people. Economic index: 5 out of 100, determines trade prosperity and ability to pay taxes. Cultural index: 0/100, represents the degree of educational development and quality of life of residents. Military: 10 out of 100, indicates military strength and morale. Existing buildings: Village level Lord's Manor, basic market. List of basic construction buildings. Simple fence, basic fortification, weak defense can stop wild animals. Construction conditions: wood, 100 units. Construction time: 24 hours. Village level dining hall, dining area for residents. Construction conditions: dining hall construction drawings, wood, 30 units, stone, 20 units. Construction time: 12 hours. Village level bathrooms, enhances sanitation and health of the village. Construction conditions: toilet construction drawings, timber, 10 units, stone, 10 units. Construction time: 6 hours. Wooden small residential courtyard, provides living space for 20 residents. Construction conditions: small residential courtyard construction drawings, timber, 40 units, stone, 20 units. Construction time: 12 hours. Basic blacksmith shop, builds a variety of farm tools, such as axes, chisels, and other iron tools. Construction conditions: junior blacksmith, blacksmith shop construction drawings, wood, 20 units, stone, 10 units. Construction time: 12 hours. Basic grocery shop, distributes various types of daily necessities. Construction conditions: grocer, grocery building drawings, wood 20 units, stone 10 units. Basic logging field, speeds up the collection of timber resources. The average production is 10 units of wood/person/day. Construction conditions: wood, 30 units. Construction time: 6 hours. Basic quarry, speeds up the collection of stone resources. The average production is 5 units of stone/person/day. Construction conditions: timber, 20 units, stone, 10 units. Construction time: 6 hours. Simple farmland, grows crops. The average is 200 units of food production per mu, 1/6 acre. Description: grain is planted twice a year. The first quarter of planting is during the Qingming festival. The second quarter of sowing is in early July. When the best seeding time is missed, the yield is reduced by 10% to 50%. Basic barracks, farmers can be converted into militia. Construction conditions: officers, barracks construction drawings, timber, 100 units, stone, 40 units. Construction time: 24 hours. According to a full population calculation of 200 residents, the village needed to build 10 residential small homes. Building all the buildings to completion would require a total of 730 units of wood and 300 units of stone. Currently, his most scarce resource was food. The villagers needed to consume 1 unit of food per day, and military personnel required 2 units of food/day. With a population of 200, that meant the territory had to generate at least 210 units of food per day to meet consumption. Game time and real time were synchronized at 1:1, but day and night were inverted. The main map of the game used the Gaia calendar. It was now the first year of Gaia, January 1st, not yet rice planting time. Therefore, for the next 6 months, lords could not receive grain from their farmland. This time period was the darkest for the lords. To gain food, resources like wood, ore, and other resources had to be sold to the system, leading to stagnant territory development. Countless territories went bankrupt because of this. However, in danger, there was also opportunity. During this time, some lords took the chance to develop their specialty industries in their territory early and got rid of the food predicament. Most of these excellent lords later upgraded their territory to the state level admirably. This was the essence of Earth Online, not letting the lords easily upgrade their territories. All kinds of obstacles were going to start emerging, a variety of traps in the system that were not easy to detect. Only those that could best these obstacles and avoid the trap choices would stand out and take the leading positions. Casual players who did not do so were destined to be eliminated early. Back at his desk, Ouyang Shuo was most lacking in all the different architectural drawings, as well as talent such as blacksmiths and grocers. His most urgent task was get the fence, dining hall, and public bathrooms built. He wasn't in any hurry to reclaim the farmland, since he didn't have access to grains and it was the wrong season. The logging yard, residential courtyards, and quarry were now the second priorities to get done. As for the barracks, he didn't have enough people, so he was in no rush to build it. Finishing his plan for the village, Ouyang Shuo headed back to the East Wing. Zhao Daxian, the elder, had finished his lunch and was chatting with the other men. Seeing that the village head had arrived, all of the men immediately rose and greeted him. Ouyang Shuo smiled and asked, "Are you settling in well?" "Of course, it is better here than where we used to live." Zhao Daxian replied respectfully. "That's great. We were rushed earlier and I didn't take the proper time to meet you all. How about you introduce yourselves?" "Zhao Daxian, you start." Ouyang Shuo pointed at the man. "Sir, our former village, called Zhao Jiago, was quite isolated. Half a month ago, a wounded bandit inadvertently broke into our village. We didn't know he was a bandit. We kindly dressed his wounds. We let him stay in the village to recover, but after doing so, he immediately left. The very next day, his associates came and looted our village. Out of more than 300 people, only 10 of us escaped. These past days we have been in the wilderness and suffered greatly. Fortunately, Sire has not only let us enter his village, but given us shelter." Speaking of this sad past, the elder could not help but have tears come to his eyes. "It's okay, the deceased are gone. We need to look forward." "Zhao Daxian, what did you do previously?" Ouyang Shuo, not really knowing how to comfort a group of people who had suffered through so much, immediately changed the topic. "Sir, during our time in Zhao Jiago, thanks to everyone else, I was proud to serve as the village chief. This was an unexpected joy, as Ouyang Shuo did not expect to get someone skilled in administration. He took an immediate look at the attributes of Zhao Daxian. Name, Zhao Daxian Bronze. Identity, Mountain Sea Villager. Occupation, Civil Servant. Loyalty, 75 points. Command, 15. Force, 20. Intelligence, 20. Politics, 30. Evaluation, Chief of the original Zhao Jiago village, reserved and dignified, cares for his people, good at agricultural water management. A round of introductions followed. Of the remaining 9 people, there were 2 fruit farmers, named Zhao Yud and Zhao Yukai, who were brothers. There was a village carpenter, Zhao Yufang. There was also a mason, Zhao Duong. The remaining 5 men were pure farmers. Half of the group were special talents. This wasn't part of Ouyang Shuo's prize, but a hidden reward of the system. The system couldn't really give you 10 pure farmers, or you would never be able to put up a house. After coming to a mutual understanding, Ouyang Shuo immediately appointed Zhao Daxian as leader of the construction squad, arranging for him to lead 5 people in building a wooden fence. At the same time, he arranged for Zhao Yufeng to take the other 3 remaining people to build a basic logging field as soon as possible to aid in collecting wood. Ouyang Shuo was ready to directly start his fence following the standard of a 3rd-level village, and it required 600 units of wood. If he had been stuck with the starting original supplies, he would have fallen 170 units short, and if he didn't start harvesting, he might not have been able to keep up with the speed of construction. In accordance with the game design, only the Lord's Manor would upgrade with the village. The rest of the buildings would stay as they were and not be upgraded. In order to facilitate replanting of the territory, the game built in a recycling function. Buildings could be recycled and moved, placing them in a more appropriate location. But the replacement was not free. Every adjustment of a building required an additional charge. Therefore, visionary lords had to carefully plan the general village layout before making changes to the territory. Of course, other players didn't know what kind of buildings were coming and had to do a much rougher plan. As for now, Ouyang Shuo was planning his village directly towards the protection of the level 3 fences. He would be able to also match the layout of the buildings in accordance with the contents of a grade 3 village. This was Ouyang Shuo's advantage as a reincarnator. To be able to undertake this kind of extremely foresightful planning, others would certainly envy him greatly. After getting Zhao Daxian and the others off to work, Ouyang Shuo did not sit idly. He was ready to go shopping in the beginner market to see if there was a chance to get some good things. The basic market was located in the northwest corner of the village, close to the village's entrance. The market covered a large area. Besides a small wood building used to make transactions, the west side had an open area to receive goods. He headed into the small building, which was empty. On the left side of the hall was a display, much like a computer monitor. To the right was a teleportation formation, lit by magical lights with a touch of mystery. The market in the game was far beyond the timeline of the game. On the left side was a product of technology, while on the left was a product of magic. To achieve long-range transport of goods, these 2 things had to be achieved and combined. The transaction area of the basic market was the surrounding area of Dali City. The transportation crystal could not send a living body, and all transactions by the seller had to pay a 20% transaction tax. Ouyang Shuo went to the left side of the display, discovering that the entire trading program was divided into 4 sections. They were the material trading platform, the special items trading platform, and 2 grayed-out areas that had not opened, the limited time auction platform and the negotiate cooperation platform. Opening up the material trading platform, it had everything from food, wood, ores, clothes, and even salt. The only thing was that weapons and armor and other military supplies were prohibited items and could not be sold. Looking at the prices, a unit of grain was 10 copper, wood 20 coppers, and iron or 100 coppers, definitely not cheap. In his territory, the thing he needed most was wood resources, so he directly purchased 500 units, spending a gold coin. He was really interested in the special items platform. Opening the screen, he found that the special items were also divided into 4 areas. They were architectural drawings, articles manufacturing, skill books, and others. Needless to say, every building in the territory required building drawings to put up, and there were basic, intermediate, advanced, and special sets. For territory construction, in addition to upgrading the necessary buildings, extra construction of other buildings was completely unrestricted as long as you met the construction requirements. As an example, as long as you had the brothel's building construction drawings, then you could build it in a village even though it was normally a 3rd-level county building. As for whether you could run the brothel normally, that was a different matter. Even so, most of the players would build up their infrastructure step by step, instead of leaping tiers. The main reason was that high-level building plans were too expensive. A brothel building plan cost 1,000 gold coins. Just ask any village head if they had so much money. Even if they had the money, no one would be stupid enough to waste it on one building like this at this point. Ouyang Shuo first needed to buy construction plans for the dining hall, the public bathrooms, the courtyard residential buildings, the blacksmith shop, the grocery store, and the barracks. They each cost 2 gold coins, and so he spent a total of 12 gold. Actually, doing this was kind of unusual. Most players weren't willing to go directly into the market to buy drawings. Building plans were among the more commonly dropped items obtained by killing bandits. All human NPCs had a distinct chance of dropping such plans on death. Ouyang Shuo was doing so to bring his 100 gold into rapid play, using his money early in exchange for rapid development of his village. He wanted to get one step ahead of everyone else. In addition, he spent another 15 gold to buy 3 more special plans: ferry construction plans, dock construction plans, and shipyard construction plans. These were water-related buildings and could only be built close to the shoreline. Therefore, they would not be included in the territorial upgrades of essential buildings, as they were special. After buying the drawings, Ouyang Shuo pointed to the article manufacturing and technical manuals area. This area was about making specific items and starting an industry using special conditional manufacturing technology advances, not general skills for people to grasp a talent. For example, a masterclass winemaker could, in theory, brew a variety of advanced drinks. But, in fact, he has no way to brew a specific advanced liquors from the heavy earth pub. Why? Because the formulas were confidential. Without the technology, the skill was useless. Ouyang Shuo chose the 2 technical manuals, the first 20 gold, the second 10 gold. In reality, in ancient times, salt was sold by officials of the government. The game was not the same. Except for military goods, anything could be traded. If the seaside lords didn't master the technology to get salt out of seawater, they were simply wasting their natural resources. As for the compass wagon, it was a key item to completing a certain task later. The reward would be comparable to getting a gold-level village creation token. The third type of skill books contained all the professional skills, and some special ones on top of those. There were skill books for players only. NPCs could only learn them through being mentored. Ouyang Shuo chose the beginner books of riding, swordsmanship, archery, and scouting, spending a gold coin for each book. The fourth category of items were varied. All kinds of strange items could appear. It was more about luck than anything else to find something. Ouyang Shuo was disappointed. Nothing was practical or affordable. As he was ready to close the screen, it suddenly refreshed with a new list. A new item popped into his eyes. Mazu God Statue, broken, priced at 20 gold. Looking at its properties, Ouyang Shuo didn't hesitate to buy it. Name: Mazu God Statue, broken. Grade: silver rank. Evaluation: this is a broken Mazu idol, with a weak trace of the Mazu god powers. A long period of veneration will be necessary to restore the statue. Properties: Sea God's Blessing. Maritime navigation to survive storms increased by 40%. In order to offer prayer to the Mazu gods, Ouyang Shuo also had to buy a village temple building plan. A village temple was a must for a level 3 village upgrade and would cost another 10 gold. After these big purchases, Ouyang Shuo only had 11 gold left. He had really gone through his money like water. After completing his purchases, Ouyang Shuo headed over to the crystal on the right side of the hall. The crystal flashed with a white glow, and like that, the 10 building plans, 2 technical manuals for skill books, and a statue were sent over. As for the 500 units of wood, it was directly in front of the small building's entryway. He put most of the items into his storage bag, but used the skill books straight away. System notification: congratulations to the player Chiyue Wui for mastering basic writing. System notification: congratulations to the player Chiyue Wui for mastering basic swordsmanship. System notification: congratulations to the player Chiyue Wui for mastering basic archery. System notification: congratulations to the player Chiyue Wui for mastering basic law. Outside the small building, Zhao Daxian and his 7-man crew were in full swing building the fence. Ouyang Shuo couldn't really do much other than manage them. A level 3 village area covered a kilometer square. The whole fence would be 4 kilometers long, a big project. In Ouyang Shuo's plan, the fence in the middle of the north side would open a main door. At the same times, there would be side doors in the east and south sides for convenience. The logging field was being built in the west side of the territory, as well as subsequent quarries. Therefore, the west side's role would be regulating the import and export resources. Similarly, the subsequent docks and shipyards will be built on the eastern side of the river, so the eastern door will connect the village and docks. Drawing a line between the side doors with the central axis divided the village into 4 parts. The buildings along the central axis would form the most prosperous area of the village, while the territory will be divided into east and west. At the southernmost area of the axis was the Lord's manor already built. In front of the Lord's house was an open area reserved for use as the town square. To the north would be a street of commercial buildings. All shops, inns, training halls, and other buildings will be distributed to the commercial street's 2 sides. West of there would be a residential area. The southwest area would be residences for the agricultural workers, such as farmers and lumberjacks. The northwest area would be arranged for industrial workers, such as the miners, blacksmiths, tailors, masons, businessmen, and other craftsmen. Northwest of the northern area was already occupied by the beginner market. The eastern district would be a military zone, science, and educational training area. The southeast area would be zoned for science and education, with the private school, hospital, ancestral hall, and village temple located there. The northeast area would be the military zone, with weapon repair workshops, strategic granaries, and the upcoming barracks all to be located there. Ouyang Shuo spent the afternoon near the fence, while going over the plans for his town. The fence was already a quarter built, with tomorrow bringing in more people. He should be able to get it all built in just one more day. At dusk, General Louis finally returned from his patrol. From the side of his horse hung pheasants, rabbits, and other game, while on the other side, things were moving in the bag. Ouyang Shuo stepped forward and saluted in greeting. "General, it seems you worked hard, and your harvest was not small?" General Shuo quickly dismounted, his hands cupped in salute as well. "I only encountered a few small thieves, not worth anything. I also brought Sir a plaything. I hope Sir enjoys it." "Oh, what is this?" "If my general saw it, I'm naturally convinced it is a good thing." General Shuo laughed and turned back to the squirming bag on his horse. Opening it up, a pure black young wild dog became visible to Ouyang Shuo. The little dog was obviously born very recently, still a puppy, with squinting dark green eyes, extremely cute. "Is this a young wolf cub?" Ouyang Shuo asked uncertainly. "Very good. The little guy should be a good hunting partner." Shuo Shui was quite happy. "Haha, to be accurate, it's the cub of a black wolf dog. Although it looks like a wolf, it isn't a wolf." "Black wolf dog? Not bad, not bad. He'll be a great help in hunting in the future." Zhao Daxian and the others had also come around, looking curiously at the bag with the little pup. Despite trying to look complacent, they could not hide their interest. Ouyang Shuo didn't want to dampen their spirits, so he asked curiously, "General, you had such a good harvest while on patrol. There must be a story to go with it. Since everyone is here, tell us your tale. Let us know what happened." Ouyang Shuo quickly had the workmen sit down on the floor, making a circle. General Louis laughed, having no problem with stage fright. He also sat down and began to narrate his experiences. "According to Lord's command, I left the village at noon and began to explore the territory. It was calm along the way, but there were pheasants and rabbits here and there, and it was simple to shoot them down. Occasionally, I would encounter 1 or 2 bandits, so poor that they did not even have mounts. I went up and killed them. On the way back, however, I met a group of wolves harassing a pack of wild goats. I said nothing more and burst forward into their midst, killing most of them before they could get away. Following them, I actually stumbled on their den. I surprisingly saw this little pup and, thinking he might be of use to the Lord, so I brought him." Hearing that the general had encountered wild goats, Ouyang Shuo was silent for a moment, already making a plan for tomorrow. It was too late to set out again today. Before long, Zhao Yofan's work crew came back, having set up a basic logging camp. Starting tomorrow, the logging field can be officially opened and become operational. Taking this opportunity, Ouyang Shuo proposed to everyone that there would be a double dinner tonight, which will be considered as a celebration of the formal establishment of Shanghai Village. The only fly in the ointment was that it was a group of working men and none of them could cook. Fortunately, there was a lot of wild game to add to the fun, or else they'd have little to celebrate with. Ouyang Shuo was really looking forward to tomorrow's settlers coming in, hoping for a chef to help with the cooking. Quarters for Ouyang Shuo were arranged in the east wing, while Ouyang Shuo went back to the hall of his own room, ready to rest. Lying on the hard bed, his eyes closed, Ouyang Shuo sent out mentally log out of the game. When he opened his eyes, he had quit the game. Opening the game cabin, Ouyang Shuo found that it was already 6 a.m. After a simple wash-up, he grabbed his workout clothes, ready to go downstairs for a run. Having just moved to the district, he was not familiar with the surrounding area and was ready to run a few laps around the block to see everything. To one side was a row of trees with several older men doing Tai Chi. In the square, there were some older women also up early, moving to some music, practicing a communal dance. It was such a peaceful scene, and being just out of the game, he almost fell into a trance. After his run, he found a breakfast shop and picked up soy milk, fried dough sticks, buns, and sugar packets. He headed back home and quickly downed the breakfast. Needing a change of clothes, he decided to take a hot bath. Opening up the bathroom door, he was instantly stunned. He saw Sun Xiaowei sitting there on the toilet, her eyes hazy with sleep, hair a bit of a mess. She was wearing a printed pajamas top, the bottoms under the soles of her feet. She had her kitty underpants in her hands, ready to stand up. Her forbidden white thighs were exposed to his sight, and the black hair between them was clearly visible. She looked up to see Ouyang Shuo standing there, and her narrow eyes instantly opened very, very wide. H, pervert, she screamed, voice rapidly ascending somewhere beyond what should be been humanly possible. Ouyang Shuo's natural reaction was to turn and flee. He slammed the door closed, subconsciously wiping his nose with his hand. "Ah, close call," he muttered. Fortunately, he hadn't gotten a spontaneous nosebleed, or he would have been really embarrassed. Through his mind repeatedly flashed the picture of those flowery white thighs and the naughty black hair. No, don't think about it. It is too evil, In order to avoid even more embarrassment, Ouyang Shuo went to Binger's room. The little girl had not gotten up. It seemed yesterday had completely worn her out, and she hadn't even stirred. Opening the door, Ouyang Shuo first opened the curtains, letting warm sunlight into the room. Going to her bedside, he saw his sister with her hand in her mouth, and the other one stretched out onto the quilt, exceptionally cute. He pinched her little nose, saying softly, "Little lazy pig, get up now." She shoved his hands away, her eyes not opening, whispering in confusion, "Bad brother, you are bullying me again. Let Binger sleep for a while. I am sleepy." "Baby sister, you cannot sleep anymore, or else you will be late for school." The little girl reluctantly opened her eyes, then hurriedly said, "Binger forgot today was a school day. Smelly brother did not wake me early." Quickly she clambered up from the quilt, dashing to wash up. Back in the living room, Xiaoya had already changed her clothes and was ready to go out. Seeing Ouyang Shuo, her face flushed a bit as she stared fiercely at him. Ouyang Shuo was indeed a bit embarrassed. Although he did not intentionally do anything wrong, the other side was a girl, and he was clearly at a disadvantage. As a man, he had to put on a strong front and pretend nothing had happened. "I bought breakfast. Let's eat." Xiaoya didn't seem to be that kind of fake person, so there was no need to be overly polite as she simply nodded in agreement. They waited until Binger had washed and changed into good clothes. The three of them sat down and enjoyed a delicious breakfast together. After breakfast, Xiaoya was the first to go. Ouyang Shuo let Binger run quickly back to her room for a dress. Today, he was personally going to walk her to school. Along the way, his little sister was smiling. Her brother was personally walking her to school. How could she not be happy? Getting back from the school, Ouyang Shuo opened up his handbrain, heading for the game forum. The forum ID was naturally associated with the game ID, but most people posted anonymously. The top post was made by someone called Big Butler. The title of it was High-Priced Acquisition of Game Currency, Effective Long Term. The post mentioned that Big Butler would be paying a credit point per 1 bronze of in-game currency, with unlimited amounts acceptable. The posted price point was basically 1 million credits for one gold piece. There was an immediate uproar after the post came out. Players were rejoicing, looking at overnight riches. The indirect result of this post was that there were now countless professional studios turning their eyes to Earth Online. Countless top players now settled into Earth Online, ready to get to work. Ouyang Shuo knew the person posting. In his past, Big Butler was also a very famous person. He was one of the 6 tyrants of Handan, working as the financial director for Chun Xinjun. Chun Xinjun's real-life identity was the first successor of the Tianhe Consortium, Zhao Mingchen. He had a blend of a businessman's cunning nature and an old-world strategist's ruthlessness, a very contradictory figure. Tianhe Consortium was one of the largest consortiums in China. They were skilled in high-end equipment manufacturing, especially in regards to aerospace equipment. Earth Online had been commissioned under the name of Tianhe Consortium Manufacturing Enterprises. The company's space exploration branch was the largest of the commercial space companies, possessing every bit as much technology as the Federal Aviation Administration. While the Handan Six held a tight hegemony, at their core they were quite alike, possessing great pride. The other people were not like Zhao Mingchen, who held such a high profile, but they also lacked gold coins, and so they agreed to secretly arrange acquisitions. Naturally, with his financial strength, Mingchen really was worthy of being the first amongst them. Ouyang Shuo was not worried that the tyrants could buy a lot of gold coins. Earth Online was a very balanced game, with the personal adventure path design very close to reality. For now, the players could only afford the basics, maintaining their food and clothing. Buying equipment was hard. Money was very precious. It would be at least a month before the high-end players starting overcoming the starting money hurdle and began a profit. Starting up a gold farm operation was clever, but they had to obey the basic laws of the game. Naturally, the forums were divided with bitter complaints, whether they were lords or adventurers. The game was too real. Nobody could afford much of anything, and non-humanoid monsters would only leave bodies and nothing else. Humanoid monsters would drop money or equipment, but at this point, nobody had money or equipment, and most bandits were not something people could compete with. Store-bought goods were expensive, and on the first day of the game, very few people even had bronze-class weapons. Even with weapons, maintenance costs would keep draining their cash. Lord-class players weren't doing much better. There were too many things to build. Building a village from the basic resource base was very difficult. They couldn't afford to buy building plans. If they went in the wilderness to try their luck, they had no soldiers behind them, which meant that fighting bandits was simply unrealistic. The players who had gotten officers from their summoning talismans had an easier time. At least, the officers could fight a little bit. Those who summoned administrators were unlucky. Their territories were completely undefended. With such contrasts, Ouyang Shuo finally realized how lucky he was. If he had not completed the village building quest with 100%, which made all of the rewards better by 1 tier, as well as 100 gold, he would have been far behind. At the same time, Ouyang Shuo had to keep in mind that he had to stay alert and not become complacent. He would have to work hard to keep his early advantages, transferring them into the potential of his territory and developing them. More accumulation would lead to more advantages, building the foundation of his dominance. After all, this dilemma of the players was only temporary. As long as you could make it through the early accumulation period, the gaps would all soon shrink. This was especially true of the 6 tyrants of Handan, who as representatives of power groups had a great deal of money and backers. In contrast, he was very alone. Earth Online was all about team building, so there wasn't a great solo player who could defeat 10,000 people at once. According to what he remembered, at some point in his past life, people had started looking for other lords and form alliances. A good territory would also attract talented players. Ouyang Shuo believed in his own ability and in his ability to direct others. Otherwise, people who tried to build by themselves could fall easily. It was difficult to grow. If the timing was right, roping in others could be done. People thinking about the recruiting players would have to wait a full year. At that point, then nobody would have to worry about their life, and people would be on the same starting line. This way, lords didn't have to worry about real-life issues by strong factions. Closing the forum, Ouyang Shuo began to look up all kinds of historical information on the internet. The past game had a famous saying, "If you're not familiar with history, you are not a qualified lord." The whole game world of the world online was produced by historical deductions. If you weren't familiar with history, then there was no way to cleanly fit into the game. Ouyang Shuo took this topic as his main homework of the day and planned to adhere to it long term. At 4:30 p.m., Binger came home from school. At 6 p.m., Xiaoya came back from school. Ouyang Shuo made dinner again. At the dinner table, Binger told her brother all about the interesting things that had happened in school that day. Xiao Ming had overslept, had come to school late, and had been punished by the teacher. Xiaoli had worn a new dress today, but it had been dirted by Xiaohua. The teacher had made her apologize in front of the class to Xiaoli. Xiaoyi's braids today had been very beautiful, so the girls had gotten together and had been taught how to braid hair by her. Ouyang Shuo smiled as he listened. There was a tacit understanding between them. Only he knew how hard the death of their parents had hit Binger. For a long time, she had been quiet and withdrawn into her own shell. Every day, Ouyang Shuo accompanied her, comforted her, made her happy, and let her slowly recover over time. For Binger, Ouyang Shuo was both a brother and a father. Outsiders couldn't understand the depth of the feelings between them. That blow had turned Binger from a lively little monkey into a quiet little girl. In her class, she only had a couple of friends. Only in front of Ouyang Shuo would she once again become happy and carefree. Being able to look at Binger's healthy growth was Ouyang Shuo's greatest happiness in life. Unfortunately, for the next year, Ouyang Shuo would be heading early to bed every night to enter the game. He had no way to accompany her to paint, to do her homework, to coax her to sleep, or to tell her stories. Thinking of his sister spending every night alone writing homework and going to bed by herself, Ouyang Shuo's heart twitched. This was absolutely unacceptable, even if he had to log in later to the game. Looking up at Xiaoya sitting across from him, Ouyang Shuo had an idea. After dinner, with Xiaoya rushing to wash the dishes, he knew that her family education was good. Waiting for her to finish cleaning up, Ouyang Shuo took Binger back to her room to get started on her homework and also stopped to say something to Xiaoya. "Wait up a moment. I have something to talk to you about." Thinking of the embarrassing events of the morning and that Ouyang Shuo was going to bring them up, Xiaoya's face quickly turned red, and she started to stutter. "WH, what do you want to talk to me about?" Seeing her with that expression, Ouyang Shuo scratched his head and continued on. "Important things. It won't take very long." Important things? I don't know what he's thinking about. What is he going to say? Will he say I am responsible for everything? Xiaoya thought crankily, sitting down on the edge of the sofa. Seeing that Xiaoya was acting weird, Ouyang Shuo cut the long story short. "You know that yesterday, I started playing a new game called Earth Online. This game is very important to me, and every night at 8 p.m., I have to go online." "Huh? Ah," she replied blankly. "Wait, this guy is not going to talk about this morning." "Well, he must have forgotten. Pervert. Rogue." The woman's mind was so unpredictable. Seeing Ouyang Shuo looking so surprised, Xiaoya wanted to slap Ouyang Shuo with her shoes. At this time, she could only try and cover up the embarrassing mood, trying to squeeze out a smile. "Aha, yes. Please continue." No matter how slow he was, Ouyang Shuo could see that she had a problem. But all he could do was soldier on and pretend he saw nothing. He continued, "In fact, what I want to say is very simple. That is, can you replace me at night? She gets a fairy tale before bedtime. As long as you can help me, please name your conditions." "Oh, this, no problem. I also like Binger. I see her as a little sister. No need to mention any conditions. As long as you cook dinner every night for us, I will do it." Sun Xiaoye said readily. "Thank you. You are helping me a great deal," Ouyang Shuo said, and did not say more. They were thinking alike, and there was no need to say more. The embarrassed mood passed, but they had nothing else to talk about. Ouyang Shuo went back to Binger's room and saw the little girl quietly working on her homework at her desk, cute enough to kill. Assured that Binger would get her story read to her by Xia, this set his mind at ease. Ouyang Shuo went back to his room after giving Binger a kiss. Although Binger might not have been happy with everything, she knew better than to bother her brother needlessly. When Ouyang Shuo had arrived online, the game time was just after 8 a.m. From outside the door came a whirring sound, mixed with waves of cheers. Opening the door, Ouyang Shuo saw that General Shi was displaying his spearmanship while Zhao Daxian and the others were watching from the sides, fascinated by his skill and from time to time applauding. Seeing that Ouyang Shuo had come out, Zui exclaimed, "Lord Sire." Ouyang Shuo quickly replied, "No need to stand on ceremony. As the saying goes, the day is in the morning. Today we have a lot of things to do. As for specific circumstances, I am going into the village after the new settlers are ushered in. If you are free, you can go with me. Please ask the prince workers." Everyone came to the village again. Sure enough, another group of people had gathered there. They were the same, thin and dressed in poor rags. The difference was that this was a group of 15 people and had a mix of men and women, old and young. They were also carrying more belongings, some with a backpack, more like a family migration than the first batch. They were led by a man in his 50s named Lao Zheng. He was very sturdily built and tough-looking. Everyone briefly introduced themselves after realizing who Ouyang Shuo was and did not stay out in the village for too long. Ouyang Shuo personally took the luggage of the old man and took the lead in bringing the group back. Zhao Daxian, alarmed to see Ouyang Shuo carrying the luggage, quickly intervened to help with the luggage of the others and followed the group back. Respect for the elderly was one of the traditional virtues of China, so Ouyang Shuo hoped that through a hands-on example, it would pass to all of the others. Back at the Lord's manor, a cook fire was set quickly. This time, among the 15, there was a pair of middle-aged couples. In one, the husband was a junior blacksmith, while the wife was a cook. After breakfast, Ouyang Shuo started getting a detailed understanding of everyone's situation. 15 people, 5 special talents. The other 10 were ordinary farmers. The older man in his 50s, surnamed Song, was a senior doctor and was the first high-level talent in the village. Young child Erwazi was a shepherd, only 11 years old, very skinny and underfed, and also an orphan. Li Taiju was a blacksmith, burly, with bright and piercing eyes, looking a bit like a simpleton. His wife was named Li, a junior chef, and a young mother. The most special was another woman. This woman was 28 and quite beautiful. She was called Shuiyingyu. Originally a businesswoman, she had been trained to grow up and help her father in the family business. Half a month ago, the family's caravan encountered robbers. Under the protection of their escort, she was able to escape. She had found herself lost in the wilderness and, after many hardships, had almost starved to death. Dr. Song had saved her, and finally, after following their current group of wanderers, they had come to Shanghai Village. After gaining a general understanding of the situation of these immigrants, Ouyang Shuo gathered everyone into the courtyard. Nearly 30 people gathered, a decent-sized crowd. Seeing the growing numbers, Ouyang Shuo said proudly, "Today there are 15 new brothers and sisters who have joined the big family of Shanghai Village. The village is still being built up from scratch, and it is hard to say that we're doing well, but we are here and trying. We have 3 things to accomplish today. First of all, we have to complete the repairs of the fences. Secondly, we have to build a small residential courtyard to provide shelter for everyone. Finally, I hope that everyone will work hard together and obey their leaders, so that we accomplish all this and get your homes built before night falls." The excited crowd answered together, "I will follow the Lord's commands. Here, I declare the specific personnel arrangements." Zhao Daxian immediately bowed as he answered, "Sir, I formally appoint you as construction team captain. Coordinate all the building projects in the village." "Thank you, sire, for the promotion." Finished, Zhao Daxian returned to his original post-ion. System tip. Zhao Daxian has been promoted by his lord. His loyalty has increased 5 points. Zhao Yufeng. "Sir," Zhao Yufeng quickly stepped out. "You are appointed as the acting chief of the basic logging site and are responsible for the securing of timber for our territory." "Thank you, sire, for the promotion." Also finished, he returned to his original place. System tip. Zhao Yufang has been promoted by his lord. His loyalty has increased 5 points. In addition to the 2 men, Ouyang Shuo appointed Song Dafu as the one responsible for collecting herbs, Miss Choi for logistics. Miss Li was responsible for the food, and Wazi was to attend to himself. These 4 people are not in the distribution of labor. The rest were temporarily included with the construction team. Song Dafu came forward. "Thank you, sire," he said. Ouyang Shuo waved his hand to accept the words, then said, "We are starting work. Dr. Miss Choi and Wazi with me." Finished. Ouyang Shuo stopped Zhao Dexian and gave him the drawing for the residential courtyards and dining hall, with clear directions on where he wanted these buildings constructed. The residential halls would be in the west area, along the north/south line. The dining hall would be built in the southwest, close to the Lord's Manor. After his instructions were done, the rest of the people under Zhao Dexian set out to work. Zhao Yufang and his team waited a minute to speak with him. "Sire, I'm afraid the work that can be done by my team might be limited. We have older folk in my team." Ouyang Shuo smiled and patted his shoulder, saying, "Yes, I've already purchased 500 units of wood to help cover the needs for the moment. What you have to do is explore the forest and see what is available for us to use. Calculate the total amount of wood that can be harvested. In addition, you need to pay attention and see if there are any precious trees and mark them for attention. Yufang, your job is important." Zhao Yufang suddenly realized what he had to do and respectfully said, "Thank you for your instruction, sire. We will do this quickly." "Well, get to work." Sending Zhao Yufang and his people away, Ouyang Shuo turned to address the Song trio. "Dr. Song, the village has no way at the moment for you to set up a hospital. For the time being, you will stay in the Lord's Manor. When our territory upgrades to a level 2 village, we will be able to build you a clinic." The doctor was considered a gentleman by Shuo, hence his treatment. Dr. Song's expression was light-skinned, with delicate bones and an indifferent expression. "As sire has arranged, I have nothing to ask except for one thing. Miss Choi is a gentlewoman, and I hope the Lord might be able to take care of her." Ouyang Shuo quickly replied, "This is only natural. So, I think Miss Choi might act as housekeeper, as I hope the Lord intends." They turned to look at Miss Choi. Seeing Miss Choi being agreeable, Dr. Song spoke quickly, "This is excellent. With this kind of treatment, if there are no objections, nobody will complain." He turned to Miss Choi. "Miss Choi, before any others rush to claim the job, do you have any objections?" Miss Choi was a businessman's daughter, but also ladylike. Her appearance was naturally elegant, with a gentle temperament, and somehow managed to be stylish even with her travel-worn appearance. Her sufferings and hardships had not soured her beauty, but in the gentleness was more than a trace of new strength. She slowly went opposite of Dr. Song, bowing to him and saying affectionately, "I thank Senior for caring for this little miss." He had been caring for her all this time, and naturally, she was grateful for him looking out for her. Dr. Song quickly lifted her back up, saying, "Very good. Since you have said this, come and meet your brother." Choi Yu rose and turned to Shuo, bowing again. "Little sister Yu greets big brother." "Thank you, big brother, for taking care of little sister." Ouyang Shuo quickly answered, "It is truly nothing. It is my fortune to greet missing you. My surname is Ouyang. You may call me that if you like. Big brother Ouyang may call me Yu, as this family also called me. He. After they set the proper brother and sister relationship, Choi Yu was no longer very cautious, recovering some of her natural demeanor. System tip. Congratulations to player Chiyu Yu and NPC Choi Yu for setting a brother and sister relationship. Unlocking the God-sibling system. Reward is 200 reputation points. Ouyang Shuo glanced at the stats of Choi Yu. Name, Choi Yu Silver. Identity, Shanghai Village, Lady of the House. Occupation, businesswoman. Loyalty, 85 points. Features, careful planning. Enhances trade profits in the area by 1%. Evaluation. From the Choi commercial family, family of women, gentle temperament, proper businesswoman. She was actually a silver talent, a pleasant surprise. She was indeed a valuable retainer. With a loyalty of 85, he was immediately able to trust this rare new talent. Without hesitation, Ouyang Shuo took the resource bag from his waist and pressed it into her hands, solemnly saying, "Ingyu, we are a family now, and your brother entrusts this material to your custody. I will have to trouble you with our material management." Ingyu solemnly took the resource bag, asking how it was used. She then said, "Thank you, Brother Ouyang. Ingyu will live up to Big Brother's trust." After arranging for Dr. Song's and Ingyu's affairs, Ouyang Shuo turned to the little boy hiding off to the side. He was playing with the black wolf cub like a little herdsman as Ouyang Shuo loudly said, "Wazi, come." Yesterday, Ouyang Shuo had let Yufeng make a wooden cage. The bottom of it was covered with hay, a den for the cub. Wazi was still a child, of course, and upon seeing the cute little cub, he immediately wanted to play with it, sneaking past to tease the cub. Hearing Ouyang Shuo's call, Wazi stiffened reflexively. Goofing off before the Lord and being negligent, he naturally was afraid of being punished. "Sir," he called out, quickly trotting back to Shaw. Ouyang Shuo brought him to his side, patting his head. He said, "Do not be afraid. Tell me, what did you used to do?" Wazi, with his head down, meekly replied, "I used to help with the cattle. That was then, this is now. For now, you will just follow me as a temporary servant. When there is time, Sister Chui will teach you how to read. Do you understand me? I do not have any cattle to give you now to manage." Hearing that not only he was not going to be punished, but instead had the opportunity to learn how to read, Wazi nodded excitedly, saying loudly, "I understand." He was thinking inside that his former landlord and this new lord were definitely not the same. Ouyang Shuo said, "Well, study hard. In the future, you will be a useful talent for the territory. In addition, I have an important job for you." With just his fingers, he stuck them through the cage of the pup to tease it. "Watching you tease it, I have given it a name. It will be called Black Fong. You need to take care of him and feed him well. Can you do it?" Hearing that he was going to get to take care of Black Fong, Wazi got even happier and nodded so hard that his head might fall off. "I can do it." Ouyang Shuo patted his head, saying, "Well, go play with him. If something comes up, I will call you." With the arrangements for his people completed, Ouyang Shuo went to find General Shi and ask more about the situation with the wild goats. He made up his mind to see if those goats could be brought back to captivity. Ouyang Shuo walked to the east wing of the Lord's Manor and found General Shi reading a book on military history. He did not bother him, but the general quickly felt him watching. He turned and saw Ouyang Shuo standing at the door. Quickly, he rose and bowed in salute, calling out, "Lord." Then, puzzled, he asked, "Since the Lord already came, why did you not enter? There's nothing to fear." Ouyang Shuo laughed. "Seeing you concentrating so hard, I could not bear to disturb you." General Shi smiled and scratched his head. "My lord laughs. I just like to read the books on war in my leisure time. I do not know what else to say to the Lord. Have you come to tell me something?" "Yes, there is something I need to ask you. Yesterday, you returned and said you had encountered a group of wild goats. I do not know their location. Can you find them again?" General Shi frowned, thinking for a moment, and slowly said, "I remember that the group of goats numbered 50 or so. Some were killed by the wild dogs. The rest scattered and fled. It is so. At the moment, there is no livestock in the territory, and meat is very scarce. Yesterday, you mentioned the goats in passing. I was wondering, could we not capture them and bring them back to be domesticated?" General Shi was surprised for a moment. "The Lord is really far-sighted. I admire you. With the Lord's permission, I will go and see if find where I met them and follow their tracks." "That sounds hard. I will wait for you to bring any good news." After sending General Shi away, Ouyang Shuo began to wander in the village to assess the progress of the construction everywhere. At rest time, he sat down and chatted with everyone, listening to them and giving them attention. In this way, the villagers would gradually recognize the work of a meticulous, intelligent, yet approachable lord. On seeing him, They would take the initiative to salute greetings. Ouyang Shuo was not haughty and gave each of them a smile in response. Before lunch, the fence was finished. At the entrance gate to the village, they put up a simple wooden gatehouse. Above the gate, they engraved Shanghai Village, 3 simple characters that declared that the mountain village was officially rooted in the wilderness. At 3 p.m., General Shuo came back, bearing both good news and bad news. The good news was that on his patrol he met a bandit riding a horse, and after killing him, gained both a horse and an iron sword. The bad news was that the wild goats had left no trail and effectively vanished in a thin air, so Ouyang Shuo could only pine over their loss. Ouyang Shuo took the horse and iron sword from the general and looked at their stats. Name: poor horse, bronze. Weight: 30 kilograms. Speed: 20 kilometers/day. Consumption: 3 units of forage/day. Evaluation: this can barely be ridden. Absolutely not a warhorse. Name: poor iron sword, bronze grade. Hardness: 5. Toughness: 3. Evaluation: iron sword is a defective product. Please use with caution. At this stage, even bronze-level equipment was rare. Suddenly, he had 2 without even using his own hands. If he were to let other players know, they'd be half dead with envy. This was part of the advantage of Lord-class players. The higher the risk, the higher the chance of better drops. These kind of high-level monsters were nothing in the eyes of General Shuo. With a horse and iron sword, Ouyang Shuo could now go out and inspect his own territory. He didn't need to stay in the village all day. Before learning the basics of riding and spearmanship, he was nearly useless. In the evening, the small residential courtyard and dining hall had both been built. During the feast in the new dining hall, Ouyang Shuo began to shift everyone's accommodations. The main hall of the Lord's Manor was the living room, which was being used for hospitality and any proceedings. There were rooms to the right and left of the living room. To the east was his office. On the west was his bedroom. There were courtyards on both sides of the room, with another 2 rooms off of them. The east room was General Shuo's, while the west currently held the 10 people from Zhao Village. Last night, 10 people slept there, but they barely had enough room. After the completion of the small residential courtyard, he had room for 20 people to live. Tonight, most of the Zhao people would move away, leaving only Zhao Dexian and Zhao Yufang in their new home. The previously empty West Wing would now accommodate Shui Yingyu on one side, and Dr. Song and Air Wazi in the other. Over the next 3 days, the territory began to build up rapidly. The public bathrooms, blacksmith shop, quarry, and grocery store had all been built, and they'd added 4 more residential courtyards. The logging and quarry areas had also begun operating, with 10 farmers arranged each day to produce 100 units of wood and 50 units of stone. He didn't know why, but he must have consumed too much good luck for the first couple of days, because he only received 3 special talents out of the 45 new immigrants over these 3 days. The junior Mason Zhongshan was a middle-aged man, whom Ouyang Shuo appointed as the quarry manager. Merchant Li Fugue, a fat old man, was put in charge of the grocery store. The biggest surprise was a senior shipbuilder, who was also the second highly skilled person in the territory. He was called Zheng Dehai, a 30-year-old with a dark complexion, short and pithy. It was early morning in the game as Ouyang Shuo came on at his usual time. Opening the door to the courtyard was always fun. General Shuo was practicing his spearmanship like normal. Like his officers, martial arts was practiced until it was an instinct. Not practicing made his whole body itchy. Dr. Song was in the courtyard on the other side, doing kung fu. In the corner of the courtyard, Air Wazi was playing with Black Fong while feeding him. Since receiving the Iron Sword 3 days ago, he had also joined the ranks of early morning martial arts. General Shuo was happy to provide him guidance, or the road to mastery would have taken many detours. The sword was the most profound military weapon and the most difficult to learn. Practice started with the broadsword. It was a one-handed flat sword, straight and pointed, practiced for 3-5 hours a day, until you could accurately tell the difference in weight from an insect landing on the blade. Ouyang Shuo understood the reason for this practice. It was part of how the game handled skills. In Earth Online, the skills of the players were divided into System Boot Mode and Free Mode. Boot Mode meant the skills of a book. After reading them, you didn't control them. When improving mediation skills, for example, the game would automatically display any improvements. Free Mode was something original to Earth Online, where the player learned skills and the contents of a book were imprinted in the mind. Then, the players had to act in accordance with the moves and practice tips in their mind, actually putting in practice time like martial arts in general. So players in the game practiced, and through the system's spiritual connection, the memory of this exercise was passed to the reality of their body. Through repeated training, this exercise was strengthened into instinct. In this case, the player could, in reality, with a little practice, wake up his body's memory, and in the real world display the game's martial arts. Of course, the choice of Free Mode had a prerequisite in that it applied only to specific skill books open to Free Mode. Through the special skills books, Gaia had, through refining real martial arts, deduced the perfect reality defying power law. In reality, the ancient Wu family, by contributing martial arts texts, had access to the closed beta qualifications and custom game cabins. More importantly, with Gaia's incredible computing ability applied to existing martial arts powers, combined with modern human medical research, they had formed a new and more complete science of martial arts abilities. These abilities were infuriatingly hard to practice because of the extremely rare internal energy requirements. Things like spearmanship were, in the end, only a kind of physical memory. To really master the sword, you needed to repeatedly practice it in reality. Practicing internal force was completely different. You had to stir the spirit and body to produce internal force, and then control your chi while running it through your meridians. Therefore, the players in the game practiced internal strength. In reality, the game cabin had an intelligent system that stimulated the same thing, so that your body also produced internal forces, and a nutrient delivery system accurately transported the energy required for cultivation. It was not just more practical than real practice, but was also more efficient and a perfect combination of ancient kung fu and modern technology. In fact, this was also part of the interplanetary plan codenamed Hope. After all, right now nobody was aware of the condition of Planet Hope. Was it a primitive planet? Had it evolved to a high level, or was there another civilization there? Everything was unknown. In this case, being able to enhance the physical abilities of the people was a good choice. These scientific martial art powers were put in every corner of the game for players to explore. Beta players were unable to distinguish between the true and false powers. A year after release, after every human alive had logged in, Gaia had announced the way to differentiate between true and false. The method was simple. Any power ending with by or code were true, and anything ending with surgery or law was false. There was only one exception, and that was that all the basic skills were true, such as the basic riding and spearmanship skills, which Ouyang Shuo was currently learning. In his past life, one of the 6 tyrants of Han, Feng Qingyang, had been the representative of the ancient Wu family, and relying on his own judgment of martial arts, discovered Gaia's method, and how to judge which methods were true and false. Within a year, the Wu family secretly hoarded a massive number of real powers, and so when Gaia announced the truth, it left them crying into their cups. In this world, Ouyang Shuo would naturally take advantage of his knowledge. Back in the courtyard, Ouyang Shuo began in accordance with the basic spearmanship tips, practicing large swings. He was ready to continue with the practice, as he hadn't found any martial arts powers to work with yet. Due to his rebirth, he naturally wanted to spend the most time practicing the best skills. Because of this arrogance, he didn't want to spend a lot of time practicing basic skills. In China, there was a set of the highest level of classic internal strength manuals, broken into 3 sets of powers. In the past 5 years, nobody had gotten more than 2 of them. In this world, Ouyang Shuo's goal was to cobble together these 3 sets of skills, combined with the strongest internal strength books, and make their fusion his strongest trump card. After practicing with a large spear for a whole hour, Ouyang Shuo ended his morning exercises. Carrying the spear, he walked towards the living room. Every morning at 9 a.m., the managers of the territory gathered there, a rule he had set the day before. At this stage, only 5 people were participating in the proceedings there. General Shi, Trade Manager Cui Yingyu, Construction Manager Elder Dexian, Logging Manager Zhao Yufang, and Quarry Manager Zheng Xiaopao. In addition, if there were additional issues, relevant personnel could be invited to attend. For example, today's issues were related to the construction of the dockyard, so Ouyang Shuo had informed senior shipbuilder Zheng Dehai to attend today. By the time Ouyang Shuo came into the central chamber, everyone had arrived. On the front wall of the chamber was a water painting whose painter was unknown, with a few rough lines and pins under it. In the middle of the hall was a red sandalwood chair, with 3 normal chairs on both sides of it. To his left, the first seat was held by General Shi, followed by Zhao Dexian and Zheng Xiaopao. To his right was Cui Yingyu, followed by Zhao Yufang and Zheng Dehai. He greeted everyone one by one as he sat down on the chair, saying simply, "Let's begin. Yingyu, first report on the territory's resources to summarize the situation." "Yes," Cui Yingyu stated crisply, standing up. "Our stock of resources is currently as follows. For 1,750 units of forage and grain, 220 units of wood, 390 units of stone, for 150 units of iron. Our resources output is currently logging 100 units of wood per day, quarry 50 units of stone per day. According to the current progress of our territory, construction is expected to encounter a shortage of wood, and it has been recommended to increase logging operations." Hearing her report, Ouyang Shuo did not immediately respond. He had taken the opportunity to look at the few construction blueprints that he had bought from the basic market again, and took a look at their construction conditions. Ferry provides transport services on both sides of the river. Construction conditions: public docks, ferry construction drawings, ferryman, timber 40 units, stone 20 units. Build time, 1 day. Basic terminal provides cargo distribution for docked civilian vessels. Construction conditions: terminal construction drawings, timber 400 units, stone 200 units. Construction time, 3 days. Basic shipyard constructs ordinary civilian vessels, including ordinary fishing boats and passenger ships. Construction conditions: basic shipbuilder, timber 100 units, stone 50 units. Construction time, 2 days. Village temple. The villagers believe in the land, raises morale of residents. Construction conditions: village temple construction drawings, timber 400 units, stone 350 units. Construction time, 2 days. He calculated in his heart, together with the basic barracks and the 5 civilian squares which had not been calculated, he was very sure about the resources needed for a Grade 1 village. After his calculations were complete, Ouyang Shuo started with this. "I just figured out some statistics a bit. To complete all of the construction projects, the total need for wood is 1,240 units, for stone, 760 units. Very good report, very detailed. This does not include the subsequent construction materials of fishing vessels that we will be needing. Our current timber production speed has been unable to keep up with our construction speed. Adding to it is imperative. There are a total of 87 people in the territory. In addition to our special talents, 70 of them are farmers. The labor force is still adequate, so I have decided to increase the lumber field to 20 farmers." Saying that, Ouyang Shuo turned to Zhao Yufang. "Manager Zhao, you have to do a good job of coordinating the workers. Work hard to protect our timber supply." Zhao Yufang quickly rose and said loudly, "Yes, I will ensure the task is completed." Ouyang Shuo smiled. "In addition, your mission from a few days ago, how did it go?" Zhao Yufang frowned and said, "These days I traveled the territory and found that within our territory, there is only the single forest to the west. These woods are only expected to produce 8,000 units of wood. Outside our territory, I have not probed because of fear of an accident." Ouyang Shuo pondered a moment, looking around the crowd, and said seriously, "Manager Zhao just raised a sharp problem. We are logging and quarrying outside the village, and are vulnerable to beasts and bandits out there. The terminal will be focused on construction of the ferry, but the shipyard and ferry will be outside our current security and are vulnerable. These will be core industries of the territory, and we must ensure their safe operation. I am afraid it is difficult to take care of it all. For now, the top priority is to build the basic military camp, train up some militia, and improve the military strength of the territory. Seeing General Shuo getting excited, Ouyang Shuo smiled and said to him, "General Shuo, the task of forming the militia team I give to you. Recruitment is set to 10 men. From now on, I can promise you that as long as you qualify the men to be soldiers, the work teams of all the departments will release them to you." General Shuo laughed and said loudly, "I will no longer be an officer with no men. Please rest assured, Lord, that the final results will be a bloodthirsty and powerful militia and will not disappoint the trust of the Lord." Ouyang Shuo nodded and turned to Zhao Dexian. He took the building plans for the barracks, ferry, dock, shipyards, and village temple out of his resource bag. Elder Dexian, take the remaining 5 building plans. Arrange their overall construction order. For the next 4 days, all of the extra workers that come in addition to special talents, will join your construction team. Zhao Daxian quickly rose to take the drawings, saying loudly, "As long as the material is supplied in a timely manner, I guarantee that within 5 days, all the buildings will be completed." As the elder took his seat again, Ouyang Shuo continued, "With short-term plans addressed, I would like to take this opportunity to talk to you about long-term plans so that everyone has a good idea where we are going. The ocean will be the core of the future development of the territory. Controlling the ocean, we will be able to strangle the trade throat of the world and occupy the strategic center of the transitional wars in the future. To achieve this strategic goal, we must build a strong sea fleet. Therefore, shipbuilding will become the core industry in the future. We are fortunate that our territory now has a senior shipbuilder." Ouyang Shuo turned to Zheng Dehai and said to him, "Master Zheng, I hope that you will be able to quickly find yourself apprentices and cultivate a number of basic, intermediate, and even advanced shipbuilders." Zheng Dehai got up calmly and said evenly, "I accept the task from sire." Ouyang Shuo nodded, looking around. "These proceedings are done for today. The arrangements for the tasks assigned by this meeting will be implemented one by one." Everyone else had risen and said together, "We will live up to the trust sire has given us." It was the first year of Gaia and the first 10 days. After 4 days of construction, the construction projects of the territories were nearing completion. The ferry, junior barracks, and the remaining 5 residences had been completed. The basic shipyard, basic docks, and village temple had also entered the finishing stage and would be completed today. The ferry had been built on the northern shore of the Friendship River, at the landing location of Ouyang Shuo and General Shuo's raft from the very first day, a very memorable location. With the ferry, they could cross the Friendship River and explore the hinterlands of the Lianzhou Basin. Shipyards and docks were being built on the eastern side of his territory, near the canyon's edge. Over the past 4 days, 60 more immigrants had arrived, mostly lumberjacks, fishermen, and farmers, along with 5 special talents. An older man, nearly 50 but hale and hearty, and also easygoing, everyone called him Old Man Jean. Ouyang Shuo put him on the dock for the ferry, where he had once hidden his simple raft. The biggest harvest was a 20-year-old man of clear and beautiful appearance, almost childlike, named Gu Xiuan. Although he wasn't a scholar, he had passed the county tests and government assessments. Coupled with his grade, meant he was already a decently learned man. What's more special was that Gu Xiuan, although he was only a black iron level talent, had a specialty. This showed that he had great potential. With a little training, he could be promoted to silver level at any time. Name, Gu Xiuan, black iron level. Identity, Shanghai village clerk. Occupation, civil service, childborn. Loyalty, 75 points. Commander, 25 force, 15 intelligence, 35 political, 40. Expertise, strong knowledge of government. Enhances the territory's administrative efficiency 5%. Evaluation, a penniless scholar from a poor family, literate and familiar with poetry and literature, and a modest gentleman. Ouyang Shuo immediately appointed him as the clerk for the territory, responsible for paperwork, population registration, and other work, and the first thing he arranged to give him was the task to prepare the population roster of the territory. Gu Xiuwen could already win an evaluation of a modest gentleman, enough to explain his character. Ouyang Shuo was ready to train him as a future important internal affairs manager, and so he appointed him as a clerk with appropriate duties. Thinking of the development of the past few days, Ouyang Shuo paced towards the northwest corner of the barracks. Wazi was leading 2 horses behind him, keeping them ready for him. At the barracks door, General Shi was standing with his 10 carefully selected recruits, eagerly waiting for this moment. Seeing Ouyang Shuo, he laughed and said excitedly, "Lord, come, come." Looking at the blunt and straightforward expression, Ouyang Shuo felt helpless. He could only smile and say, "Okay, I know you are impatient. I approve their class change. Send them in." The area of the barracks was not large. The main entrance was a solitary wooden gatehouse, barely enough to deal with arrows. Through the door was a small exercise field. On the west side of the exercise field, 2 targets were placed on the south side for practicing archery. On the west of the field were placed half a dozen scarecrows, intended for practicing fighting skills. There were 3 rooms in the barracks: the class change chamber, the meeting chamber, and the officers' lounge. The east wing of the barracks was the dormitory for the soldiers, basically a large room with beds. The west wing held 2 rooms, namely a dining hall and armory. The men came to the class change chamber, and General Shi put his hand on the door, sounding a system prompt. System tip: congratulations to player Chiue Wui for opening the class change chamber of the military camp. Commoners can be converted into militia. The cost is 10 silver coins. Please select the number to be converted. 10 people. System tip: the number of people is confirmed, deducting 1 gold coin from player Chiue Wui. Ouyang Shuo saw the door slowly open to the class change chamber. It was a dark room, and he could not see within. He arranged the 10 farmers in a column, and one by one sent them into the room. When the first militiaman came out, he already had a new look. His rags had disappeared, replaced by a new linen dress with a simple leather breastplate. He was holding a simple spear, and his demeanor had become more determined and aggressive. Ouyang Shuo took the opportunity to check the new soldier's stats. Name: Zhang Daniu. Identity: Shanghai Village Militia Team Member. Occupation: Militia. Level: Level 1. Combat Power: 2 points. Attack/Defense Comprehensive Index. The standard civilian combat power value is 1. Consumption: 2 units forage/day. Equipment: linen dress, simple leather armor, simple spear. Evaluation: just a peasant. In order to become a qualified soldier, needs long-term rigorous training. Militia basically gained 1 combat power for every level they had. After it had risen to 10 points, they could make the transfer to a formal soldier, as they could not advance higher otherwise. Turning them into soldiers required an intermediate barracks. In less than half an hour, all 10 farmers had been turned into militia. Compared to real professional soldiers, they were nothing. But for civilians, militia were dangerous enemies. Ouyang Shuo quickly gathered them into a squad, led by General Shi. With the militia class change completed, Ouyang Shuo was ready to take them out leveling for the first time. He led the group of people out of the barracks. He rode the poor horse and was in front of the new squad. General Shi rode his yellow horse and followed behind. Farther behind were the 10 militiamen in leather, holding long spears in their hands. Along the way, the villagers paused and stopped working, judging the militia who had undergone a big change. "Hey, Nyowazi, I have to enter the army. I did not know Sire was recruiting people. Don't they look good? I have seen few armies so domineering. That armor is sparkling. Without acting, they could blind the enemy." This was said in a jealous voice. "Wow, we finally have an army. We won't have to worry about wolves when cutting down wood. 1 thrust of a spear, the beasts will definitely die." This was said in a happy voice. "Wow, the general is handsome. Auntie, please do not join in the fun. You have no taste. I feel our Lord Sire is more handsome. That marvelous stubble, the dirty linen clothes, that skinny horse, people cannot stand it, so handsome. Auntie, are you boasting about me, or damaging me, huh? The great Lord Sire had an injured expression. The recruits looked straight ahead with wide eyes not deviating. Their ears were opened wide, quietly taking in the words of praise and remembering them in their hearts. They followed Ouyang Shuo's black face on his skinny horse, who led them quickly away. For this time, Ouyang Shuo elected the leveling site to be the west side of the woods. This would not only give the team exercise, but also remove hidden dangers for the lumber teams, serving two purposes. While riding, he looked at his own stats. Name, Chiyu Wui. Title, none. Territory, Shanghai Village. Merit, 500 out of 800 title. First class Baron. Occupation, Officer, Subpopulation. Level, 6, 10,000/15900. Reputation, Locally popular, 700/1000. Body structure, 18 Comprehension, 20 Chi, 5 Charm, 8. Commander, 12 Force, 6 Intelligence, 6 Political, 12. Talent, not open. Power law, none. Skills, Basic Collection, Basic Shipbuilding, Basic Diplomacy, Basic Assessment, Basic Weapons Proficiency, Basic Riding, Basic Spearmanship, Basic Archery. Mount, Poor Horse, Bronze. Equipment, Poor Iron Spear, Bronze. His time had been spent busily building his territory up. As such, he had not taken a step out of the village, and was still at the beginner level of 6. Personal Adventure Mode players were already breaking level 15. Teams of high-end players had finally been able to slowly kill enemies, getting the money and equipment needed to promote their strength and growth. From now on, the strength of high-end players was going to enter a relatively rapid growth period. However, he wasn't anxious at all. Lords had never relied on grinding to advance, but military action. Lords whose soldiers fought the enemy got 5% of the experience. In one battle, it was easy to gain 3 or 4 levels quickly. The group marched for half an hour and came to the primary logging field. They got off their horses and left them at the logging field and headed into the woods. Their first encounter was with a pack of wild dogs. Ouyang Shuo looked at their stats with his basic assessment skill. Name, Ordinary Wild Dogs. Level 3. Skills, Bite Pack. Evaluation. The dogs use teamwork to capture prey. Their individual combat effectiveness is limited. The level of wild dogs was only 3, just useful to train up low levels. In front of this group of 8 wild dogs, Ouyang Shuo told General Shi to select 2 men, each to take out a dog alone. The rest of the militia would split off to deal with the remaining 5. Seeing a wild dog charge his way, Ouyang Shuo did not retreat. Settling into his stance, hands on his spear, he followed the incoming dog's path. As the dog leapt at him, his iron spear stabbed straight into its neck. Unfortunately, the spear barely went into the dog. The weight of the animal plus the force of its leap passed a huge amount of force into the spear, and he almost lost his grip. Luckily, the dog was injured. Ouyang Shuo quickly pulled the tip out as he deflected it to his right side. As it landed, he thrust again and pierced it dead. System notification. Congratulations to player Chiyu Wui for killing an ordinary wild dog. Your reward is 300 experience points. To get to level 7, he needed 5,900 XP, so he needed to kill 20 dogs. Using the basic collection technique, he harvested the dog's body and got a piece of wild dog skin. Broken wild dog skin, quality 1, can barely be used to make clothing. On the other side, General Shi was directing the 2 solo soldiers, and their 2 dogs were stabbed to death. To the side, the rest of the militia were fighting. As it was their first time fighting, their performances were naturally miserable, and he was scolding them scathingly. Stupid, hold a spear stably. If you cannot even hold your own weapon, go home and be a farmer. And you, aiming at empty air, are you a spearman or a fart? You, don't stand motionless. Your feet move with your hands. Ouyang Shuo observed from the side that most of them were confused about what to do. There were only two of them who seemed to know what they were doing, jumping in and out while fighting. One of them was the one who had been the first to change his class, Zhang Daniu, 23 years old. He was a horse-faced, tall man who was very simple-looking. He had said that his father was a hunter, and he used to follow his father into the mountains to hunt often. The other was called San Guzi, 27 years old, also very tall, but thin as bamboo. In the village, he was a character everyone called Dog Lord. It took a full 10 minutes for the fight with the wild dogs to finish. After a round of fighting, each militia member earned 150 XP, enough to hit level 2. Two of them were bitten by the dogs and had to apply Dr. Song's golden cream to their wounds, then bandage them up. Taking advantage of this time, Ouyang Shuo harvested the other 7 wild dogs, getting 2 good skins and 3 broken skins. 2 of the dogs died so miserably that they didn't even leave a broken or tattered skin. Good wild dog skin. Quality 4 points, suitable for making clothing. After dressing the wounded, they continued forwards. Along the way, they encountered more wild dogs, sometimes in small groups, sometimes in bigger ones. With General Shi's training, they didn't panic and started to show some basic discipline and teamwork. The morning soon passed. The militia had risen to the 4th level, and Ouyang Shuo had 2,000 experience left until the 7th level. At noon, everyone returned to the logging field to rest and get lunch. In the afternoon, it was back into the woods, directly into the depths of it. There, they no longer encountered wild dogs there, but level 4 wolves and level 5 wild boars instead. Name: Ordinary Wolf. Level 4. Skills: Bite Pack. Evaluation: a group of cunning and patient hunters, always a headache. Name: Ordinary Wild Boar. Level 5. Skills: Charge. Evaluation: looks stupid, but will attack until it dies. The wolves were always in groups of less than 10. The boars were used to living alone, but sometimes a piglet and its mother would appear at the same time. By 5 p.m., Ouyang Shuo had reached level 7, and his collection skill had risen to the intermediate level, gaining a lot of wolf and wild boar hide. The militia had reached level 5. Their combat power was now 6 points, and upgrading was becoming more difficult. Unknowingly, they had come to the edge of his territory. A stone stood on the border line, engraved with the 3 characters of Shanghai Village. Next to the line was a line of small print, Gaia, January 1st, Year 1, representing the date the monument had been set. Because he couldn't leave his territory, as he was the Lord, everyone had to return with him, following the same route from which they had come from. Just as they were heading back, they heard a squealing roar nearby. Accompanied by the sound of breaking branches and thrashing leaves, the ground began to tremble. Rushing out to take a look, it was a good target, which turned out to be a giant wild boar. It was twice the size of a normal boar, with big tusks curving up out of its muzzle. The hair on its back was white and bristling stiffly. With those 2 massive tusks, it looked like something dangerous to mess with. Ouyang Shuo assessed it quickly and was promptly terrified. Level 10. Skills: Brutal Charge, Earth Tremor. Evaluation: you would rather meet the god of the underworld than the wild boar king. This was an unexpected surprise. In the game, monsters didn't drop things often, with the exception of boss creatures. The drops from bosses were not money or equipment, but special items. Special items were very rare, and generally far more valuable than equipment. To deal with this wild boar king, they needed General Shi to personally act. Whether it was Ouyang Shuo or the militia, sending either of them up would only be giving it free food. He couldn't let the militia take the risk. Unlike players, NPCs were dead once they died. You couldn't resurrect them. General Shi had spent the entire day playing coach and nanny, and his heart had long been tired of just watching. Seeing the wild boar king, he immediately grew excited. He first took out his white bow, aimed it at the boar, and with one arrow, hit and blinded it in its right eye. Squealing in pain, the boar king immediately charged at him. By this time, Ouyang Shuo and the militia had discreetly retreated to the bushes and had hidden away. General Shuo was worthy of his fierce name. Choosing to neither stand nor flee, he threw himself directly at the angry pig. Seeing that the man was charging towards it, the boar suddenly stopped and stomped on the ground with its front hooves. The ground under General Shuo collapsed, and he immediately fell to the ground. Seeing this opportunity, the wild boar king ran up, head lowered, its tusks glinting in the sunset. In the nick of time, General Shuo's left hand slapped down and lifted him off the ground like a spring, escaping the pig's charge. In midair, General Shuo turned his body, feet together, his spear turning upon the big boar and holding firm. The pig barely reacted as the great iron spear punched into its neck. At that moment, General Shuo, seeing that the pig was going to hit him, leapt into the air. His feet came down on the pig's back, driving his spear in with his full weight. He heaved the spear out in a spray of blood, and the pig's inertia took it forward a few more steps before it bled out and crashed to the ground. Because the boar was basically soloed by General Shuo, nobody else had received any XP. Good. General Shuo is really powerful. Ouyang Shuo applauded from the side, a little stunned. This was the power of Imperial officers. A powerful body, superb skills, precise combat awareness. It was all amazing. General Shuo stood to one side, breathing a little quickly, and laughed at that. Ha ha! For the first time in a long time, I finally got a workout. Scaring the piss out of us just so you could warm up? Ouyang Shuo could only remain silent. Then his greed arose, and he went to the side of the pig, looking to see what had fallen, and saw nothing. He circled around it and located a booklet. Picking it up. Score. Such a generous pig. It was really a treasure. It was after using it, the user automatically learns the ability to tame wild boars. Lose in the east, gain in the west. Before, he'd gone out to get wild goats in the east and to the market to get the plans to domesticate wild goats. He hadn't expected to get no goats. But now in the west, he'd gotten this wild boar manual instead. Putting the book into his storage bag, Ouyang Shuo began to collect the body of the wild boar, getting 4 wild boar skins and a pair of wild boar fangs. Perfect wild boar skin, quality 8, high-level leather collected from the wild boar king, can be used to make leather armor. Rare wild boar fangs, quality 7, advanced material from the wild boar king, can be used to make jewelry. After arranging all the bounty, the group began their walk back to the logging field. It was evening when the militia team that was out leveling finally returned. Dinner had already started cooking in the dining hall, a smoke plume rising from its chimney. The villagers were gathered in 2s and 3s after a busy day, talking excitedly about what their lord had done. Running out to Ouyang Shuo, Heir Wazi took his horse and weapons from his hand. Greeting everyone politely, Ouyang Shuo quickly headed to his room, his work for the day completed, and logged off. The morning sunshine was warm as he ran the district's park trail. Breathing in the fresh air, the night's fatigue was soon cut in half. Today was the weekend, and yesterday he had promised to take Bing to a picnic, being on her own every night for the last 10 days. As Ouyang Shuo was busy playing the game, his little princess had been getting vexed at him. In the city suburbs, the cold wind blew. Luckily, the winter in Lingnan wasn't too bad and could be compared to autumn in other places. The grass in the park was just starting to yellow out. He watched Bing pretending to be a bird as she zoomed around, making the zoom-zoom sound of an airplane as she pretended to fly. Ouyang Shuo sat down on the picnic blanket. Most of the blanket was occupied by potato chips, small cakes, fruit juice, and other snacks. Bing, come eat something, he shouted out. She promptly headed towards him, sweeping her arms back into a diving posture, and roared her way in a dive into his arms. Sitting on his legs, her hands around his neck, looking sweet and tired, Bing said, "Brother, the suburbs are really fun. Sister Xiaoya did not come. It is her big loss. Xiaoya wanted to sleep late this weekend. Bing has been well behaved. Have you been listening to your big sister?" The little girl nodded vigorously, innocently saying, "Bing has been good. Big sister tells me a story every day and is also helping me with my homework. She treats me so well." Ouyang Shuo smiled. "Since Xiaoya has been so good to you, since you've come out to play, wouldn't it be nice to bring your big sister back a little gift? Binger nodded cutely, and then frowned, her little brow furrowing as she scratched her little head. She asked charmingly, what you've said is right, but what gift should Binger bring big sister? Ouyang Shuo pinched her little face, coaxing her, saying, Today, your brother will teach you how to make a garland. When you personally hand a wreath to her, Xiaoye will love it. Binger's small hand quickly grabbed his hand, smiled, and said, Well, okay, teach me quickly, brother. Also, Binger should also wear one. So, the brother and sister got up and gathered a big pile of green grass stems. Ouyang Shuo showed her step by step how to use the grass stalks to make a ring the size of a person's head. Then they added on some green leaves and wildflowers, dotting them in the grass ring until it looked good. He put his wreath on Binger's head, at which point she quickly stood up, turned in place a few times, and asked him if she looked pretty. When they arrived at home in the afternoon, Binger went to Xiaoye's door and offered the garland she had woven up like a treasure. She placed it on Xiaoye's head, saying, Big sister, this is the garland I have personally woven for you. Son Xiaoye was touched by the gesture and gave Binger a big hug, saying, Binger is really good, remembering to bring me a gift when she went out. She lifted her up and gave her a big squeeze of affection. Ouyang Shuo stood aside and watched. The big and little sister made a very pretty and happy picture. Once again coming online, it was another new day in the game. He played with the little black Fong puppy, which had already become grown half a circle in these last 10 days, as it ran around quickly. As usual, in the morning, he did an hour of spearmanship practice before going to the chamber for morning proceedings. When the village infrastructure was complete, he had to arrange the next step of the village. In his head, he already had a plan for what he wanted. There were a full 8 people summoned today. In addition to the normal 5, the newly appointed clerk Gu Xiuan, the soon-to-be appointed shipyard director Zheng Dehai, and the original mason from Zhao Village, Zhao Duong, were all also in attendance. Previously, Duong was Zhao Daxian's deputy on the construction team, but Shuo had a new appointment for him today. Ouyang Shuo sat down and directly said, Gentlemen, Shanghai Village, after 10 days of joint efforts, other than reclaiming farmland, the other infrastructure has been completed and even exceeded with the completion of 4 additional buildings. For the next step of development, I am sure you all have some of your own ideas. That will be today's main topic of specific planning. I would like to ask Secretary Gu Xiuan to report the territory demographics so that everyone is aware of them. Xiuan stood and bowed in salute to everyone before speaking. In accordance with Sire's instruction, I have been preparing the population roster for these last 2 days. Today, the total population of the village is 162 people. In 4 days, we are expected to exceed 200 people. In addition to the staff here, there are 10 people in the territory, 13 skilled people, including 4 shipbuilder apprentices. For lumber workers, we have 30 people, quarry workers 10 people, construction workers 90, most of all of them farmers by trade. Ouyang Shuo nodded and praised him for his efficient work, then said, From the population distribution of the territory, there are 2 major problems. 1, the population management is too extensive, not conducive to fine management. So, we will divide the farmers into agriculture and industry, largely fishermen. There will be 5 categories: farmers, quarrying and miners into workers, fishermen, herdsmen and breeders into herdsmen, and all the masons, carpenters, etc. into the craftsmen. After this division is complete, there should be a corresponding proof of household registration. After getting registered, there should be no need to change the permit or registration without my authorization, and household location should be adjusted accordingly, with the same groups of people living closer together. To this end, I have decided a new body will be established to be responsible for this matter, to be called the Household Registration Office. Pausing here, Ouyang Shuo looked at Gu Xiuan, smiled, and continued, Xiuan, since you have done this task so well, the responsibility of this agency shall fall onto you. Gu Xiuan quickly rose and said gratefully, Xiuan thanks Sire for his trust. I will be worthy of it. System tip: Gu Xiuan receives a promotion from his lord. His loyalty is enhanced 5 points. Ouyang Shuo waved his hand, saying, Another problem is more serious. That is, the proportion of skilled workers is too small. We need those who are skilled with technology, and we cannot just wait. We want to cultivate and encourage those skills by recruiting apprentices and improving the way we treat them. In this respect, Zhang Dehai has done well, recruiting 4 apprentices and making a good example. To this end, I have decided to appoint Zhang Dehai as director of the basic shipyard. Zhang Dehai also rose and bowed to thank him. Zhang Dehai thanked Sire for his trust. I will be worthy of it. System tip. Zhang Dehai has received a promotion from his lord. His loyalty is enhanced 5 points. Ouyang Shuo continued on. I will take this opportunity to announce a few personnel changes. The logistics office head will be upgraded to the secretary for logistics, and former Ministry of Material Reserves Secretary Cui Yingyu will take this position. Zhao Yufeng will become director of the basic logging plant, and Zhang Shun will take over as deputy director of the stone mining factory. The Land Reclamation Division, responsible for farmland, orchards, vegetable farms, and other land reclamation work, will be overseen by former construction team captain and newly appointed director Zhao Dexian. The construction team will be upgraded into construction division and will be in charge of all building jobs. Zhao Duong will be in charge of this, setting up the salt pan division and working on the salt extraction project. For the time being, I will be personally responsible. This series of appointments would help the village-level administrative structure become more efficient, standardized, and orderly. His appointments placed a huge emphasis on 3 of the original Zhao villagers, occupying half the seats. This was both because they were competent in their abilities, but also because he wanted to treat his veterans with care. With Zhao Dexian in charge of the Department of Reclamation, he was going back to his roots in agriculture and could only be taken as the best move. Zhao Yufeng, although not a carpenter born, had a flexible mind and was very respectful of his lord. Ouyang Shuo prepared to focus on his training, and as soon as he establishes a private school, he would send Yufeng there to study. Zhao Duong did not have great ability, but it wasn't enough to really affect the construction work. With his pool of talent limited, Ouyang Shuo could only take the bad with the good. Waiting for the crowd to accept their appointments, Ouyang Shuo continued to preside over the meeting. With the personnel adjustment completed, the next step is the upgrade to a Grade 2 village. There are 2 major things that need to be done. The first is to reclaim farmland, for which I give the Land Reclamation Division full responsibility. We must till at least 500 mu of farmland. The second is the construction of the salt pan on the seashore. The Salt Pan Division is solely responsible for its construction and transport of men and materials via the shipyard. The militia team is responsible for security and security work. According to the development plan of the territory, the Household Registration Office should be in charge of 3 divisions, and the proportion of the distribution of the 5 categories of farmers and workers, as well as follow-up staff distribution. In principle, act according to a 3:3:2:1:1 distribution. Finished with things to complete, Ouyang Shuo looked around and said, "If anyone has any questions or thoughts about what was proposed, you can now step forwards." Gu Xiuan stood up first and asked, "Sire, I have a question. In the territory, except for Wazi, there are no herdsmen. At the same time, we have no livestock. How do we determine the number of herdsmen?" Ouyang Shuo laughed and replied, Wazi's registration is to be included in the Lord's household, and not included in those numbers. Second, although we have no livestock now, yesterday we gained a wild boar domestication technical manual. Boar domestication will be the beginning of the animal husbandry industry for us. Then, the militia team is responsible for acquiring more wild boars. The construction division will set up a pigsty. While training personnel to run and manage, it is the responsibility of the Material Reserves Division. Zhu Xiuan sat down, clear now on what Ouyang Shuo had planned. Cui Yingyu stood up and asked, "Sire, I have a question. In our territory, the only input we have is wood and stone, with no grain nor iron ore. I do not know what Sire is planning." She indeed had a business background. Yingyu had zeroed in on material management with a strategic vision and was not limited just by what was already done. Ouyang Shuo was pleased. He nodded and replied, Ingyu, this is a very good question. I will first answer about the food problem. For the moment, we will be going into the market to buy extra food. This will need extra money to support us. The other is the development of animal husbandry and the fisheries. I have already explained what is going to happen with the husbandry. You have to give priority to the development of the offshore fishing. Give priority to the construction of fishing boats. Lease them to the fishermen to encourage them to go fishing and manage them well. This will temporarily be included in the material reserves division. To answer the issue of iron ore, currently, the demand in the territory for iron ore is not large. It is mainly being used to build farm tools and other implements. Once we advance to a second village, we will start construction on iron mines. If the secretary is now ready to do the preparatory work, arrange for personnel to find the right iron or field to begin work on. Ouyang Shuo had largely finished, so it was General Shi's turn to speak. According to my lord arrangements, the militia team now has two tasks, namely the protection of the upcoming salt pan and looking for small piglets. With the militia team only at 10 people, but also responsible for the safety of the territory, I do not know what my lord desires specifically. This is indeed a problem, so I will appoint you as a supervisor of the salt pan and is responsible for the training of the salt panning technical staff and the construction of the salt pan. For now, you will be stationed at the salt panning construction site. The militia team will be divided into two squads. Zhang Dainiu will be the first squad leader, responsible for the task of looking for piglets. San Guzi will be the second squad leader, responsible for territorial patrols. After answering General Shi's question, no one had any more questions, and Ouyang Shuo ended the meeting. After arranging work for the territory, Ouyang Shuo suddenly had nothing to do. Thinking of the Mazu statue he had gotten in the market, he suddenly had an idea. The village temple was built at the southeast corner of the village. As a required building for a Grade 3 village, it covered a very wide area, comparable to the Lord's Manor. As a Grade 1 village temple, it currently only had a main hall. The front of the main hall was a square, surrounded by stone walls, with a very good atmosphere. Beyond the square was the main hall. The main hall held the altar dedicated to the sea goddess Mazu and two other gods. With the carvings before the altar and incense sticks burning there, it looked very solemn. When the players built a temple, they could choose which god or gods to offer worship to. Ouyang Shuo naturally chose Mazu and her subordinate gods, 1,000-mile eyes and 10,000-mile ear. Ouyang Shuo came out of the main hall and to the middle of the square, taking out the Mazu idol, damaged. System notification, detecting player Chiyu Wui with a special item. Mazu idol, damaged. The item and current village temple are a good fit. Do you wish to use? Use. There was a flash of white light, and the idol flew from his hands, hovering in the air. The statue gradually became larger and larger, nearly 10 meters tall, and displaying nearly a full figure of Mazu in white marble before dropping to the very center of the square once more. Mazu was holding her hands, her feet amidst the rocks and waves, lending a graceful atmosphere to the place. System notification, Shanghai Village Temple is now blessed by its Mazu idol, automatically renamed to the Mazu Temple. Its properties have increased substantially. Player please view. System notification, congratulations to player Chiyu Wui in the Frontierlands for the establishment of Mazu Temple. For spreading the faith of Mazu, you receive a special reward for merit of 200 points and reputation of 400 points. System notification, congratulations to player Chiyu Wui for reputation exceeding 1,000 points. Your fame is enhanced. You earn the silver title celebrity, enhancing historical values by 10%. Ouyang Shuo quickly opened the bar of the Mazu Temple to explore its properties, to see what surprises it had for him. Name, Mazu Temple sealed. Type, hidden class building. Function, spread Mazu's faith, enhance the resident satisfaction plus 20%, enhances the territory's reputation by 5%. Features, sea god's blessing, ability of your fleet to withstand storms at sea plus 40%. Evaluation, There's a seal in the Mazu temple with a trace of weak Mazu gods. Dedicated incense and prayers will help break the seal. Wow, a hidden class building. This was really a grand prize, as hidden class was a rare degree of architecture, like finding an artifact. In the past 5 years, he had heard of no more than 5 hidden class buildings. If you included lords who concealed such things in their territories, he estimated there were not more than 10 of them in the game. Belief in Mazu was one of the most widespread folk religions in China. Mazu was also one of the gods in the state memorial, the other two being the Yellow Emperor and Confucius. So her status was one of the respected gods, naturally being defined as a hidden building class. The change to the temple attracted the attention of the villagers. With a near 10-meter statue of Mazu there, it definitely stood out. The villagers immediately dropped what they were doing to flock to the temple, seeing the statue of white marble standing there in the square of her temple. They all devoutly bowed down in worship of such a miracle. At this point, the Mazu faith would slowly take root in Shanghai village and would slowly spread to the entire Lianzhou basin and eventually the entire southern coast. Shuo was looking forwards to the day when the offerings and prayers lifted the seal on the temple and restored the glory of Mazu. From the Mazu temple, Ouyang Shuo went straight to the barracks. In the camp, the militia team was under the auspices of General Shuo and had divided into 2 squads under Zhang Daniyu and San Guzi. The 2 new group leaders looked very excited, faintly glowing of pride. Even the gloomy San Guzi had a smiling face today. Shuo was not here to stand around and do nothing, directly handing that to General Shuo. After a brief accounting, he took the first squad out into the west woods to once again look for wild boars. The logging team was as usual out in their fields. Leading his horse, Ouyang Shuo called over 2 lumberjacks. Onto a wooden plate, they nailed a large cage, which they padded with hay. He had 2 militiamen carry the empty cage and went straight to the wild boar area. The way there was uneventful. Any encounters with wild dogs or wolves were rapidly resolved. After all, everyone was at least level 5 now, and they were not a challenge. However, either they were unlucky or beast cubs were really scarce. During the morning, they met several wild boars, but none with piglets. Cursing his luck, Ouyang Shuo's team started getting impatient. They didn't fall back to the logging camp to rest, simply eating rations in the field, ordering everyone to rest in the woods on the spot. An hour later, they were ready to fight again. Taking advantage of the time, he thought carefully, seeing if he had overlooked something, some detail he had missed. Suddenly, the technical manual from the Boar King, falling down on the other side, flashed through his mind. Yes, the manual fell from the Boar King. Did that not also imply there were other boars in the vicinity? In any case, Ouyang Shuo decided to turn them around and find a better area than this, where they were coming up empty. An hour later, they were not far from where the Boar King died. Daniyu, Komeiya. Zhang Daniyu hurried over. Sire, you need me? Ah, we are changing the strategy for the afternoon. I decided that we're going to where the wild Boar King died to search the area. Make sure your men are alert. Do not drop the ball, understand? I understand. Go, call everyone up and we'll start. The place where the fight had been yesterday between the Boar King and General Shuo was still messy. With Ouyang Shuo leading, Daniyu behind him, and with the 6 militiamen following, they slowly followed the tracks of the wild boar. After walking for half an hour, just as Ouyang Shuo wondered if his speculation was wrong, a squeal came from the distance, and his spirits rose. The call was too familiar, very similar to that of the wild Boar King. Was there another one? Carefully moving forward, they found a clearing about 10 meters across, and a cave on the other side of it. Through the hole, he could vaguely see a wild boar laying there. The wild boar was much bigger than an ordinary pig, but not as big as the Boar King. Even more gratifying was that at the side of the pig were a dozen small piglets, all lying in a row. Ouyang Shuo used his basic assessment to look at the properties of the wild boar. Name, variation of wild boar elite. Level 8. Skills, brutal charge. Evaluation. This is a variation of a wild boar sow. with offspring from the Wild Boar King. It was the Wild Boar King's mate and children. A level 8 elite, stronger than Ouyang Shuo's own strength. To face it head-on would be pushing it a little. The easiest way to kill it would be to surround it with a militia, using their spears to keep in the cave. The problem was they'd probably kill more than a few piglets doing this, and the piglets were what they were here for. It would do more harm than good. The other method was to send someone fast into the cave, then ambush it from either side when it came out. Once it burst out into the ambush, attacking together would rapidly kill it with teamwork. There'd be a little risk, because if anyone was careless, they could get hit by the Sow's struggles. At this critical moment, Ouyang Shuo was resolute and decided to take the second method. The first method risked the piglets too much, and he didn't trust the militia's spear skills that much. For recovering the piglets, the risk was worth it. Wealth and danger came hand in hand. Besides, as long as no one was seriously injured or died on the spot, Dr. Song's golden medicine would be able to treat them. The plan was arranged for a militiaman to attract the Sow. The rest of the team was in the grass to the sides of the cave, ready to ambush her. The man picked up a stone from the ground, ran into the hole, and threw the rock at the Sow. The pig was startled to be attacked in its home. It struggled up, ready to rush out of the hole, and turn the intruder into kibbles. When a militiaman saw her get up, he hightailed it out of the cave. The Sow ran right out into the ambush. 5 people sprang out of the grass and mercilessly plunged their spears into her. Not being greedy for the credit, they pulled their spears out after inflicting fatal injury and quickly jumped back. At the crucial moment, an accident still happened. One of the spears was stuck in the Sow's ribs and could not be pulled out. The Sow whirled on him as he tugged on it, forgetting to retreat. Angry and wounded, the pig started to launch a brutal charge at him. This time, Ouyang Shuo reacted from the other side of the pig. He plunged his spear into her again, breaking her attempt to charge from behind as she whirled around to face him. Seeing Ouyang Shuo over there facing the pig alone, Zhang Dainyu rushed back along with the rest of the militia, and they also stabbed with their spears. With one last stab, the Sow was finally unable to stand and fell seriously injured to the ground. Ouyang Shuo ordered the militia to not act rashly, and everyone stepped back, waiting for the Sow to die of blood loss. He knew that a seriously wounded beast was very dangerous, and dying from a final lunge was not a joke. Good hunters had patience. Impulsive fools had long since fed themselves to the beasts. System notification. Congratulations to player Chiyue Wui for killing a mutant wild boar elite. Reward 1000 XP. System notification. Player Chiyue Wui is now level 8. A white light flashed, and Ouyang Shuo smoothly rose to level 8, and the militia rose to level 7 at the same time. He stepped forward to harvest the Sow's body and received 2 wild boar skins. Perfect wild boar skin, quality 6, can be used to make high-level leather and leather armor. After killing the Sow, everyone felt safe to get the rewards. They entered the hole, where the dozen piglets were gathered in a ball. Ouyang Shuo was momentarily at a loss. A dozen piglets was a big harvest. The 6 of them surrounded the piglets, who offered little resistance as they were dumped into the cage. About to leave the cave, Ouyang Shuo saw a flash of light from the corner of it. Searching carefully, he discovered a black ring. Name: Ring of Courage, black iron level. Properties: enhances the morale of troops by 5%. Evaluation: the ring has only one power. With a rousing speech, you can have a greater effect on your soldiers. For black iron equipment, the effect was pretty good, and jewelry was more rare than most other types. Shuo directly put on his right ring finger. There was a burst of system announcements. Shuo paused to read them all. System notice: congratulations to player Dichun for becoming China's first lord to upgrade to the 2nd grade village. Special reward of 1,100 merit points. System notice: congratulations to player Dichun for becoming China's first lord to upgrade to the 2nd grade village. Special reward of 1,100 merit points. System notice: congratulations to player Dichun for becoming China's first lord to upgrade to the 2nd grade village. Special reward of 1,100 merit points. Ah, the leader of the 6 tyrants of Handan, Di Chun. It was the reality of having a strong political group among the new players. They had built China's first villages, and now one of them had the first upgrade. At this stage of the game, the only real restriction on the big forces was their lack of architectural blueprints. Ouyang Shuo's constraints on population did not affect them. They could appeal directly to adventurers to pad their numbers. The inertia of history was still strong. Ouyang Shuo was still a butterfly. To flap his wings and start a hurricane was still a ways away. Over the next few days, the other 5 tyrants of Handan should also upgrade to level 2 villages. As Ouyang Shuo led the line of militiamen through the village, the villagers looked curiously at the cage of small piglets. The piglets were only half a month old, brown-haired, black stripes on their backs, truly very cute. On the road, he had looked at their stats. Mutated small wild boar piglets, produced by the wild boar king and mutated elite wild boar sow. These wild boar piglets are very adaptable. Their meat are delicious, and they have a growth cycle of 3 months. Before they returned, Zhao Duong had already arranged for people to build a pigsty. It was built behind the dining hall, so it would be convenient to feed them. The pigsty was a small room with an inner and outer area. The inner area was 3.5 meters long and 2.5 meters wide for sleeping and eating. The outer area was 50% bigger than the inner area, with a drinking trough, and was open to the sun. Hay was scattered inside and outside the pen, making it easy to keep the pens dry and clean. When Ouyang Shuo's militia carried the pig cage to the pigsty, Cui Yingyu and Zhao Duong were waiting for them. Behind them was a third man, some 30-year-old man with an honest but cautious face. Yingyu introduced him as Zhu Baokai. In his original village, he was a famous pig master. He had been selected by Yingyu as their pig keeper and domesticator. Ouyang Shuo had faith in Yingyu's eye, directly handing over the to Zhu Baokai, saying to him, "Master Zhu, the task of domesticating these pigs I give to you. It is a lot of trouble for the territory to cultivate a good species of wild boar. Wild boar farming will be a core industry in the territory one day. At the right time, we will expand the scale of the pig farms. I hope that the first true pig farm can be raised by you, Master Zhu." Seeing the Lord as very easygoing, Zhu Baokai was no longer so cautious and talked about his skill at raising pigs. He seemed even more confident. He solemnly said, "Please do not worry about this pig breeding. I already have some experience. Look at these little piglets, all so strong and healthy. They are a fine breed. I have great confidence in raising them." After finishing with the pig master and saying a cordial farewell, Ouyang Shuo returned back to his office. As he sat down, Gu Xiuan came in. Ouyang Shuo asked him to be seated and asked him if he had anything for him. Gu Xiuan said, "Sire, I discussed with the people in charge of 3 divisions today and did the personnel distribution for farmers, builders, fishermen, animal rearers, craftsmen, the 5 industries. Please approve this, sire." "Oh, your efficiency is very high. Let's talk about how you allocated things." In the territory are 130 farmers. 39 households were allocated to the Reclamation Division to cultivate farmland, and the original 40 farmers were maintained and moved under the management of the Material Reserves Division. The fishermen were allocated 25 people until there were more fishing boats. After they start fishing, they will be moved under Material Reserves Division as well. For shepherds, we only have 2 people responsible for pig farming. The carpenters were assigned 24 people. Their main project at this time is the salt pan field construction under General Shi. Ouyang Shuo pondered for a moment, then asked, "On the shipyard side, are you clear on the progress of the fishing boat construction?" "According to my understanding, the construction of an ordinary fishing boat requires 50 units of timber, and each boat can carry 2 fishermen out to the sea to fish. The shipyard, at its current size, can build 1 fishing boat a day." The first fishing boat was requisitioned by General Shi, who is using it to transport personnel and materials for construction of the salt pan. Gu Xiuan was well prepared as a clerk of the territory to understand the latest developments in all walks of life as one of his basic tasks. "Not bad. Let's stick to the distribution plan. Beginning tomorrow, other than special talents, everyone is to be assigned to the Salt Pan division. At the same time, in addition to the 5 fields, set up a separate household. Personnel information is as important as military information and must be kept confidential. As for the Salt Pan division, you must pay close attention to it. I will clear this up with General Shuo. In addition, starting from tomorrow, we will be changing the meetings to once per week. Who attends should also be fixed. In principle, only the secretaries of the various divisions need to meet. If there is a need, you can take 1 or 2 deputies along to go to the meetings. If you have problems from day to day, you can report to me directly. Gu Shouwen nodded, and seeing his lord had nothing else to say, rose and departed. The next day, Ouyang Shuo stopped in on General Shuo, asking about the construction on the Salt Pan fields. Although he was a military man, General Shuo was quite familiar with military books and reading. Even in an unfamiliar area, he was still able to think clearly. He stated unambiguously, "The intrinsic principles of the sun-drying salt technical manual are solid and backed by experience. You need an average of 1 salt worker per 2 mu. The average monthly harvest is 200 units of salt per mu. As our manpower is currently limited, I will recommend the first phase of the construction to be 100 mu of salt fields. According to final estimates of the whole beach is expected to open up tens of thousands of mu of salt fields." Ouyang Shuo made some mental measurements. In the market, a unit of salt sold for 20 copper. In other words, a mu of land could produce a gold coin in pure profit, which was very impressive. Unfortunately, the sea salt cycle took an entire month. To obtain the first harvest, they could not count on it when they were building the Grade 2 village. Ouyang Shuo knew that the population limit for the second village was 500 people, a gap of 300 people from the first village. According to the average flow of immigrants, it would take 20 days to reach the full population. With that delay, because he'd need some additional fund for work in the secondary village, he'd have to think of another method. General Shuo stood aside, watching him standing there in a daze, amused at Ouyang Shuo's bemused expression as he wrestled with the problem. Ouyang Shuo blinked as he returned to normal and asked, "When can the first phase of 100 mu be completed?" "You needn't worry about the labor. I've already discussed it with Shouwen yesterday." General Shuo relaxed. "According to current progress, we'll be finished tomorrow afternoon." "Excellent. I'll be waiting for your good news." General Shuo nodded and walked away. Just then, there was a spate of system announcements. System notice. Congratulations to the player Chun Xinjun for becoming the second lord in China to upgrade to the Grade 2 village. Reward 1,000 merit points. System notice. Congratulations to the player Chun Shunjun. System notice. Congratulations. The Tianhe Consortium had really strong financial resources. Chun Xinjun had managed to become the second in China to upgrade to a Grade 2 village. Unfazed, Ouyang Shuo knew that the most important thing to do now was the things on hand. Today he was ready to do only one thing, and that was to visit the territory of all the skill talents one by one to encourage them to take on apprentices. Among those people, advanced shipbuilder Zheng Dehai had enrolled 4 apprentices and did not need to be visited. Basic carpenter Zhao Yufeng and basic stonemason Zheng Shangun were designated as part of the civil service and were no longer suitable for training apprentices. And you had found 2 young business apprentices, a man and a woman. The man was called Qian Li Fei, originally the owner of a brothel. His village had been looted, and he had come to Shanghai village. The woman was called Du Xiaolan, also the daughter of a businessman. Ingyu took her in and deliberately kept her around, teaching her carefully. Both were temporarily placed in the Material Reserve Division by Ingyu, acting as her assistants. Ouyang Shuo's first visit was to the small courtyard of Dr. Song. He was the first high-level talent in Shanghai village, but he had not yet recruited an apprentice, which made Ouyang Shuo a little dissatisfied. Thinking about this, it was all well and fine for the doctor, because he was living in the house of the Lord as a symbol of the Lord's power. But the old man, except for going out occasionally to gather herbs and mix up his golden medicine, did not do anything else. As Ouyang Shuo came in, Dr. Song was in the room reading medical books leisurely. Seeing him come in, Dr. Song said lightly, "I did not know Sire was coming. You haven't been caring for me. It is strange to see Sire. I don't think you came to see me. What is the matter?" Seeing Dr. Song with this attitude, Ouyang Shuo's heart was even more irritated. Seeing that he needed help from the person, he patiently said, "The recent affairs of the territory have kept me busy and I have neglected Elder. Please don't worry." Dr. Song's feelings were stirred up, saying, "Sire's words are heavy. I'm a free man, not doing anything, I'm fine. Sire is the lord of the village. You obviously have many things to do." Talking with him, Ouyang Shuo rapidly understood the crux of the problem. The old man was not as indifferent to fame and fortune as he thought he was. Ouyang Shuo said some words of courtesy, and in turn, he listened well. The doctor's meaning was obvious. He lived in a small courtyard, the other people had found official positions, and he was alone. When Ouyang Shuo came, he was the lord who treated him with respect and cares for the future. Now, with another helper, he did not put him in mind. So many days, he didn't say even a word of greeting. Even Yu, that girl, who was so busy, had no time to see him. He had turned invisible. That Wazi did not speak with him. So how could he not vent? Sho had not expected this. The old man looked so grand and strong, but his desire for fame and fortune were so heavy. Hey, yeah, a desire for recognition was good. He was really afraid he would not accept his request and did not know where to start again. So, Ouyang Shuo smiled and said, "Soon, I will set up a special medical institution, a hospital, to take over the medical affairs for the whole territory. To get it started, there must naturally be enough people. Elder is a noble person, so I should not disturb you. But there is no one else in the territory who can help me at this time." Dr. Song was moved. "Sire, do not worry. These bones may be old, but I can certainly handle teaching 3 or 4 younger folk without a problem." Ouyang Shuo laughed. "Then I shall leave this to the great elder of Shanghai village without worries." After speaking with Dr. Song, the other skilled folk was much easier. 4 basic blacksmith Li Tai Zhu and his wife, Li the basic chef. Ouyang Shuo promised to arrange for them a separate small courtyard at the right time for them to live in. The couple was happy to promise to recruit 2 apprentices each. Merchant Li Fuguwei had recruited an apprentice yesterday, but had not reported it yet. Today, Ouyang Shuo promised to build the first-class carpenter, Lu Guangshi, a carpenter's workshop for woodworking, and to look for his research. The carpenter immediately agreed to recruit 2 apprentices. After a round of all this lobbying, Ouyang Shuo's voice was hoarse. However, it had all been worth it, for the territory had 10 more apprentices. Adding involuntary enrollment, that brought the total apprentices to 17. When they finished their initial training, the village was going to have a small outbreak of talent. During the next 3 days, the system announcement for China rang often. 3 more of the 6 tyrants of Han managed to upgrade their territories to Grade 2 villages. The representative of the military, Zhang Lang, could not unscrupulously use credits to buy the in-game currency like the rest of them, and had fallen behind as a result, not managing to upgrade yet. Ouyang Shuo's territory was very calm. The workshop he had promised his carpenter, Lu Guangji, had already been built. Under the leadership of Elder Dexian, 500 mu of farmland on the north side of the territory, near the Friendship River, had been successfully opened. Simple farmland, remove the weeds and treat the land, and it can grow all kinds of crops. As for the saltpan fields being built under General Shi's supervision, they were also smoothly completed. 40 salt workers were stationed there to begin spreading salt water across the panning field and dry it out to make salt. The first salt field to open was officially named by Ouyang Shuo as the North Salt Field. On the pig breeding side, Zhu Baokai did not disappoint. The 12 piglets, after brief discomfort and panic, had now fully adapted to life in the pen. The development of breeding pigs was a new industry that was just around the corner. On the 14th day of the first year of Gaia, at 8 a.m. in Shanghai Village, all of the core staff had gathered in the chamber early, waiting for a historic moment. Gu Xiuan was calmly registering the day's newest population of people. Ouyang Shuo did not care about their stats, and in his heart, all he was thinking about was leveling up the village. With a hum and flash of white light, in the middle of the chamber a golden stone that slowly rose from the ground. Ouyang Shuo placed his hand on the front of the stone, and the system notification sounded. System notification, detecting Shanghai Village's upgrade conditions. Condition 1. Population 200 people. The village is over the limit and has met the requirements. Condition 2. All required infrastructure has been completed and met the requirements. Condition 3. The rank of the Lord has made second grade Baron and met the requirements. Congratulations to player Chiyue Wui and the established Shanghai Village for meeting all required conditions to upgrade. Would you like to upgrade? Upgrade. From the stone, once again golden light spilled out to reach up to the sky and formed a golden halo. The halo spread out to encompass the entire village and swept out to the edges of his territory before disappearing. System notification. Congratulations to player Chiyue Wui for becoming the 6th Lord in China to upgrade to the 2nd grade village. Reward, 600 merit points. System notification. Congratulations to player Chiyue Wui. System notification. Congratulations. This time, Ouyang Shuo had beaten Zhang Lang of the 6 Tyrants of Handan, and history began to shift. The announcement in the game caused an uproar. Players were speculating on who Chiyue Wui was, defying the hegemony of the 6 Tyrants of Handan. Earth Online had so far been open for only half a month. The identities of the 6 Tyrants have been subject to endless amounts of gossip by the players, and gradually their real identities had surfaced, no longer as mysterious as they were in the beginning. Unfortunately, the more players knew of the identities of the Tyrants, the more depressed they had become. China had never had a lack of ambition in its players, especially with Earth Online holding meaning far beyond that of a typical game. Even those with great ambition, in the face of the status of the 6 Tyrants, were afraid to move ahead and defy them. Now, Ouyang Shuo had succeeded in beating a member of the 6 Tyrants of Handan. This shook up the status quo, exciting the players, and suddenly the situation in China became blurry and not as set in stone. In Jianya City, near the Blood Red Village, a determined-looking young man rushed and sat in the office of the village chief. He was Zhang Lang, and his expression was gloomy. Opposite him sat another young man. "Lieutenant, it's time to stop being cautious. Get on the line and start buying the game currency at whatever price point is required." "Yes, sir." At the same time, in Xuanzhou House near the King Village, a heavily eyebrowed, middle-aged man heard the system announcement and adopted an interested smile. "Oh, there is actually someone beyond the 6 Tyrants. So it seems that they are not invincible. Well, it seems that my King Village could become worthy of a name as well." Ha 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 ha. For a time, inside and outside the game, the people were surging with new emotions. At this time, Ouyang Shuo didn't have time to really care what was going on, as he was still going through the operation of upgrading his territory. System notification. Congratulations to Chiyue Wui for upgrading to the Grade 2 village. The Lord's Manor is automatically upgraded. In addition, the player may choose one of 3 random village buildings to establish. System notification. Random building selected. Please choose Village Level Ancestral Hall, Village Private School, or Village Granary. Please choose. Choose the Village Granary. System tip. Building automatically generated. Player, please check it out. With a hum and a flash of white light, the golden heartstone once again slowly sank down into the ground. Telling everyone to wait for a while, Ouyang Shuo took the opportunity to slowly look over the properties of the village. Territory name, Shanghai Village, Grade 2 Village. Lord, Chiyue Wui, 3rd Viscount. Title none. People, 80. Law and Order, 75. Territory population, 200/500. Flow rate of immigrants, 10, 1 plus 50%, equals 15/day. Territory area, 50 square kilometers. Territorial characteristics, 50% increase in attracting immigrants, 20% increase in attracting special talents, 50% increase in crop production, 20% increase in production capacity of residents, 20% increase in military rank. Treasury, 10 gold coins. Territory resources, 3,100 units of grain, 180 units of wood, 800 units of stone, 300 units of iron ore. Territorial army, militia team, 10. Territory industry, North Salt Pan, 100 mu. Political index, 25 100ths, determines administrative efficiency, relationship with the people. Economic index, 10 100ths, determines the degree of trade prosperity, the ability to pay taxes. Cultural index, 10 100ths, determines the degree of education developed, the quality of residence. Military, 20 out of 100, determines military strength, stable internal relations. Basic buildings, village level lord's house, basic market, simple fence, village canteens, village latrine, wooden residence, small courtyard, 10, basic blacksmith, basic grocery, basic logging, basic quarry, simple farmland, 500 mu, basic barracks, pigsty, carpentry workshop. Special buildings, ferry, wharf, basic shipyard. Hidden architecture, Mazu temple seal. List of potential capital construction buildings. Village ancestral hall, for worshiping the ancestors. Construction conditions, ancestral building drawings, timber 80 units, stone 40 units. Build time, 1 day. Village level hospital, for medical treatment of the villagers. Construction conditions, basic doctor, medical museum, building drawings, timber 60 units, stone 20 units. Build time, 1 day. Village private school, a private education facility for the children of the village. Construction conditions, scholar, private school architectural drawings, timber 150 units, 80 units of stone. Construction time, 2 days. Basic martial arts dojo, a rural training building for basic martial arts. Construction conditions, Wu Fu, martial arts architectural drawings, 100 pieces of wood, 100 units of stone. Construction time, 2 days. Village granary, a warehouse for storing grain. Construction conditions, granary construction drawings, timber 400 units, stone 200 units. Construction time, 3 days. Note, the building has been generated and awarded. Basic tailor shop, a shop for sewing clothing. Construction conditions, basic tailor shop construction drawings, timber 40 units, stone 20 units. Build time, 1 day. Basic mining field, speeds up the collection of ore, increasing average production to 2 units of iron ore/person/day. Construction conditions, timber 40 units, stone 20 units. Build time, 1 day. Simple arrow tower, a basic defensive structure with a weak defense. Construction conditions, 80 units of wood, stone 10 units. Build time, 1 day. Ouyang Shuo analyzed everything for a moment. To rise to the 3rd grade village, he had to meet 3 conditions once again. The first condition was the new population limit, which for now he had no good way to accelerate. Based on his current immigration rate, it would take 20 days to reach the new upper limit of the population. His low population was his biggest weakness, and that was because of the lack of individual players. The third condition of meeting the rank requirement was the easiest, and he was not worried about it at all. The hardest to meet would be the second requirement, infrastructure construction. That required 3 conditions on its own. The first was building materials, which he didn't need to worry about, as he could easily meet all the storage capacity. He wasn't worried about the second condition, which was the basic needs of talents to staff the buildings, because of his territory's special trait of plus 20% in attracting special talents. As long as he was patient, the talents would naturally come. The biggest difficulty was the architectural blueprints. In the basic market, every 2 village blueprints were 5 gold coins. But for the new buildings, such as the ancestral hall, hospital, private school, dojo, and tailor shop, he needed a full 25 gold coins in total. Ouyang Shuo and every other lord had to worry about where they were going to get the gold from. After analyzing the stats of the village and going over everything, he had time to take everyone and go visit the upgraded Lord's Manor. In his home, the courtyards were now larger, and the area occupied by it had nearly doubled. The courtyards had become much more refined. The original 3 rooms had now expanded to 5. The rooms were more spacious than before, and even the grade of furniture had improved by a level. The middle of the hall was still the chamber, but now, instead of a dirt floor, it was covered with slate. On the eastern side of the room, near the chamber, was still the head office of the village. The main difference was that now there was a row of bookshelves there. It was weighed down with new books. On the east side of the new room was the administrative office. Now, Gu Xiuan and the other officials had their own office space. On the west side of the building was still Ouyang Shuo's bedroom, with a dining room between it and the chamber. From now on, from the courtyard, he didn't have to go to the dining hall and eat with the commoners. There was a small stove with which to prepare food to eat. On the east and west sides of the chamber, the number of rooms expanded from 2 to 4. Taking advantage of everyone being there, Ouyang Shuo began to rearrange everyone's accommodations. In the east wing, the first room was still for General Shi. In turn, Gu Xiuan, Elder Xian, and Zhao Duong were given rooms. In the west wing, the first room was naturally where Cui Yingyu was living. In turn, Wazi and Dr. Song got their own rooms, with the last room temporarily empty. Once the hospital was built, Dr. Song would move in there, much like Zhao Yufeng and Zheng Shangun had moved to the logging field and quarry they were respectively overseeing. After the simple tour, everyone returned to the chamber. As Shanghai Village had just been upgraded to a Grade 2 village, it was time to let everyone know what the next steps they were going to take were. Everyone sat down, and Ouyang Shuo went straight into the main topic. With everyone's joint efforts, Shanghai Village has successfully upgraded to a Grade 2 village, and we're also the 6th in China to achieve this feat. This is the result of the hard work of all the villagers and every one of you gathered here. It is truly worth celebrating. Therefore, I have decided that tonight we will hold a grand bonfire party to celebrate. Tonight's celebration shall be prepared by Cui Yingyu. Kui Yingzhu nodded. Big brother, you can be rest assured. I will make it as grand as possible. Speaking of which, this is the first time our territory has undertaken such a celebration. You have to personally perform a show to help out with the entertainment. As she finished, General Shi took the lead in applauding that idea. Even a normally sedate, Zhao Daxin looked excited and cheered at the idea. Ouyang Shuo gave a wry smile. Yingyu, you're trying to checkmate me. But your idea is very good. I firmly support it. It is more joyful to share the joy than to keep it to oneself. Everyone here will have to prepare at least one performance or play. If you want to cheer, how can you not get dragged into the water? If your sire has to contribute, then you do as well. Yingyu laughed, as performing a program was, for her, naturally something that took no effort. The other people looked a bit unpleasant and depressed, as if they'd lifted a stone, only to drop it on their own foots. After the upgrade, there are a lot of things to do. Here, I'm going to make general arrangements. We have much to do, so please hold your advice and opinions until I am done. First of all, work arrangements for the construction division. The private school, hospital, and other buildings cannot be built at the moment due to the lack of building plan blueprints. However, there are still great responsibilities that lie upon you. We do not need blueprints to construct the basic mining field and the simple arrow tower, so build them as soon as possible. The Material Reserve Division needs to stay in good communication with you to pick the field to be developed. Build 2 arrow towers, one on each side of the village entrance. In addition, the second phase of the 15 small residential courtyards needs to be done quickly, and you must pay close attention to it. And the very most important of all is to cooperate with the Salt Pan Division to carry out the construction of the second phase of the Northern Salt Works. The Northern Salt Works is the only industry in the territory at the moment. It is also an extremely important source of funding for the future of the territory. I have decided that the second phase is to open up another 400 mu for a total size of 500 mu. This will require a lot of labor. Household Registration Office will have to actively cooperate with the present stage, and make it a priority to channel people to the salt fields. The total number of salt workers will need to reach 250 people in order to maintain full productivity in the salt harvesting operation. Material Reserves Division. The numbers involved in quarrying and logging will remain about the same at 20 people after the completion of the primary mining field. The number of fishermen should gradually increase to 30. As for militia, we will directly be expanding them to 50 people. Make formal preparations, 10 people in a squad, led by a sergeant, 5 squads as a platoon, led by a lieutenant. The rest of the labor will be sent to the Reclamation Division to cultivate more farmland, up until a total size of 2,000 mu. As the arrangements above, Household Registration Division will allocate manpower as needed and confirm proof of residence for the new work arrangements. If there are any questions, they can now be raised. Digesting the orders that Shuo had laid out before them, the directors considered their field of specialties and divisions before they spoke up with comments or suggestions. General Shuo was the first to stand up. "My lord, I have something to say. With the militia expanded to 50 people, it will be necessary to have 5 sergeants to command the teams. General, by your recommendation, report to me for approval. As far as possible, please choose from the veterans for your recommendations, but make sure your choices are good ones. Do not promote them unconditionally. Ability is the only premise. In addition, Zhang Daniyu and San Guzi can be directly promoted to team leader. The squad leader of the militia is naturally you. As the North Salt fields are on track, it is time for you to move and concentrate on the militia team training. As for the safety of the fields, rotate Zhang Daniyu and San Guzi with a militia team in charge." General Shuo grinned. He would no longer be stationed in the salt field, which obviously made him very happy. However, he was not a fool and had longed to do something was going on from Ouyang Shuo's words. He directly asked, "My lord, what is the main reason behind this expansion of the militia?" Ouyang Shuo nodded his head approvingly. The expansion of the militia is to deal with a variety of new security challenges. With a new upgrade, our territory has increased to 250% of the original size. I am expecting that in half a month, a beast riot is going to come out of the wilderness, and we will encounter massive beast attacks. Therefore, General, you must not only see the development of the militia, but you have to establish a detailed defense against the beast attacks and combat program. Report to me for review." General Shuo spoke up loudly. "Sire, I will see this done." See you and you rose next. "Big brother, on the number of fishermen, I have a different view. At this moment, we only have 4 fishing boats. Each boat can only take 2 men, while the shipyard is only making a boat a day. To get 30 fishermen to work will take at least another 11 days. As far as I know, a fisherman can harvest 50 units of fish a day on average. With the amount of fish harvested, we simply cannot eat it all. Why do you need so many fishermen?" Ouyang Shuo understood her point. Fish could not be used as a staple food and was not easy to store for a long period of time. It could not replace the role of harvested food and forage. For this, he had his own plan. "Ingyu, what you have said is naturally true, but you have not considered if the fish can be salted then dried. Dried fish is not a living thing and can be easily stored. The market price of a unit of dried fish is 15 copper. It takes 2 units of fish to make 1 unit of dried fish, and 1 unit of salt can be used for 50 units of dried fish. Excluding the cost of the salt, a single fisherman's daily harvest can create a profit of 355 copper for the territory. Once the first batch of salt in the salt fields is produced, the construction funds of the territory could be financed entirely by the sea. As for the fishermen who are not yet in boats, arrange for them to work on salting the live fish." Yu and you could see that Shuo had calculated everything, and said in sincere admiration, "Big brother has thought this through. I am far from your level." Ouyang Shuo waved his hand. "I am no genius. I have been worrying about funds and plans for the territory for some time, and came up with this idea." This was certainly not Ouyang Shuo just coming up with words to comfort her on the spot. He had been considering all these plans and points as early as when he had selected the Lianzhou Basin to establish his village. As a lord player, If he couldn't make full use of marine resources, then he was really remaining willfully blind to his geographical advantages. Sea salt and marinated salted fish were the two ways to accumulate early capital that he wanted to get established. To this end, he had not hesitated to spend his early reward money on those 3 special sets of building blueprints. This was the advantage of rebirth. While the powerful representatives were paying heavy real money to buy the game currency, he was developing a perfect industry so as to provide a steady stream of building funds. This advantage would become more and more apparent later on. His current industry had just started, resulting in limited profits, but he was just beginning. Once he expanded the scale of development, naturally the profits would increase several times over. It was the consensus of strong lords in the past that for sustainable development, they had to develop their own industries. After all, they could only use credit points to buy the game's currency for less than a year's time. Finally, Zhao Dexin stood up, saying, "Sire, I have some questions. As Sire has arranged for the Reclamation Division to cultivate 1,500 mu of farmland, there is naturally no problems. My question is, for these mu of farmland, I was wondering what crop Sire might want us to plant." Ouyang Shuo decided to test him, asking Secretary Zhao, based on Lianzhou Basin's climate conditions, what do you think are the most appropriate crops to plant? Zhao Dexin was a farmer and had a lifetime of experience dealing with farmland and was clear on the planting time for all kinds of crops. He answered, "This is the middle of the season. Winter is not over, spring is not here. It is not suitable for planting any crops at this time." Ouyang Shuo smiled mysteriously and said, "Good answer. However, the Lianzhou Basin has a special climate, and there is one crop that you can grow in winter here, namely sweet potatoes. Although the best planting season in November was missed with the monsoon, we still have suitable growing conditions. If we plant now, we can harvest them in April and May and completely solve the problems of crop shortages." Zhao Dexin was momentarily surprised and then replied gloomily, "I am ashamed to say that I did not think of such a crop." In fact, this could not really be blamed on him. His previous village of Zhao Jiago had been the forest and had very rarely planted sweet potatoes, so he did not think of such a crop on the spur of the moment. Ouyang Shuo smiled. "So, these mu of farmland should be planted with sweet potatoes as quickly as possible and must be completed before the end of the month. As for the seedlings, I will buy them from the market." After answering Zhao Dexin's questions, the doubts of the others had been cleared, and Ouyang Shuo announced the end of the meeting. Waiting until the crowd dispersed, he headed over to the basic market to procure some items. The treasury only had 10 gold coins at the moment, but he had set aside 4 gold coins to grow the militia, so he really only had 6 gold to use. He first spent a gold coin to get enough seedlings to plant 3,000 mu of sweet potatoes. 3 mu was the maximum amount of areas he wanted to devote to sweet potatoes for now. Then, he spent another gold coin and bought 500 units of salt. This salt was enough to make the salted fish for now. Later, his salt fields would produce more than enough salt on their own. As for the remaining 4 gold coins, he simply purchased 4,000 units of grain directly. With the initial remaining 3,100 units of food from his previous purchases, as well as the fisherman harvesting fish as a supplement, it would be enough to support the entire village on its way to becoming a Grade 2 village. With his procurements done, Shuo's pockets were now empty. After arranging for people to put the purchased material into the warehouse and granary, he had nothing more to do for the moment. That night, the bonfire party, as promised by Cui Yingyu, was very lively. Everyone gathered in the public square in front of the Lord's manor and built large fires with firewood. Groups of people gathered around them, singing and dancing. Yingyu's Lingbo dance wowed the whole town. It was a soft dance with a light step like clouds floating in the air and also like sunlight dancing on the WAT. It made her look like a fairy in the waves floating along via the dance. It could be described as the short steps of Lingbo captivated anyone who saw it. General Shi's sword dance was also wonderful. His sword was like a white snake, hissing in the winds. It moved like a dragon, sometimes heavy, sometimes light, hitting like thunder and moving like lightning. It was a case of a silver light from the square could pierce a chest of someone from miles away. Not to be outdone, Elder Dexian, together with the original villagers from Zhao Village, arranged a pole dance. The percussion instruments had a strong rhythm, with crisp, high-pitched sounds, and were very lively. Bursts of laughter mixing together with the light and sound of bamboo flutes conveyed the mood of the people. The celebratory music showed their happiness, stirring up the whole of Shanghai Village with the joy and happiness of the dance. At the climax of the evening, Ouyang Shuo sang a modern version of Luo Shunfuan. Luo Shuo River in the east, legends spread through ages, a paradise in human world. In the dreams I see, a woman of heaven, tripping lightly like a startled swan. 6 dragons, carriage of clouds, carried her back to the high heavens, leaving his tales behind. When the tales were told, people would say, it was a dream of Xiang King too. The dream ended, tears-soaked towels flowed down my cheeks. Her youth untouched by time, yet human and God have different path. Only earrings stayed as souvenir. Wind blew and time flies, historians' records, and wonder the anonymous. When they asked today, what is this memorial temple built in Riverside? An art of Goddess Luo, to ease and comfort my heart. The sense she left behind, her image in my mind. Wind blew and time flies. The universe turned from nothing into everything. What is love? Only to drive human insane and succumb goddess. An art of Goddess Luo, who still sings the poetry lines. The river flows regardlessly. The people of Shanghai Village, including Ouyang Shuo and General Shi, were all displaced people and destined to meet together. A simple bonfire party that reduced the pain of everyone's displacement helped pull them together. The celebration helped cement the feeling that Shanghai Village was really their home now. System notification. Congratulations to player Chiyue Wui for the success of the bonfire party. The villagers appreciate the hospitality of their lord. Morale of your people has increased by 5 points. Ouyang Shuo really didn't need to see the damn prompt from the system. He was immersed in the lively atmosphere of the party, and now it had reminded him that it was all only a game. Unfortunately, it was now late into the night, so he returned back to his room and logged off. When he came out, it was already 9 a.m. This time Binger had already gone to school on her own, and Sun Xiaoya was naturally also long gone for class. He was too lazy to go downstairs to get breakfast, so he fried up 2 eggs and drank a glass of milk for a simple breakfast. Opening his handbrain, he found that he had new email. Opening it up, he found that it was an invitation letter from his original junior high school. The letter had been sent by his class president Yuan Ping, who had invited him to a reunion party. The gist of the letter was that since graduating from junior high, the class had not gotten together for a long time. During the spring festival this year, a class party was going to be held in Guifeng Park. He was hoping that everyone arranged their own trip ahead of time. We must attend, etc., and so forth. Thinking about it, it really had been 7 or 8 years since he had seen the rest of his class from junior high. Ouyang Shuo couldn't even recall the names of many of them. The memories were already fuzzy. At the time, if there was nothing particularly important going on, Ouyang Shuo decided that he would go and participate. After all, this was probably the only reunion they would have. A year later, they would be boarding a starship, and if they were going to ever meet again, it would be after many, many years. Anyways, there was still some time until the spring festival, so it wasn't worth worrying about. Opening up the game forums, Ouyang Shuo took a look at the trending posts of the other players. At the top of the discussion posts, Shanghai Village has broken the monopoly of the 6 tyrants of Handan, claiming the 6th promotion to 2nd grade village in China. Ouyang Shuo browsed through the comments, dumbfounded at the mess, not knowing what to say. First poster, I bet Chiyue Wei is a secretive great family's descendant. Second poster, bet +1, bottom floor keep at it. Third poster, invisible ass, the 2 above have seen too many novels. Fourth poster, top floor, I think he's just lucky. Fifth poster, Chiyue Wei, people want to give birth to a kid for you. Sixth poster, upstairs is a dinosaur, identification finished. Seventh poster, Mad Warrior of the World. Recruiting members, if interested, please contact Mad Warrior quick. 8th poster. Upstairs advertising. Pay for advertising. Thank you. 9th poster. Mad Warrior of the World is a garbage guild. Don't be fooled by his recruitment. 10th. Upstairs, I want to kill you. The posts were completely crazy. Ouyang Shuo silently went elsewhere, ready to look at other popular posts. Not surprisingly, after Chun Xinjun, Zhang Lang had sent his trusted subordinate, Bloodwolf, into the forum to publicly acquire more of the game currency. Unfortunately, there was still no fixed market price. Didn't he see Chun Xinjuan's financial director setting a purchase price at 2 credits for 1 copper? Another post drew Ouyang Shuo's attention. Among the adventurers, someone had finally gotten a mercenary token and set up the first mercenary group in the game, the Evil Blood Mercenary Group. The head of the mercenary group was called Blood Romance, a level 21 chivalrous expert, currently 1 on the player ranks list. They were the first to set up a mercenary group, but still hadn't received a system announcement in the game. This showcased Gaia's preference for the players in the Lord game mode. Browsing a bit more, Ouyang Shuo found no other useful information and closed the forum. It was time to start learning some history and recharge himself. In the evening, when Binger came back from school, she seemed a little resentful that her brother had not woke up in the morning to send her off to school. Ouyang Shuo had to pull out all the stops and make a few of her favorite dishes to alleviate her displeasure. Sun Xiaoye, seeing Ouyang Shuo placing such importance on logging into the game every day, was also very curious and asked him, "Hey, this Earth Online game, is it really so fun?" I asked around, and none of the students in my classes played that game. Ouyang Shuo smiled mysteriously. This game's greatest charms are how territory is constructed and its realism, not the kind of no-brainer leveling games that come without effort. Most people are not patient enough to play it. If conditions permit, I suggest you also learn to play it. Xiaoye rolled her eyes. Please, I'm not like you, able to spend 100,000 credits to buy a game cabin without batting an eye. Reluctantly, Ouyang Shuo could only tell her to this extent. If she did not listen, it was passing up her own good fortune. There was no way he could tell her about the truth of the game in his past. He had no proof to show her that there was a problem, even if she would believe him, nor could he explain how he would know such a thing. He certainly couldn't tell her that he was reborn from the future. To make up for not being there in the morning, Ouyang Shuo didn't get on promptly at night, first helping Binger with her homework and reading a fairy tale to her at night. By the time he coaxed his little sister to sleep, it was already 10 p.m. For him, the game was important, but Binger was the most important. The game was only a means to success, but it was only meant to help his family. Often enough, people were confused by the appearance of things. Without being clear on means and purpose, people would lose themselves. Moreover, Shanghai Village had established a complete organizational structure due to his efforts in promoting people. Even if he wasn't there for a short period of time, his territory would still operate smoothly. Once logged in, it was time to go out and go to work. Shuo went to the edge of the courtyard, teasing Black Fong. The horses didn't really like dogs, so Ouyang Shuo wasn't assured to let the dog go running around. Usually, it was tied up in the yard. When he was free, he would hold on to it as he walked around the village. With nothing special to do today, Ouyang Shuo's guilty conscience prompted him to take up Black Fong and visit the village. Walking around the village and looking at houses that sprouted from the ground, Ouyang Shuo felt pleased and proud. This was the village that belonged entirely to him, and he led everyone out of the wilderness to establish it. It had started from zero, starting from the first log put down. The villagers loved him and were grateful to him for providing shelter to them out here in the wilds. His subordinates respected him, admiring his foresight, and were grateful that they could make use of his knowledge to perform on a higher level than their own skills and talents would allow. Along the way, the villagers seeing him would smile and bow to him. Ouyang Shuo didn't act arrogant, and would stop to chat, asking them if there were any problems he didn't know about. If there were difficulties, they had to be shared, to better help everyone solve them. Last night's bonfire party was obviously on everyone's mind, especially Yingyu's beautiful Lingbo dance and the momentum of General Shuo's sword dance. Of course, there was also their lord's singing. It wasn't bad, but the tone had been a little strange, as if people were listening to some foreign music. When he came into the village, he saw that Zhao Duong was overseeing the building of the first arrow tower with a construction crew. General Shuo was standing to the side, studying the work. The general obviously had a great deal more authority in the building of the tower than Secretary Elder Xian did, as he knew more about it. Seeing Ouyang Shuo coming, the two of them quickly came over. General Shuo's voice was, as ever, quite loud. "Lord," he nearly shouted. Zhao Duong followed behind him, greeting promptly, "Sire." Shuo waved away formalities, still in a very good mood. With a smile at Duong, he said, "No need to stand on ceremony. Secretary Duong has been busy, truly worthy of praise." Zhao Duong still held the title of Deputy Director of Construction, and was naturally intent on proving himself through deeds. His fear that he was not doing well and that his lord was about to criticize him was put to rest, soothing his heart. Modestly he said, "I dare not claim the credit. The reason this tower could be built so smoothly is thanks to General Shuo's advice. Without his guidance, we would not know where to start." General Shuo was not one to know modesty. Smiling to the side, he said proudly, "This is not that difficult. This is the simplest of arrow towers. I used to lead men in war. Those kinds of siege towers were much more powerful." General Shuo turned and looked at Ouyang Shuo. "My lord, my last observation of the terrain tells me that we should build a tower at each corner of our fence to enhance the village's defensive power. Unfortunately, there are not enough bows and arrows, nor ways to train the rookie recruits in them." Ouyang Shuo nodded slightly and looked back to Zhao Duong. According to General Shuo's words, have the construction division coordinate arrangements. Zhao Duong hurriedly said that within 2 days he could have all of the towers built. Ouyang Shuo nodded his head, and with no more reason to stay, turned to head back to his courtyard, holding on a black fawn. One Luo, Shun Fu Sun Fu, an ancient China poem from the era of the late Three Kingdoms. Two Dream of Xiang, King Shang Wangmeng, an ancient China romance story about a king and goddess. Ouyang Shuo headed back to the Lord's manor, tying Black Fong back up before he entered the office. Just as he sat down, Gu Xiuwen, his clerk and household registrar, came in with 2 tall men. One of the men was about 30 years old and unarmed. He had an evenly spaced face, wide and open under his thick eyebrows, with a pair of shrewd, deep eyes flashing as they looked him over. He had an extremely developed physique, particularly in his shoulders and arms. The other man was in his early 20s, armed with a spear and with a knife at his waist. His face was exceptionally attractive, with carved facial features looking like a sculptor had carved them, definitely a ladies' man. Zhu Xiuwen asked Ouyang Shuo about his well-being and introduced the 2 men. "Sire, these 2 heroes are 2 special talents that have just arrived in the village. They are a pair of brothers. This good man is Lin Yu, excellent at unarmed combat, an advanced martial arts instructor. His good brother is a basic officer called Lin." The Lins took the opportunity to come forward, their hands clasped, bowing slightly. Lin Yu, Lin Yi, pays respects to the Lord. An advanced martial guru and a basic officer? Ouyang Shuo was definitely interested in this and was pleased to respond. "2 heroes, welcome, welcome. Today we welcome 2 very talented men. It is Shanghai Village's fortune." He gestured for them to sit before proceeding. "Since both of you have such great skill, will you be willing to fight for our army?" Hearing this, the younger man, Lin Yi, revealed an eager expression, obviously quite willing to do so. But the older brother was quiet, not showing his inner thoughts. Seeing the older brother not displaying anything, Ouyang Shuo suppressed his emotions inside. Obviously, this wasn't an easy man to win over, and Ouyang Shuo nodded in approval. Lin Yu hesitated a moment, then spoke slowly. "Your lordship, I will not lie to you. I have the ability to teach fist fighting and some footwork, but I am not suitable for the military. I suffered a serious injury in the past, and its effects haunt me still. I fear I could not live up to your expectations. My brother, although stubborn, is also skilled in martial arts. If the Lord is willing, he can be set up in your army, and some strict discipline will be good for him. He will serve you well for both of us." Ouyang Shuo nodded slightly. This Lin Yu was an honest man through and through. He's not just a simple instructor. At this moment, Ouyang Shuo wasn't going to delve deeper into his history. Master Lin has an illness in his body. It would not be good to force you. The village has an advanced doctor. I will ask him to render a diagnosis and treatment for you. In addition, the village is about to establish a martial arts dojo. When you have the time, I will have to ask Master Lin to sit down with the villagers and arrange classes to teach martial arts to them. This will help them get more physically fit and would let everyone learn some self-defense. With the wilderness nearby, a little protection could go a long way. I hope that Master Lin will not refuse my request. For such a noble purpose, Lin Yu could naturally not decline. Moreover, the establishment of a dojo was exactly in line with his desires. I thank the Lord for his consideration. I would not dare to disappoint you. He replied quickly. Ouyang Shuo laughed and then said, "As for younger brother Lin, I think you will be excellent material for the militia group's leader. I think that with your ability, you will fulfill my trust." Master Lin again bowed. "Thank you, Lord. We will not disappoint you." Ouyang Shuo took the opportunity to check the stats of the two brothers. Name, Lin Yu, Silver. Identity, Shanghai Villager. Occupation, Advanced Martial Arts Instructor. Loyalty, 75 points. Feature, Proficient in Fist Fighting. Enhances the fist martial arts of the territory by 10%. Evaluation, Mysterious Origin, once a famous fighter. Due to residual injuries, forced to leave. Name, Lin E. Blackiron. Identity, Shanghai Village Militia 3rd Sergeant. Occupation, Basic Officer. Loyalty, 75 points. Command, 30. Force, 40. Intelligence, 20. Political, 15. Internal power, Lin family spearmanship, a total of 12 types. Equipment, fine iron spear, belt knife. Evaluation, has studied the art of war, practices spearmanship. However, his temperament is unruly and unconventional. The brothers were definitely a bit different from one another. Master Lin was evaluated by the system as a fist-style master, helping to raise the fist-fighting ability of the entire territory. Such an ability was simply a great help for the whole village. Ouyang Shuo guessed that if he could cure Master Lin's injuries, he would become at least a master martial arts instructor. For this, he could only lay his hopes on Dr. Song and pray, but he didn't have high hopes as he didn't think an advanced doctor would be able to solve the problem. Lin Yu was definitely not so simple, either. Although only a black iron character, he came with his own technique and equipment. He had great potential and opportunity for growth. Putting him in the army under the command of General Shuo, and with a little luck in the future, he would become a major asset. Through these last few days, Ouyang Shuo had slowly noticed that the system seemed to have revised its rules for generating immigrants. First, the closer to the start, such as an upgrade or starting the village, the more likely it was for the system to bring in some special talent. If the village had reached the required special talents to upgrade, the system would basically just send more farmers his way, and rarely would there be special talents. Another thing he'd noticed was that as the characteristics of the village rose, it could also attract higher-level talent from time to time. One must know that a Grade 1 village focused on basic elementary talents, and Shanghai Village already had 3 high-class advanced talents. If the other lords knew this, they'd die from envy. For a lot of lords, an intermediate talent was not something they have yet. Advanced talents were just utterly ridiculous luxuries. Their welcome meeting finished, Ouyang Shuo told Gu Xiuan to arrange comfortable accommodations for Master Lin. He would take younger Lin to the barracks. As a basic officer, Lin did not need to change his class. The fundamental difference between a soldier and an officer was the number of troops they could command. According to the military system, a soldier could only be promoted to the rank of lieutenant, leading a platoon of 50 soldiers. With 10 platoons, 500 soldiers, an unit is formed, led by a major, which requires at least a basic officer. 5 units formed a regiment, a total of 2,500 soldiers, led by a colonel, which requires at least an intermediate officer. 5 regiments formed a division, with another 1,000 people under the major general, for a total of 13,500 people, which required an advanced officer. 4 divisions formed a legion, with 10,000 people under the commanding general, a total of 55,000 people. This was a massive army, and only special officers could possibly command them. If you put a number of legion together in an army group, then only a lord or lord-appointed marshal could do the job. Therefore, later on, the demand for officers in any territory would be very high. It was unrealistic to hope that your officers would be of great quality if you didn't have the forces to attract them to service, unless there was a powerful territorial draw, such as Shanghai Village, a gold-level village. Most officers were being class changed from soldiers. The intermediate class barracks class change chamber could transform level 10 militia into rank 1 soldiers. The soldiers had 9 ranks to climb. Ranks 1 to 3 were normal soldiers, 4 to 6 were the veterans, and 7 to 9 were elite soldiers. Ordinary soldiers need to advance all the way to rank 9 elites before they could go through an advanced barracks class change chamber and change into basic officers. It was because of this that Ouyang Shuo was paying so much attention to Lin Yi. When the two of them came to the barracks, General Shi had just came back. After Lin, he had reported to his new commander and spoken of his history. Ouyang Shuo was ready to leave. General Shi stopped him suddenly, saying seriously, "Lord, I have something to report." Ouyang Shuo stopped, a little puzzled, and asked, "Oh, what's happened?" "One of the scouts had just reported back to me. They just came back from patrol, and when they scouted the territory, they accidentally discovered a raider camp." Ouyang Shuo was momentarily surprised by this development. Raider and bandit, the two scourges of the wilderness. Had the patrol alerted them? He asked urgently. General Shi shook his head, saying they were not alerted. The patrol was led by San Guzi, and they were quite clever. They saw the camp from afar, and have set down to monitor the larger force from a distance, sending a runner to return here and report. Excellent. They have done well, and we must be careful. With our strength now, without knowing the strength of the enemy, we must maintain calm and restraint. General, find out 2 things, the size of the enemy and their general strength. If necessary, go there personally. The other thing you need to do is to seize the opportunity to pick troops for the militia as rapidly as possible. The selection of the troops will be our main priority in preparing for this fight. I will communicate with secretaries of the village to make sure this is done. Ouyang Shuo said with great caution. General Shi was very excited, loudly saying, "Please rest assured that the patrol will return tonight to their camp. I would like to see what ability these raiders have." Since General Shi was going to personally act, Ouyang Shuo was at ease. The discovery of this temporary camp could actually be a good thing for the territory. He could train up the militia team. Killing the bandits will help them level up faster than killing monsters. After destroying them, there is a high likelihood of getting some much-needed building blueprints. The next day, Ouyang Shuo came online and hurriedly called General Shi into his office, eager to inquire about the results of the investigation the night before. General Shi's ability was high, and last night he had snuck directly into the camp of the enemy, carrying out a detailed scouting mission. "My lord, here is the summary report. The whole camp numbers about 100 people. The fighting population numbers about 60. The rest are some women and children. The fighting force is divided into 3 categories. First is the ordinary bandits, poorly equipped and unmounted. Their strength is about equal to our militia. The second category is the elite bandits, well equipped with bows, spears, and horses. From looking at their stables, I estimate there are about 20 of these elites. The third category is their leader. There is 1 commander with a lieutenant. The strength of their leader is about equal to that of Lin Yi from yesterday." Ouyang Shuo's face turned solemn and said, "The strength of this group of bandits was beyond my expectations. Even the ordinary bandits were as strong as our militia. In a head-on fight, I am afraid we will suffer greatly. The elite bandits with bows and arrows are, for us, a greater threat. It seems that this time we will need to be clever and not simply storm them. General Shuo said with some disapproval, as if admitting to cowardice. This is the end of my report, but I do not agree. These bandits are nothing in my eyes. If I drove in their camp, I could likely kill more than half of them. Ouyang Shuo smiled wryly back at him. My brave general, I know this. However, as the saying goes, the ant can also kill the elephant. You going alone is far too risky. If you failed, it would not be worth the loss. Although you have the courage, the militia team, with their simple equipment, cannot help you in such a fight. General Shuo smiled. Then, by the Lord's meaning, how should we do this? Ouyang Shuo calmly and confidently said, at this stage, the most important thing is to accumulate the militia's team training and whip them into shape. We will keep the status quo and quietly accumulate strength, wait until the right time, and strike. Of course, we need to keep up our surveillance and alert the others. Let us make arrangements for the staff in case the bandits move. In addition, we need to get the defenses of the village working so as to avoid any accidents. Yes. Finished with the meeting, General Shuo promptly left to arrange the defense of the village. Shortly after General Shuo had departed, Cui Yingyu entered Ouyang Shuo's office. Ouyang Shuo smiled and asked her to sit down, laughing and saying, You seem to have come with a purpose? He said that for a reason. It turned out that Yingyu was a workaholic. As this was not a modern society where such things were common, she had to be a very strong woman to take on a role like this. Big brother, even you're making fun of me. I am working so hard, all for the sake of Big Brother's territory. Yingyu's face turned red as she pouted at his teasing. Ouyang Shuo quickly apologized and hurriedly said in a coaxing manner to avoid her embarrassment, Okay, don't be angry. What's the progress on the basic mining field over there? He had to be careful of the atmosphere. Yingyu was effectively his little sister and trusted him implicitly, the most out of all his staff. Being the target of his teasing was very embarrassing. She had come here to report on her work, and now it had become so awkward that she didn't know where to start. Seeing that Ouyang Shuo started to talk about business, she sighed with relief. She collected herself, calmly reporting, 3 days ago, I found the blacksmith, Master Li, and asked him to take people to start looking for mining areas. Yesterday, they finally reported back that in the southwest of the territory, at the foot of the mountain, they found an open iron or field. It is not only large in area, but also has rich amounts of ore and should be very easy to collect. Some of the ore is directly exposed to the air and can simply be lifted out of the ground to collect it. Ouyang Shuo nodded happily at this information. This is good news. Although the demand for iron in the territory is not great as of yet, as soon as we start making weapons, the demand will surge. With a good open field mine, we will not have to worry about iron or for a long time. Have you managed to find any talents familiar with mining? The main reason I came here today is to tell Big Brother that among the new immigrants, there is an experienced intermediate miner called Yuan Xiaoping. I suggest that he be put in charge of the operations for the new basic mining field. Ouyang Shuo replied without the slightest hesitation, Yes. Bring him along, no problem, then appoint him as the foreman of the field, assigned under your material reserve division. Touched by his trust, Yingyu smiled. Thank you for your trust, brother. Hee. Ouyang Shuo waved his hand, smiled, and said, For my little sister, I trust your ability and vision implicitly. Just do not be too hard on yourself. Yingyu replied softly. Between the two of them, they became a lot closer. Waiting until Yingyu had left, Ouyang Shuo didn't want to stay in the office. It was time, he thought, to take a look at the carpenter's workshop. Since they had been given to the carpenter Lu Guangji, Ouyang Shuo had no idea if he had studied it, or if there had been progress. The pointer chariot could be very useful in the First War, which was happening soon, so he wanted to get it into production quickly. The carpenter's workshop was built on the central street of the commercial area, next to the blacksmith shop. Ouyang Shuo walked into the woodshop. Master Lu was working with 2 apprentices, working around a wooden carriage. Ouyang Shuo was surprised for a moment. Understanding the manual was not easy, and he had actually made the pointer carriage, so quickly? This was too much. One must know that this was a difficult technology to get working. The ancient south-pointing chariots made use of differential gears in comparison to modern-day compasses, which made use of geomagnetic forces. The carriage used a gear transmission system according to the rotation of the wheels to indicate the direction of the car. No matter where the car turned, the wooden hand always pointed to the south, so it was easy to use to determine the direction the carriage should go in. One of the apprentices looked up and saw Ouyang Shuo. He quickly alerted his master, who was staring fixedly at the carriage. Lu Guangji recovered, hastily bowed in salute, and fearfully said, "I was too focused and have neglected my lord, and will accept his punishment." Ouyang Shuo smiled and simply said, "Master Lu is fanatic about his work, truly worthy of the admiration of everyone as someone to learn from." "What is wrong with that?" Carpenter Master Lu smiled embarrassingly and said, "My lord has seen an embarrassing situation." Ouyang Shuo did not want to get tangled up with modest manners and pointed directly to the wooden carriage. "If I'm not guessing wrong, this should be the pointer carriage described in the technical manual? I did not expect that in just a few days Master Lu would make such incredible progress." Listening to Ouyang Shuo's praise, the man's dark face instantly reddened even further. Sounding quite shameful, he said, "I am ashamed and not worthy of the Lord's praise. We have worked these last days in accordance with the book records, trying to make the pointer carriage. It is a pity that this carriage does not truly point south like the directions in the book say it should." Ouyang Shuo abruptly realized that this was just a test product, which made it much more realistic. "It is not necessary for you to be ashamed, Master Lu. As far as I know, this pointer carriage is a very sophisticated instrument, and even with a technical manual to reference, it will not take just a short time to grasp how it is made. Anyway, there is still time, and you do not have to be depressed, ashamed, or anxious at all. Master Lu, study this slowly, and perhaps you can use this opportunity to upgrade your carpenter level." Master Lu's face was a little pale, and he said gratefully, "I thank the Lord for his trust. I will certainly seize the time to study and try to make a true pointer carriage as soon as possible and repay Lord's kindness." "Then I am relieved. You are busy, so I will stop bothering you and take my leave." Walking out of the wood shop, Ouyang Shuo simply turned and walked into the blacksmith shop next door. To tell the truth, he hadn't paid much attention to Li Taiju, the basic blacksmith. The reason was simple. The blacksmith wasn't able to make weapons or armor. At best, he could make arrowheads, and not even the more complex broadheads. Because military goods were not allowed to be sold in the market, Lord players could only obtain weapons and equipment in 3 ways. The first kind was the most simple, and that was when the military camp gave out a basic set of weapons and armor. This was done when upgrading soldiers, such as when farmers were upgraded into militia and given leather armor and a spear. The system provided the set mostly to avoid the embarrassment of a naked soldier, and could only be regarded as the most basic equipment. Of course, the shortcomings of this gift were very apparent. The free weapons and equipment were of very low quality and broke or destroyed easily. The second way to get military goods was to smuggle them in from the big cities, working with the big businessmen. As long as the payment was worth the risk, the deep background of those cartels would take the risk. They would arrange a private shipment overland, escort it all the way, and ship it directly to your territory. This was certainly not easy to do. First, you had to contact the cartels, which required upgrading the basic market to the advanced market, which would open the 4th platform of the market, the negotiated cooperative trading platform. The smuggling of weapons and equipment was extremely high in pricing, and if you weren't rich, you simply couldn't afford it. Even casually smuggling something in could bring the territory close to bankruptcy. Those cartels were anything but generous, and were in fact greedy vampires. They risked losing everything, taking the risk of shipping everything to the territory. So if they didn't earn 5, 7, or 10 times the profit, they wouldn't be satisfied. Even worse, the cartels only sold the products. They were not responsible for maintenance. After-sale service was not something they even talked about. The last way was to build your own military industry. Once he had his own military industry, naturally, he didn't need to be subject to the whims of others. It was all on him how much he wanted to and how much he would be able to produce. Although this approach looked good, it was the most difficult of the three paths. Why? Because weapons and equipment were prohibited items. Any type of advanced weapon required the appropriate technical manual to build. For things like the famous Northern and Southern Mingguang armor, you needed it to make it. In general, technical manuals like that were not available in the basic market. There was only place to buy them. It meant upgrading to the intermediate market and the opening of the third platform, the limited time auction platform. The game would hold time limited auctions at a regular basis on that platform. During those events, there would usually be some rare items. In the past, most of the technical manuals for weapons and equipment had come out of the auction. Ouyang Shuo clearly remembered when the first auction had been held in his past at the beginning of the third month. That was also the day of the official opening of the credit points and game currency trading platform. Back to reality, Ouyang Shuo's plan to start weapon workshops really required an advanced blacksmith to manage them. Therefore, he didn't have any expectations of basic masterly. So, he did not expect that with a simple visit to the smithy, Masterly would give him a surprise. The burly blacksmith, upon seeing Ouyang Shuo, said happily, "Huh, such a coincidence. I was preparing to look for Sire, and did not expect Sire to come. Oh, I did not know that Masterly needed to find me. What news do you have for me?" Seeing the usually calm and capable blacksmith looking so excited, Ouyang Shuo was a little surprised. Yesterday afternoon, when I was building a plow for a farmer, I made a natural breakthrough in my bottleneck and was officially promoted to intermediate blacksmith. Listening to him say that, Ouyang Shuo immediately thought of the gold-level characteristic of his territory, namely the one that increased the proficiency rate of skilled residents by 20% and increased the chance to break through promotional bottlenecks by 10%. He had not expected it to so quickly play a role in the village, and sure enough, it was quite powerful. Oh, then I really must congratulate Master Li. I would like to ask, when you broke through, did you have any kind of special feeling? I feel that my smithing skills have improved greatly. Before, a problem that might have confused me now seems as simple as up and down, just as if I had been enlightened by the heavens. About his own breakthrough, Master Li himself seemed to be more than a little surprised. Well, no matter what, this is a good thing. Master Li can now try to build some arrowheads and spears, and the territory will make use of them. Pleased to be able to build weapons, Master Li was honored to be given this duty. After a brief accounting of his needs, Ouyang Shuo left the blacksmith shop. Gaia Year 1, 1 SD month, the 20th day. At the military camp school, 50 militia had been assembled in their teams. Standing on the temporarily erected platform, Ouyang Shuo began the pre-battle mobilization. "Soldiers, I, the Lord of Shanhai Village, am addressing you. 5 days ago, a raiders' camp was found within our territory. Our enemies, they are numerous and well-equipped. We have fewer soldiers, and our weapons are not as good. If you are afraid, stand up now, and you won't have to go. My soldiers, remember this. Since the moment you entered the barracks, you are no longer farmers tied to the earth. You severed your ties to your past. Who are you? You are the specially selected warriors of Shanhai, and the mission of soldiers is to defend their territory. Now, the villagers are looking at you. Their children are watching you. Will you be worms or dragons? It all depends on this battle. Are you afraid?" "Not afraid." All of the militia shouted back together. None of them were cowards. "Do you have the confidence to win?" "We have." "Very good. We shall begin." Under the leadership of General Sure, the militia left the barracks in an orderly manner. In 4 days' time, the militia team had not only been fully recruited, but all of them had also been brought to the max level of 10. Ouyang Shuo had also gone out with them to train, and his level had also reached 14. Just this morning, the soldiers who were responsible for monitoring the raiders' camp had relayed some information. Today, early in the morning, the 2 leaders of the raiders had taken 12 elite raiders and 20 ordinary raiders and led them out to go plundering. All of a sudden, the forces of the raiders' camp were cut in half. Faced with such a good opportunity, Ouyang Shuo naturally wasn't going to let it go. Immediately, he called together the full militia and went to the raiders' camp straight away. Of course, even with so many people gone, the raiders' camp was still comparable in strength to the militia team. In order to reduce his casualties, Ouyang Shuo knew that he would have to use some tactics. He planned to have Sanguzi lead a militia squad, pretending to be migrants, and lure some of the raiders out of the camp. The rest of the militia would wait in ambush by a small hill 3 kilometers from the camp. Half an hour later, the militia reached the ambush site, quickly moving into position. Ouyang Shuo waved Sanguzi forwards, patted his shoulder, and said, "Don't get close enough to be chased down by their cavalry. Remember, don't get too close. They can see everyone who approaches within 1,000 meters." Sanguzi was one of the fastest and most clever of the militia. At this time, not only was he not afraid, but was very excited. "Sire, rest assured, at being a bait, I'm great at it, haha." Ouyang Shuo kicked him, smiled, and said, "Brat, see if you can do it. Get out of here." Sanguzi gave him a big smile before setting off with the other 9 disguised militia. They first had to make a big detour off to the side, and then pretend to be coming from the opposite direction, so it looked they were coming out of the wild. Otherwise, it would be too easy to reveal their origins. The bandits could survive in the wilderness, and therefore they would not be suckered out easily. Planning for the attack while thinking the enemy leader was a fool, that would be really stupid. 20 minutes later, Sanguzi's squad came within 1,000 meters of the raiders' camp and entered the field of vision of the sentry on duty. The sentry looked at the small group of displaced people and did not think much of it. He quickly went down to report that there was a line of 10 small fat sheep that had walked into their hands, not far from the camp. The camp's great leader was busy enjoying a woman, and hearing that it was only 10 people, he impatiently snapped, "Go away. This is not worth my time. Tell Zhao Lu to go deal with them." That Zhao Lu was an elite raider, and after receiving the order, looked very excited. He led 4 other raiders on horseback, and they rode out of the camp. Sanguzi was clever, getting just within range of the raiders' camp before stopping 1,000 meters out. Pretending to recognize what the camp really was with panicked looks, the whole squad turned and ran. Zhao Lu, seeing the frightened appearance of the small mob, laughed. Not only did he not race to catch up quickly, but he slowed down, unhurriedly catching up to Sanguzi. He was ready to play a game of cat and mouse, and get his fun out of this group of fragile victims. Soon enough, the 2 groups of people became visible to Ouyang Shuo. He could see the joking expression on Zhao Lu's face, and thought to himself, "You bastard who thinks he controls life and death. You will pay for your arrogance with your blood." When the raiders were 100 meters from the hillside, the militia rushed out of hiding as they sprang their ambush. Everyone was in a unified formation, both hands on their javelins as they rushed together and threw it to the raiders. General Shuo was standing off to the side, bow, an arrow in his hand, show. General Shuo's arrow shot Zhao Lu down off his horse. The raiders had no time to react before they were pierced by the militia's 40 javelins like hedgehogs. With their first battle victory, naturally came a surge of morale. Ouyang Shuo arranged Lin to take some people and clean up the booty and make sure all of the raiders were dead. Because everyone used their javelins directly against the raiders, only one of the 5 horses was wounded. In addition to the horses, the most useful loot were the 5 bows. Ouyang Shuo took a look at their stats. Name, ordinary horse, black iron level. Weight, 50 kilograms. Speed, 30 kilometers/day. Consumption, 3 units of grain/day. Evaluation, this barely qualifies as a warhorse. Name, ordinary wooden bow, black iron level. Length, 1.2 meters. Range, 150 meters. Evaluation, a single stave shortbow made of Manchurian ash wood with deer tendons for a bowstring. Don't hope for a lot of power out of it. Ouyang Shuo immediately arranged for the 5 horses to be brought back to the village by 2 militiamen. The 5 bows were quickly passed to the 5 sergeants. Unfortunately, except for Lin Yi and Zhang Daniu, who both knew basic archery, None of the others had ever touched a bow before. Quickly cleaning up the battlefield, Shuo's force did not dawdle and immediately went straight to the base camp. Ouyang Shuo took full advantage of the fact that the camp did not have time to react before their attack arrived. With his timing, the balance of strength had been tilted. There had been 20 elite raiders. 12 had left, 5 had already died. What were left in the camp had at most 3 elite raiders. They would not cause much concerns anymore. Before the fight, Ouyang Shuo quietly told General Shi to let Lin Yi deal with the raider camp leader after the fighting started. General Shi's main duty was to use his bow and kill any surviving elites, then cover the militia during the fight to cut down on the number of casualties. 300 meters from the camp, General Shi, riding on his horse, took his bow and directly shot down the 2 sentries. Taking the opportunity, Ouyang Shuo ordered the larger force to move forward quickly, rushing into the raiders' camp. Finding outsiders rushing into their camp before they could gather together, the people inside immediately panicked. General Shi rushed to the front, simply a humanoid killing machine. No one could oppose him. Stimulated by his example, the morale of the militia reached a peak. With General Shi leading them, they had no fear of the ordinary bandits. In contrast, reeling under the sudden attack on their camp and General Shi's unstoppable aura, the bandits' morale plummeted. At that point, the bandit lieutenant finally got his armor on and, carrying a big axe, rushed out into the fighting. Lin Yi took one look at him, without further orders from Ouyang Shuo, directly charged up to the raider and engaged him. The two were fairly evenly matched, but one had an axe and the other was dancing with a spear. It was the old saying, an inch of reach is an inch closer to death. Seeing the two fighting, it was obvious to see what the ending would be. In less than 20 rounds, Lin Yi seized on a flaw in the other's form, and as fast as lightning pierced the big raider through the center of his chest. Seeing their leader slain by Lin Yi, the other bandits try to break off from the fighting, scatter, and flee. Unfortunately, the camp was not large, and there was nowhere to run. The sergeants, along with their squads, hunted them down one by one and killed them. As for the 3 elite raiders, they had long been killed by General Shi. The fighting started quickly and ended quickly. After the battle, the militia team had 2 seriously injured and 12 slightly injured. Fortunately, no one had died. The 2 who were seriously injured, even if healed, could probably never fight on the battlefield again. Ouyang Shuo could only reluctantly arrange for them to retire. The 12 who had minor injuries, after applying some metal laceration medicine and a few days of rest, they would be fine. Through the destruction of the raiders' camp, Ouyang Shuo's level rose like a rocket directly to 18. He took the opportunity to look at his own stats. Name, Chiyue Wui. Title, Celebrity, Good Impression on Historical Figures plus 10%. Territory, Shanghai Village. Merit, 1300/1600. Title, 3rd Viscount. Occupation, Officer, Part-time. Level, 18, 65210/723860. Reputation, well-known, 1200/10,000. Body structure, 18. Comprehension, 20. Luck, 5. Charm, 8. Command, 26. Force, 8. Intelligence, 8. Political, 26. Talent, locked. Technique, none. Skills, intermediate collection, basic shipbuilding, basic diplomacy, basic assessment, basic weapons proficiency, basic riding, basic marksmanship, basic archery. Mount, poor horse, bronze. Equipment, poor iron spear, bronze, ring of courage, black iron level. While Xiao was looking at his stats, General Shi directed the cleanup of the battlefield. In the game, NPCs would not resurrect, and their bodies would not stick around very long. Usually when an NPC died, their body would stay around an hour or so. During this time period, if someone were to take care of the corpse, they could be buried in a cemetery. Otherwise, their fate would be the same as these bodies, eventually turning all white and disappearing. This reflected a user-friendly design in the game. Otherwise, with thousands of the slain after a war in the late game, it would be pretty gory. With the capture of the raiders' camp, the amount of plunder seized was plentiful, but he didn't have the statistics at the moment. The other thing in the camp was the number of women and children who Ouyang Shuo prepared to bring back to his village. There were 32 women and 3 children, total number of 35. These women and children were basically kidnapped by the raiders and taken to serve them. These people could not only quickly supplement his territory's population, but also improve the structure of the population to a certain extent. In the early days of the system, most of the incoming immigrants were men. The system logically ruled that for the migrants, naturally the more powerful adult men would be able to survive more easily. Most of the elderly, weak women, and children could not survive the wilderness. As for bringing these women back to the village, it wasn't to force them to marry and have children. Ouyang Shuo was not going to intervene in such matters. Everything would be determined by the villagers themselves. As a lord, what he could do was ensure that they were not discriminated against in his lands, while also making sure of their personal safety and freedom. By 11 a.m. in the morning, they'd finished clearing the entire battlefield. The raiders' weapons and equipment were all collected, including the horses in the stables, the materials stored in warehouses, and even various personal possessions in the dwellings were plundered clean. Shuo really did need the money. He had 10 silver coins left only because he hadn't needed to use the barracks to class change. Encountering such a nice bit of plunder gave free rein to his miserly nature. Even if he had to dig 3 feet down into the soil, he wasn't going to let a copper coin get away. Shuo first called over Lin Yi and Zhang Daniu, telling them to take their men, the wounded and the women, children, and goods they'd seized and escort them back to Shanghai village. The wounded were to be handed over to Dr. Song for treatment, and the women and children placed under the guidance of Clerk Gu Xiuan. As for the resources, they would first go to Secretary of Material Reserves Cui Yingyu for a detailed breakdown, which he could look into after he returned. After they departed with the goods and prisoners, Shuo immediately took the rest of the men back to the raider camp. Shuo had definitely not forgotten that a group of raiders had gone out and not returned yet. Without making a clean sweep, how could he be assured of eliminating the problem they posed? Shuo made some quick calculations. In addition to himself and General Shi, there were 36 militia left behind. Given the size of the remaining raider force, there might be some difficulties. That group of bandits had 12 elites. He would have to use some schemes. Oh, wrong choice of words. It was time to use some wisdom and tactics. Shuo told the militia team to quickly take advantage of the time they had and restore the camp to its original appearance. He was perfectly ready to give the returning raiders a feeling of safety, just before he used an urn to catch a turtle, trapping the bandits in their own camp. They had to wait until 6 p.m., the usual time the bandits returned. His people had to stay in a tight group near the main gate and camp square. They had set their trap and were getting more impatient as time passed. The gang of raiders finally returned, not only with their own numbers, but with a dozen kidnapped women herded in the center of their group. It seemed they had once again found and washed another unfortunate village with blood. The gang of raiders rode right into the camp before they finally realized that something wasn't right. They hadn't seen the sentries, and the camp was way too quiet. They finally figured out something was wrong, but even if they wanted to leave, it wasn't that easy. They were unwilling to just run. They had to at least figure out what happened here. Moreover, their money and personal belongings were hidden in the camp. The fools rushed in. Relying on their strength and tactics they had used in the past, the bandits drew their blades and moved into the camp, gathered together into formations, moving slowly forwards. After entering, the raider's second leader was also alert, trying to keep everyone together. Unfortunately for them, Shuo had cleaned the camp well, and on the surface, they didn't find anything strange. Not believing it, he told his men to dismount, spread out, look around and see if they could find any clues. And with that decision, the nightmare of the raiders began. Having lost the advantage of both horses and archery, they were picked off one by one. The militia stayed in their fighting units, surrounding smaller groups and eliminating them quickly. The raiders' leader was left for General Shi and Lin Yi to deal with. and naturally the general once again became a source of dread for the raiders. Compared to the battle in the morning, this one had no suspense at all. In less than half an hour, all 33 bandits were eliminated. After the blood and fire of the morning's fight, the militia had been exposed to the battlefield and adjusted mentally, becoming much more experienced in their mindset. In the battle, only 4 people were injured. None of those were serious injuries, and there were 0 casualties. Shuo's level also directly rose to 20. Because it was already late, Shuo told his men to quickly sweep the battlefield. He himself came to the center of the camp, its Hall of Brotherhood. In the hall, a stone had risen from the ground. Shuo stepped forward and put his hand on the stone. System prompts began to sound. System notification. Congratulations to player Chiyu for destroying a basic raider camp. Please choose what you would like to do with the camp. Acquire it, transfer it, or destroy it. I choose to destroy it. Transferring it was impossible at this point, and there was no value in possessing it right now, given his plans for his territory. So the only choice left was to destroy it. System notification. Player Chiyu has destroyed the basic raider camp, randomly gaining access to 20% of camp's building blueprints and access to 20% of the camp's building resources. System notification. Congratulations to player Chiyu for gaining stables building blueprints, martial arts dojo building blueprints, 200 units of wood, and 80 units of stone. System notification. Congratulations to player Chiyu for destroying a basic raider camp. Special reward of 100 merit points and 200 reputation points. A white light swirled across the screen in a flash, and the whole camp disappeared. At the same time, the 2 building plans had appeared in his storage bag, while on the ground where the clubhouse used to be was now a pile of stacked wood and stones. The sweep of the battlefield was much simpler than earlier. They only needed to salvage the raiders' armor, weapons, and the 12 horses. Oh, and 11 women. Such a great thing. The raiders' camp had actually contributed 46 people to Shanghai's population, the equivalent of 3 days of immigrants. As for the pile of wood and stone, at this moment Shuo had no resources for specialized storage of large equipment. He could only wait for tomorrow and send people from the Material Reserves Division to arrange transporting it all back to Shanghai. By the time they walked back to Shanghai with all their loot, it was already 8 p.m. The villagers had spontaneously gathered to meet them, waiting for the return of the raider, slaying heroes. Hey, I heard that the Lord directly destroyed those thieving raiders' camp. He is magnificent. I remember that the raiders used to loot our village, and now the Lord has killed them all, cutting them down like radishes. Our militia team was great. They did not bring shame to our Shanghai village. They fought well. Right, I heard that their boss was stabbed to death by Lieutenant Lin E. Your information is out of date. Both leaders were killed by the lieutenant. Because the time was late, Shuo had everyone disperse early. The militia handed their loads over to Material Reserves Division and was asked to return to the barracks. The 11 women were to be dealt with by Gu Xiuan. Shuo didn't stay for long either. He had some quick conversations with Cui Yingyu and Gu Xiuan before logging off. Logging in the next day, he was eager to see all the spoils. He summoned Yingyu and Xiuan to his office and had them report on yesterday's rewards. Yingyu was very pleased, smiling as she said, "Big brother, I have to say, we had quite the bumper harvest last night. My division had to work late last night to calculate all the data." She paused, directly hanging a bit to whet Shuo's appetite before proceeding. According to our calculations, yesterday's 2 battles tallied up money of 32 gold coins, 76 silver coins, and 25 copper. There were 3,540 units of grain and 3 building blueprints, a hospital, a tailor shop, and a weapons workshop. In addition, there was a special item, a basic soldier token. As for weapons and armor, there were 22 horses, of which 2 were exquisite quality and the rest ordinary. There were 30 bows with 2 basic composite bows and 28 short bows along with 1,000 arrows. 1 suit of ordinary iron scale armor, 2 sets of ordinary studded leather armor, 20 sets of ordinary leather armor, and 27 sets of poor leather armor. 30 swords, 1 fine iron sword, 10 ordinary iron swords and 19 poor iron swords. 30 spears, of which one is fine, 10 ordinary and 19 poor. Also, there's an exquisite axe and an exquisite iron spear. Although mentally prepared for the report, after listening to Yu detail everything, Shuo still had the feeling that he had struck the lottery. The game rules set poor quality as the lowest level of bronze equipment. Ordinary equipment was black iron level. The ones with fine prefix was silver class equipment. An exquisite class that was gold level equipment. Gold class equipment would be the mainstream equipment in the future for a long period of time. Between it and the highest tiers of god level equipment. In the middle was separated only by the dark gold and platinum levels. He could not wait to see the properties of the equipments. And oh yes, there was a soldier token. He had a feeling that this basic symbol token was the biggest trophy this time around. Before he had much time to ponder, Gu Xiaowen began his report. Sire, I have some good news here. What good news? Don't tell me. There were some special talents among the women from yesterday, right? Shuo jokingly said. His moment spoiled, Xiaowen made a face. Sire's guess is quite accurate. Yes, out of the 2 groups from yesterday, there are 2 special talents. In the morning batch, there was an advanced chef called Gu Sanyang who cooked for the raiders. And there was one 18-year-old advanced tailor called Mu Qingxi. That was another blockbuster. Shuo was almost happy enough to faint. An 18-year-old advanced tailor? This was just a wicked talent. With this kind of talent, coupled with Shanhai's characteristics, promoting her to master was just a matter of time. It was very possible she'd even reach the higher levels of the Grandmaster class. I would like to let them live in the Lord's Manor for now. There's an empty room in the West Wing. Have them live there. Let me deal with this batch of resources, then I will pay them a visit. For such advanced talents, Shuo would more than happy to extend his hospitality and a level of courtesy. Noted, Xiaowen nodded agreement. When Xiaowen is in charge of things, I'm always rest assured. Shuo turned to Yu, smiled, and said, Yu, bring me to see our loot. I can wait no longer. The grain from the batch of resources had already been deposited into the granary, and Shuo had no interest in seeing it. The money, drawings, and various small objects were waiting on tables in the room. Shuo directly put them into his storage bag. The weapons and equipment were heaped up in the courtyard, the horses tied up in the square in front of his house. Of the weapons and armor, Shuo took a composite bow, a fine iron sword, and that exquisite iron spear. The rest of the weapons and armor he was ready to award for meritorious service to the militia members. Erwazi was squatting at the edge of the courtyard, curious to see everything, touching this, touching that. Shuo knocked on his head, smiled, and said, You're going to the barracks. Tell General Sure that I said for him to arrange people to take away the weapons and armor from here. Erwazi smiled and trotted away, heading straight for the barracks. Long Taos, side characters in Chinese operas who perform acrobatics and fight scenes. 12.47 to 13.07. Don't ask me about the tree sap. Taking advantage of the time, Ouyang Shuo took out his 3 new pieces of equipment and took a look at their stats. Name, basic composite bow, black iron grade. Length, 1.4 meters. Range, 200 meters. Evaluation, a composite bow. It uses tough black birch for the inner layer and large pine for the outer, 2 layers of wood bound using deer or cattle tendons. Fine fish glue is used to firmly stick them together, and the bowstring is made from deer skin. Name, fine iron sword, silver grade. Hardness, 15. Toughness, 20. Evaluation, extremely fine steel, repeatedly forged for a sharp blade with good toughness. Name, exquisite iron spear gold. Hardness, 30. Toughness, 45. Evaluation, spear forged from high-quality iron barbed wood. The spearhead has been forged repeatedly with exquisite workmanship. Ouyang Shuo nodded in satisfaction. This was a real change of equipment from a rookie to a pro. He hung the iron sword at his waist. The bow and spear he would keep in his room. He wasn't a full-time warrior, so he only needed those 2 weapons when combat was imminent or when practicing. In the front of the square, 22 horses were lined up in a row. The most striking of them were the leftmost pair, a black and white set, looking quite exceptional. Ouyang Shuo took an immediate fancy to the black horse. It had a beautiful black mane, vigorous posture, and was exceptionally handsome. Name: Exquisite War Horse Gold. Weight: 60 kilograms. Speed: 40 kilometers per day. Consumption: 3 grains/day. Evaluation: this is a high-quality horse from the northern grasslands, easily able to endure a battlefield. Ouyang Shuo said admiringly, "Really a good horse. I will call you Black Tornado." The horse seemed to be able to understand human nature, and, as if it understood his words, nodded its head. This made Ouyang Shuo desire it even more, and he brought it away to his yard. Just yesterday he had received the building blueprints for the stables, and now he was prepared to build a small stable just for Black Tornado in the yard of his manor. In less than 10 minutes, Airwazi had led General Shuo back with a full group of 30 men. As he walked into the yard, the roaring voice of General Shuo proclaimed, My lord, I hear that you are ready to reward the weapons and armor to your men." "That's right. This time, for destroying the raider camp, we definitely should reward the militia team for meritorious services," Ouyang Shuo answered, pointing to the heap of weapons and armor in the courtyard. "Have your men bring the equipment to the barracks, as well as all the remaining horses. Also, we need to call a general assembly of the troops to reward them for their great deeds." This is a good idea," General Shuo called out, promptly ordering the militia with him to gather up the weapons and armor. In addition, a dozen were ordered to lead away the horses. Everyone walked back to the barracks. Ouyang Shuo waited until all the troops were assembled on the training field before beginning the merit awards. "Lin Yi, come forward." "Here," the young officer answered, looking very excited. During the Battle of the Raider Camp, Officer Lin Yi beheaded the enemy leader, performing great merits. Ouyang Shuo paused for emphasis. "As thanks for your efforts, you are awarded an exquisite horse, a basic composite bow, and an ordinary iron scale armor as a reward." "Thank you for the rewards, my lord." With Ouyang Shuo giving a horse, bow, and metal armor to Lin Yi, the rest of the militia all looked at him enviously. Lin Yi already had a fine iron spear and excellent knife. Coupled with these new awards, he was basically now fully equipped as an officer. "Sanguzi, come forward." "Sir." During the Battle of the Raider Camp, Sergeant Sanguzi effectively lured the enemy into an ambush and was brave in combat during the following battles. "With our thanks, you are rewarded an ordinary horse, an ordinary wooden bow, an ordinary set of studded leather armor, and a fine iron spear." "Thank you for the reward, my lord." "Zhang Dainiu, come forward." "Sir." During the Battle of the Bandit Camp, Sergeant Dainiu fought bravely and with great power. "With our thanks, you are awarded an ordinary horse, an ordinary composite bow, an ordinary set of studded leather armor, and an exquisite axe." There's a bit of a contrast here, as Dainiu's reward was slightly better than Sanguzi's. But Sanguzi was an agile soldier, and spears were more suitable for him. Dainiu was more of a strength soldier, more suited for using an axe. "Zhao Sihu, Li Mingliang, come forward." "Sir." During the Bandit Camp fight, Zhao Sihu and Li Mingliang proved themselves to be brave and effective fighters. You are each awarded a set of ordinary armor. "Thanks to the Lord for his reward," the two men called out eagerly. These two men had been in the second group to join the militia. After this battle, they had come up from behind, heading up the 4th and 5th squad as sergeants. General Shuo had been comfortable with them moving up into command positions, and had already recommended them to Ouyang Shuo before they became sergeants. In order to assuage the mood of the old militia, Ouyang Shuo had decided to temporarily shelve the promotion of the two as sergeants until he saw how well they did against the bandits. Sure enough, the two did not let him down. In the Battle of the Raider Camp, their performances were quite prominent. Ouyang Shuo was thus very supportive of their promotions to sergeant status. After handing out the main rewards for combat merits, Ouyang Shuo didn't reward the ordinary soldiers. He left the duty of handing out rewards to these men to General Shuo to keep up his prestige. General Shuo had no problems taking over this duty. Ouyang Shuo cleared his throat and proclaimed, "The following people come up to General Shuo to receive your rewards when your name is called. Everyone give General Shuo a round of applause." The soldiers applauded immediately and warmly. General Shuo began to call out names from the platform, giving awards to soldiers one by one based on their performances. Taking advantage of this gap, Ouyang Shuo removed the basic soldier token from his storage bag and assessed its properties. Crossbowman token, basic 100 fully trained militia may be directly transformed into crossbow cavalry. This was really powerful. Ouyang Shuo was clearer than anyone on the value of this soldier token. First of all, this was an upgrade that did not require the intermediate barracks. It directly transformed militia into soldiers, saving a lot of upgrade costs. Transforming a militiaman into a soldier was a full gold coin, 10 times the cost of turning farmers into militia. Secondly, the militia were turned into first-rank soldiers. There were only 3 kinds of soldiers: infantry, cavalry, and navy. In other words, the first choice of a soldier type was from the large categories. After that, they would be categorized further and in more detail as to which section they would serve in the military, depending on the skills that were taught to them and the equipments they were given. For example, infantry, if their commander was a master of the sword, then you could give them swords and shields and slowly train them to become sword-shield infantry soldiers. This token used directly affected what subdivision you moved your soldiers into. The token in Ouyang Shuo's hands could directly transform them into cavalry soldiers who could also use crossbows. Waiting until General Shuo was done with the awards, Ouyang Shuo stepped up again on the high platform, looking around at the assembled soldiers. "When we destroyed the raider camp, you all did not let me down, and you did not disappoint the villagers in Shanghai. The page of history has turned. I do not want you to immerse in past glories. We are soldiers, and fighting is our duty. Today, we exterminated a raider camp. Tomorrow, there will be more powerful enemies waiting in front of us. As a warrior, all we can do is train hard, harder, and even harder, so that in every battle, we can go forth with courage and kill the enemy without fear. Now, there is a new opportunity before you." Ouyang Shuo raised the token symbol up before the soldiers. "This is a crossbow cavalry token for soldiers, the most valuable spoils of our battle. I will be using this to change your jobs, and hopefully everyone will take advantage of this rare chance to train hard, for soon there will be a bigger challenge awaiting us. Are you ready? Then everyone, go into the class change chamber of the barracks, line up, and we will begin the process." Ouyang Shuo got down from the raised platform, stepping to the door of the class change chamber. He laid his hands upon the door, and the symbol token in his hands lit up. System notification. Detecting the crossbow cavalry soldier symbol. Use now? Yes. There was a flash of white light and hum as the soldier symbol vanished from his hands. System notification. Congratulations to player Chiue Wui for successful use of the crossbow cavalry soldier symbol. The transformation room has been updated to increase its power to include crossbow cavalry soldiers as an option until 100 transformations have been completed. Should the transformations be started immediately? Yes. System notification. Please select the number of transformations. 47 people. Ouyang Shuo had arranged for the seriously wounded militia to retire, so there were only 47 people to transform. Once he rose to 3rd village, he could do a one-time makeup to round out the numbers. System notification. The number of transformations has been selected. Use of the transforming chamber has begun. Transformations remaining, 53 people. In addition to Lin E, the rest of the militia teams began to go in one by one into the transforming room. When the first one came out, Ouyang Shuo naturally had to look at his stats. Name, Zhang Daniel. Identity, Cavalry Crossbow Soldier Sergeant. Occupation, Crossbow Cavalerie. Level, 1st grade. Combat Power, 20 points, Attack/Defense Comprehensive Index. Crossbow Cavalry gain plus 5 points. Consumption, 5 units of food/day. Skills: basic archery and basic riding. Equipment: ordinary horse, basic composite bow, ordinary crossbow, basic iron sword, basic javelin, basic armor, basic wooden shield. Evaluation: able to ride to increase their movement, and equipped with a crossbow and bow to supplement their arms. Well-equipped, able to scout, raid, and use archery. Normally, the combat power of a max-level militiaman was 11. When transformed into First-Order soldiers, this was directly increased to 15. With the excellent weapons and skills of the crossbow cavalry, they directly earned an additional 5 points of combat power. This was a great enhancement to their fighting ability, a large part of it because of their black iron equipment level. Such a band of first-grade crossbow cavalry was comparable in power to the highest-level player, Blood Romance of Blood, evil mercenary group. Even with seizing so much equipment from the raiders, most of it wasn't of the same level as the gear of the crossbow cavalry. This showed just how precious the symbol token was. After completing the class changes, Ouyang Shuo left the barracks. He was not going to intervene on the matters of the daily training of the mounted crossbowmen, territorial patrols, and those stationed at the northern salt fields. The military was in the experienced hands of General Shuo, and with a tenacious lieutenant like Lin Yi, as well as the increasingly mature and skilled sergeants, he was confident of them. He wanted to give them power and let them be tested so as to grow quicker. Of course, the core duties of appointing and removing personnel, he wasn't quite going to let go. That was the core element of his influence on the army. If he was really hands-off, it would be hard to say if the soldiers would even recognize his authority as their lord after some time. This was part of the charm of the game. NPCs were more than just stiff bundles of data. They had their own feelings. The more advanced the NPC, the higher their intelligence. Take General Shuo. As an emperor-level historical figure, his experience and awareness was even higher than a player like Ouyang Shuo. Although General Shuo would never violate his orders because of the system rules and his historical background, but if Ouyang Shuo's actions were too absurd, he would not be able to convince the general to do his best for him. Thus, their loyalty stat was not just a simple summary of everything. Although in principle they would not betray Shuo, but there were possibilities they would fight over authority or slack and neglect their duties. In turn, because of this, lords could use the full force of the system to exercise their authority and to train their decision-making skills. After all, the cost of making mistakes in the game was still much less than in reality. Outside the barracks, Ouyang Shuo pondered what to do next. Everything in the territory seemed to be proceeding in an orderly manner. Progress towards the Grade 3 village was slowly moving forward. Just a little while ago, he was troubled by his financial problems, but the destruction of the raider camp seemed to have completely resolved this. Thinking of that point, it reminded him that he still had building blueprints in his storage bag. There were 5 building blueprints in his storage bag, namely the stables, the dojo, the hospital, the tailor shop, and the weapon workshop. Among them, the stables and weapon workshop were required for Grade 3 villages. Ouyang Shuo looked at the construction requirements and found out that unfortunately, right now, they could only build some stables. Stables, place where horses are kept. Requirements, stables building plans, 200 wood, 50 stone. Build time, 1 day. Weapon workshop, a comprehensively equipped weapons and armor manufacturing facility. You can build ordinary weapons and armor. Requirements, advanced blacksmith, weapons workshop building plans, 400 wood, 200 stone. Build time, 2 days. The weapon shop required a high-level smithy. Shanghai currently didn't have one. His only blacksmith, Li Taiju, was promoted to intermediate blacksmith just a little while ago, and it was difficult to upgrade to an advanced blacksmith in a short time. Fortunately, there was still time, and Ouyang Shuo could still hope to directly get a randomly generated advanced blacksmith. As for second-grade village buildings, Ouyang Shuo still lacked the ancestral hall and the private school. Now that he had money, Ouyang Shuo headed directly to the basic market, spending 10 gold coins to buy both sets of building blueprints. In this way, he could start building all the required infrastructure for a second-grade village, even though he still needed a scholar for the school. During the previous 5 days, the construction division had completed the Arrow Towers, the primary mining sites, and 15 small courtyard homes. Heading back to the Lord's Manor and administrative office within, Ouyang Shuo ran into Deputy Director Zhao Duan. He directly handed him all the building blueprints and told him to get all 5 buildings built as soon as possible. In addition, he did not forget to specifically ask him to get a stable built for Black Tornado next to his own courtyard. In the afternoon, Ouyang Shuo visited the 2 seriously injured militiamen. After being treated by Dr. Song, they were both out of any danger. The first one was a 20-years-old young man called Song Yi. In the fight, 2 fingers of his left hand were cut off, meaning he'd be maimed for life. Seeing Ouyang Shuo visiting him, the little fellow could not hold back and cried like a child. The other man was about 30, called Li Tai. In his right eye had been shot out completely by an arrow, blinding him. This was a true man. When Ouyang Shuo were seeing him, his emotions had already stabilized, and he was still able to talk and laugh. Semi-serious, half-joking, he said, "Sire, I, Li Tai, may only have one eye, but I'm still able to kill the enemy." Ouyang Shuo's heart was sour. "Well, I believe in you. However, you will not be on the front line. Soon, when Shanghai rises to the level of a town, I will be setting up a special security team for the territory at that time, and both you and Song, you will be on it. For now, your task is to rest and take care of yourself until your injuries are good. Do not stop your martial arts training. I do not want to take you into the security team if you cannot even catch a thief." Li Tai immediately exclaimed, "Sire, rest assured that I will never bring shame to you or to the militia team. I believe you. Keep your spirits up. I will leave and let you recuperate. Remember my words and ease your hearts. Your faith and good work I will remember, and at the right time will give you enough to make up for what you have lost. Thank you, sire, for your care." After Ouyang Shuo's appeasement, coupled with his promise, the hearts of the 2 were reassured and they had completely calmed down. He headed back to the manor to see 2 women in the corridor to the West Wing courtyard chatting. "Sister Gu, we have come today, as requested. The Lord did not say how we were to be said. We don't even know what he looks like." The one speaking was a beautiful young woman in a dress. Although her clothing was made of ordinary linen, the workmanship was extremely delicate and gave her an innocent air. "Little girl, I heard that our sire is a handsome teen. Do you have any thoughts about him?" The other woman was a middle-aged woman who wore very simple clothing, with little to no makeup. The other woman was the target of this joke and immediately frowned. "Sister is making fun of people. Although I am curious, you should know about repaying a debt. Sire rescued me from the bandits. I have nothing but gratitude for the Lord. I do not have any other thoughts. Do not say you do not know what it is like." Every day in the raiders' camp was simply painful. The older of the 2 went on, clearly emotional. "However, I have heard things. The Material Reserves Division Secretary, Lady Chui, was the same as us, living in the wilderness. The Lord took pity on her and cherishes her talent. So, not only does the Lord take care of her, but entrusts her with tasks. Lady Chui not only lives up to the trust of the Lord, but her Material Reserve Division is kind and has won everyone's respect. Sister Chui is not only so beautiful, but capable. I admire her greatly." The younger woman was still a girl and immediately latched onto Yu as a role model. "Young girl, do not pretend that your talent in tailoring is anything small. Shanghai Village is outstanding. Your future achievements must not be any less than Lady Chui's," the other said wisely. At this moment, Ouyang Shuo was standing in front of the yard, rather embarrassed. From their conversation, he had guessed that the 2 in front of him should be the 2 that Gu Xiaowen told him about this morning, advanced chef Gu Sanyang and advanced tailor Mu Qingxi. Inadvertently listening to the 2's private dialogue in his own home, he had not walked in yet. "Ahem." Ouyang Shuo deliberately coughed to let them know he was coming, before he entered the yard. "Yes." Turning to see Ouyang Shuo, Mu Qingxi's little face immediately flushed a little. It was the older one who spoke, uncertainly asking, "Has the Lord come back?" I am Gu Sanyang, greeting my lord. I am Lord Ouyang Shuo. I was busy with things earlier, and I have neglected the two of you. Please forgive me. Gu Sanyang looked at Mu Qingxi and saw her standing there with her head bowed, blushing deeply, unable to speak, with her hands pulled up in her sleeves. Originally, Mu Qingxi was not so shy. It was just that she and Gu Sanyang's conversation was too private. With Ouyang Shuo, the protagonist of their conversation, appearing in front of them, she was naturally shy, not knowing when he came close and how much he had heard. Not only was her heart uneasy, but she was shy about their new home. She was waiting until Ouyang Shuo chose to speak and set the mood. Gu Sanyang hurriedly pulled her sleeves, getting her to react and bow and salute. Mu Qingxi greets Saya. Ouyang Shuo naturally pretended not to see her dilemma and discomfort. Is Miss Mu fine? Is this home good for you? Thank you, Lord, for your care. It is all good. Mu Qingxi began to calm down and knelt down to Ouyang Shuo. Ouyang Shuo didn't allow this, hastening to come forward and helping her up, earnestly saying, Miss Mu is too humble. You need not do this. Our ages are similar. If you don't mind, you can simply treat me as your brother. This was only an 18-year-old girl. Ouyang Shuo could only feel pity for her. Mu Qingxi instantly became red-faced, certain that Ouyang Shuo had heard their conversation, hurriedly shook her head and said, Mu Qingxi is of low birth. I dare not claim such a luxury. Ouyang Shuo waved his hand. We are a family in this village. There is no high and low distinction between us in the past. So let it go with the wind. We are in Shanghai Village, each by virtue of their own skills, duties, and self-reliance. Therefore, you will not pretend to be small. If you do not agree, then I will have to be angry. Ouyang Shuo deliberately made his face stern, watching Mu Qingxi. The young lady's cheeks bloomed roses as she watched Ouyang Shuo and called out, Big brother! Ouyang Shuo replied happily, That's right. This is Shanghai Village. Rest your heart. I have been long fascinated by your tailoring skills. Gu Sanyang, at this stage, you will be responsible for the cooking of the Lord's manor. When the village finally opens a restaurant to service everyone, I will ask you to take that over. Gu Sanyang smiled. I will comply with the Lord's arrangements. Inside Gaia, Year 1, Day 24. A sunny day in the game. Ouyang Shuo was riding Black Tornado, galloping through the wilderness. Since he had gained his horse, he had ridden it every morning like a wind through his lands. Black Tornado clearly liked the vast expanse of the wilderness compared to the narrow confines of the stables. Dew sprinkling from his hooves, facing the morning sunshine, he was clearly enjoying his run. At Friendship River, over 2,000 mu of farmland had been reclaimed, neat and orderly, set in 4 squares. He couldn't see the far edge from where he rode. The river ditches had been dug, forming a simple and practical irrigation system for the farmland. The farmers were planting the sweet potato seeds in the furrows and were looking forward to the harvest in the future. Ouyang Shuo studied the farm from the side, watching the rolling furrows and the busy farmers. He also could see the hope of harvest. He could rely on the potatoes to help with some of the people's food needs for the first half of the year. Looking over everything, according to the reports given to him, they were expected to be done planting by tomorrow. He was very pleased with the efficiency of the Reclamation Division. Zhao Dexian was a real talent at management, whether it be the construction team before or the Reclamation Division now. He had managed everything well and never let Ouyang Shuo be disappointed. Ouyang Shuo firmly believed that after these experiences, Zhao Dexian could later assume even more important positions, such as his personal assistant. Ouyang Shuo returned from his run along the farmland, taking less than half an hour to return to the village. On both sides of the village, 2 arrow towers had been built. Now there were 2 crossbowmen stationed by them, firmly guarding the entrances to Shanghai. Coming through the main entrance, he was greeted by the first buildings of the commercial street. A basic grocery shop, intermediate smithy, intermediate wood shop, advanced tailor, advanced dojo, and other buildings rose on both sides of the street, bringing an aura of vitality to the area. Yes, an advanced tailor shop and dojo, not basic level. This was related to setting the building level in the game. In the game, all buildings could be divided into 5 categories. The first category included simple fences, residential small homes, towers, the ferry, and stables, things that were mostly living space provided by the building. These types of buildings were not hierarchical, and once built, they could not be upgraded again. Thus, the fence could not be upgraded. It would have to be removed to construct stronger walls of brick. The second category included the smithy, tailor shop, wood shop, dojo, or hospital, buildings that produced something based on skilled experts. The smithy, for instance, did not determine if it could only build farm tools or also weapons. It was dependent on the level of the smith. So, the level of those buildings was directly tied to the level of the expert working there. So when basic smithly Taiju was promoted to an intermediate blacksmith, his smithy was likewise improved from basic to intermediate grade. The third category was a shipyard building. This type of building also relied on skilled personnel to achieve its function, but was also very dependent on the facility itself. Even if a shipyard had an advanced shipbuilder, but because the grade of the yard and dock were still at the basic level, so was the entire yard. Thus, the building itself had to be upgraded, as well as the person inside had to be at the right level in order to improve. The fourth category included the village temple, ancestral hall, the market, and the barracks. These buildings themselves needed to be upgraded and didn't require skilled personnel to do what they needed to do. Thus, to improve them, you had to acquire higher-level building blueprints. The fifth category were resource acquisition buildings, like the logging site, quarries, and mines. The level of those buildings was related to the volume of resources stored there and the number of people working them. As long as the resources stored were rich enough and the workforce expanded to a high enough level, they could be directly promoted. According to the game settings, the basic level was up to 100 people. 100 to 500 people was the intermediate level, 500 to 1000 was the advanced level, and more than 1,000 people for the special level. At the end of the business street, Ouyang Shuo returned to his manor and office within. On the desk, some paperwork were waiting, detailing the defense plan against the incoming beast wave worked out by General Shuo. He was not in a hurry to examine the papers, having been struck by a thought. Passing through the commercial street, he had seen many villagers going to work in their old clothes and suddenly realized that something should be done about that. The villagers worked hard every day for the territory, yet the only thing he had done for them was ensuring they were well fed. He could still remember that when the Zhao villagers came to him, he had made them a promise to let the villagers have clothes to wear, food to eat, and room to live. The villagers were still wandering about in their original ragged clothes, and even Shui Yu, the lady of his household, had no decent clothes. But now, they had Mu Qingxi, an advanced tailor. His treasury had funds once again. It was time to improve everyone's living conditions. Yavatsi, Ouyang Shuo shouted out the door. Lord, Erwazi was out playing in the courtyard and answered immediately when Ouyang Shuo called for him, scampering rapidly into the office. Go find Sister Chui and Sister Mu and bring them to my office. I have something to say to them. I have it covered. Erwazi shouted back energetically and trotted eagerly out of the office. Taking advantage of the time, Ouyang Shuo began to look at General Shuo's defense plan for the beast wave. In the plan, General Shuo gave a detailed description of the strategy that Shanghai needed to set up. Its core content, summed up nicely, was active defense, active attack. Active defense meant to expand the scope of the village out into the surrounding area. Specifically, to do a good job of defending the village, there should be layers of defenses located outside the village itself. After all, an animal was an animal, unlike a human army with intelligent commanders. When animals came in a wave, they must be in a violent and irrational state. Taking advantage of this point, pits should be dug out and scattered randomly through the area, with sharpened stakes in the bottom. This would both hurt and trap many of the crazed wild animals and encourage them to flee. They should also take the initiative to attack, taking full advantage of the potential of their mounted crossbowmen. Retreating defensively into the village was not appropriate. They should use the cavalry flexibly, taking advantage of their speed to seize the initiative with guerrilla warfare tactics. After reading the plan, Ouyang Shuo nodded his head, accepting the expertise of General Shuo's strategy. 10 minutes later, Yingyu and Mu Qingxi walked in together. After these last few days, the two girls had become very close, almost like sisters. "Big brother, you look for me and my sister. You must have a big deal to discuss," Mu Qingxi said at the door, laughing at Ouyang Shuo. After a few days to get used to her new home, she now felt her new lord and big brother was quite approachable, and as a result, her shyness had gone away, becoming much more gracious and open. "Naturally, I have something important to discuss with you, else I would not dare to disturb our young ladies," Ouyang Shuo replied, not to be outdone in the teasing. This little lady, since reaching an understanding with him, had become more daring. Although it was a deliberate teasing, he couldn't let her be too naughty. Seeing Ouyang Shuo returning such a joke, Mu Qingxi was finally a bit embarrassed. True to her nature, she whispered, "Big brother is bad, teasing a child like this." Mu Qingxi still had such a temperament. Ouyang Shuo couldn't help but think of his real sister, Binger. Although there was a definite age gap, the same air of innocence and carefree beauty was still touching. When Binger finally joined the game, the two of them would definitely be playing together. Ouyang Shuo ignored her whisper loftily, turning to look at Shui Yingyu. "Yingyu, having the two of you come here is going to be the start of a major event for the territory. This matter requires both you and little sister to see to completion." Yingyu had a softly puzzled look on her face as she asked, "I do not know what big brother intends." "When we raided the bandit camp, we reaped a bounty of 32 gold coins. I took out 10 coins for building blueprints, leaving more than 20 coins behind. Plus, Mu Qingxi's tailor shop has already opened. I want to see if you can buy linen from the basic market and make a new set of clothes for every villager in the territory. It will be a special reward for the hard work everyone has done." Yingyu smiled all the way to her eyebrows, sincerely saying, "Big brother, this is a great move. Does this move apply specifically only to the existing villagers, or also newcomers who arrive at the village? This plan is ready to be put forward as part of the basic welfare of Shanghai, so it is a long-term policy. On the day of Shanghai's founding, I promised the villagers this as their lord. I was unable to do so in the past, but now I am capable and naturally am not going to go back on my words." Mu Qingxi's big eyes started fluttering energetically as she heard this, her gaze flashing as she looked at Ouyang Shuo, her face full of hero worship. "Wow, big brother, I am worshipping you more and more. How do you do this?" Ouyang Shuo coughed, lightly saying, "No need to worship me. I am just a legend." "Phew, big brother is such a narcissist. Shame, shame." This little girl was getting more and more unscrupulous. Regardless, Ouyang Shuo asked her, "Little sister, about these clothes, you are the advanced tailor, and thus the most qualified to talk about them. Tell your big brother what you need to accomplish this, how much cloth time, and so forth." Mu Qingxi pondered a moment. "According to what this I know, a roll of cloth is around 30 meters long. Using an average of 2.5 meters per person, it can clothe 12 people. Based on the maximum population of 500 in a grade 2 village, we will probably need at least 42 rolls of cloth. With 4 apprentices, we can sew 20 sets of clothing per day." Ouyang Shuo nodded, looking at the pair of them. "It seems this will be a long-term project, so I'm going to set up a division of labor. I am responsible for the purchasing of cloth rolls to be tailored for the villagers. Qing'er, you will be responsible for the sizing and sewing of clothes. You will be in charge of the distributions in an orderly manner of first come, first serve. In addition, I will be buying another roll of fine silk. We will make a fine dress for both of you. Don't decline. Take it as a gift from the big brother." Girls were naturally more concerned about their images. Even they had refused to at first, but they eventually accepted this gift from him. Ouyang Shuo went to the basic market and opened the material trading platform. He first looked at the prices. A roll of linen was priced at 10 silver coins, fine silk at 50 silver coins. In this case, 42 rolls of linen and a silk roll totaled out to 470 silver coins. less than 5 gold coins. This reflected how tough it was to build up gold and its purchasing power. The materials arrived in the hut, and Yu came over with her Material Reserve Division workers to take the cloth away. Taking this opportunity, Ouyang Shuo also cleaned up the beast furs in storage. The most precious were no doubt the 4 pieces of quality 8 king boar skin and the 2 quality 6 mutant boar hide. In addition, there were 30 pieces of damaged beast fur at quality 1, 40 quality 2 ordinary furs, and 10 quality 4 perfect furs. He took all the fur out and, along with the cloth, had it all delivered to little sister Mu. After dealing with the cloth supply, he was ready to go to the blacksmith shop and check on the production of arrows. Arrow consumption was very fast. They had seized 1,000 arrows from the raiding camp, which when divided up among the soldiers was only 20 arrows each. That was barely enough to meet daily training requirements. In order to deal with the upcoming beast wave, Ouyang Shuo had told blacksmith Li Taiju to make only arrows. He walked into the smithy, which was in full swing. Coincidentally, Sergeant Zhang Daniyu of the 1st Militia Squad was leading 4 men to the shop to retrieve the completed arrows. Seeing Ouyang Shuo, Daniyu hurriedly saluted, "Sire, how are you adapting after the class change transformation?" Ouyang Shuo asked him directly. "Sir, after the class change, everyone was very happy, very ready to go fight. General Sure has been assigning us to strict training and work details, and we are all eager to show our strength." "Very good." Ouyang Shuo turned around and looked to Smith Li. "Master Li, you've been working hard these past few days. How many arrows have you crafted?" "Ever since receiving my lord's orders, we have managed to make 1,500 arrows. In accordance with this progress, before the expected arrival of the beast wave, we should be able to make another 1,600 arrows." "Excellent. That is very efficient." Ouyang Shuo nodded in satisfaction. 3,000 arrows should be enough to cope with the incoming beast wave. "Daniyu, pass these words to General Sure when you return to the barracks. Tell him that his defense plan is excellent and have him start making the preparations to implement it." "Yes, sire." "Good. Seeing that arrow production is proceeding smoothly, I will leave you to your work." Heading back to the manor, Gu Sanyang was preparing lunch. Ever since the advanced chef had moved into the manor, the food cooked in the manor had been increasingly delicious. Thus, as long as they weren't busy with work, the people living in the manor would return to eat there. The only exception was General Sure. Since establishing his crossbowman cavalry, the general's enthusiasm for training had completely taken him over. Since then, he had been living with the soldiers in the barracks, returning back to the courtyard less and less often. With Ouyang Shuo there was no such rules to keep quiet while dining. With this opportunity to sit and eat together, it was easy to talk about what everyone was doing in their respective divisions. This kind of crosstalk was a good thing. Sometimes they could eventually solve problems while eating at the dinner table. Seeing Ouyang Shuo eating 2 mouthfuls of food, little Sister Mu smiled and said, "Big brother, you are so bad." Ouyang Shuo blinked in confusion. "How is that so? Did I bully you?" Everyone was curious to see what would pop out of this young lady's mouth. "Big brother, you sent me those beast furs, and some of it was actually quality 8. You did not tell little sister, and they were mixed in with the other skins. If I had not seen them, they would have been thrown to the apprentices. Such a terrible waste. You were truly bad, big brother." Sister Mu was obviously proud of herself for catching his mistake and making trouble for him. Ouyang Shuo was a little embarrassed, as it was indeed his mistake. "I forgot to tell you when I had the idea to include them. It is good that little sister has such keen eyes, and I did not make an irreversible error." Of course, he knew Sister Mu liked to hear compliments, and so praising her was easy. Sure enough, she grinned so hard she was squinting. "Hee hee, there's such a high-quality leather hide. Little sister can sew it up for Big Brother." "Well, then, Big Brother will thank his little sister in advance for her work." Lunch ended to much laughter all around. Ouyang Shuo did not go out that afternoon, opting to stay in the office and concentrate on reading. In the game, although there was no reading skill in one's stats, a certain degree of reading would increase the inherent value of his comprehension. Therefore, since the office had shelves of books, Ouyang Shuo liked to stay in the office there and read. At the same time, he was also looking forwards to increasing his comprehension. It had been proven in the game, reading here or in reality was the same. You had to actually read word by word with the intention to learn, not just turn pages and look like you were doing so. Gaia, Year 1, January 25th. It was a sunny day, a day to travel, finish planting, open market, and avoid migrations. Ouyang Shuo began to preside over the weekly meeting. Everyone, there's only one theme for today's meeting. That is, in 5 days, the beast wave arrives. We're going to be talking about the plan of defense for Shanghai. General Shuo rose after the introduction, beginning his talk by focusing on the need to explain the matter with the secretaries. First, we need to check the household registration for any hunters. The layout of the trap defense chain requires cooperation from the hunters, especially any that are good at arranging traps. Gu Shouwen stood up and smiled. There is no need to worry, the general. I was about to report to Sire 2 special talents have appeared among the new immigrants, and one of them is an intermediate hunter. General Shuo laughed as he heard this. Just the right time indeed. Where is he now? Ouyang Shuo waved his hand. General Shuo, no need to be anxious. With Shouwen on the task, we are assured it will be done right. Shouwen, why not take this opportunity to tell us about these 2 special talents? The hunter is called Ouyang Shuo, a young man of 25 years. The other person is an old man called Fan Jin, and he is a scholar, Shouwen said concisely. Oh, this is twice the joy. Ouyang Shuo was not interested in getting deeper into this matter right now. However, after all, the theme of the meeting was the beast wave. He looked back to General Shuo. General, please continue. General Shuo went on, since we have a hunter, then I hope the construction division can help with the work of digging the traps. In addition, we will need to mark the edges of the traps and explain clearly to the villagers to pay attention to their feet and not step into them. That is definitely something we need to pay attention to. Shouwen, make a notice about the traps, clear and concise, and have it posted in the village, Ouyang Shuo said to Gu Shouwen. Yes, sire. Of course, Shouwen was not going to decline such orders that protects the villagers. In addition, I have a proposal. We can mobilize the strength of all the villagers for participation in the defense of the territory. I suggest that the logging field make a number of wooden javelins. General Shuo could arrange some of his cavalry to organize the villagers for javelin training. He hadn't thought Gu Shouwen had such a military mind behind his scholar's facade. Ouyang Shuo nodded and praised him. Yes, this is a good idea, Shouwen. I very much agree. General Shuo glanced at Shouwen and said, I agree also. We have no problems in the reserve division and estimate that we should be able to make around 5,000 simple wooden javelins over the next 5 days, Cui Yingyu said smartly. As for the construction division here, we have completed all the buildings except the private school. They should be able to help that Hunter Yang with digging traps, Ouyang Shuo said, turning to Zhao Duong. Zhao Duong also agreed readily to this. At this time, Reclamation Secretary Zhao Dexin stood up and said solemnly, Sire, I have something to say. Please speak up. Sire, I worry about the beasts during the siege. If they intrude upon the farmland, will it cause the planted potatoes to go bad? This batch of potatoes, considered as the hope of the territory, was something he attached great importance to. This is a problem. Do we have any solutions? Ouyang Shuo asked. The farms are located on the edge of the river and at the edge of our territory. We can speculate that the animals will be directed towards the village and will not wander around. So the farms and fields should stay fairly clear, General Shuo said. At the edges of the fields, dig a trench, perhaps sprinkle some dung in there. By and large, the beasts should avoid the farmland. Even if there are some random stragglers straying into the farmland, the loss will not be much and can be remedied. Hearing this, Zhao Dexin laughed. The general's words are very good, and digging the trenches will not be a waste. They can be integrated into the irrigation system. Wonderful, wonderful. General Shuo just smiled. He had not considered that point, having looked at it strictly from the military point of view. Seeing everyone talking about the event, Ouyang Shuo took advantage of the moment to end the proceedings. We all want a lot of good countermeasures to defend our territory. I hope everyone performs their duties as we prepare for war. In addition, Dr. Song has moved his quarters to the hospital. Please make temporary accommodations for Scholar Elder Fan in the courtyard. Yes, sire. In the afternoon, Ouyang Shuo went over to the southeast district of the village, which was the area set aside for culture and education. The newly built hospital and the ancestral hall, as well as the private school being constructed, were all in this district. He first went to Dr. Song's hospital and saw the happy face of the old gentleman. Since the doctor's uproar, as long as there was time, Ouyang Shuo would take the initiative to come to the hospital and visit. The hospital had two parts. At the front was the area to issue medicine and treat patients. At the back were accommodations. Ouyang Shuo walked in and saw that Dr. Song was with a patient. He did not disturb them, simply greeting the doctor and walking back out. He then went into the shrine next door. The ancestral hall for the village also had two parts. At the front was a gatehouse, divided by a square in the middle from the true ancestral hall to the back. Because Shanghai Village was player-established, the hall was not devoted to any one clan, and the surnames of the villagers were not the same. Consequently, Ouyang Shuo chose to focus on the Yellow Emperor, the ancestor of Chinese civilization, for general ancestral worship. Next to the ancestral hall was the Mazu Temple, now wreathed in incense. More than 80% of the people of Shanghai Village had chosen to place their faith in Mazu. Not far away, the private school was being built. Zhao Duan was personally supervising it. Ouyang Shuo did not come forward to disturb him, instead returning to the manor. On the 27th of January, the private school was opened. A village-level private school was mainly there to provide basic education. The teacher taught literacy, the basic 1,000 words or so, and then the great classics of Chinese literature. The students basically consisted of the children of the village, including Erwazi, for a total of 12 people. More specifically, Ouyang Shuo had added an additional requirement. The school had also opened an adult literacy class, teaching some literacy to those talents Ouyang Shuo wanted to cultivate. Those talents included the logging field manager Zhao Yufang, quarry field manager Chang Shangu, and mining field manager Yuan Xiaoping, as well as some civil servants. Zhang Dainiu, San Guzi, Zhao Sihu, and Li Mingliang, the sergeants of his soldier squads, all needed this training to become officers. These people didn't know a single character. In order to cultivate their talents, Ouyang Shuo had enforced this command under order of death. No matter how busy these people were, they had to be in the school for half a day, every day, to learn the basics. At the same time, he specifically told Elder Fan to monitor their progress every day, and if they were falling behind, report to him immediately. He naturally had ways to motivate the recalcitrant. At the opening ceremony of the adult literacy classes, Ouyang Shuo said, "You are all very lucky. At this age, you have the chance to re-enter school. Most of you, before coming to Shanghai, were farmers. Maybe you had the dream of reading in your casual time, but attending a school was not as something you can afford during your young age. Now that you are grown up, perhaps you think that reading is something that does not matter anymore. Even if you can't read, you are still alive, living and surviving like everyone else. I want to say you are wrong. The persons who came to this village is no longer the same people as you are now, the managers of the strategic resources of this territory. The things that you're doing now and that you will do in the future are far more important than the things you did before coming to Shanghai Village. In these important positions, to enjoy the rights, you must also fulfill your duties. Therefore, to go further, you must lay a foundation. I do not wish for you to fall behind because you are illiterate, and I'm going to tell you very seriously that no one is going to wait for you. So, please cherish this opportunity. I can tell you very clearly that this is only a very small part of the territorial training program, just a starting point, and there will be many more advanced opportunities for future training. In time, I hope to see your faces and lecture you again." The 7 people sitting there had varied attitudes. Some were listening to him, some looked like they understood, and some seemed a little muddled. In the end, it was up to them to seize their own good fortune. After the lecture, Ouyang Shuo left the podium to fan Jean. The old man had way past the age of ignorance, and what was left behind by time was only an elder filled with wisdom. Although old, he was still filled with spirited air, his bones were still strong, and he wasn't like the other professors, all talk and no actions. He was active and was a real scholar that teaches knowledge to the world. Ouyang Shuo had great respect for such a scholar, happily sitting at the back of the classroom with the other students, carefully listening to the first of the adult literacy classes. After the class, Ouyang Shuo walked out of the school, heading for the commercial street district. Yesterday evening, little sister Mu had told him that she had finished the leather made from the king boar hide that she had been making for him, and he had to remember to come by the tailor shop. During this time period, little sister and her apprentices had been so busy that their feet hadn't touched the ground. To complete a goal of 500 sets of clothing was not an easy job. Although Qing'er was usually very playful, she was very focused and precise when she worked. Her expression was serious, and she was strict with the apprentices. Just watching her, her apprentices were afraid of her in the same manner as how mice are afraid of cats. Ouyang Shuo had not imagined that his little sister had such a side to her. But in this world, success was not accidental. Talent was important, but her own efforts and dedication and love of tailoring were the more important than only talent. Sure enough, when Ouyang Shuo stepped inside the tailor shop, everyone's heads were down, busily sewing the clothes on the table. He stood at the door for 10 minutes, and none of them noticed him. Seeing little sister working so seriously, Ouyang Shuo could not help feeling soft-hearted. However, Ouyang Shuo was not prepared to be too nice to her. This little sister, she was really thick-skinned, and her ability to take advantage of him was also quite huge. If he spoiled her too much, Ouyang Shuo estimated that she'd become quite difficult to deal with. Cough. Little sister, brother is here, and you haven't come up to meet me, Ouyang Shuo deliberately teased her. Little sister raised her head and shot back. Well, bad brother. Can you not see your lovely sister is busy? Ouyang Shuo could only change the topic. Yesterday you told me that the leather armor you made is done, and I have stopped by to pick it up. This time I had made a gold level armor out of the leather. Oh, my brother has such a good reward. What? Gold level leather armor. In his estimation, a silver level leather armor piece would have been quite satisfying. He really had not expected little sister to give him such a big surprise. It is the sincere truth, little Moo said, taking out a set of leathers from the side. In addition to the armor set, there was a pair of dark red boots and gloves. Ouyang Shuo took the armor and looked at it over carefully. As a whole, it was black, wrapping around the whole chest and stitched together with a multi-level leather chain. Everything was made of leather, except for the metal buckles. The leather had a very steady feel to it, fashionable without affecting its practical functions. The whole piece was very consistent with his preferences. Ouyang Shuo loved it and didn't want to put it down. Ouyang Shuo was amazed and realized that little sister really had a talent in tailoring. She was not only skilled, but could personalize items to each person's differences. He could hardly wait to see the properties of the armor. Name, Brutal Guardian Gold. Type, leather armor. Weight, 3 kilograms. Defense, 45. Toughness, 50. Maker, Mu Qingxi, with equipment naming rights. Evaluation, made by senior tailor Mu Qingxi from quality 8 king boar hide. Exquisite workmanship, practical design, excellent protection. Sure enough, 45 points of defense and 50 points of toughness, enough to ensure that without gold-level weapons, it would be difficult to break it. Seeing Ouyang Shuo's surprised expression, little sister Mu was extremely happy. I thought of the name for the leather armor as I wanted to be a good guardian for Big Brother. With her help, Ouyang Shuo put the leather on and immediately felt safer. Wearing it, he would no longer have to worry about danger from arrows. Yes, this is really good. Our family is a good child. At this moment, Ouyang Shuo could only appreciate little sister more. Well, of course, people call me the genius girl. Little sister had no modesty, responding the same way to all praise. Also, Big Brother, there's a set of gloves and boots. I made it from the quality 6 mutant wild boar hide. Although not as good as the armor, they're also silver class armor. Sister Mu handed the new treasures to Ouyang Shuo. Ouyang Shuo took the gloves and boots, looking at their properties. Name, brutal gloves, silver. Type, leather armor. Weight, 1 kilogram. Defense, 30. Toughness, 40. Maker, Mu Qingxi, with equipment naming rights. Evaluation, made by senior tailor Mu Qingxi from quality 6 mutant boar hide. Exquisite workmanship, practical design, excellent protection. Name, brutal boots, silver. Type, leather armor. Weight, 1.5 kilograms. Defense, 30. Toughness, 40. Maker, Mu Qingxi, with equipment naming rights. Evaluation, made by senior tailor Mu Qingxi from quality 6 wild boar hide. Exquisite workmanship, practical design, excellent protection. This was a full set of leather armor made by Mu Qingxi. Qing'er's skill had improved quite a lot. Ouyang Shuo could not help but look at his own personal stats. Name, Qiue Wui. Title, Celebrity, good impression on historical figures plus 10%. Territory, Shanghai Village. Merit, 1400/1600. Title, 3rd Viscount. Occupation, Officer, part-time. Level, 21, 027, 540/1, 109, 980. Reputation, well-known, 1410, 000. Body structure, 18. Comprehension, 20. Luck, 5. Charm, 8. Command, 29. Force, 9. Intelligence, 8. Political, 29. Talent, not open. Power law, no. Skills, intermediate collection, basic shipbuilding, basic diplomacy, basic scouting, basic weapons proficiency, basic riding, basic spearmanship, basic archery. Mount, exquisite warhorse, gold. Equipment, exquisite iron spear, gold. Ring of courage, black iron. Brutal guardian, gold. Brutal boots, silver. Brutal gloves, silver. Fine iron sword, silver. Just as Ouyang Shuo came out of the tailor's shop, there was a burst of sound from the system in his ears. World announcement. In the first month of the year, new people have come into the wilderness, overcoming all obstacles with weapons and toil, plowing up the soil and establishing their foundations. The beasts of the wilderness have suffered a great slaughter and been driven into a frenzy. In 3 days, on February 1st, under the leadership of the greatest of their kind, the animals will be attacking the territories of the player lords. They will repay their slaughter in blood and wash away their hatred in war. The lords need to prepare for war, sharpen your swords, and prepare for battle to defend your honor and dignity. World announcement. The Siege of Beasts, a mandatory global defense quest, has begun. If the beasts successfully raid the village of the territory, the village will be removed immediately. If you successfully defend your territory from the beast attack, you will receive additional incentives. The top 3 of the regional rankings, national rankings, and world rankings will receive massive rewards, and you can qualify in more than one list. During the period of this quest, non-Lord players cannot stay in a Lord's territory. World announcement. The top 10 rewards regionally are as follows. First place, 100 merit points. Each lower rank subsequently will receive 10 less merit points. World announcement. The top 10 national ranking awards are as follows. First place, 1,000 merit points, 100 gold coins. Each successive rank, 100 less merit points, 10 less gold coins. World announcement. The top 10 ranking awards in the world are as follows. First place, 3,000 points, 600 gold coins. Each successive rank, 200 less merit points, 50 less gold coins. In addition, first place will receive a random secret building, second place a random special item, third place a basic soldier token. There was a huge global uproar at the announcement from the system. The weak were worried that their territories would be completely destroyed. The powerful and the self-confident professional gamers were all completely tempted by the system incentives, their blood boiling with excitement. They were all gearing up to compete for the title of global leader. Even knowing the news in advance, Ouyang Shuo still found himself excited by the prospect of such a rich reward. His goal was to ensure that he made it into the global top 10 rankings and strive to enter the top 3. To achieve this goal, he had to have a secret weapon. That afternoon, Ouyang Shuo headed to the barracks. In the barracks, the soldiers that were not out patrolling or carrying out missions were practicing archery. Seeing him enter, they stopped their practice and lined up to meet him. Seeing the soldiers continue with their training, Ouyang Shuo said to General Shi, "General, I see you are still working hard." General Shi smiled proudly. "As an officer, this kind of military life is just what I love." "What are the levels of these soldiers now?" Ouyang Shuo asked directly. General Shi proudly said, "After this period of training, all of the soldiers have been promoted to the 2nd rank. In addition, the 4 sergeants have been promoted to 3rd rank." "Very good. The training is living up to our expectations. How are the trap layouts for the territory?" "The territory is large, and the plan is to have 4 layers of traps laid out in defense. After 2 days, we have completed 2 layers of traps. At this rate, we will have the rest of the layout finished in the next 2 days." General Shi was not vague, but direct and ambitious. Each layer of pit traps would consist of 1,000 or more of them. Ouyang Shuo nodded and asked him, "Have you heard of alchemical fire, General Shi? The magical black liquid oil that can ignite directly?" "Yes, I'm well aware of it." General Shi smiled in embarrassment. "My lord asks about this fiery weapon, but why? If we could buy a lot of alchemical fire oil, would that help the general defense plan? The wild beasts are no different than we are, and are afraid of fire. If there is alchemical fire oil, we could arrange a fire array before the gates of the village, and I will be confident we could destroy a wave of beasts in one fell swoop." "Excellent. These are the general's words. I am free of worries. Bring some soldiers. I am off to the basic market to procure some alchemical fire." Ouyang Shuo said happily. General Shi immediately grabbed 2 squads of men, 20 soldiers, and along with Ouyang Shuo, they went straight to the basic market. Ouyang Shuo strode into the wooden hut and opened the trading platform, searching for alchemical fire oil. Fire oil was sold as a unit of barrels. Each barrel had 50 liters of oil and was priced at 1 silver coin. During the walk there, General Shi estimated that to complete a fire array, they would need around 40,000 liters of oil, or 800 barrels. In order to be foolproof, Ouyang Shuo grit his teeth and spent 10 gold coins, directly buying 1,000 barrels of fire oil. In addition, in order to enhance the early warning capability of the territory, Ouyang Shuo spent another 10 gold coins and bought the outpost tower building blueprints. These towers were made all of stone and were difficult to destroy. At the same time, the top of the tower held a fire beacon, so early warnings could be sent out. Each station could accommodate 2 sentries. Stone outpost, basic military facility with strong defense and early warning capabilities. Requirements: 20 timber, 200 stone. Build time: 1 day. The barrels appeared in the wooden cottages in the front of the square. Grinning fiercely, General Shi ordered the soldiers to bring the barrels to the barracks. These were dangerous goods, and he didn't want to worry about them if they were stored elsewhere. Ouyang Shuo also gave his just-purchased outpost tower blueprints to General Shi, who turned around and transferred them to Zhao Duong and the construction division. As for where the towers would be put up and who would be posted there, that was naturally left up to General Shi. According to his plans, it was best to build 3 or more outposts to ensure enough warning time. After emerging from the market, Ouyang Shuo was finally at ease. In the face of the incoming beast wave, everything he could do was already done. The whole of the territory was wrapped up and ready for the fight. The key to victory or defeat in a war was nothing more than the battlefield. It was not an exaggeration to say that he had been preparing for this fight from the very first day he had grown to a grade 2 village. The other lords would have only 3 days of preparation time. He also had a geographical advantage. 4 rings of traps, supplemented by early warning outpost towers, coupled with the fire oil array getting ready. He truly had an extreme advantage in terrain. His last major advantage was people, and if anything, his advantage here was even greater. He had true soldiers and was moving into the foundation of a territorial army and out of the militia era, jumping ahead of the normal sequence of things. Coupled with General Shuo's history of being one of the top 10 officers, there were simply no weaknesses. Finally, he had strong logistical support, adequate arrows, massive inventory of javelins, enough supplies to last for the battle. Back in his manor, Ouyang Shuo sat down and read for an hour before logging off. In the brick-and-mortar world, it was still winter time. The leaves in the gardens were slowly turning yellow, falling to the roads one by one. Ouyang Shuo ran on the gravel road, enjoying the fresh morning air, physically and mentally refreshed. Arriving back home, Xiaoyan and Binger got up for breakfast. The big and small beauties, watching the breakfast in his hands, smiled and sat there quietly. Some people say that habit is a fearsome thing. Before Ouyang Shuo and Binger moved to live with her, Xiaoyan only had breakfast irregularly. In just a month's time, she had grown very accustomed to having hot soy milk and fried dough sticks. She was also getting used to coming back in the afternoon and finding a good dinner waiting for her. And she was even used to sending Binger off to bed with a fairy tale. Unconsciously, whether it was eating or life or work, a lot of changes had taken place in her life. Xiaoya was largely unaware of it all. Perhaps it was just the fate between people. It was a wonderful happening, letting Ouyang Shuo and Binger come into her life like a new brother and sister. Now, living with them was natural and harmonious, like a family all under one roof. As usual, Ouyang Shuo saw Binger off to school and opened up his handbrain back at home. Today's forum was particularly lively. Needless to say, the root of everything was the big system announcement last night. The top headline was a survey questionnaire. The survey's theme was to guess who the top 10 finishers in China would be. In addition, guessing who among the lords in China would make the top 10 in the world rankings. There was no doubt that the 6 tyrants of Han were still the biggest popular candidates. Everyone was interested in who, in addition to the 6 tyrants, could occupy a place in the top 10 in China. Among the candidates, Ouyang Shuo showed up because of his 6th place promotion to a grade 2 village. In addition to him, there was Xiongba's King Village, Wandering Magic's Fallen Leaves Village, Wufu's Stone Village, and Baihua's Consonance Village. He and the other 3, except Baihua, were the top 10 players to make grade 2 villages in China. Baihua could be included in the list of candidates simply by virtue of her ID. She was a long-time occupant of the Chinese sports game Hall of Fame, first among the mystery players. How could attention not be paid to her? There were intense discussions and predictions about who in China could reach the top 10 list in the world. There was no doubt that Di Chun of the 6 tyrants of Han was the most popular candidate. As for other people, no one was sure. After all, the world was too large, full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. A great many people boldly predicted that because of China's population, at least 2 people would make the world list. Ouyang Shuo looked at the players participating in the speculation, posting nothing. From what he remembered, in his past life, the only Chinese player to make the list was Di Chun, ranking 3rd in the world. The other world rankers were naturally not on the list. The other 9 places have been occupied by the United States, Canada, Russia, Korea, Japan, Britain, Germany, France, and India. No country had occupied 2 places, so the ferocity of the competition could be seen. This time, with Ouyang Shuo as the biggest variable, he didn't know what the eventual pattern would look like. Gaia, Year 1, February 1st. Cloudy, a day for blessings, migrations, and making deals. An outing is discouraged. At dawn, 3 horsemen rode away from the barracks, going straight to the outpost towers outside the village. The construction division had built 3 outposts in the outlying areas, each of them 2 kilometers away. Because of limited manpower, only 1 soldier was assigned to each station. Their jobs were the same, watching the movement of the beast packs and raising smokes to warn the village when they saw them. At the same time, the 1st, 3rd, and 5th squads of the cavalry, under the command of Lin Yi, rode away from the western gates, heading towards the mining field area at the southern edge of the territory, only 300 meters from the west end of the woods. Because of Shanghai's surrounding terrain, the beasts couldn't come from the south, as the foot of the mountain was there. Likewise, the east, where a wide river and the canyon were, would have so few animals it wasn't worth considering. Therefore, the main appearance of the packs would be from the west side of the woods and coming down from the north out of the wilderness, along the Friendship River. Of these two, the west side of the forest was the main focus of their defense. A lot of beasts lived inside those woods, and it was the main training place for the militia. With this terrain, Ouyang Shuo was commanding the 2nd Squad of Cavalry at the northern gate of Shanghai. General Shi was commanding the 4th Squad at the western gate. As for the eastern gate, Ouyang Shuo had entrusted it to Lin Yi's older brother. Master Lin was leading more than 20 avid martial arts students from his dojo in guarding that gate. In order to strengthen the western gate, the construction division had built towers on both sides of the gate. Their last trump card, the fire array, was placed in front of the western gate in the open ground there. The fire array was 100 square meters big. At its sides were 2-meter trenches dug a couple hands deep. These trenches were filled with alchemical fire oil and water, then covered with wood, and the wood covered with hay. From above, you could not see the array itself. The rest of the fire oil was placed in the open space in front of the north gate. Because the northern gate was a more passive defensive strategy, there was only a single 200-meter-long ditch, the same combination of oil on water covered with wood, which was covered with hay. The villagers and remaining crossbowmen were ordered not to leave the village. Outside of the village, the ferry, logging and mining fields, quarry, shipyard, wharf, and salt fields had all ceased operation. The incoming beast wave was going to attack Shanghai itself, being driven to destroy all villages out here in the wilderness. They wouldn't care about industries outside the village. Acting in accord with Gu Xiuan's proposal for the defense strategy, Ouyang Shuo had formed 2 huge militia reserve teams. All of the members of the reserve teams had been trained by the soldiers to be able to skillfully throw javelins. Militia Reserve Team A, a total of 120 people, was captained by the Secretary of the Reclamation Division, Zhao Daxian, with Quarry Field Manager Zheng Shanpao as temporary lieutenant. They were stationed at the western gate and responsible for any needed defense of the west. Militia Reserve Team B, a total of 100 people, had the Deputy Secretary of the Construction Division, Zhao Duong, as captain, with Mining Field Manager Yuan Xiaoping as his lieutenant. They were stationed at the north gate and responsible for any fighting in the north. The rest of the people, in addition to the elderly, women, and children, were all in the wartime logistics department. This numbered close to 200 people, and Shuiying Yu, the Material Reserves Division Secretary, was the interim director. The logistics department was divided into 4 groups. The first was the Medical Rescue Group, led by Dr. Song, with his 4 apprentices and 20 women to help him, responsible for treatment of the wounded. The second was the Material Handling Group, 60 people headed by Lumber Field Head Zhao Yufang, responsible for moving, resupply, and retrieving arrows and javelins. The third was the Collection Group, headed by Advanced Tailor Mu Qingxi, responsible for the collection of beast corpses and fur. The last group was the Cooking Group, 20 people headed by Senior Cook Gu Sanyang, responsible for everyone's food and drinking water supply. In this way, Shanghai's human resources were being deployed to their limit. Ouyang Shuo's inner idea was that this war would be fought and won with proper organization and logistics. Establishing a sound and efficient organization and leadership system, coupled with a scientific and rational logistics system, would be the key to winning this battle. It was 7:30 a.m., and all the villagers of Shanghai took their breakfast and, under the leadership of their captains, went off to their respective posts. Ouyang Shuo was standing on the left side of the north gate, next to the tower there. Next to him was the second team of the cavalry team, led by Sanguzi. "Sire, when will the beast wave start?" Sanguzi asked, a bit edgy. Soon, no more than half an hour before they appear at the edge of the territory. At 8 a.m., a system announcement burst out, right on time. World announcement. The mandatory Global Territory Defense Quest Siege of Beasts has officially opened. Regional, national, and global rankings are also opening at the same time. Best wishes to the Lords for victory. World announcement. The mandatory Global Territory Defense Quest Siege of Beasts has officially opened. Regional, national, and global rankings. World announcement. The mandatory Global Territory Defense Quest Siege of Beasts. In less than a minute following the triple announcement, smoke was rising from the distant top of a sentry tower. At the edge of the territory where Ouyang Shuo couldn't see, thousands of wild dogs, under a wild dog king, were rushing out of the woods, heading down toward Shanghai Village to kill everyone. Wild dogs were only level 3 beasts, but were also the most numerous of the wild beasts. The elite dogs were level 5, while the wild dog king was a boss in level 8. The aggressive group of wild dogs had just entered the territory of Shanghai Village and smashed head-on into the first ring of defense. Countless traps were stepped on by the reckless wild dogs. Each pit was 3 meters long, a meter wide, and a full 3 meters deep, with the bottom filled with sharp wooden stakes. In their tight and intense formation, the wild dogs got their bitter fill of the defense rings, as each claimed 4 or 5 of them. From the edge of the village to the village, it was simply a road of blood and tears for the dogs. Every step along the way, another trap seemed to open up to claim a toll of flesh and blood. By the time they could see the gates of Shanghai Village, the nearly 2,000 wild dogs had been reduced to less than half of that. Fortunately, the dogs had no thoughts of escaping, showing how deep their resentment of the village and its lord ran. 400 meters away from the village, the surviving wild dogs split into 2 packs, heading towards the north and west gates. Ouyang Shuo hadn't expected this. The main force, under the wild dog king, headed straight for the western gate. The remaining 300 or so, under the leadership of elite wild dogs, headed for the north gate. Behind the fence of the northern gate, Militia Team 2's people stood as a team under the leadership of Zhao Duong, waiting for the command to attack. At the foot of each villager were javelins stuck in the ground, ready to be thrown. Ouyang Shuo stood on the tower, watching the huge pack of wild dogs close in. When they reached 150 meters out, he didn't hesitate to start shooting with his bow, directly hitting an elite wild dog. His move was the starting gun. The cavalry team lined up on both sides of the towers with drawn bows aimed at the elite dogs and immediately shot as well. After a round of shooting, the number of elite dogs remaining was almost none. After shooting his first arrow, Ouyang Shuo lowered his bow, staring at the dogs and calculating their range. When the pack was only 60 meters away, he immediately waved his flag. Zhao Duong, watching Ouyang Shuo closely and seeing him wave the flag, immediately turned and shouted, "Throw!" The reserve team immediately hurled out the javelins waiting in their hands over the fence. Immediately, they picked up a second javelin stuck in the ground next to them and did not hesitate to throw another volley. With repeated volleys, the dogs, barely 60 meters away, suffered 3 rounds of javelin attacks and were almost wiped out. With this, the second team of the cavalry, led by San Guzi, burst out of the north gate and went after the dogs in a burst of slaughter. In less than 10 minutes, the entire northern pack of wild dogs was annihilated. At this time, Ouyang Shuo could hear the sounds of the system announcement going off in his ears. Regional announcement. Liuzhou area Shaojing village failed to resist the beast attack. Its name is expunged. Regional announcement. Lianzhou area rich village failed to resist the beast attack. Its name is expunged. Regional announcement. Gilin area Greenwater village failed to resist the beast attack. Its name is expunged. This was only the first wave of the attacking packs. Many villages did not manage to resist and were destroyed by the packs, their territories removed. After these players resurrected, they could only choose to reincarnate in personal adventure mode to continue their game career, the option of being a lord completely removed from them. Having no time to feel for the fate of luckless others, Ouyang Shuo told the logistics department to rush outside and collect as many of the javelins as possible so they could be thrown again. After that, he rushed alone to the west side to see the situation over there. By the time he reached the western gate, the fighting was almost over. Although nearly 700 dogs attacked, they were quickly eliminated, mainly by the cavalry waiting in ambush by the mining field. They had waited until receiving a signal from the sentinel in the tower, indicating when the dog pack had clustered around the western gate. Suddenly 30 cavalry, led by Lin, hit the pack from behind, shooting and trampling the dogs as they surrounded the pack. Combined with the barrage from inside, the dogs were soon eliminated. The Wild Dog King was personally beheaded by General Shuo, dropping a booklet. Shuo took it from him to look over, found it was a manual. It was a good thing, but unfortunately right now he had neither mulberry leaves nor silkworms, so it would be difficult to use in the short term. After this wave of attacks, Ouyang Shuo's level shot up like a rocket to 22, and that was with each level after 20 becoming more and more difficult to achieve. Seeing the western gate intact, Ouyang Shuo's heart eased. He rode over to the eastern door, finding that only 30 wild dogs had attacked there. With no pressure, the attack was easily solved. His inspection finished, Ouyang Shuo did not delay and rode back to the north gate quickly. He was expecting the second tide of the beast wave to begin soon. Back at the northern gate, the logistics department had done an excellent job cleaning up the area, and the door was closed again. Ouyang Shuo once again climbed to the top of the tower. In less than 2 minutes, he again saw smoke in the distance. The time it was wolves. Nearly 1,000 wolves under the leadership of their king quietly rushed out of the woods, heading to Shanghai Village. Wolves were level 4, with a large population. Their elites were 6th level, while the Pack King was a level 9 boss. Like the first wave of wild dogs, the wolves did not escape the nightmare of the defending traps. As the saying goes, even cunning prey cannot escape if a fine hunter sets a trap. Even with the wolves' cunning nature, they also sustained heavy casualties passing the 4 consecutive rings of traps. Eventually, the wolves remaining to attack the village numbered less than 600. However, the wolves were, in the end, wolves, more cunning than the dogs. After reaching the village, they did not divide their numbers, but went instead straight to the western gate together. This unexpected tactic once again gave Ouyang Shuo a surprise. With the wolves running speed, moving the militia to help out the western gate would be too little, too late. Ouyang Shuo could only gnash his teeth and tell militia reserve team 2 to stay put. Ouyang Shuo and second squad of the cavalry dashed immediately out of the gate to circle around and meet up with the other team stationed by the mining field. Together, they would ambush the wolves in a bigger formation. By the time Ouyang Shuo led the team there, the remnants of the wolves were about to climb the fence. He saw Lin leading the other 3 squads in, riding hard. The 2 groups immediately moved to pincer the wolves between them, like 2 blades thrusting deep. This time, the advantages of mounted archers were displayed. Before the cavalry even reached them, bow fire had paralyzed the wolves' command system. Although wolves were ferocious fighters, they had no defense to speak of in the face of fast-attacking cavalry. With fragile bones, they could be stomped to death by a pair of hooves riding over them. Even if they escaped the trampling crush of the horses, the soldiers could easily kill them. After all, they were only level 4. 20 minutes later, the wolves were finally destroyed, with Lin having stabbed the Pack King to death. The lead wolf dropped a small surprise for Ouyang Shuo. Space Stone. Small after using this item, the storage capacity of your supply bag is increased to 10 cubic meters. A player's initial storage space was only a cubic meter in size. In order to enhance the capacity of the space, you could only use a space stone. Space stones are divided into small, medium, large, and giant sizes. Respectively, this represented 10 cubic meters, 100 cubic meters, 1,000 cubic meters, and 10,000 cubic meters. Ouyang Shuo directly used this, and watched his storage bag's capacity immediately increase to 10 cubic meters. During this whole time, the regional announcements did not stop. More and more territories fell, their names stricken from the rolls. Regional notice. Dongchuan area Peach Blossom Village failed to resist the beast attack. Its name is expunged. Regional notice. Wooding District Baiyun Village failed to resist the beast attacks. Its name is expunged. Regional announcement. Lianzhou area Surabaya Village failed to resist the mass of herds attack. Its name is expunged. Ouyang Shuo took note of this. At this time, 7 villages had fallen in the Lianzhou Basin area, their names taken off the list. There were a little under 100 villages in the basin originally. The quest was only half over. Nearly a tenth of the lords were gone. The pain of this mandatory quest could be seen quite clearly. This time, there were actually some wounded from the brief contact between the wolves and members of the militia reserve. Fortunately, the medical team members were standing by with Dr. Song to see to them. Cleaning the battlefield was the responsibility of the logistics department. Ouyang Shuo did not tarry. He led the second squad back to the northern gate quickly. 5 minutes later, smoke rose to signal the alarm once again. Horn of War blows again. The third beast wave was the level 5 boar group. Their elites were level 8, while the Wild Boar King was a level 10 boss. Speaking of wild boars, this could be a big issue for Shanghai Village. Ouyang Shuo had killed the previous Wild Boar King, its mate, and stolen their entire group of piglets. This time, in order to take revenge for the previous Wild Boar King, the new generation had convened a horde more than 400 meters across, leading nearly 3,000 boars to Shanghai to take revenge. Given the size of the boars were bulky and the layout of the traps was extremely effective against them. Unfortunately, the preceding 2 waves of dogs and wolves had already triggered half of the traps. So after forcing their way through the rings of traps, the whole setup was mostly destroyed, and yet still more than 2,000 boars were left behind. The next wave of beasts wouldn't have to enjoy the hospitality of the traps. 400 meters from the village, the boars separated into 2 herds, heading for the north and western gates. They had the potential to bring Shanghai to ruin. Ouyang Shuo looked at nearly 1,000 boars heading towards the north gate, and his heart was bitter. This was a true cycle of causality, and the harvest of retribution was really bad. Passive defense would not be enough. Shuo came down the tower, called Zhao Duong over, and put the flag into his hand, ordering him to head up the tower and take command. Captain Zhao, I pass over command to you. I have only one request, and that is you must hold for the arrival of reinforcements. You are the line of defense. Zhao Diwang's scalp was tingling, looking a bit shell-shocked. Heavens knew, before now, he wasn't even official militia, and now he was in command? Ouyang Shuo saw his nervousness, patted his shoulder, and said gently, Captain Zhao, do not be nervous. I believe you have the ability. Duong did not say anything, but merely nodded his head. This was an emergency, and Shuo did not have the time to order everyone about. He rode out of the north gate with the second squad of cavalry. His plan was very simple. Use the advantages of the cavalry team, take the initiative, and split the numbers of wild boars to take the pressure off of the militia. Before the wild boars could complete their encirclement, Ouyang Shuo and his team successfully broke out. Seeing a group of humans escaping seemed to drive the boars into a frenzy. The elites immediately split the herd, and half the boars made a U-turn to chase madly after the escaping cavalry. As a direct result, the pressure on the northern gate was immediately reduced. Zhao Duong stood on the tower, staring at the incoming pigs. When they were 60 meters away, he waved the flag and shouted, "Throw!" With 3 consecutive volleys of javelin tossing, close to 300 boars were instantly killed. Still, more than 200 boars rushed to the fence. Zhao Duong seemed to have been infected by the atmosphere of the battlefield and rushed down the tower. He lifted a javelin in his hands, shouting, "Brothers, with me!" He then rushed forward to engage the boars in close melee. Infected by his example, the militia reserve roared and charged to keep up, meeting the boars at the fence line. Unfortunately, the number of militia units was limited, and in their hands a simple wooden javelin was not that dangerous. In less than 5 minutes, injuries began to accrue. Several times the boars almost broke through the fence, and the militia barely stopped them. Zhao Duong felt they were running out of time very fast, when finally the figures of the cavalry appeared in the distance. Nearly 50 of them. 2 volleys of arrows came streaking in, and the remaining wild pigs there were wiped clean away. Behind the cavalry was the wild boar group that Ouyang Shuo had lured away. The cavalry rushed into the village, dismounted, and readied arrows for the incoming boars. Seeing the rescue team arrive, the morale of the militia immediately rose, and they returned to their original positions. Once again, when the pigs arrived at the 60-meter mark, they did not hesitate to throw their javelins out. With close to 100 members of the militia, plus almost all of the cavalry, the fate of the boars was sealed. The remaining boars had no defense, and soon were shot dead. Ouyang Shuo finally breathed a sigh of relief. This wave had scared him too much. He walked over to Zhao Diwang's side, patted his shoulder, smiled, and said, "Captain Zhao, you did a great job. I heard your deeds have been heroic, just like a true man." Zhao Duong smiled in relief. The situation was urgent. I did not think much. Anyways, we could not let those beasts rush into our village. Well, the fence is the last line of defense for our village. We must hold here. Ouyang Shuo agreed solemnly. He went to middle of the town to visit the injured. This time, more than 20 villagers have been injured, a heavy loss. In addition, one person was severely injured, his left hand bitten almost completely off by a wild pig. Ouyang Shuo told the medical group to help the truly wounded back to the hospital for treatment. As for the minor injuries, as long as it did not affect them throwing a javelin, after their injuries were dressed, they returned to their posts. Ouyang Shuo could not forget that they still had one more beast wave to deal with. Sure enough, after less than 10 minutes of rest, the distant smoke from a sentry tower rose again. The last wave of beasts was the most powerful. They were level 6 buffaloes, their elites were level 10, while their king was a level 12 boss. In front of this herd, most of the traps had already been destroyed. Except for an occasional loss, the traps didn't form much of a threat to the incoming herd. Still, even with a bull's huge and robust body, the pits could be a threat, but there simply weren't enough of them left. So, by the time nearly 1,000 head of buffalo had wandered through the 4 rings of pit traps, the herd still numbered more than 900. Similar to the previous waves, the buffalo divided their force to attack the north and western gates. The northern gate's force numbered less than 300 head. Although this last wave's herd was extremely strong, Ouyang Shuo was not worried. He still had his trump card of the Killer Fire Array, but had not used it yet, leaving it ready for this last wave. In his ear constantly sounded the system announcements of territories fallen, but none that had resisted the siege of beasts. This showed that Shanghai's efficiency in eliminating the beast waves was actually pretty high. Ouyang Shuo stood on the tower, calmly watching the bulls charging towards the fence. When they reached 50 meters from the fence, he lit a readied fire arrow. Hissing fiercely, the fire arrow was accurately fired down into the trench filled with hot oil. It took merely seconds for the 200-meter ditch to fill up with fire. The foremost bulls charged right into the flames and bawled endlessly as they burned. Behind them, the rest of the buffalo pulled up in fright at the sight of the flames. At this time, the militia's javelins and the crossbows of the cavalry descended like a wave of death, volley after volley coming down on the cattle that had come to a complete stop. In less than 10 minutes, the buffalo outside the north gate were completely eliminated. As for the western gate, Ouyang Shuo was not worried at all. He knew there was an even more powerful fire array set up there. Sure enough, even before Ouyang Shuo could rush over to the western gate, a burst of pleasant system music sounded in his ear with another announcement. World announcement. Congratulations to Shanghai Village in China. Under the leadership of its lord, it has succeeded in resisting the siege of beasts and is now ranked first in the world. World announcement. Congratulations to Shanghai Village in China. World announcement. Congratulations. The triple announcement started a global outcry. This time, Ouyang Shuo was truly going to be famous. Even Ouyang Shuo couldn't believe that Shanghai Village turned out to be the first village in the world to successfully resist the siege of beasts. The alchemical fire oil had really wrought a miracle. Because it was a worldwide quest, the rewards would wait until all the lords had finished the quest before they were issued. With the free time, Ouyang Shuo went to the west gate to look over the situation there. Along the west side of the village, near the gate, the fire array was still burning. The fire array had basically trapped the buffalo herd inside a large trap, albeit without using spikes. Cattle corpses with arrows and javelins sticking out of them were everywhere. Even the Buffalo King had been directly killed by General Shuo with a bow and arrow with no way of fighting back. Ouyang Shuo told the logistics department to fill the ditch of hot oil with soil and extinguish the fire. If they just waited for it to go out, he had no idea how long it might take. After the fires had been put out, he walked out in the array, stopping next to the body of the boss buffalo to see what items had fallen. Picking it up, a look told him that it was a manual. This was a really good thing. The animal breeding in his territory would usher in a whole new era of development. Ouyang Shuo immediately called Lin Yi, telling him to take 40 cavalry and fly along the path that the herd of cattle had come from. They were to take full advantage of the lack of danger in the wilderness and to capture as many small buffalo as possible, bringing them back to be domesticated. With the mobility of the cavalry, rounding up the smaller cattle and herding them into a group together to bring them back to the village should not be a problem. Similarly, he called on Sanguzi and had him lead the 2nd Squad and 30-team militia reserves and head back in the direction the wild boars had come from. They were to look for piglets. Although he already had a dozen of them, that was far below the numbers he would need to seriously establish a pig farm. Why not take advantage of this great opportunity to catch enough piglets at once and expand the scale of his pig farming? Waiting until the 2 teams were on their way, Ouyang Shuo also called over the construction division secretary, Zhao Duan. Secretary Zhao, I have 2 tasks to give the construction division. Lord, please tell me. As long as it was about building things, the secretary is not worried about anything. First, as soon as you can organize the staff, on the west side of the village we need to build a large cattle pen and pig sty. This will ensure that when the cavalry teams bring back the young cattle and pigs, they have somewhere to live. Second, work with the Material Reserves Division to clean up and fill in the pit traps. The animal corpses in the pits are the responsibility of the Material Reserves Division, and filling them in is the responsibility of the Construction Division. Restore the original appearance of the land. Remember, do not miss any of the traps. Otherwise, catching some of our people wandering around would be a really bad joke. Ouyang Shuo said seriously. Zhao Duan looked serious and said firmly, I guarantee it will be done right. At this time, General Shuo came over to him, smiled, and handed him an object. It was the thing the Wild Boar King had dropped. Ouyang Shuo examined it, finding out it was a talisman. Such a talisman was a trump card, the kind of thing that if you used it at a key moment, it could save your life. Talisman of Bloodthirsting. After using this, you enter into a bloodthirsty rage. Your combat power is doubled for half an hour. After the rage expires, you will be weakened for 2 days. During this period of time, he was constantly hearing more system announcements. Most of the Lord players had failed, and their territories were removed from the lists. But then finally came another success, and one after another, names were filling to the world ranking lists. World announcement. Congratulations to the Free Village of the United States. Under the leadership of their Lord Jeff Dawson, they have succeeded in fighting off the siege of beasts and are ranked 2nd in the world. World announcement. Congratulations to the Handan Village in China. Under the leadership of their Lord Dichan, they have succeeded in fighting off the siege of beasts and are ranked 4th in the world. World announcement. Congratulations to the Vic Village of France. Under the leadership of their Lord Henry, they have succeeded in fighting off the siege of beasts and are ranked 10th in the world. In less than an hour, the top 10 of the world charts were set. Ouyang Shuo looked at the world list. The only difference in it from his past life was that Canada's Maple Leaf Village was not there, having been squeezed out of the top 10 as a direct result of his own appearance. First China, Shanghai Village, Chiyue Wui. Second, the United States, Free Village, Jack Dawson. Third, Russia, St. Petersburg, Pushkin. Fourth, China, Handan Village, Dichun. Fifth, Germany, Rhine Village, Manstein. Sixth, Japan, Sanli Village, Honda Keisuke. Seventh, India, Bangalore Village, Durava. Eighth, Britain, Avik Fort William. Ninth, South Korea, Ulsan Village, Parkwinds. 10th, France, Vic Village, Henry. Because of the emergence of Ouyang Shuo, the top 10 list of the world now had 2 lords from the same country. Suddenly, the Chinese scene looked very different. At this moment, near Handan Village, a handsome young man was staring at the world rankings, his expression gloomy. He was the lead of the Handan 6 Tyrants, Di Chun. Next to him was sitting a peerlessly beautiful woman named Juedai Fenghua. Nobody except Di Chun was aware of her identity in reality. In the past life, out of the women on China's top 10 beauty billboard, she was ranked second from the top. The first was the only woman lord player in Handan 6 Tyrants, Feng Xiuhuang. Juedai Fenghua was not a vase on a pedestal. Di Chun considered her his first counselor. Anyone who underestimated her wisdom would not have a good ending. You said that this Chiyue Wui was not merely lucky. Juedai Fenghua asked. Di Chun frowned, hesitantly admitting his identity. I am afraid no one knows yet. But for Shanghai Village, I have some conjectures. Oh, what kind of thoughts? Feng Huajue seemed a little surprised. I heard my father mention something about the village order. He said that in order to balance out your privileged players, gold-level village tokens were hidden in the village build task, Di Chun told her uncertainly. After all, the news about the inner workings of the game were very confidential. Outsiders could only hear rumors. If you do not remember, he was the 7th in China to build a player village. From the opening of the game, it took him less than 2 hours. That is, he should be the fastest player to actually complete building a village. With that speed, his task completion rate should not be so high. Juedai Fenghua analyzed, somewhat hesitant. No matter what, this time Handan Village did not even enter the top 3 of the world. Instead, some nobody from nowhere had claimed the throne. This is a great blow to our prestige, and I am afraid that the rats, those who are ready to act, will become restless. Juedai Fenghua laughed gently. Those rats will never be enough for the real stage. Di Chun was silent. This was truth, but difficult to swallow. Following this, China's rankings were also officially released. Unsurprisingly, almost everyone from the previous forecast on the forums was on the list. What left Ouyang Shuo dumbfounded was that the person he had stolen the gold-level village token from, Xuanlong Dianxue, was actually on the list, having been second on it in his previous life. Because Ouyang Shuo had entered the world list, Xuanlong Dianxue had come in 12th and received the 10th prize. How fate made it happen was difficult to say. First Dali Shanghai Village, Chiyue Wui. Second Jingdu, Handan Village, Di Chun. Third Xiangyang Pilsun Village, Chun, Shinjun. Fourth Chengdu, Swordsman Village, Feng Qingyang. Fifth Luoyang Fallen Phoenix Village, Feng Huajue. Sixth Xianying Azura Village, Shapajuan. Seventh Jianya Blood Red Village, Zhanlang. Eighth Chuanzhou King Village, Xiongba. Ninth Chang'an Fallen Leaves Village, Wandering Magic. 10th Jingdu, Stone Village, Wufu. 11th Dali Consonants Village, Baiwa. 12th Xuanzhou, Seeking Dragon Village, Xuanlong Dianxue. Description: because there are 2 China players in the world ranking, the rankings were automatically extended by 2. Out of the list of 12 lords, the one Ouyang Shuo was most concerned about was the other lord in Dali. Consonants Village Lord was the legendary Chinese electronic sports star, Bai Hua. According to the news in his past life, Bai Hua should be the same as him, a civilian player. To achieve results like this truly showed her strength, as she also ranked in the top 3 of Chinese beauties. As well as being a master player, Bai Hua's appeal in the player groups was very powerful. Also in the previous game, Bai Hua was not alone. 3 years ago, she established her own game studio, Consonant Studio. The core members of the studio were all beautiful women. In addition to Baiwa, there was Zi Luolan, Hong Ying, and Xingyi. An hour later, Dali's regional rankings were finally released. This really showed the difference in the local lord's abilities. 1 Lianzhou area, Shanghai village, Chiyue Wui. 2 Kunming area, Consonants village, Baiwa. 3 Sisui area, Liangshan village, Zhangxingji land. 4 Liuzhou area, floating village, Fluttering Lu. 5 Lianzhou area, Broken Blade village, Badao. 6 Tiyue area, ancient village, Qin Han Siyuan. 7 Lianzhou area, Mulan village, Mulan Yu. 8 Guilin area, Vest village, passers-by. 9 Donchuan area, villains, villager villains, must die. 10 Wooding area, famous village written in the world. 11 Shuxiong area, woolly village, Li Xiaobo. 12 Lianzhou area, windy days village, Xiaofeng moon. Note, because Dali had 2 players enter the national list for China, the list has been extended by 2. In the Dali regional list, the lords of the Lianzhou Basin had 4 people in the rankings, accounting for a third of them. In addition to Ouyang Shuo, the 3 major overlords from his previous life were all represented here. After the last of the 3 lists was released, there was a burst of music in Ouyang Shuo's ear again. System tip: congratulations to player Chiyue Wui for leading Shanghai Village to resist the siege of beasts and completing the mandatory defensive quest. Your quest rewards follow. System tip: player Chiyue Wui, for making it into the top 3 of the world list, you have achieved a reward of 3,000 merit points, 600 gold coins, and a random secret building. System tip: your random secret building has been selected, Recruitment Hall. Your building has automatically been generated in your territory. Please inspect it. Oh God, it was actually the Recruitment Hall. Ouyang Shuo had a feeling of ascending to heaven. In his view, the combined merit points and gold coins could not even match the value of the Recruitment Hall. The Recruitment Hall was located in his educational and cultural district next to the private school. Name: Recruitment Hall. Type: secret class building. Function: randomly recruit a special talent every month. Randomly recruit a historical talent every year. Features: special talent attraction rate increased by 20%. Reputation of the territory is increased by 5%. Description: this is a specially designed hiring location. Recruiting a special talent costs 10 gold coins. Recruiting a historical talent costs 100 gold coins. Recruitment chances cannot be accumulated and can expire. It was worthy of it being known as the secret class building that was comparable to a god-level equipment. Its properties descriptions were simple yet strong. It acted like a gravity stone, attracting and providing steady streams of talents to the territory. Special talent attraction rate increased by 20%. This is comparable to the gold-level attraction ability of Shanghai Village. After the 2 abilities are summed, the ability to attract special talents increases by 40%. Territory reputation increased by 5%. This was a rarer feature, so far found only in the similar secret class building, the Mazu Temple. Even a gold-level village did not have such a feature built into it. The most intuitive power was the recruiting function. This was a loved or hated power. Loved because it made it easy to recruit special talents and historical talents. Hated because of the high recruitment costs. Gold on hand was precious stuff, and bringing it up brought forth bitter tears. Even with Ouyang Shuo being so lucky and the Handan 6 tyrants being so powerful, they never had too much loose gold on hand. If he hadn't had the world award of 600 gold coins, Ouyang Shuo wouldn't have considered using the hall at all. He would have rather wasted the opportunity to recruit than spend precious gold on recruiting talents. From the outside, the recruitment hall was only an ordinary wooden building. There were no carvings on the walls, nor did it use fine woods. The main difference was that the workmanship was unusually fine compared to the other buildings in the village. He opened the doors of the main hall. Hanging on the walls around him were 12 portraits of the ancient sages. That is, Confucian-style saints and also hermits like Zhulin Qixin. There was a binding location next to a wooden sign with a handprint on it for him. Ouyang Shuo put his hand in the there. Then came the spurring of system prompt. System notification. Congratulations to player Chiyue Wui for opening the recruitment hall. The first time you open the recruitment hall, you automatically get a chance to recruit a special talent and an opportunity for a historic talent. Do you wish to recruit anyone? Recruit special talent. System tip. Congratulations to player Chiyue Wui for successfully recruiting a special talent, an advanced winemaker. 10 gold coins are automatically being deducted. A white light flashed, and a middle-aged man came out of nowhere before Ouyang Shuo. He bowed in salute, respectfully saying, "Civilian Duke greets sire." "Master Du, please." Ouyang Shuo guided Master Du to the side, before once again placing his hand. System tip. You still have a remaining opportunity to recruit historical talent. Do you wish to recruit? Recruit, please. System tip. Congratulations to player Chiyue Wui for successfully recruiting the king-level historical figure Fan Zhongyan. 100 gold coins are automatically deducted. As the white light flashed, a middle-aged scholar arrived from nowhere. "Mr. Xuan greets the Lord," he said immediately. Ouyang Shuo quickly stepped forwards, his hands virtually supporting the other man, sincerely saying, "It is good you came so quickly. There is much to do." He took them out of the recruitment hall, assessing Fan Zhongyan as he did so. Name: Fan Zhongyan, aka Shi1, King level. Title: Great Scholar. Dynasty: the Northern Song Dynasty. Identity: Shanghai Villager. Occupation: Civil Servant. Loyalty: 45 points. Command: 45. Force: 30. Intelligence: 75. Political: 80. Features: awe-inspiring righteousness. Enhances territorial integrity by 40%. Worries about the land. Enhances territorial efficiency by 20%. Gracious. Enhances the humanist level of the territory by 15%. Evaluation. The Northern Song Dynasty was famous for thinkers, politicians, military strategists, writers, fine culture, and geniuses. Xian placed people's happiness before his and took care of their worries first. Coming back to the Lord's manor, Ouyang Shuo called in Wazi, told him to go find the secretaries and invite them to the chamber, as there were matters to discuss. He personally led Fan Zhongyan into the chamber to chat. Although Fan Zhongyan was a civilian, his literary attainments were high. Even at the level of a chat, Ouyang Shuo felt more than a little overwhelmed. His knowledge of the classics was not high enough. He could only keep up with the principle of staying silent and saying nothing wrong while being a good listener. In less than 20 minutes, the division chiefs had arrived. Mu Qingxi also followed Cui Yingyu in to join the fun. Ouyang Shuo cheerfully opened the meeting, saying, "The war to defend the village has just ended, and I know that you are very busy. In order not to delay everyone, I will cut a long story short." He took a look at Fan Zhongyan. "Sitting next to me is Mr. Fan Zhongyan, Shi1, man of wide knowledge. Let us welcome him and get to know each other." Everyone greeted him naturally. There was naturally a great respect for scholars of his caliber from the secretaries. Except for Gu Xiuan and Cui Yingyu, the others were basically born as peasants. Zhao Daxian, who was more knowledgeable, could only recognize a few words, let alone the others. "I have decided to set up an administration department to take charge of all of the day-to-day governmental affairs in the territory. The Material Reserves Division will still operate independently. The Construction Division, the Reclamation Division, the Salpan Division, and the Household Registration Office will all be moved under the jurisdiction of the Administration Department. I'm appointing Mr. Zhongyan as the Director of Administration, managing the daily affairs of the active territory as Chief of the Civil Service. At the same time, I will also be moving the post to the Secretary of the Salt Fields Division to him." Fan Zhongyan had the experience of managing salt pans in the past. Therefore, Ouyang Shuo was rest assured with him managing the salt fields. After all, he himself couldn't leave the territory, while the salt pans would be slowly expanding outside the territory. He really had no way to manage the salt pans himself. Fan Zhongyan flew to his feet. "Shiwen thanks the Lord for his trust. I will not disappoint you. Gu Xiuan, I hereby appoint you as the Director Assistant. Your main duty is to assist the Director of Administration in handling the day-to-day government affairs, and will still be in charge of household registration. Ouyang Shuo went on. His arrangements were naturally made in the hope that Gu Xiuan would be learning from Scholar Zhongyan of his ability and experience in government affairs. Zhao Duong, Deputy Secretary of the Construction Department. In this battle for our village, you have had an outstanding performance and fought well. You are officially promoted to Secretary of Construction. Zhao Duong excitedly voiced his thanks and gratitude. His office finally matched his duties. Wearing the title of Deputy Secretary while doing the job of Secretary did not sit well with him. Now the load was off his shoulders. For the rest of our personnel in dealing with this adjustment, I hope you will help the new director out diligently. I am well aware of your performances. For those who have done well, I will never be stingy in rewarding you. Mu Qingxi, seated behind Cui Yingyu while watching Ouyang Shuo issue orders, leaned forwards and said in a conspiratorial whisper, "Big brother looks so handsome when dealing with governmental affairs." Cui Yingyi inadvertently blushed as she swept Ouyang Shuo a glance. Her heart suddenly beats harder and a trace of color flashing up her cheek. In order to cover her panic, she turned and hit Mu Qingxi on the head with a strong smile, saying, "Little girl, your big sister brought you over here to make you familiar with government, not to talk about big brother's appearance. You are so naughty." And you knew Mu Qingxi was young, but she was intelligent and serious while working. She wanted to cultivate Mu Qingxi more to enter the civil service, such that she could help her in the Material Reserves Division in the future. She did not expect her little sister's mind to be totally elsewhere. Governmental stuff is so boring. "Oh, I don't like it. I just want to be a small tailor, hee." This was a heart of purity. No wonder she had progressed so quickly in the tailoring field. Cui Yingyu went silent upon hearing this, knowing that her civil servant training plan was dead before it had gotten off the floor. Ouyang Shuo noted the little tricks of this prankster and sent a cool look her way. Mu Qingxi instantly straightened up and transformed into a proper young lady, obediently sitting in the back and was motionless, also exaggerating a bit with a small hand over her mouth. Her large eyes met his with an innocent expression in them. He reluctantly smiled slightly, no longer caring about her, and turned back to the crowd. "The proceedings have ended. You may disperse. As soon as possible, finish the after-war cleaning up work. Tomorrow morning, Shanghai Village will reach the full population. That means, as of tomorrow, Shanghai Village could be upgraded to a Grade 3 village. After the promotion to a Grade 3 village, there will be more things to do. Therefore, you need to handle your tasks promptly. Don't leave extra works behind." Everyone there rose, bowed, and quickly departed. Ouyang Shuo called over Gu Xiuan, explaining to him that he should take Mr. Xiuan around the territory to get a good grasp of the basic situation here, and help acclimate Mr. Xiuan to Shanghai as part of his new family. In addition, he should arrange Mr. Xiuan's accommodations temporarily in the West Wing. Shuo would also be handing over the winemaker, Du Chun, to Gu Xiuan, and ordered Gu Xiuan to make arrangements for the winemaker. After all this, Ouyang Shuo headed back to his office. Now that the territory had Fan Zhongyin and General Shi, two major talents for the government and military, he now had more energy to devote to the development strategy of the territory. After experiencing the siege of Beast's defensive quest, Shanghai Village had surged in front of the world. His future operations, ensuring that the desired benefits were attained, would have to be carefully planned out. At 4 p.m., Lin Yi was leading the riders that were bringing the cattle back. They made a mighty sound as they rode back, because they were driving nearly 100 calves with them. The little buffalo had lost their parents and were in a half panic. Catching and herding them where the cavalry wanted them to go had not been difficult. On the west side of the village, a row of pigsties and cattle pens had been built with the greatest speed possible. Ouyang Shuo stood aside, next to Cui Yingyu. Watching the calves getting locked up in the cattle pens, he emitted a long sigh of relief, smiling and saying, "This is the beginning of a great development in our animal husbandry industry. I've been thinking at this stage, I am planning to leave animal husbandry under Material Reserves Division's care. Are you confident that you could do it? Ingyu said, of course. Only, Big Brother, you favor too much on the Material Reserves Division. I'm afraid the other divisions might have opinions. What manner of views are you talking about? These are an important source of meat in the territory, and it should be under the Material Reserves Division as a type of counterpart management. Big Brother, you know that is not what I am saying. The Material Reserves Division now manages the lumber field, quarry, iron mine, granary, fishery, and animal husbandry, basically the entire supply chain of the territory. And in your adjustment this morning, the other divisions are now under the jurisdiction of the newly established administration department. Only the Material Reserves Division operates independently. I am afraid of such a special status, and that some people will be jealous. Within you saying this, Ouyang Shuo naturally considered things along her lines. Others would think that this arrangement was a result of their relationship, instead of why he had truly done these things. He hadn't communicated with her clearly enough and considered the implications. So this is what you were worrying about. Well, I don't see it as important. The territory is still in the stage of a mixed big pot. Everything we produce is unified by the territory, so as to store and distribute everything by degree of importance and need, instead of favoritism. This requires a trustworthy person, and I trust you. But this ends on the day the territory is privatized. At that time, the days of the Material Reserves Division will come to an end. At that time, I will readjust the Material Reserves Division. Some of the duties will still be independent of the Administration Division. Therefore, it is not advisable to simply allocate the Material Reserves Division to the Administration Division to avoid future conflicts. Since Big Brother has thought the problem through, Ingyu is not worried. Oh, yes, after processing all the bodies of the bees from this morning, how was our harvest? Ouyang Shuo asked with interest. First of all, meat, wolf meat, dog meat, boar pork, and beef are all edible. A wild dog or wolf is worth about 15 units of meat, a boar about 60 units, and 100 units of beef can be harvested off the buffalo. This time, we have collected about 310,000 units of meat. The Material Reserves Division is ready to salt this meat and then store it. For a year's time, we will not lack meat, and will even have a surplus. The second harvest was skins and furs. We collected more than 6,500 animal skins. Damaged hides, we collected 4,000. Ordinary hides were 1,500 in number, 800 exquisite hides, and 200 perfect hides. A thought struck her suddenly. Oh, yes, little sister asked me before, how do you wish to deal with these hides? Ouyang Shuo smiled. This is easy to handle. The fine and delicate hides are to be handed over to Mu Qingxi to deal with, as she wishes. The rest, first put into the warehouse to store them, and wait until we privatize in the future, they will be distributed directly to the villagers. Ah, little sister was worried about it, afraid that you would be sending so many furs to her for treatment, and afraid she would be too busy. Also, in addition to the meat and hides, there are things like grease, horns, tendons, and similar things. The meat, fur, and other materials were in fact a hidden reward from the system for completing the quest. With the meat, they could greatly ease the food crisis for the territory that was soon to arrive. Whether if you could make full use of these gifts, that simply depends on your own abilities. The tendons, horns, and leathers are to be stored separately as strategic materials. They will be used in the production of armor and weapons as raw materials. Ouyang Shuo reminded her after she mentioned them. About this time, San Guzi returned with his team. They had another half-dozen piglets with them to show to Ouyang Shuo. Returning to the manor, he met Fan Zhongyan again, who had been led around the village by Gu Xiuan and just arrived back at the yard. Shuo said with a smile, "Ours is just a simple little village. We're sorry Mr. Xiuan had to endure it." Shanghai Village, although only a Grade 2 village, had a reasonable layout, well planned and orderly, whether it was work areas, living areas, or industry. It was all well organized. This showed the potential of the village. Xiuan could only admire the man who had planned it all out. Getting praised by Fan Zhongyan was a definite achievement and flattering. Being not a little proud of his work, and finally someone appreciating his work gave his self-confidence a little boost. Truthfully, his methods of setting up a village were not really original. A lot of them came from the painful groping of his predecessors and constantly revising the results. He was standing on the shoulders of giants, combining their village designs with flexible applications. With your help, Mr. Shi1, I believe the administrative efficiency of Shanghai Village will be on an even higher level, Shuo said in earnest. Fan Zhongyan fell silent. In this regard, he didn't have to be too modest. Bidding farewell to Fan Zhongyan, Ouyang Shuo headed back to his office, spent an hour reading, and then logged out of the game. Today was the weekend. Bing-er and Xiaoya did not have to go to school. They did not go out today, but stayed together at home. Even after Ouyang Shuo had done his morning run and returned, the two pretty ladies were still sleeping in. He helplessly sighed and put their breakfast into the microwave. Back in his bedroom, he opened up his handbrain, checking out the game forum. On the forum headlines, naturally Shanghai Village, making the one in the world, was at the top of the discussion posts. This time, the interest of the people was not just a passing thing. Unlike the upgrade to Grade 2 Village, this time, not only the Chinese players, but those in other countries were also wondering about the real identity of Chiyue Wui. Many foreign players had come to the Chinese forum to inquire about Chiyue Wui. Unfortunately, the Chinese players themselves had no knowledge of Chiyue Wui, so they could only return empty-handed. This time the comments were completely one-sided. Nobody was thinking that Chiyue Wui was simply lucky this time around. One, Chiyue Wui has reached the top. Glory for China. Congrats, congrats. 2, congratulations +1. Keep up the pattern from below. 3, congratulations +2. Chiyue Wui, raging on the 6 tyrants of Handan. Awesome. From Mighty +1. Hi hey, there'll be a good show coming up in China server. 5 onlookers +1. The 6 tyrants must be miserable. You are threatening their lead. 6 upstairs, be careful of your words. I am Feng Xiuhuang. Congratulations to Chiyue Wui for reaching first place. I look forward to cooperating with you. 7, wow, the goddess is posting too. 8, wife, come out to see the goddess, oh, not the face. 9, upstairs 2B, touchy the goddess. 10, I am Chun Shinjun, congratulating Chiyue Wui for his success and reaching the top. Looking forward to cooperating with you. 11, the god of wealth comes and the evil goes. 12, Chiyue Wui is really powerful and domineering. Ah, the 6 tyrants of Handan are only so-so. 13, Chiyue Wui, seeking your contact information. This is my picture. 14, upstairs is a beauty, confirmed. 15, oh my god, another flower on a pile of shit. Seeing the messages of Feng Xiuhuang and Chun Shinjun, Ouyang Shuo wondered if he wasn't seeing a crack in their hegemony. It seems they weren't a piece of iron. Still, best to be silent and choose when to confront them at his discretion. They might be voicing support, but didn't really want to cooperate with him. For the representatives of the major powers, they'd been immersed in an environment of intrigues since childhood. Ouyang Shuo dealing with them would just be a mouse in their eyes. Hence, he certainly would not be so silly, facing their short-term honey faces for their long-term knives. In the face of intrigue, they were monsters, and only by absolute strength could he defeat them. The one and only king's way he will follow. Of course, before there were real conflicts of interest, he wasn't going to take the initiative to stir up trouble. This time, the world quest had pushed him thoroughly to the edge. In China, such an environment was too exposed. Was it not a good thing? Especially in the unstable early days. He would have to show his strength at some point. He had to conserve his lead, concentrate on operations within his territory. Accumulation was the way to win. Another hot topic on the forum caught his eye. The topic was interesting. Ouyang Shuo looked at the poster's ID, by Xiaosheng. He laughed. Bai Xiaosheng was synonymous with China's intellectuals. Nobody would try to fake this ID, or they'd be flamed in the forums without hesitation. According to Bai Xiaosheng statistics, at least 1/4 of the territories in the game were removed by the Siege of Beasts. It had taken luck to survive, and many of the territories had also suffered heavy losses. It is not uncommon that the fence was broken and the manor destroyed. Some territories only had their manor survive, and were basically back to where they had been at the beginning. Fortunately, the damaged buildings could be rebuilt. They didn't need to repurchase the blueprints, or the lords might go crazy. According to Bai Xiaoxing's inquiries, even the 6 tyrants of Handan had been subjected to varying degrees of damages. Ouyang Shuo was the only one who got away with his territory completely intact. The greatest loss was the sharp decline in population. In a defensive warfare, without reliable fortifications, it would mean losses. In some territories, the losses includes losing half the population. The total losses of people and buildings would greatly delay the progress of a territory towards the upgrade. Shuo estimated that there was not anyone who could compete with him for the Grade 3 village upgrade ranking. At 10 a.m., Binger and Sun Xiaoya finally got up. In the face of these 2 lazy bugs, Ouyang Shuo was helpless. He took the breakfast in a microwave and poured it into the trash. He headed downstairs, off to the supermarket to buy them something for brunch. While they were eating, Xiaoya gave Ouyang Shuo a puzzled look and asked him, "Hey, big brother Ouyang Shuo, yesterday, I logged into the forum of that game you play, Earth Online, and saw them talking about the Handan 6 hegemony. Are their real-life identities really that strong and scary? Or is it just not true?" Ouyang Shuo was surprised, not expecting this line of heavy questioning or her curiosity, inadvertently saying, "Most of it is true. This is so weird. With their background, why would all of them enter together? Is there some sort of secret behind it?" Her words began to burn with the soul of a gossip. Ouyang Shuo's heart was aflutter, but he pretended to be calm as he said, "Secret? This isn't television. The game is the game. What's secret? Well, what do you know? I feel that you are a little strange, as if you understand the game a little too well." Ouyang Shuo had to say, women's intuitions were sometimes really scary. "If you're so curious, you should do something about it. Come on, it's a lot of money." "I couldn't ask for it from my family," Xiaoya said, still hesitant. Ouyang Shuo coughed once. "In fact, I could loan you the money if you're okay with it." Xiaoya's eyes instantly went wide open, blushing deeply. "Big brother, what did you say? Are you trying to flirt with me?" Ouyang Shuo had just said something off the top of his head, causing her to misunderstand his intentions. In response, he muttered, "What? Flirting with a girl with no chest and no ass." His eyes were wide open, unblinking. Xiaoya looked down her chest, blushed even redder, and loudly blurted out, "Pervert." And then, ignoring Ouyang Shuo, she buried herself in her food. Binger, sitting on the side like a ghostly spirit, watched this little play with relish. This time, she turned to Ouyang Shuo, grinning, and said, "Brother, shame, shame." Ouyang Shuo knocked on his little sister's head. "Be good and finish your meal." After the meal, the 3 people were together on the sofa in the living room, watching a hit TV series. No one mentioned the topic at the dinner table. Ouyang Shuo certainly wasn't going to force the topic. Once again in the game world, the territory seemed quiet. Ouyang Shuo came into his office, and just as he entered, Gu Xiuan came in. "Sire, I come to report." "Oh, about what?" Ouyang Shuo thought that something was strange. It was reasonable to say that with the establishment of the administration division, Xiuan should have been reporting to Fan Zhongyan. This is the case. The influx of immigrants today was not the previous number of 15 people, but a full 52, suddenly jumping the population up over the 500-person ceiling. "It was quite strange, so I came specifically to Sire to report," Gu Xiuan explained. Ouyang Shuo suddenly remembered why this happened. The design of the game was very realistic. Yesterday, nearly a quarter of the territories were destroyed by the battle. The survivors of those territories reappeared in the wilderness. Overnight, the number of refugees in the wilderness had soared. In order to promptly process these people, the system had arranged this higher influx event. The number of people coming in with this event was based partly on territorial reputation. Shanghai Village had the Mazu Temple and the Recruitment Hall, these 2 special buildings to improve the reputation of his territory, which was a huge advantage here. Ouyang Shuo calmly explained the cause and effect to Xiuan. "This was something I expected to happen. The reason for this mass influx has its root in the siege defense from yesterday. There is nothing to be surprised about. I estimate that it will take a few days and then return to normal. Very good. Now that the territory's population is full, are we going to upgrade? Naturally, let's go to the council chamber now. Ouyang Shuo walked into the council chamber at the heart of his manor. A white light flashed, and in the middle of the chamber, the golden heartstone of the village rose slowly from the ground. Pressing his right hand to the stone, the system prompts sounded. System tip, detecting Shanghai village upgrades conditions. Condition 1. Minimum population of 500 people. Population is over the limit and has met the requirements. Condition 2. All required infrastructure must be complete. Infrastructure is complete and has met the requirements. Condition 3. The Lord must have a title of at least first grade Baron. The Lord has met the requirements. System notification. Congratulations to player Chiyue Wui for establishing all the conditions to upgrade Shanghai Village. Do you wish to upgrade? Yes. From the stone once again burst the golden light, a pillar rising high into the sky, turning into a massive golden halo that once again extended out to the new edges of his territory before disappearing. System notification. Congratulations to player Chiyue Wui for becoming the first lord to upgrade to a grade 3 village. Your reward is 1,100 merit points. System notification. Congratulations to player Chiyue Wui for becoming. System notification. Congratulations. This time, the players were not surprised by the system announcement. Compared to the miracle Shanghai village had completed yesterday, this upgrade to a grade 3 village was nothing. System tip. Congratulations to player Chiyue Wui for upgrading Shanghai village to a grade 3 village. The Lord's Manor will upgrade automatically. In addition, you could select one of 3 randomly selected buildings to add to your infrastructure. System notification. The selection of random buildings is completed. You may choose from the Weapons Workshop, the Basic Pottery Workshop, or the Wine Workshop. Please choose. I choose the Wine Workshop. System notification. Building automatically generated. Please take a look. A white light flashed, and with a quiet hum, the gold heartstone once again slowly sank into the ground. Territory. Shanghai Village, Grade 3 Village. Lord, Chiyue Wui, First Class Viscount. Title none. Morale, 85. Security, 80. Territory population, 540/1000. Flow rate of immigrants, 10, 1 plus 50%, equals 15/day. Territory area, 100 square kilometers. Territorial characteristics, 50% increase attracting migrants, 20% increase in attracting special talents, 50% increase in crop production, 20% increase in production capacity of residents, 20% increase in military promotion, 10% increase in talent breakthroughs. Treasury, 490 gold coins, 96 silver coins, 25 copper coins. Territory resources, 1,100 units of grains, 5,200 units of wood, 900 units of stone, 500 units of iron ore. Territorial army, crossbow cavalry, 50. Territory industry, northern salt pan, 500 mu. Political index, 35/100ths, determines administrative efficiency in relationship with the people. Economic index, 15 out of 100, determines trade prosperity and ability to pay taxes. Cultural index, 21/100ths, represents the degree of educational development and quality of life of residents. Military, 30 out of 100, indicates military strength and morale. Existing buildings, village level Lord's Manor, basic market, simple fence, village dining hall, public bathroom, wooden residential small courtyard, 25, intermediate blacksmith, basic grocery, basic logging, basic quarry, simple farmland, 2,000 mu, intermediate barracks, pigsty, cattle pen, wood workshop, village level ancestral hall, advanced hospital, village private school, advanced martial arts dojo, village granary, advanced tailor shop, basic mining field, basic arrow tower, 8 stone, sentry outpost, 3, stables, 2, special buildings, ferry, wharf, basic shipyard. Secret buildings, Mazu Temple, sealed, the recruitment hall. List of capital construction buildings. Village temple. The villagers believe in the land. This enhances their reverence. Requirements, village temple, building blueprints for 100 wood, 350 stone. Build time, 2 days. Note, built. Weapons workshop, comprehensive weapons and armor manufacturing workshops, able to make ordinary weapons and armor. Requirements, advanced blacksmith, weapons workshop, building blueprints, 400 wood, 200 stone. Build time, 2 days. Basic pottery workshop, can bake simple pottery products used in daily life. Requirements, simple potters, pottery workshop, building blueprints, 200 wood, 500 stone. Build time, 2 days. Mill, a place for grinding grains. Requirements, 150 wood, 100 stone. Build time, 1 day. Mulberry sheds, planted mulberry plants. Requirements, mulberry seedlings, 400 wood, 100 stone. Build time, 2 days. Wine workshop, uses various kinds of food to brew all kinds of drinks. Requirements, basic winemaker, wine workshop, building blueprints, 400 wood, 200 stone. Build time, 2 days. Note, this building has been randomly generated. Stone sentry outpost, basic military facility with strong defense and early warning capabilities. Requirements, 40 wood, 200 stone. Build time, 1 day. Note, built. Stables, where horses are quartered. Requirements, stables, building blueprints, 200 wood, 50 stone. Build time, 1 day. Note, built. It looked like he had most of what he needed to build for a grade 3 village, but the mulberries would be a little more trouble. He would need to find mulberry seedlings, which was not something he could acquire through the market. He would have to go out into the wilds and find wild mulberries, then transplant them. The rest of the buildings, Shanghai shouldn't have much of a challenge to make. It would seem that promoting to a township would be quite smooth. Of course, it was not so simple. Ouyang Shuo knew that the village upgrade to a township was a major jump for the territory. In addition to the normal upgrade conditions, there were additional conditions. Namely, the 4 political, economic, military, and cultural index indicators had to reach at least 30 points each. Otherwise, the territory couldn't be upgraded. After viewing the village stats, Ouyang Shuo told Gu Xiuwen to convene the principal officials to the meeting room to discuss something. The officials who were to attend the meeting, in addition to the chiefs and their deputies, were also to include all 5 cavalry sergeants and all the advanced technical talent of the territory. After he left, Ouyang Shuo went to the administrative office. Many of his ideas would need to be processed through administration department. Therefore, before the commencement of the meeting, he and Fan Zhongyan needed to talk about some things. The two of them spoke about military reform, privatization, and other important matters, and they had a sincere and effective conversation. Ouyang Shuo had to admire Mr. Shi Wen's experienced ability in handling governmental matters. Many of the decision-making details of his instructions had problems, which were pointed out and immediately amended and improved upon. Half an hour later, in the new meeting chamber, Ouyang Shuo sat himself down in the middle of the gathered people and began to host the first meeting since the upgrade to 3rd grade village. After upgrading the territory, more challenges await us ahead. To ensure the safe and orderly development of the territory, our primary task will be to expand the army. In yesterday's defensive battles, the cavalry team played the greatest role. Therefore, I have decided to expand the cavalry to a full 100 men. General Shi will act as the captain of the cavalry squadron, with the 1 SD cavalry platoon under his command. In addition, 3rd Squad Sergeant Lin, he performed outstandingly in yesterday's battles, and will be promoted to the rank of lieutenant, leading the 2nd Cavalry Platoon. Lin he bowed from his seat. My lord's trust will not be broken. Shuo nodded in reply. The Cavalry 1st Platoon is to be mainly composed of soldiers from the current cavalry team. The 2nd Platoon will need to start new admissions. Admitting new recruits will be done by General Shi and Lin Yi. My suggestion is to choose from the current militia that performed well during the defense warfare. Accordingly, the new military system will be rearranged. Former 4th Squad Sergeant Zhao Si, who will be transferred to the 2nd Platoon, 1st Squad. Former 2nd Squad Sergeant Sanguzi will have his duties lifted. I have other plans for him. 5th Squad Sergeant Li Mingyang will be transferred to the 1st Platoon, 2nd Squad. Ouyang Shuo said to General Shi, the cavalry will need 7 more sergeants. After General Shi and Captain Lin, you have inspected and appointed them. Report them to me. Lin, you should also have the right to recommend the people for his 2nd platoon. General Shi nodded his head, indicating that he understood Shuo's meaning. In view of the further expansion of the size of our territory, the external environment is becoming more complex. In order not to be caught by surprise, I think it is necessary to set up a military intelligence division, with the former 2nd Squad Sergeant Sanguzi as the secretary. Sanguzi, who had been apprehensive since he had lost his previous duties, sighed in relief as he heard about his new duties. I will not disappoint the Lord's faith in me, he called out. The new division will have 20 people allocated to it, formed by the former 2nd Cavalry Squad members with additional new recruits coming in. The new division will be operating independently. It will operate autonomously and will be led by both the cavalry team and myself. These will be the adjustments to the military. Are there any questions? General Shi stood up and straightforwardly said, My lord, I have something to say. Expanding the army, I am naturally in favor of. The problem is, as the Lord has just said, the number of troops will reach more than 120 soldiers. Now, the barracks cannot hold so many, and there are only 53 slots left for the change of jobs of basic soldiers. We cannot meet the demand for all the new soldiers. In order to alleviate these problems, I'm going to upgrade the barracks to an intermediate barracks, Shuo replied quickly. Excellent. Then I have no more worries. General Shi said, clearly pleased. About military matters, other than General Shi, nobody had anything else to say. The issue of military reform is closed. The next thing to discuss is the core topic of this meeting. Taking advantage of the upgrading territory, I am ready to implement privatization in the territory. On this issue, I would like to invite Mr. Shiwen to give you all an introduction. About privatization, Ouyang Shuo had an excellent talk with Fan Zhongyan. This time he had deliberately arranged for Zhongyan to introduce the situation, pushing him to the center role so that the core people of the territory could slowly accept his leadership. Zhongyan clearly read Shuo's intentions and took the hint to act. Neatly rising, he bowed to salute Ouyang Shuo, saying slowly, My fellow attendees, I will be presenting to you the main content of privatizing the territory. After yesterday's great defense, both adequate materials and abundant capital have become available, satisfying the initial needs we have to begin privatizing. Therefore, in order to improve production efficiency and improve the economy in response to the expectation of the villagers, our Lord has decided to officially start the process of privatizing the territory. Basically, we want to end the days where everything was distributed uniformly. The core principle is you reap what you sow. Specifically, the territory will no longer be responsible for the food supply of the villagers, and accordingly, for the work done by the villagers, we will now pay a reasonable wage. At the same time, shops, farms, residences, and fishing boats will be available for purchase. However, strategic resources such as the logging fields, quarries, mines, and salt pans will still be directly controlled by the Lord. In order to protect the basic livelihoods of the villagers and to help make the transference from a feudal government to self-sufficiency, and also rewarding the villagers for their hard work so far, the Lord has arranged a basic welfare package for the citizens. There will be a coupon for 100 units of grain, 20 units for meat, 1 animal hide, 1 set of ordinary linen clothes, and a coupon for 20 silver coins. The whole process of privatization will be achieved through the establishment of an official bank, which will provide low-interest loans and will be open to all villagers who meet the requirements. The specific rules of the bank will be set up by the bank's manager after it has been formally established. When Fan Zhongyan had finished, his words had created quite a stir. There was a lot of whispering, warmly discussing the generosity of the Lord. The newly appointed cavalry captain Lin smiled at his big brother, Master Lin Yu, saying, "Big brother, this time you can buy your own dojo and own your own business." Ah? Lin Yu frowned, saying, "Don't talk nonsense. I do not have that much money." "Big brother, you are worrying too much. The Lord has thought it through, thinking of everyone's situation. Didn't you heard what Mr. Shuwen said? The Lord said he was setting up a bank to provide low-interest loans." Lin Yu was very wary, answering hesitantly, "But we don't know about the conditions to access the loans. I am afraid I will not meet the requirements." "Big brother, you are really skeptical. Think about it. You are an advanced martial arts instructor. If you cannot get the loan, then pretty much nobody in the whole territory will be able to meet the loan requirements. Everyone will become angry, and privatizing will be useless." Lin glanced at Shuo several times, apparently more understanding of Ouyang Shuo's intentions than his brother. Lin Yu slowly nodded in silent agreement. After everyone had calmed down, Ouyang Shuo said, "Just now, Mr. Shuwen has introduced the content of the privatization," said Shuo, waiting a moment before continuing. "To achieve the goal of privatizing the economy, we must accomplish at least 6 things. First of all, we have to establish a bank. Secondly, we need to determine to residents the price and rent of the small homes, shops, and other assets. Third, we will need to build a series of bakers, butchers, clothing shops, and other shops to ensure that the villagers can easily purchase the necessities of life. Fourth, to develop wage levels and price levels in order to pay them their wages. Fifth, someone will need to be responsible for distribution of the basic welfare package. Lastly, we need to establish the taxation system. For these 6 things, we need to discuss them one by one. First, let's have a discussion about the name of the bank. Does anyone have any ideas?" "Simply call it the Shanghai Bank," Zhao Dexian said tentatively. "Too casual, not a good name." "Hey, I think Wantong Bank is a better name. It has momentum." This was the opinion of Zhang Shanpao. Stealing someone else's name, even worse. "We are in the Lianzhou Basin. Call it the Lianzhou Bank," Zhu Xiaowen asked confidently. "It's narrow and bad." Ouyang Shuo shook his head. The names were not satisfactory. At this time, Cui Yu opened her little mouth and said, "I think it could be called the Four Seas Bank, of the same line as One Shanghai Village, and also brings the meaning of gathering gold from the 4 seas." Shuo's eyes lit up. For seas, for treasures, that is simple and low-key, with hidden ambitions. He was very satisfied. He smiled and said, "That is very good. Anyone else?" "Very good, very good." This time, everyone's opinion was quite consistent. So, Shuo directly said, "Okay, it is named so, it will be called the Four Seas Bank. For the first phase of funds for the bank, I am prepared to inject 200 gold coins. As for the manager of the bank, Cui Ingyu will serve there." Discerning eyes could clearly see the importance of the Four Seas Bank. It was not only the core of the privatization. In the future, it would play the role of the territorial treasury. So the key position in it could only be someone in whom Ouyang Shuo placed extreme trust to. Therefore, everyone was silent. Just looking at Cui Ingyu conveyed deep understanding of what the appointment meant. They could only hope to earn that same level of trust. Ingyu naturally understood people, and for Ouyang Shuo's trust, she was very grateful. She was also very happy for the job as manager of the Four Seas Bank. However, she was now serving as secretary of the Material Reserves Division and was aware of some jealousy of her. If she also took over the Four Seas Bank manager position, it would no doubt create more hard feelings. "Big brother, I am afraid my energy is limited. There is much work to do," she replied gracefully, giving him the room to refuse. Ouyang Shuo was prepared for this backhand refusal. "You do not have to worry about that. I have arrangements made. You are relieved of your position as Secretary of the Material Reserves Division, and Deputy Secretary Zhao Yufeng will temporarily take your place. At the same time, Du Xiaolan is promoted to the assistant to the Secretary of the Material Reserve Division to help Zhao Yufeng in dealing with affairs there." Zhao Yufeng was still lacking somewhat in qualifications or ability for the position, so Ouyang Shuo did not directly appoint him to the post of secretary. As for Du Xiaolan, she was one of Ingyu's apprentices and had been officially appointed. Shuo had marked her as a reserve talent, and now had the opportunity to boldly promote her to an important job with her experience. Such a personnel arrangement was something that nobody could understand. After all, no matter how you looked at it, the Material Reserves Division was still more important than the Four Seas Bank. One Shanghai Village Haichun and Four Seas Bank Suhai Chanzhong. Shanghai's Hai carries the meaning of sea in Mandarin. As for everyone's doubts, Ouyang Shuo didn't care to explain. I have decided to set up a financial division to be responsible for the financial affairs and taxation of the territory after privatization. The financial division will operate independently, and the Four Seas Bank will also be incorporated into the financial division's jurisdiction. The financial division's secretary will also be Cui Yingyu. Everyone suddenly realized what was going on. The financial secretary and the manager of the Four Seas Bank. That was the real god of wealth. The status of that position was comparable to that of the director of administration. Yingyu was also incomparably excited, recalling her talk with Ouyang Shuo yesterday vividly. She did not expect that with this one move, he would not only unload her of the burden of the Material Reserves Division, he would then promptly make her responsible for the even more important financial division. She slowly rose and said crisply, "I will not fail to live up to Big Brother's trust." Ouyang Shuo nodded at her. With the financial division established, your first task is to establish an effective tax system. Here, I will set the general tone for everyone to discuss the specific details of implementation and for the loans from the Four Seas Bank. The financial division will be responsible for making the report. Yingyu nodded, showing that she understood. In simple terms, the tax will be divided into two types: agricultural taxes and business taxes. The agricultural tax will be relatively simple. It should be set at 3.3%. The business taxes will be divided into customs duty and business tax. For tariffs, we have to expand the territory and have business contact with the outside world. Only then can we set up checkpoints for tariffs. Hence, at this stage, we will be focusing more on business tax. In order to encourage handicrafts and commerce, we will also set the business tax at 3.3%. Tax will be an important financial source of the territory in the future. We must maintain the stability of the tax rate to foster growth. If you have any comments, you can speak freely. Fan Zhongyan stood up and said quietly, "The Lord is generous and loves his people. This tax rate is already the lowest in history. My only fear is that such a low tax rate cannot maintain our daily expenses and military spending. The two low-level tax rates are more conducive to the rapid development of the territory's economy. As long as we make the cake bigger, even if we only have a small share, that share can still be very impressive. On the other hand, if the cake is small, even if we take half the cake, it is still not much. Most importantly, in the territory, there are industries that were not privatized, a source of income whose profits will all be turned over to the financial secretary, so that the government will not have to worry about the financial affairs of the territory." Ouyang Shuo replied to him. Hearing Ouyang Shuo says that the salt and other industries' profits would be turned in to the financial secretary, Fan Zhongyan calmed down. As someone that worries about the country, his wish for the low-level tax had been met just as he wanted. He was actually worried that Ouyang Shuo would claim ownership over the industries, but Ouyang Shuo said he would not hold on to certain industries. Otherwise, if the territory was short on money, then, in the end, they could only grab it from the hands of the common people. This was one of the limitations of historical figures. Even with the wisdom of Fan Zhongyan, he did not understand that the strength of a territory was the strength of a player. Ouyang Shuo, as a player lord, simply didn't care if he didn't have his own massive treasury. After Fan Zhongyan was done, Zhao Dixin rose. "Lord, I have a question. For farmers, do we need to pay the agricultural tax at the same time as paying rent on the farmland?" The Secretary of Agriculture will be dividing the farmland among the farmers and providing free property to be worked by them in the form of farmland rights that they own themselves to ensure their own interests. They are not, however, allowed to annex new lands. We will not allow new farmlands to be cultivated privately. Only the Land Reclamation Division may do this, Ouyang Shuo explained briefly. As for the number of mu of farmland that each farmer can get, It is necessary for the department to discuss among themselves. Zhao Daxian nodded his head, understanding clearly. Hearing Ouyang Shuo finish with the arrangement for the farmers, the temporary secretary Zhao Yufang stood up. Lord, we also want to know, how will we collect the taxes from hunters and fishermen? First of all, the fishermen. There are two ways to tax the fishermen. One is to tax the sale of the fish directly on the market. In order to ensure that the tax is smooth and there is no evasion, the fish must be sold at a fixed stall, not privately. The other method is that they can sell it directly to the Material Reserves Division. They will be charged based on the business tax. However, sporadic tradings will not be taxed. The taxation of herdsmen works similarly to that of fishermen. The buffalo will be a restricted animal and cannot be slaughtered for sale. It can only be sold to the Material Reserves Division, and the ranch controlled directly by the territory is not taxable. Ouyang Shuo knew that with such provisions there were still loopholes, and some tax evasion tricks were not blocked. For example, a cunning shepherd might think of keeping his livestock in the territorial ranch, thus avoiding the taxes. But right now, the financial secretary was new and the staff was undertrained. It was not advisable to carry out too complex of an operation, otherwise, it would be self-defeating. Waiting until Zhao Yufang was done, Mu Qingxi stood up and said happily, Little sister has a question to ask. If I had acquired the tailor workshop, then will the terms of one set of clothes per person in the territory basic welfare package continue on? If it will continue, who do I go to for compensation? There are two options for compensation this way. One, the territory will provide you raw materials for the cloth. The tailor shop will only be responsible for processing them. For producing clothing, the territory will pay you for your work. You can also, of course, buy your own cloth, make your own clothing, and the territory will buy the clothes from you at market price. This kind of market-oriented cooperation applies to all types of privatization after the shops open. Of course, after the privatization, certain military goods like arrows and leather armor cannot be arbitrarily made. Only the government weapons workshop can produce such military goods. The discussion about taxation lasted nearly an hour and a half. During this period, representatives of the various industries all spoke up about problems in their own areas. Ouyang Shuo answered all of their questions. Ingyu was sitting there feeling the mountain-like pressure. Writing all these questions and answers down, she did not have time to think about them, nor know how to answer them. She could only diligently write down Ouyang Shuo's answers one by one. After she had some time, she could sort out the answers and write them down into the guidelines for the financial division. She didn't know what else to do. With the taxation and bank problem done, the remaining items would be much easier. Ouyang Shuo said a bit lazily, On the development of wage levels and price levels, I leave the administration department with full responsibility of a detailed program, present to me for approval. As for all kinds of shops and basic welfare distribution and implementation, naturally, the material reserves and construction divisions will take full responsibility. To these orders, Fan Zhongyan, Zhao Yufang, and Zhao Duong nodded, showing they understood the orders. We will also discuss the pricing of shops and real estate. Ouyang Shuo went on. According to how things develop, there will be a number of large-scale adjustments to our plans in the foreseeable future, which will involve a large amount of land, including the demolition of existing shops. Therefore, before we do pricing, we need to have rigid requirements for the real estate property rights. That is, villagers will be buying real estate rights and income rights. The land itself still belongs to the government. If the land is needed, the owner of the property rights must unconditionally obey the territory's decision and accept the removal of the territory or shop. As compensation, the territory will unconditionally replace the same real estate with the same size building in a new location. Therefore, at this stage, we will need to assess the real estate and shop prices. You must not consider the cost of land use. For a basic tailor shop, for example, it takes 40 units of wood, 20 units of stone, coupled with the labor needed to make it. The cost is the sum of all the construction costs. On the market, a unit of wood is 20 copper coins, a unit of stone 30 copper. Therefore, the cost of a basic tailor shop's materials is 1,400 copper pieces, with labor costs being set by the construction division. My opinion is that real estate prices are generally about 1.5 times the construction cost of the property and 2 times for business shops. As for renting a building, use the 1 to 200 ratio rent to price. That is, the monthly rent should be 0.5% of the price of the building. Once Ouyang Shuo finished, little sister Mu on the side whispered, "Big brother, bloodsucker, you are doubling the price for the people." Shuo looked at her as he explained, "All of you may be wondering, why not act in accordance with the cost of construction? 1. We have to respect the laws of the market. If you do not grab a certain profit, it is easy to disrupt the market. 2. Supply has to remain balanced with construction costs. Otherwise, the price could be too low and the number of buyers too high. For example, up to 20 people can live in a small residential courtyard. If the price is too low, a family of 3 might have the ability to buy one. Suddenly, there will be housing tension in the territory. With privatization, the living conditions of the villagers will improve greatly. Therefore, the construction division will have to adapt to the laws of the market, with the flexibility to adjust the size and number of small courtyard residences, with other buildings more suitable for people to live in." Zhao Duong rose and said, "Understood. Residential and retail pricing and the follow-up sales and proceeds are the responsibility of the administration department, to be marked as financial revenue and deposited into 4C's bank." At this point, the discussion on the privatization of the territory came to an end. There are a lot of specific works waiting for the divisions to handle, and most of them could not be done overnight. Fan Zhongyan and Shui Yingyu followed Ouyang Shuo to his office. Ouyang Shuo asked them, "What's the thing that's most lacking of in our territory?" Zhongyan pondered for a while. "I think we need political talents more than anything. To keep each department running effectively, there has to be many officials and also appointed executive officer." Ouyang Shuo nodded approvingly and beckoned Yingyu to hear her thoughts. After thinking for a while, Yingyu said, "I agree with Mr. Shiwan. In addition to basic-level government workers, I think we still lack accountants and similar professionals. To tell the truth, even I, the secretary of a newly established financial division, am merely a layman. Both of you had hit the mark. And overall, our bureaucracy is very weak, like a bare old tree with only branches and no leaves. At the village stage, the affairs are simple and each executive can hold the departments on their own. But once we reach the township stage, the shortage of talents would leave us stretched. The training of the talents is a long-term process and cannot be achieved overnight. Therefore, it is very necessary for us to begin a process of developing talents for the territory from now on. I opened the adult literacy classes at the private school just for this reason." Ouyang Shuo knew deeply that the 6 tyrants of Handan would not have many problems in talents. They were like the great families in the 3 kingdoms, which possessed a rich reserve in talents themselves. Whether it was a family member or a subordinate group member, they could quickly build an effective bureaucracy as long as they appointed the players loyal to them to the right positions. Individual players wanting to compete with them was almost impossible. Even a reincarnated person like Ouyang Shuo must go through step by step could he have a small chance to win. Fan Zhongyan nodded. "The Lord is right. To cultivate talents, we must run the basic education system and implement the imperial examination system. The latter is too early, and we should give priority to basic education first. We are far from being able to meet our needs with only one private school, just providing the crudest education. Yes, my idea is to start a comprehensive college in the territory. The college will set up basic classes, intermediate classes, and advanced classes. The basic class will be like the adult literacy classes, mainly focused on reading and literacy. Intermediate class mainly develop basic governmental talents and basic professionals like the ones you two mentioned. And the advanced class will be there for teaching people how to be department executives." Fan Zhongyan applauded. "Wonderful. In accordance with the idea of the Lord, we will be able to cultivate talents quickly and set up a new echelon for training talents." "I very much agree with you." Yingyu was puzzled and said, "Big Brother's idea is excellent. However, where are we going to find the faculty? The territory only has one great scholar, Master Fan. Ouyang Shuo smiled mysteriously. So far yet so near. Ingyu stared incredulously. Big brother, you aren't referring to the three of us, right? Why not? You could teach a crash course on maths, Shuwen could teach a course on politics, and I could teach a course on laws and legal matters, Ouyang Shuo said. Ingyu sighed under big stress. Fan Zhongyan was peaceful because he once was the head teacher in an institute. He was familiar with teaching. I have already thought of the name Lianzhou Institute. Although it just started, I hope that in the future, the Lianzhou Institute can become the cradle of our civil officers. Shiwen will be our first principal. Fan Zhongyan got up and saluted. The Lord has spoken. I just can't refuse that. But I have only one request. I hope that the Lord can act as the honorary principal to show some orthodoxy. Ouyang Shuo smiled. I promise you. The preparatory work for the college will be the responsibility of the administration division with the help of the financial division. The three of them discussed some more details, then dispersed. Ouyang Shuo was ready to go to the market. This time, he wanted to buy all sorts of building blueprints with sufficient funds and also wanted to see what interesting things might be available. He first spent 10 gold coins to buy the pottery workshop blueprints, the only thing missing in the grade 3 village infrastructure. Then he was ready to buy an intermediate barracks building blueprint and an intermediate shipyard building blueprint. Prices for buildings that required blueprints to upgrade would increase 10 times every grade. As a result, an intermediate barracks building blueprint was worth 20 gold coins, and an intermediate shipyard building blueprint was worth 50 gold coins. Then, the blueprints of the 3 grade 1 town infrastructure, grain shop, butcher shop, and clothing store, each cost 20 gold coins. In addition, the building blueprint of the bank, which belongs to the grade 2 town infrastructure, is sold for 50 gold coins. The last was the college building blueprint. A college or an institute belongs to the grade 3 town infrastructure and was worth 1,000 gold coins. He naturally couldn't afford that, so he bought a blueprint of a school, which belongs to grade 1 town instead, using 20 gold coins. After a round of shopping, he had spent 210 gold on the building blueprints. Now he only had 490 gold left. Apart from 200 gold reserved the 4C's bank, and some for the militia's class change fees, and the following cavalry's class change fee, there were not many funds available. Ouyang Shuo sighed. As long as he came to the market, it was like he was never going to have enough money. Fortunately, in more than 10 days, the first batch of salt from the salt pans could be sold. At that time, he would get another 400 to 500 gold as a return. Since a number of workers demanded in the salt pan was large, there had to be one worker for every 2 mu. Hence, as of this stage, Ouyang Shuo had no plans for salt pans phase 3 to expand the scale and would only be maintained at 500 mu. Ouyang Shuo opened the goods manufacturing technology column, searching for the priced at 20 gold coins. The wooden ox horse one was just an upgraded version of the wheelbarrow and was not so magical as the book described. Although it didn't have this kind of exaggerated effect, the wooden ox horse was still a practical means of transport hauling. Just like you mentioned before, as the timber and other resource demands are increasing, transporting would become a major problem. Moving hundreds and even thousands of units of wood, stone, and iron ore from the collection points to the village was very costly in manpower. Transporting all the stuff would be much easier with wooden ox horse. Not to mention, moving all the salt in the fields from the port to the market was going to be a big project. Ouyang Shuo spent 20 gold coins and purchased the. He then had a look at the properties of the wooden ox horse. Name, wooden ox horse. Materials needed, 20 units of wood. Capacity, 200 kg. Durability, tens of miles daily for individuals, 30 miles for groups. Evaluation, a transportation vehicle of detailed craftsmanship, able to overcome various terrains and save manpower. Lastly, Ouyang Shuo turned to the other items column in the special items trading platform. After tens of minutes skimming through the list, he had his eyes on a certain item. It was a token with a very simple use. Class change token. Civil officer. After using this token, the user may class change directly to a civil officer. In the Shanghai village, persons like Ingyu and Zhao Yufeng, who were already designated as civil officers, were still in their original jobs. They were not class changed to an official civil officer yet. Although it did not affect the duties they had to perform, it did affect their administrative efficiency. Ouyang Shuo did not hesitate to spend 20 gold coins to buy the class change token. This token was intended for Cui Yingyu. Her current career as a businesswoman, which did not match the position of the financial secretary. Although it was a little expensive, making Yingyu a civil officer in advance was worth it. Looking over the other special items longingly, Shuo touched his purse and sighed. He then picked his purchased goods from the other transportation formation, put them in his storage bag, and left the basic market. Walking on the road, he could hear the villagers occasionally gossiping in small groups. "Hey, Andy, have you heard about that? Our village is ready for privatization." What is privatization? Privatization is not something. It is a big thing. Mr. Gu said that we will all be living on our own, rather than in groups anymore. Oh, how can we do that? Does the Lord not want us? There are 4 people in my family. We have nothing but some old clothes. If we were going to live our own lives, what could we count on? Auntie, you misunderstand the mercy of our Lord. He will not leave us. I hear that after privatization, the Lord would give us some food and meat and a new set of clothes for everybody. Oh, that is wonderful. At least we will not go hungry. The benefits are far more than not being hungry. Mr. Gu said that after the privatization, the Lord would start paying us wages. As long as we work hard and save some money, we can buy our own house to live in. The Lord will give the farmers some land as long as you hand in some grains at the time of harvest. Thinking about this, I think that we can live better if we are more diligent. Mazu's blessing, this is indeed a big thing. Where did you get this information? I have to see it for myself. It's just in the square in front of the Lord's house. Mr. Gu posted a bulletin notice there. Oh, then I will go there to take a look with my husband. Hurry up. I have to go home and talk to my other half. I hear even the shops will be selling off this time. I want to talk to my family to see if we can borrow some money to buy a smithy. Good luck. Listening to the villagers talk, Ouyang Shuo laughed with pleasure. The administration department was quick to post the notice, letting people be active about this in advance. Wooden ox horse yi mu niu liu ma, lit. Wooden ox and flowing horse, a mechanical transportation vehicle created during the ancient China era of the 3 kingdoms. Shortened for the sake of simplicity of the text. Ouyang Shuo came out of the basic market and walked down the commercial street, heading into the area of the woodworkers. Thinking of the south-pointing chariot from before, he walked into the carpentry workshop. The woodshop was full of excitement, very different from the mood from last time. Lu Guangji saw Shuo coming in, stepped forward and smiled, saying, "Guangji greets the Lord." "Master Lu, you have some good news?" Master Lu couldn't even open his mouth before his apprentice on the side, giddy with joy, blurted out, "Lord, this morning we succeeded in making a south-pointing chariot." Yes, and just as the Lord predicted, Master Lu ranked up to an advanced carpenter now, another apprentice exclaimed. Master Lu stared at both apprentices for being so rude before their lord. He turned back to Shuo and apologetically said, "They are still young, and yet to know anything of courtesy, please do not blame them for their words, sire." Ouyang Shuo waved the event off, indicating that it was all right. It seems I should really be congratulating Master Lu. This is all due to the blessings of the territory, when the upgrading gold rays swept the whole village in the morning. Something in my mind broke free. It gave me the insight to the most important part of the south-pointing chariot. Oh, there is such a thing? The upgrading rays of the territory could also help talent breakthroughs? This should be part of the hidden settings of the system. Shuo thought. After all, in his last life, he hadn't played in Lord mode, not knowing that some obscure details could be considered normal. He guessed that, having such a big effect, it was somehow related to Shanghai Village being a gold-class village. Otherwise, this hidden fact would have been more exposed and well known by the public. Shuo nodded his head. Has Master Lu heard about the privatizing of the territory? I have heard of it. My apprentice has told me. So, about the privatization, especially the effects on the carpentry workshop, what do you think? Ouyang Shuo asked him. Master Lu hesitantly said, Sire, to tell the truth, I do not yet have the plan to acquire the carpentry workshop. Oh, why not? Ouyang Shuo was surprised. Since the establishment of the woodshop, except for the south-pointing chariot, there has not been much else to do. I am worried that once I have to buy the woodshop, we will not be able to maintain our livelihood. Ouyang Shuo smiled and took out from his storage bag and smoothly handed it to Master Lu. Take a look at this manual. Do you believe you can make this? Master Lu took the manual and looked it over carefully. He was so attracted by the contents that he forgot Ouyang Shuo was standing there, waiting for him to answer. Ouyang Shuo stood there leisurely, patiently waiting. As to what Master Lu had said about the woodworking business dilemma, he had a few thoughts. Earth Online, although known to be very realistic, still had some blurry and vague areas early in the game, mostly to ensure that the Lord players could actually build out in the wilderness. The most direct manifestation of that was in the building constructions. Take the small courtyard residences as an example. In addition to the speed that the residences could be put up, there were also a lot of accessories included. Simply put, for the people to live in a completed courtyard, they would need furniture, and it was automatically generated. If it didn't appear after the house was built, having to sleep and live on the ground would have been rather embarrassing. The other shops and businesses were the same way. After the smithy was built, its required internal facilities will be automatically generated, so that once it was built, it would operate smoothly. These costs of the facilities were reflected in their building blueprints. For some simple things like pigsties, fences, and the like, because there was no need to generate internal furnishings, they didn't need building blueprints to be built directly. Of course, with the passing of time, after the territories were increasingly built up, the rules would change and be less fuzzy, becoming more consistent with reality. It was because of this design that the villagers didn't need to find a carpenter to build furniture. It was no wonder that Master Lu was worried about his prospects after privatization. 20 minutes later, Master Lu finished reading the manual. Looking up and finding Ouyang Shuo still there, he fearfully said, "The content were too attractive, I couldn't pull myself out from it. I beg the Lord's forgiveness." Again, Ouyang Shuo waved his hand. "Do you think you can make it? If it was before today, I would not dare to boast. But now, with the lucky promotion to an advanced carpenter and the experience I have developed from the south-pointing chariot, I have the confidence to craft the wooden ox horse, just like the descriptions of it in the manual. Well, if that is the case, I have a proposal. I hope that Master Lu can consider about it. Please, my lord." Well, the territory requires a great number of these wooden ox horses. So, my proposal is that you will not only acquire the workshop, but also expand its scale. Then, the territory will use the name of the Material Reserves Division and sign a commission processing agreement with your workshop. The Material Reserves Division will provide the manufacturing technology and raw wood as materials, and your workshop will be responsible for the production of wooden ox horses. For each wooden ox horse, the department will pay you 20 copper coins. This will keep you busy and solve the plight of the woodworkers, you see? Ouyang Shuo inquired of him. Master Lu, after listening to all this, was very excited. He was a carpenter, and carpentry was his roots and sustenance. Not only could he solve the plight of being a woodworker, but he now had the chance to climb the ladders. Immediately and without hesitation, he said directly, "I don't need to consider anything. I promise this will be done. As for the specific entrustment agreement, the people of the Material Reserves Division will talk to you later. I will be there when both parties sign the agreements." Master Lu nodded in agreement, still looking very excited. Leaving the woodshop, Ouyang Shuo found out that it was already around noon. After getting lunch, he took a short nap in his quarters. After waking up, he didn't return to his office. Instead, he walked into the next administrative office. The area had become a bit crowded, as the administration department, financial division, and material reserves division all had to operate out of here. Ouyang Shuo had spent the morning buying 8 sets of building blueprints. He presented them together with the weapons workshop blueprints he already had to Zhao Duong, telling him where he wanted the buildings constructed. He wanted them completed as soon as possible, After that, there was a big project waiting for the construction division. Since his formal appointment as Secretary of Construction, Zhao Duong had become more motivated. After Ouyang Shuo gave him the task, he swore to complete it. Indeed, he patted his chest and said he would be the quickest to turn the blueprints into reality. Ouyang Shuo gave him more encouragement, taking the opportunity to win people's hearts. Although he had given leadership of the administration department to Fan Zhongyan, it didn't mean that he would let all the departments under the administration leave his control. As the saying goes, no one is ever perfect. Ouyang Shuo knew that even Fan Zhongyan had considered some ideas that were too radical and that some would fail. Therefore, he had to ensure that the administration was still under his control so that Fan Zhongyan would stand down and wouldn't have the chance to implement those radical changes to Shanghai Village. He didn't think himself as the protagonist of a young adult novel with an invincible aura. As long as the historical figures worked for the good of the territory, he could feel at ease walking away, and everything would be harmonious and smooth. In this way, the territory would still be running according to his will, without any deviation from his plans. Then, Ouyang Shuo went to Material Reserves Division head Zhao Yufeng, telling him about the woodshop proposal from the morning and scheduling Yufeng's follow-up. This kind of entrustment agreement will be one of the main modes of cooperation between the future Material Reserves Division and the shops or private workshops. Therefore, the Material Reserves Division must do some preparatory work on the commission agreement. Director Fan and I will review the agreement to ensure that it does not have any loopholes. In addition, before the tailor makes up the linen clothing for everyone, we need to have a similar agreement. I suggest that both of these people hold a signing ceremony at the same time, and we invite all the talented people in the territory to join in. Let them realize the benefits of privatization to help improve their enthusiasm. Zhao Yufeng heavily nodded his head, watching Shuo with worshipping eyes. He said excitedly, "I truly admire how Lord is seeking to remove any obstacles to privatization. The talented people will no longer have to worry about privatization affecting their livelihood. We won't even have to urge them. They will even take the initiative to collect apprentices." Zhao Yufeng knew how much effort and conditions Ouyang Shuo was forced to expend to get the skilled people to recruit apprentices. Ouyang Shuo nodded and expressed his admiration for Zhao's insight. Yes, this is the magic of privatization. Only by appealing to the vital interests of the individual can we inspire their enthusiasm and stimulate the rapid development of the economy. There's a lot of progress in you, as you can now see the meaning behind this entrustment agreement. It seems like working in the Material Reserves Division has made you grow up a lot. It is the Lord's wisdom to assign me to the Material Reserves Division. I am not to be praised. Zhao Yufeng said respectfully, still excited in his heart. Ouyang Shuo waved his hand and said, "Well, you do not have to be too modest. About the lumber field, you can recommend a new foreman and present the recommendation to Fan Zhongyan for approval. You need to get familiar with the affairs of the Material Reserve Division, so learn more about them as soon as possible. If you don't understand something, don't be shy. Take the initiative and go right to Secretary Cui and Director Fan and ask how things work. Or, of course, you can come directly to me. Also, do not slack off on the literacy classes and the homework on that side of things. You cannot fall behind and must still put in more hard work." This was the first time Ouyang Shuo had given such personal instructions to Zhao Yufeng. It was plain to see that he had high expectations for Yufeng. Yufeng was also clearly aware of this and was grateful to Shuo for the advice. At this moment, no longer able to contain the excitement in his heart, he declared, "What the Lord had given me, I will never forget. From now and thereafter, I will improve myself and will not disappoint my Lord." Ouyang Shuo patted his shoulder, smiling, and said no more. Ouyang Shuo went over to Cui Yingyu's side. He took the civil service class change token out of his storage bag and said, "Yingyu, I have a good thing for you." Yingyu saw the token and opened her mouth in surprise, making her look lovely. What was strange was her face showed a happy look and then immediately turned a bit melancholic. Seeing these inexplicable changes, Ouyang Shuo was completely puzzled and asked, Is little sister unhappy about being able to transfer to the civil service? Ingyu's expression was a little complicated as she said softly, "It is natural to wish to move, and I am naturally happy. But suddenly I thought about my original job disappearing after the transfer, and that is the only link between Ingyu and her family. So, I'm a little sad and unwilling." Ah, a touching scene. Ingyu is homesick. Yes, a lot of the time, Ouyang Shuo ignored this point. He had almost forgotten that this seemingly strong little sister of his had such a miserable experience originally. In this world, in addition to Shanghai Village, she has another home, the house of Chui and Dolly. There, she still had living family. Ouyang Shuo gently touched her head and whispered, "Silly girl, do not think too much of this. Big Brother assures you that once the territory has the strength to go through the wilderness to Dolly, I will help you reunite with your family. Until then, you are with us, and we will be your family." Ingyu, flushing from her emotions, smiled strongly and said, "Big Brother has to keep his promises, hee hee. However, when I really leave, I do not think Big Brother can bear it and miss me, hee hee." Ingyu was a strong and sensible girl, never letting the people around her worry or feel bad for her. Perhaps only in front of her big brother Ouyang Shuo would she sometimes reveal her weak and passionate female side. "Why? Don't tell me if you leave you are my sister." "Well, that is in the future. Let's not assume too much now. Quickly now, use the transfer token and let me have a look at your new job." Hearing this command, Ingyu directly opened the arms of the class change token. There was a hum. The token turned into a white light that vanished into her eyebrows. Shuo quickly used the assessment technique to see her stats. Name, Kui Yinju, Gold. Identity, Shanghai Village Financial Secretary and Manager of the Four Seas Bank. Occupation, Civil Service. Loyalty, 90 points. Command, 25. Force, 10. Intelligence, 50. Political, 58. Expertise, careful planning, enhanced territorial trade profits 1%. Heartfelt, enhanced territorial tax revenue 5%. Evaluation, a woman from the Chui business family, gentle temperament, proper businesswoman, not haughty. Tough and strong, a gentle heart, smart and studious, a polished jade with good talent. Ouyang Shuo was really surprised. He had no idea when Ingyu had been promoted to gold talent grade. Not only that, but the new heartfelt ability was a perfect fit for financial secretary. This was what would solidify her position as the Shanghai Village Goddess of Wealth. After the class change, even her character evaluation had improved a lot. Before it was only a single sentence, and now it even described her jade-like beauty, letting him see the shadow of her potential for further promotion. Ouyang Shuo smiled. "Congratulations to little sister." Ingyu smiled happily. "Oh, but thank you also to Big Brother for the class change token. No need to be polite with me. The stronger your ability, the more at ease I will be." Ouyang Shuo teased her. Ingyu gave him a slightly sour smile, pretending to be angry. Well, Big Brother really has the potential of a businessman, thinking all the time on how to exploit us. Well then, Big Brother will stop bothering you and let you get back to work then. Ouyang Shuo shamelessly ended the conversation. Ingyu smiled reluctantly, glared at him, then returned to her work. The leveling up of skilled men was the same as the leveling up of special talents. Ouyang Shuo would not get any notification. Seeing Ingyu getting promoted to a gold talent, he didn't worry about other things for the moment. Directly using the assessment skill, go to the office of Gu Xiuwen and Zhao Dexian to examine them. Name, Gu Xiuwen Silver. Identity, Shanghai Village, the Assistant Director of Administration and the Household Registration Secretary. Occupation, Civil Service, Dongshengyan. Loyalty, 85 points. Command, 25. Force, 15. Intelligence, 45. Political, 55. Expertise, bureaucratic knowledge, enhances territorial administrative efficiency 5%. Evaluation, a poor young scholar, skilled at poetry and literature, and a modest gentleman of character. Sure enough, Zhu Xiuwen had been promoted to a silver-level talent. Because he had been given an area of expertise when he was at the Black Iron level, he hadn't been given a new area of expertise this time. Similarly, Zhao Daxian had been smoothly promoted from the Bronze grade to the Black Iron grade. Unfortunately, he was not like Gu Xiuan, who had gained his specialty early on. Name: Zhao Daxian, Black Iron. Identity: Shanghai Village Secretary of Reclamation Division. Occupation: Civil Service. Loyalty: 85 points. Command: 20. Force: 20. Intelligence: 30. Political: 38. Evaluation: the former chief of Zhao Jiago Village, well-mannered, skilled in village governance, adept at agricultural water management. After viewing their stats, Ouyang Shuo took Fan Zhongyan for a quick chat. Having given instructions to the Secretary of Construction and Material Reserves Division, he also had to inform Fan Zhongyan of this matter. As the primary officer in charge, he had to show him the respect he deserved. He could have easily bypassed Fan Zhongyan, going right to Construction Division, and nobody would have said anything. However, if he dealt directly with the Construction Division and not their superior, he was destroying the hierarchy he was setting up. This would be a blow to Fan Zhongyan over time, which Ouyang Shuo did not want to see. After leaving the administrative offices, Ouyang Shuo returned to his own office. This time, he didn't read as he normally did, but instead took out a pen and paper and began to write. Taking Yingyu's abilities into account, she had political experience but had no understanding of taxation. Ouyang Shuo, of course, wasn't going to throw his financial secretary under the bus. In the early days, he was prepared to help her until she was on firmer ground. Once she came on track as the financial secretary, he would slowly let go. Therefore, using his afternoon free time, he prepared his own understanding of the tax system, combined the real world's advanced fiscal and taxation systems with the ancient dynastic methods of the same, sorting a realistic and forward-looking financial division work guide for her. In this working guide, he defined the roles of finance and taxation, how to carry out taxation works, and what to be careful about, and gave a clear explanation on how to establish a sound tax system around these core issues. He wrote in the work guide that finance was a kind of economic behavior with the territory as the body, and it was the income and expenditures of the territorial collectors meeting public demand in the territory in order to achieve the goal of optimizing the allocation of resources and further economic stability and development. Financial income included taxes, government-exclusive income, and other income forms. To improve their revenue, the most fundamental way to do so was to develop the economy. The fundamental factors that affected fiscal revenue the most were at the level of economic development. Therefore, only by vigorously developing the economy and encouraging the development of handicrafts and commerce would the economy continue to grow steadily and fiscal revenue increase. Ouyang Shuo believed that with this guide and Yingyu's ingenuity, as long as he pointed the way, she could take the financial secretary job and run with it. Of course, there would be bumps in the road along the way. That was inevitable. After writing the work guide, Ouyang Shuo logged off of the game. Yingyu had experience from managing the Four Seas Bank. The Chui were a business family of Dali. They had their own banks. Yingyu learned much in that environment, and he didn't worry about that. Plus 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 plus. Back in reality, it was still the weekend. Sun Xiaoyan and Binger didn't want to stay at home today, so both of the young women had gotten up early to get dressed and go out. After eating breakfast, they pulled Ouyang Shuo out to go shopping. That was like telling him he could have fun and relax. But in truth, they only needed people to carry their bags. The mall was fully integrated. It had places to eat and drink and do everything. Shopping was a natural talent for women, and even little Binger, under the influence of big sister Xiaoya, grew eager. And so, a little girl in a blue print dress came out from the dressing room, turned around in place, and with a pair of big, lovely eyes watching Ouyang Shuo very closely, said sweetly, "Brother, is the skirt Binger is wearing beautiful?" Zioa was already on her 7th skirt. Ouyang Shuo was trying to maintain a composed and interested face, but in fact his smile was rather stiff as he praised, "Beautiful. It is too beautiful. You must wear this skirt." It's like a little blue goddess fallen into the mortal world. He was so effusive. Binger's eyes were squinting from her happiness. She jumped back to the dressing room to pack up her new clothes. At this time, Xiaoya came out of the next dressing room wearing a short-sleeved, slim silk dress. It gave her a fresh and elegant look that was fairly mind-blowing. This look on Xiaoya was really amazing. Ouyang Shuo couldn't help but blurt out, "Too beautiful." Looking at him in the mirror, Xiaoya was shocked, blushing hotly. Ouyang Shuo also felt suddenly uncomfortable and looked away in embarrassment. Coming out of the clothing store, Ouyang Shuo had 5 or 6 bags in his hands. He lost count. In order to express his apologies, he had spent more than 4,000 credits on beautiful clothes for the both of them. At this time, 2 girls spotted them and came charging over after screaming excitedly. "Wow, Xiaoya, we did not expect to see you here. What a coincidence." Xiaoya was also very happy, but did a complete facial change and began pretending to complain. "Well, you would just have to blame my 2 boyfriends over best friends. The 2 of you left, and now I don't have anyone else who will accompany me while shopping." These 2 girls were Xiaoya's original roommates. Xiaoya had not expected to meet her in the mall at all. Now that they had, the 3 young women started chatting nonstop. Tongsheng Yi Tongsheng, lit. Child student, an entry-level examinee who had passed the county/prefecture exams in the ancient China imperial examination. Wikipedia. Sun Xiaoya turned to Ouyang Shuo with an apologetic smile, saying sweetly, "Big brother Shaw, these are the 2 roommates I told you about from before." On her left side was the smaller of the 2, wearing a black sweater and tight pants, a lovely girl called Pan Xiao. On the right side was Qin Ru, a temperamental beauty with a slender body, pale yellow face, and was wearing a lotus-colored chiffon skirt. For those whom he just got to know, Ouyang Shuo wasn't very forthcoming, simply greeting them politely and then standing on the side to be a good listener. Compared to Shuo's calm disposition, Xiao and Qin Ru were very curious about him. They looked at Ouyang Shuo, wanted to see who he was exactly. Qin Ru was more subtle, shooting light glances his way. Xiao was more daring, with aggressive eyes, looking presumptuously at Ouyang Shuo. His heart was strong enough to bear with this judging. If not, his face would have definitely flushed red. They knew Sun Xiaoya had never had a boyfriend, and yet now she had actually agreed to share a room with one. It was too strange. For this kind of situation, there were only 2 possibilities. Either the man was too innocent to cause any troubles, or he was attractive enough to drive her crazy. Ouyang Shuo was about 1.8 meters tall, finely boned, and calmly tempered. Although he wasn't an extremely handsome man, he definitely couldn't be considered a harmless animal. Therefore, the only answer was that Sun Xiaoya's lovely springtime had come. Xiao was relatively pure, with a straightforward personality. She directly pulled Xiaoya aside, asking sneakily, "Hey Zhou, tell the truth. You're calling him Big Brother, but isn't he your boyfriend?" Xiaoya put on an angry face, pinched her waist, smiled, and said, "He really is just a friend and my roommate. Keep speaking such nonsense, and see how I shut your mouth." "Zhou, you're trying to hide something. It is as obvious as a cat in heat. Don't blame me." Xiao wasn't going to be outdone. Her sharp words caused Ouyang Shuo standing there to feel ashamed. He could not help feeling a little stumped and old, completely unable to keep up with them. Qinru looked at the politely smiling Ouyang Shuo, saying, "I will also follow Zhayu in calling you Big Brother. Do you mind it?" Ouyang Shuo replied with a smile, "I am honored. I have heard Xiao talking about you before, but seeing you in person, you really are true beauties." All women, no matter what kind, didn't have much resistance to words of praise. Qinru, of course, was no exception, teasingly saying, "Complimented me so. Are you really pursuing our Zhayu here? If you're looking for information about her, if I know, I will tell." It seemed that women, no matter what kind, couldn't let go of the potential for gossip. Desperately, he tugged Binger forwards, saying, "You are really misunderstanding things. This is my sister, Ouyang Bing." Xiaoya took into account Binger, and that was the reason she let us share. It is not so complicated. In front of strangers, Binger was instantly a good little girl, and said crisply, beautiful sister, hello. Binger's sweet good looks could kill both males and females. Chinru bent over to take her little hands, saying, "Wow, what a cute little sister. Come give sister a hug." She did not care about whether Binger allowed and immediately embraced her. Not satisfied, she squeezed Binger's cheeks and kissed them too. Poor Binger struggled to turn her little head, giving Ouyang Shuo a look asking for help. Ouyang Shuo stood on the side, unable to do anything. Binger made a little bitter face, staring at the big brother who could not save her. At this time, Sun Xiaoya and Pan Xiaoqiao finished their conversation and walked back. When Pan Xiaoqiao saw Binger, she couldn't resist too. Just like that, Binger had escaped the wolf's jaws, but had fallen into the tiger's den. What resulted was, of course, merely more suffering for Ouyang Shuo. Accompanying two girls shopping was more than enough for him. And now, all of a sudden, there were 4 of them. He was like a free mule heaped up with stuff, following 4 girls, shuttling from one shop to the next with them. Everyone watching him could only stare. So many men were envious of him, not knowing that he would have happily swapped spots with them. As they say, the one born with the blessing wouldn't know how to cherish that blessing is. Later that night, Ouyang Shuo treated everyone to a sumptuous meal. Before leaving, Binger patted her belly in satisfaction. Ouyang Shuo knew that his little sister had been walking for an entire day and had to be tired. He squatted down, smiled, and said, "Come, your brother will carry you back." Binger immediately grinned, laughing as she ran behind Ouyang Shuo and jumped up in a place on his back, her little arms wrapping skillfully around his neck. Xiaoye stood aside, watching Ouyang Shuo, each hand adorned with 5 or 6 bags, 2 more around his neck, and now carrying Binger, finding the sight secretly funny. However, she had no intentions of helping Ouyang Shuo carry things. He was a boy, and she was exercising a girl's privilege. After wandering all day, although he was a little tired, Ouyang Shuo was still happy in his heart. Seeing Xiaoye had become more cheerful watching him carry Binger. This was a good thing. He also started a rare joke, turning back to Xiaoye and saying, "It's time to go. What? Are you waiting for me to carry you too?" Xiaoye kicked his foot and walked away. Ouyang Shuo smiled on seeing that and hurried to keep up. Back home, he brought Binger back into her room. She had already fallen asleep after her busy day. He took off her coat and covered her with a quilt. This time, she mumbled, "Binger still has to brush her teeth. She doesn't want bad teeth." Amused, Ouyang Shuo patted her little head and said softly, "Little sister, you can brush your teeth in the morning. They will not be bad before then." Her worries dealt with, the little girl wasted no time falling asleep. Because it was already 9 p.m., Ouyang Shuo wasn't going to stay and was ready to return to his room. Xiaoye stopped him in the hall. "Brother Shaw, in a few days my school will be on winter vacation, and I will be going home for New Year's." Ouyang Shuo was a little shocked, saying softly, "Time really flies. In a blink of an eye, it is already New Year's. Don't worry about anything. Anyway, Binger will also be on vacation soon. I will be around in the day to accompany her every day." Xiaoye had specifically told him that she was leaving not because she was reluctant to leave Ouyang Shuo, but had been worried that Binger would have no one to play with her. Anyways, his territory was on a right track, so he didn't have to log in so early every day. He could take over her job. They talked about some matters, and then he went back to his room. Ouyang Shuo could feel that during the day, Pan Xiaoqiao's teasing had unsettled Xiaoye. Between the two of them, it was less of a bond and more of an awkward atmosphere. He was barely online when the system announcement filled his ears. Congratulations to player Di Chun for becoming the second lord in China to upgrade to Grade 3 Village. Special reward of 1,000 merit points. Congratulations to player Di Chun. Congratulations. They had moved so fast. In just one day, Di Chun had overcome the damage and population loss from the battle and quickly upgraded to Grade 3 Village status. After the Siege of Beasts, Di Chun's Handan village ranked 4th in the world, winning 450 gold coins. Several of the other 6 tyrants of Handan would also be getting financial rewards. It could be said that the financial burden of the village stage had, for them, ceased to exist. If the system had not set a requirement on territory index points to upgrade to a township, Ouyang Shuo would believe that the Handan Alliance might be able to get in front of him and be the first to upgrade to a township. Ignoring the news and disturbance from the others, Ouyang Shuo called Cui Yingyu into his office with a friendly greeting and handed his financial secretary the work he had written yesterday. Yingyu took the document to look over, smiled, and said, "Big brother is so precise. This will help me a lot." They exchanged some ideas on what the financial secretary should be doing. Yingyu originally wanted her apprentice, Du Xiaolan, to be her assistant financial secretary. Unfortunately, Ouyang Shuo had already promoted her to assistant secretary of the Material Reserves Division. "How has Qin Li Fei been doing recently?" Ouyang Shuo asked about Yingyu's other apprentice. Ouyang Shuo didn't have much contact with him, so he wanted to know what she thought of him. Yingyu said cautiously, "Qin Li Fei is still good and is very motivated to do and learn things. Only, for some reason, he seems to suffer from low self-esteem and is too cautious." "That's good. Nobody is perfect. As the financial secretary, it is necessary to be careful. As long as they can do their best, do not blame them much," Ouyang Shuo said with a smile. Cui Yingzhu nodded in agreement. "As for the rest of the staff, it will be necessary to find them slowly. My strategy is, rather than overdoing it, it's better to wait until the establishment of the Lianzhou College. After the first batch of students graduate, select appropriate staff from the graduates to add to the financial division and the Four Seas Bank. That seems to be the only way." Yingyu agreed helplessly. With Yingyu leaving, Gue Xuan immediately came in. Ouyang Shuo smiled and said, "Xuan, what kept you waiting at my door? I have good news to report to you." "Oh, what good news?" "Just as you said it would, today's quota of people was a large amount, a full 63 people. This group of displaced people not only had someone with territory needs, such as a beginner potter, but also an advanced blacksmith," Gu Xuan answered with a smile. "What are the names of the two people and their origins?" "The potter is called Zhu Yoji. Nothing special about him. Advanced blacksmith Wang Gao had originally settled in the Qingshan village of a lord player, but it was destroyed in the Siege of Beasts, so he arrived here." Ouyang Shuo nodded. "All of a sudden, all three of those buildings can now be put up. Go down to the construction division and let them know to get them done as soon as possible." Gu Xuan nodded and clearly agreed. Ouyang Shuo was now ready to go to the barracks and see the newly selected recruits. On the way, he saw that little Black Fong had grown up quite a bit. He followed Ouyang Shuo out of the courtyard, his feet rustling behind Ouyang Shuo. Since Erwazi was in the private school, he had no one to play with during the day. The little dog could only chase himself around the courtyard. Since Gu Sanyang was presiding over the manor's kitchen, Black Fang's food had improved greatly, always having meat in his meal. In less than a month's time, he had grown quite big and sturdy. Ouyang Shuo, as the master, every time he wasn't managing the affairs of the territory, he was back in his room reading, never playing, and spending time with Black Fang. Seeing how often its owner ignored it, Black Fang had built up some resentment. Seeing its owner going out, Black Fang moved pitifully along after him, not wanting to be separated from him. Ouyang Shuo did not care about this, letting the dog follow, heading straight out. Along the way were many construction sites, a busy scene. On the commercial street, a bakery, butcher's shop, and clothing shop had already been started being built. The wave of privatization was intensifying, and it was being talked about everywhere. At the bakery's construction site, two teens were in deep conversation. "Hey, little Wong, why do you seem to have so much energy today?" "Haha, it's all because of privatization. Yesterday, I talked to Cui Hua secretly. She said that, as long as I can buy a house for us, she would marry me and be my wife." "Hey, yo, boy, that's amazing. Usually, you're like a dull kid. How did you suddenly hook up with such a pretty girl like Cui Hua? You really hide your skills deep, you kid." "What? What hookup? We love one another. Do you understand? Others aren't sure of you, but I'm very sure. You little brat have so many flowery tricks. I see. Those little ladies all fall for your tricks. Usually so serious and honest, and, at the crucial time, Your methods are aplenty. What? Do not discredit my image. You are just jealous of me. Jealous of your good luck. Ah, you are my good brother. You find a wife. I'm only happy for you. Even so, brat, teach me a couple moves so I can find myself a beautiful girl, live with her, and lead a happy life. That's called bliss. What kind of move? It's called moving her heart with sincerity. If you don't know, go worship in the temple to Mazu and pray earnestly. She will help you. Bah, what nonsense. Mazu is the goddess of the sea. She doesn't control marriages. If you do not believe, then forget what I said. Let's quickly finish our work. Later, I have to ask about how much a small courtyard cost. Ouyang Shuo, listening to the two talk about their love lives, moved towards them and asked, "What is your name, and where do you belong to?" Answering the Lord, "This is Wang Er. I belong to the craftsmen, and I am a mason," one of the young men answered stiffly. Mason. Mason is a good craft. You want to know the price of a small courtyard? I can tell you now, it is about 600 copper coins. As long as you want one, you will be able to get one sooner or later. Thank you, Lord, Wang Er said excitedly. Do not thank me. This is what you deserve. Did you say you wanted to take a wife? Very good. Wow, this is a big thing. When you marry, I will personally be there as a witness. Wang Er was so excited words could not describe it. Ouyang Shuo patted his shoulder, smiled, and said, "Okay, get back to work. Remember my words. When you have your wedding, make sure you come to the manor and invite me." Wang Er rapidly nodded his head, his companions giving him envious looks all around. Yesterday, the construction division had begun to upgrade the barracks, working overtime, and it had been successfully completed this morning. The new barracks had 5 times the area of the old one, and even if it is fully staffed, it would no longer appear crowded. On the brand-new training field, General Shuo was out there with Lin Yi, busy picking out troops. This time around, he needed 73 recruits to expand the military, and so his workload was large. Yesterday, the recruitment announcement had been posted. After defending the town during the Siege of Beasts, the general was more enthusiastic than ever. Ouyang Shuo estimated a bit. The total force of the army would be about 120 people. Without any surprise, he found out most of the candidates were from the ex-militia reserves team. Because of the demands on soldiers, in order to select the best out of the best, General Shuo set guidelines for height, weight, vision, and physical fitness. Only by meeting all the minimum requirements could one be admitted. Height could not be less than 173 centimeters. In ancient times, such a height was already a high standard. Body requirements were strong legs and an athletic body that could develop power. Strength came from sturdy legs, and wide shoulders and a narrow waist were important. In addition to this, strength requirements were mainly tested by arm strength. Arm strength was a requirement for using the crossbow. They were recruiting more crossbow cavalry, requiring each soldier to be able to arm a crossbow. The arm strength test was very simple. As long as you could use one hand to lift a 50-kilogram stone block, then you were considered strong enough. A weak person with weak arms could not lift it. Crossbow cavalry, in general, had high vision demands. Night blindness and myopia patients were eliminated first, and then from the rest of them, those with the best vision were picked. The last one was the physical test, which required the candidates to run 10 laps around the training field to pass. The field was close to 400 meters around, so they would have to run nearly 4 kilometers to pass. Ouyang Shuo stood aside to observe the tests, watching with great interest. After every test was completed, some people were happy, others were sad. When a test was passed, there were cheers. If there was a failure, naturally they were dejected. It took until 3 p.m. before all the new troops were selected. 73 people that passed lined up near the barracks, and the rest were eliminated. Ouyang Shuo nodded his head, expressing his satisfaction over General Shuo's handling of this recruitment. He did not make any impromptu speech, but instead walked directly to the class change chamber and placed his right hand on the door. System notification. Congratulations for player Chiyue Wui for opening the barracks class change chamber. With the intermediate barracks, farmers can be converted into militia, Transfer costs 10 silver coins. A level 10 militiaman can also be converted into a rank 1 soldier. Cost 1 gold coin. Please choose your transformation. Transforming militia. System tip. Transforming confirmed. Please select the number of transformations. 73 people. System tip. The number of transformations is confirmed, deducting from player Chiue 7 gold and 30 silver coins. On the training field, the new recruits were led one by one into the class change chamber and began their conversion. The militia would not go directly into the military intelligence or the cavalry division. They would be focused on leveling and training together. After their level had been raised to 10, they would be distributed according to their performance level. This was very similar to how recruits were handled in reality. After the recruits had all been processed, Ouyang Shuo called General Shi, Lin Yi, and San Guzi into the barracks. For the next stage of military duties, he felt the need for a separate arrangement. In the village stage, a cavalry squadron was enough to cope with all kinds of challenges. When our territory expanded, it was likely that there was a new raiders' camp near to us. This time, I will not participate in the destruction of the bandit camp. I hand full responsibility to the cavalry squadron and intelligence division. I have only one request. As far as possible, without risking casualties, include as many of the recruits as possible. Let them see the blood of a fighting army and what death is like. Let them fight. General Shi and Captain both nodded their heads, saying they understood. We cannot relax on their daily training. I suggest that General Shi presides over the preparation of a military conduct code, training systems, and discipline. Discipline is the soul of an army. From the beginning, it needs to be strict and unremitting. I'll write a guide on military discipline and day-to-day training for reference. General Shi had a solemn expression as he nodded seriously. This fierce general was naturally adept at the battle, but in the daily management of the army, he was still somewhat lacking. Fortunately, the army was still in its infancy. He had time, and he had Lin Yi on the side to help him. So Ouyang Shuo felt that this would be a very good thing. In addition to the raider camp, you cannot be soft to beast hordes. If we need to destroy them, then we must do so. We cannot let them form another siege like the last one, leaving a hidden danger behind. Long ago, the general met some wild goats, but they mysteriously disappeared. I was thinking they might have gone up the mountain to hide. Let the cavalry and intelligence division join forces and increase search efforts to find them and add another kind of livestock to the territory. After mentioning the wild goats, General Shi was a bit embarrassed. It had been so long, and they found no trace of the beasts. He shook his fist secretly and vowed to find them. Ouyang Shuo turned to San Guzi. Military intelligence is just starting to be formed. I will not ask too much of it. Your task is outside. We cannot wait until after the territory upgrades to passively check the territory for security risks. There, the intelligence division is to take the initiative to explore the situation outside the territory to find out the distribution of the bandit camps, or even find the territories of other lords. In addition, I'll give you a task attached to the scouting process. While you're out scouting, look around and see if you can find some mulberry tree seedlings. They're directly related to the village being able to upgrade to a township. Ouyang Shuo looked back to General Shi. This task is equally applied to the cavalry squadron. The officers all nodded and acknowledged the order. Well then, I look forward to good news from you in the future. Ouyang Shuo neatly ended the conversation. There were a lot of things he would have to wait until their situation was clearer before discussing them further. Ouyang Shuo returned to his office, picked up his paper and pen, and began to integrate the real world's federal discipline and military training code in preparation for setting the territory's military behavior code, for a General Shi's reference. The next day, after coming online, a burst of system announcements exploded in Ouyang Shuo's ears. System notification. Congratulations to player Chun Xinjun for becoming the third lord in China to upgrade to Grade 3 Village. Special reward of 900 merit points. System notification. Congratulations to player Chun Xinjun. System notification. Congratulations. So it was Chun Xinjun. This was hardly surprising. Wealth was a very strong advantage in the early game. There was no pause for Ouyang Shuo to recover his senses before another announcement went off. System notification. Congratulations to player Xiongba for becoming the 4th Lord in China to upgrade to the Grade 3 village. Special reward of 800 merit points. System notification. Congratulations to player Xiongba. System notification. Congratulations. This announcement caused an immediate uproar in China. First one surprise, and now another one had appeared. Nobody thought that the status of the 6 tyrants of Han would be challenged again. A dark horse could be considered as lucky. 2 dark horses weren't luck, but instead the inability of the horses in front. The 6 tyrants of Han who use custom game cabins, the imposing forces behind their backs, and their slowly built-up hegemony, were now starting to be threatened. Hence, Xiongba from King Village announced himself in such a domineering manner. Even more interesting was that the names of King Village and the 6 tyrants were like dead rivals, meant to oppose one another. Suddenly, the calm air of China was getting filled with smoke. At that moment, as if dropping this bomb wasn't enough, someone suddenly decided to toss out some propaganda on the formerly quiet All China channel. Chun Shunjun, you are awesome. Congratulations, congratulations. Xiongba, back at you. Back at you. The national channel required 1 gold for every single word. It was a luxury service, and this was the first time someone had used it. However, no one was paying attention to the luxury behavior. Instead, what they were curious about was the hidden meaning which was revealed by those simple words. Chun Shinjun and Xiongba both had upgraded to a Grade 3 village, and then through the national channel gave one another congratulatory calls, which was sort of strange. One of them was one of the 6 tyrants of Han, the god of wealth and backbone of the group. The other was a challenger to the 6 tyrants, and should have been an enemy of them. Strange that both of them should be on opposing sides, but yet they were on friendly terms. Was this a coalition? What it meant was something everyone was hungry to know. Everyone could not help but wonder if the coalition of the 6 tyrants, the strongest in China, was ready to fall apart. Truthfully, Ouyang Shuo couldn't read the situation either. In his past life, the 6 tyrants were unshakable, destroying all challengers. At the same time, because of the lack of challenges, it was difficult for outsiders to speculate on the relationship between the 6 tyrants. Even if they had problems, they had always resolved it privately, giving no one a glimpse of their internal politics. Each of the 6 had often played the role of mediator. This time, though, the 6 had not bonded so strongly when Ouyang Shuo struck them successively 3 times, and then when they were successfully struck by Xiongba. Whether the 6 people would be able to maintain that level of trust was really pretty hard to say. At the same time in Jingdu, near the Han Village Council, Di Chun was sitting on the throne, his face gloomy. In the chamber, the backbone of his village staff was gathered. They were just about to begin their meeting, but met with such a situation. Is second brother trying to challenge me? Di Chin's voice was cold, making people stiffen in fear. It was no surprise why he was so angry. Other people did not know the identity of Xiongba, but he was crystal clear on who it was. The family of Xiongba was also a political family, and they had always had a hostile relationship with him. Between them, there would always be rivalry and animosity. Now, a member of the Han Alliance, Chun Shinjun, had even openly spoken with Xiongba, which was, as far as Di Chin was concerned, a naked betrayal. The sudden emergence of Chiwa Wui did not make Di Chun so angry. After all, as long as the Han Alliance stayed together, there could be no forces in China who could shake them. But now, a crack in the wall was before them, and he could not erase it. The atmosphere of the chamber was exceptionally solemn. No one dared to speak out. Sitting next to him, Juedai Fenghua broke the deadlock, saying, "Chun, now is not the time to be angry. We have to find out as soon as possible what Chun Shinjun intended with his words. More importantly, we have to see what the other 4 members are thinking. Otherwise, if this happens again, it may ruin everything. This, I am afraid it is not so simple." Shinjun dared to speak this time. He may already be ready to move. It is also possible that in this matter he is simply blowing smoke deliberately confusing us so that he can profit from disorder, Di Chun calmly analyzed. The idea is that, while stabilizing the interior of the alliance, you could also find new allies to fill the gap left by Chun Shinjun. Di Chun frowned, hesitating to say, "You speak of new allies, you mean Chiuewui?" "Yes. As long as we succeeded in drawing Chiuewui over, then the strength of the alliance will not only not be damaged, but strengthened," Juedai, Fenghua said. "But if we can't even find out his identity at this point, how can we figure out if we could trust him?" Dichen habitually retorted. Juedai Fenghua smiled beautifully. "In fact, we are blinded by our inertial thinking in reality. Think about it. In Earth Online, is the real identity so important? A year from now, our real identities will basically no longer exist and will reshuffled into a new life." Dichen realized her point. "Yes, I want to see if we can rope him in. As long as we have a common goal in the game, even if we don't know his real identity, it really doesn't matter. Chiuewui needs to expand in the game. He is going to need to find allies. In the whole of China, what could be more attractive than our alliance? So it seems that for this matter, I should send him a message and invite him to join the Handan Alliance. Shun Jun, this act of yours, I must make you regret it." Juedai Fenghua nodded her head. Her heart was not as confident as Di Chun. But this was not the time to speak, so she could only stay silent and make calculations in her heart. While Di Chun was thinking about how to counter the actions of Shinjun, Chun Shinjun had already been a step ahead of him and already sent a message to Ouyang Shuo. Receiving invitations from both Chun Shinjun and Di Chun did not surprise Ouyang Shuo, but it was impossible for him to join either party. Ouyang Shuo was very clear that the moment they found out his bottom line, they would turn on him and eat him until not even his bones were left. To be in an alliance, you had to be with similar people. It was difficult for people from different circles and status to come together. Ouyang Shuo's pride was strong and wasn't the kind of person who wanted to be under someone else. Likewise, whether it was Di Chun or Chun Shinjun, they would want the dominant position in any alliance. Between them, there were irreconcilable differences. Ouyang Shuo immediately sent messages back to both Di Chun and Chun Shinjun, casually noting that now wasn't a good time to talk about alliances, but they might be able to talk about such things at a later date. As Ouyang Shuo was sending his replies, in Dali's Consonance Village, the 4 core members of Consonance Studio, green, red, purple, white, were all gathered together. "Sister, this person Shinjun is trying to start an alliance with Xiongba. What do you think?" The one who spoke was Tsingy. She looked like a little girl, but she held the studio together. According to their previous contact in other games, Chun Shinjun had been a strong controller of other people. In the Handan 6 Tyrants, only he and Zhang Lang were old game players. The other 4 were all first-timers. Chun Shinjun had long been accustomed to being the dominating king player in games, and even Zhang Lang had been defeated at his hands. But in Earth Online, Di Chun had won the leadership position, and even the alliance's name was based on Chen's domain name, which made him a spokesman. Actually, what he did was nothing as long as they still had a common interest. Even though he had problems, he wouldn't retaliate. Who would have thought that a freak like Chiuewui would emerge? The 6 Tyrants have lost 3 times in a row. Their dominance is now crushed. Chun Shinjun is naturally unwilling to stick with them. It's not a surprise he is making a move here. Bai Hua was truly a leader among professional players, and her analysis of Chun Shinjun was crystal clear. It was like the old saying went, "The person who understood you best was often your enemy." In previous games, Consonant Studio and Chun Shinjun had many conflicts. The two could be considered old rivals. Second sister Zi Luolan smiled and said, "Sister, the freak you talked about is in Dali, just like us." Of the sisters, Luolan was the most lively, the team diplomat, and second in command, so she dared to talk back to Bai Hua. She giggled at Bai Hua, who remained serene and calm, but frowned. Purple left her with something to think about. Bai Hua glanced at the other sisters, her commanding presence on display. Second sister, we could try to talk to Chiuewui. Even if we could not enter an alliance, we could indicate our goodwill. Third sister, Hong Ying was a militant, and hearing this was a bit unhappy, muttering, "Why do you want to show goodwill? Yeah, we are not afraid of him. I really want to fight him and make him run away." Tsing Yi raised her hand, saying helplessly, "Third sister, please stop only thinking about fighting and killing. From everything eldest sister has learned from the closed beta, this game is not simple, with many hidden secrets. Before the situation is clear, one friend is better than one enemy." Of the four, Hong Ying was the fearless one. But in eloquence, she was still far behind Tsing Yi. She just muttered and didn't say anything else. Bai Hua laughed and shook her head. "What Tsing Yi said is right. Second sister should contact Chiwa Wui and test his attitude, and we shall then decide." Ziluolan nodded. External contact was her job, and she was naturally going to handle this. When Ouyang Shuo received the message from Ziluolan, he was a bit shaken. The alliance offered from Di Chun and Chun Shinjun he could ignore, but the one from Consonance Village he had some interest in. The four flowers of Consonance Studio came from non-special backgrounds. Their credibility in the industry was also recognized, and so much more in line with his alliance conditions. Ouyang Shuo immediately sent back a message that he was willing to accept the terms of an alliance. At 10 a.m., Fan Zhongyan and Zhao Daxian came into his office together. After they sat down, Zhao Daxian was the first to speak. "Lord, we are here to talk about the farmland situation. What is the plan for the farmland? According to the distribution of the people, the current number of farmers is about 180 people, and the existing farmland is 2,000 mu. Therefore, the opinion of the Reclamation Division is that the distribution of the farmers is 10 mu of farmland per person. The extra 200 mu will be held out as public property to be sold at a later date or to reward people as desired," Zhao Daxian told him. Ouyang Shuo frowned, looked over at Fan Zhongyan, and asked, "What is the opinion of the administration department?" Looking at his lord's attitude, he seemed to be less than satisfied with the distribution plan. But Fan Zhongyan had already gone over this program with Zhao Daxian and agreed to it. Therefore, the scholar could only bite the bullet and say, "The administration department has no objection to this allocation program." Ouyang Shuo sighed. "It seems that your development strategy and understanding of the territory is not thorough enough. You're still thinking that farming is the core of our assets, and you want to guard it instead of letting it go as part of this privatization. What is the purpose of privatization? It's not to split farmer fields, but to inspire the handicrafts and commerce of the territory. The territory doesn't need public land, and ministers are not allowed to reward land for meritorious service. Therefore, the provisions of your plan are strictly prohibited in order to curb this conservative thinking about the land. All of the farmland should be assigned to farmers. The transformation of these thoughts must be done by you, and only if your thoughts are changed can you guide the villagers to also change their minds." Fan Zhongyan and Zhao Daxian hung their heads before him, ashamed. As for the allocation of farmland, I agree with the plan generally. However, raise the number of farmers to 200. Each farmer will be allocated with 10 mu of farmland. That way, an ordinary family of 3 will have farmland at 20 mu. This is far more reasonable. Use it as a standard for distributing farmland. Use the amount of farmland to determine the number of farmers, like salt workers." Zhao Daxian nodded his head, showing he understood. Then he asked, "Sire, there's a need to report on another matter. These last couple of days, speaking with the farmers, we found that there is a concern. Prior to the ripening of potatoes, farmers will have no source of income, and now is the farming downtime. Relying on the one benefits of territory basic welfare, they fear that it is not enough to survive. Look, more inherent thinking at work. Are they only farmers? The territory is building up. There's a demand for construction workers everywhere. In the slack season, the farmers can go to the building sites to help the workers to earn money for their families." Zhao Daxian understood suddenly and buried his face in his hands. He said embarrassingly, "What the Lord said is right. It seems our thinking needs to change, or we won't be able to keep up with the development and improvements to the territory. I am sorry." Ouyang Shuo was pleased that they finally understood. This privatization is not only here to break the reliance on the Lord for everything. We want to recognize the magic of the market, to recognize everyone's pioneering spirit. To reach that point, you must have a correct understanding. Fan Zhongyang, still showing his shame, solemnly said, "As the director of the administration department, I am ashamed to say I still have an inferior understanding of Sire's intentions. I originally wanted to make my report to Sire about the privatization program, but after Sire's instruction, I find that a lot of content in the program is too conservative and I need to readjust things. Please forgive me, my lord, and grant me an additional 2 days' time." Ouyang Shuo smiled and said, "Do not blame yourself. In the face of new things, things will obviously be different from usual. Your ability I am very trusting of." Fan Zhongyan nodded, and with Zhao Dexian, rose and left the office. At 2 p.m., Ouyang Shuo went out to the barracks. He had finished writing the military behavior code of conduct and wanted to deliver it to General Shi, as well as see the training situation of the recruits. Leaving the barracks, Ouyang Shuo thought about the news he'd received from General Shi. After 2 days of scouting, the cavalry team finally found a raider camp. It was located in the northwest corner of the territory, an intermediate camp on the shore of the Friendship River. The intermediate raider camps generally numbered 300 people in the area, including a large number of combatants. Compared to the basic raider camp, the level of combatants had clearly increased. There were level 20 ordinary raiders, level 25 elite raiders, and at least level 30 leader types, including the boss. In accordance with General Shi's plan, they would wait until the cavalry squadron was fully formed before moving in, destroying the camp in one fell swoop. After all, things are different now. They had cavalry now. It was nothing like last time when militia were the only troops they could use. The cavalry soldiers were not only armored, but was also skilled with bows, mounted, and had experienced a baptism of war. Their individual combat effectiveness was greater than elite bandits. The most experienced veterans of the Siege of Beasts had been promoted to the 4th rank. How could the raiders compare? Whether it was attacking or field warfare, they had the advantage. This was the gap between a regular military and those living in the wild. Ouyang Shuo had agreed with General Shi. He didn't want to lose his strategic advantage. He also did not want to push the raiders into a corner. He deliberately told General Shi that, if the conditions permit, he could try to recruit the raiders. With some screening, surrendered raiders could be recruited into the army. As long as they were bound by strict military discipline, they would make qualified soldiers. Coming back to the manor, he just received an alliance request from Bai Hua. He removed the Lord's handbook from his storage bag and opened the territory column. He found Consonant's village. Its lord was Bai Hua. After confirming, an alliance application automatically came up. He clicked to confirm, and a contract popped up. Ouyang Shuo read it carefully from beginning to end, a total of 4 major terms. First of all, if anyone wanted to cancel the covenant, they had to give 3 days advance notice. Termination did not require the approval of the other party and could be done unilaterally. Second, they could negotiate through the advanced market platform for cross-regional trade. In order to encourage free trade between allies, the system would reduce the tax by 10%. Third, when the territory is upgraded to a county, you could transfer people between allies using the teleportation formation. If one side was having problems, the other party could support them by sending people using the formation. The cost would be 1 gold coin per person. Fourth, after the opening of the battlefield maps, allies can choose to select the same side. In the process, you can team up and complete war quests. After reading the covenant, Ouyang Shuo took the Lord's official seal out of his storage bag and touched the contract with it. At that point, Consonance Village and Shanghai Village officially formed an alliance. At the same time, in the Consonance game studio, the 4 flowers were together, staring at the screen. When they saw that the contract had been signed, they started jumping around excitedly. "Sister, this Yuawui is not so difficult to work with." He agreed so readily to an alliance. Ziluolan spoke up first. Yes, it seems the charms of Big Sister are really different, Ba. One shot, You won over the #1 lord in the world so easily, hee. Tising you promptly countered her. It seems Big Sister will have another admirer under her skirt. Third sister, Hong Ying, also joked. In the face of her 3 joking sisters, Bai Hua did not move, pulling back her long hair and saying lightly, Chiwewe was able to have today's achievements. How could he be superficial? According to his email return, he has rejected alliances from Shunjun and Dichun. Seems like he did so for a reason. Sing nodded her head. I say he probably had a couple of reasons for doing so. Probably he is not like what the online rumors were saying, the successor of some secret family, but he's only a civilian player just like us. So he turned down a big force like Chun Shinjun and instead picked our Consonance game studio. In addition, his ambition is as big as Chun Shinjun, but he isn't such a jackass. Hong Ying whispered, You mean that Chiwewe wants to eat our Consonance village since he is stronger than us? I do not know how will it go on at the end of the day, but at least if we compare strength now, then that's the case. Zilu Olan gave a teasing smile, touched the sulking Hong Ying, and said, Don't think such bad things. He already politely refused Chun Shinjun and Di Chun, rather than a direct rejection. This tells us that he is not a person who is too dominant, and our alliance is more or less from the perspective of a mutually beneficial cooperation. Although Tsing was smart, Ziluolan was definitely better at grasping human nature. Therefore, she accepted the judgment of her, nodding in recognition of her point. Bai Hua smiled, pleased. I think both of your analysis is very reasonable. Whether Chiwewe is or is not the descendant of a secret family, or what kind of ambition he has, right now he has only one known identity. He is an ally of us and our Consonance village. This alliance with Shanghai, we will keep confidential between the 4 of us. This is too high profile. It will draw too much interest and attract too much trouble. The other 3 nodded, understanding that point. Ouyang Shuo did not know that his motives had been guessed by the other side. At this point in time, he was simply reading in his office again. Over the next 3 days, China's top 10 grade 3 village ranking filled up. A new round of the contest officially kicked off. Chun Shinjun and Xiongba's alliance created a storm that was still brewing. Just yesterday afternoon, the tyrants of Handan had officially split into 2 factions. The first was composed of Dichun, Zhan Lang, Feng Xiuhuang, and Sha Pejuan, forming a new Handan alliance, which was promptly dubbed the Handan Forcia, which was a homophone for shrimps. Dichun's prestige suffered a major blow, and Ouyang Shuo, who had done nothing, was blamed and hated by Dichun. Chun Shinjun had successfully brought over Feng Qingyang, in addition to allying with Xiongba and Wandering Magic. Together, they had formed the Chunqiu Alliance. Chun Shinjun successfully won the top spot in their alliance, with Xiongba and Wandering Magic also now getting access to compete at the top level in the game. It was the best of both worlds for them. As for Feng Qingyang going into the alliance, Ouyang Shuo wasn't surprised. As the descendants of a martial arts family, Feng Qingyang had the least amount of shared interest with the other 5 Handan tyrants, so breaking off from them was relatively easier. But Sha Pejuan staying in the former alliance did surprise him. As a representative of underworld forces, Sha Pejuan naturally did not get along well with the other tyrants who were political families and ancient clans. The only reason that could explain his decision to stand along Dichun was probably because he and Chun Shinjun had ran a deep rivalry that could never be resolved. Xiongba was really wily, successfully pulling a knife on the 6 tyrants and provoking Dichun and Chun Shinjun into a confrontation. In one fell swoop, he broke their alliance. Everything that he did before was just for show. What was even more alarming was that Ouyang Shuo knew that in his past life, Wandering Magic and Xiongba were allies. This time, Xiongba bringing Wandering Magic into the Chunqiu Alliance could be truly intriguing. It looked like Xiongba had kept Chun Shinjun in the dark, truly an old fox. With these moves, China's domination by the 6 tyrants of Handan had suddenly evolved into the Handan Alliance and the Chunqiu Alliance. Secretly, Shanghai Village and the Consonance Village were also in an alliance, and could faintly be considered the 3rd pole in the challenge for hegemony. Even though Ouyang Shuo had instigated all of this with his butterfly effect, he hadn't thought that change would come so fast or so hard. He could only say that ambition was a wonderful thing. With only a slight move, you could really churn up the ground. Even as the situation was changing outside, Ouyang Shuo remained low-key, obsessed with territorial affairs every day. He did not mind Di Qin's spite at all. Not wanting to provoke trouble didn't mean that he was afraid of trouble. With the split of the 6 tyrants of Handan, there was no longer one superpower in China. Inadvertently, Ouyang Shuo had become the biggest winner of the ongoing drama. Yesterday, the wave of immigrants had finally reverted back to normal. For 5 consecutive days, Shanghai Village had brought in 255 displaced people, saving 12 days' time building his population for the next big upgrade to the level of the township. Because a large amount of the migrants had come from other players' territories, the number of skilled migrants was particularly large. Not only did he get members of the basic classes of carpenters, masons, miners, and so forth, but also an intermediate shipbuilder and a former official. The intermediate shipbuilder was called He Miao, a 23-year-old young man that Ouyang Shuo promptly sent off to the intermediate shipyard as Zheng Dehai's deputy. His shipyard could currently create not only fishing boats that could hold 10 people, but also small warships. Unfortunately, Shanghai Village had no sailors or marines, so, for now, he had no use for warships. The former official's name was Su Zhe. Ouyang Shuo originally wanted to send him to the Material Reserves Division, serving as the secretary. Yet Mr. Su surprised him by saying he had gone through the ups and downs of political offices and had no intention of being an official again. Given no choice, Ouyang Shuo respected his decision and had arranged for him to work in Lianzhou College instead, serving as a professor. He was glad to accept the work of educating people. Name, Shi Holt. Identity, Shanghai Village Lianzhou College Professor Occupation. Civil Servant, Jiren. Loyalty, 75. Command, 25. Force, 15. Intelligence, 55. Political, 65. Features, Education Preacher. Enhances the quality of residents in the territory by 10%. Evaluation, a poet with full knowledge of classic poetry and literature. Retired after getting tired of the ups and downs of political office. With the addition of Mr. Su, coupled with the construction of Lianzhou College, Shanghai's cultural index flew up to 30 points, satisfying one of the minimum requirements to upgrade to a town. In fact, with Fan Zhongyan's name, he could have directly pushed Shanghai's cultural index to 30 back then. Unfortunately, Fan Zhongyan had administrative duties, and his position of principal of Lianzhou College was part-time, so his ability to enhance the culture of the territory was greatly reduced. But as soon as Mr. Su joined the college as a professor, his ability to enhance local culture was applied to great effect. Now, of the 4 indices, only the economic index had not yet reached the required standard. With the gradual progress of his privatization efforts, Ouyang Shuo believed that the economic index would soon reach 30 points. This would happen sooner or later. At 10 a.m., Ouyang Shuo was in his office, and Fan Zhongyan, Zhao Duang, and Zhao Yufang were all there, ready to discuss the purchases and sales of the materials. As the Deputy Secretary of the Material Reserves Division, Zhao Yufang spoke first. During the first 3 months, food, clothing, and other materials can only be purchased through the basic market. It is the Secretary's opinion that these primary materials should be bought and sold by the Reserves Division until the territory is self-sufficient, at which time the market should be completely opened. Ouyang Shuo nodded. In that case, not only do we need to build a bakery, butcher shop, and clothing store, we also need warehouses to store goods. In addition, we need the training in place for staff to run those shops once they are in place. The 3 shops will be run directly by the Material Reserves Division. We are ready to recruit the staff for them from the villagers, Zhao Yufang replied. You must be careful about the arrangements for the staff. I do not want the shop staff to collide with people who work in the department. That will start raising questions about potential theft. Once privatized, it would be easy for greed to take root. Ouyang Shuo had to walk a tight line here. Especially in the Material Reserves Division, When the profits were high, it was easy to have corruption. Zhao Yufeng nodded vigorously at the command. In addition, the other materials should not be self-sufficient at the moment, except possibly the fish. On this point, how does the division wish to proceed? Complete purchase and resale? Ouyang Shuo wasn't too happy with that idea, considering it too rigid. Hearing Ouyang Shuo's words, Yufeng was unsettled, thinking that Ouyang Shuo was not satisfied with their work. He didn't know how to answer. Fortunately, Fan Zhongyan spoke up about his solution for the problem, smiling and taking over. At this stage, the amount of fish sold locally is small, is mainly for export. As I see it, we don't even need to build any fish market. Simply just set up 2 to 3 stalls in the butcher's shop for fish and allow the fishermen to rent them. This will make it convenient to sell the fish and facilitate the collection of the booth tax by the financial division. Ouyang Shuo smiled, relaxing the atmosphere. He turned to Zhao Duong and asked, "The price of properties, has the construction division identified what they should be?" Yesterday afternoon, the construction division and the financial division discussed the salary levels and had come up with a pricing formula for the various types of properties. We wanted Sire to approve before we release it. Hearing Zhao Duong raising the issue of wages, Ouyang Shuo unconsciously smiled. Right now, for the purposes of price guidance and setting price levels, the administration department hadn't said much and the financial division had passed it on. When Fan Zhongyan had sent on the first drafts of the proposals to the financial division, Cui Yingyu had flatly rejected them. The wage level was too high and the price levels were far too low. Fan Zhongyan had been angry enough to choke from the rejection. The two were at opposite ends. One was always worrying about the people, everything was for their benefit, while the other one was watching the treasury like a hawk, born to spend money wisely. Finding no compromise, they'd had a trouble Ouyang Shuo. Ouyang Shuo had come down firmly on the side of Yingyu, rejecting the first drafts of the administration department. Some of the things Fan Zhongyang wanted to implement in his proposals were simply outrageous. If he had followed the view of the implementation, it wouldn't have been long before Ouyang Shuo would be eating and drinking air. He could not help but say, the great scholar's worries about his country must have a limit to them. He practically treated the people like treasure and the ruler like dirt. This was the first time Ouyang Shuo showed his temper, rescinding the rights of setting living costs and wages from the administration department and requiring them to discuss with the financial division before calming this storm. Through this test, Fan Zhongyan himself also realized that Ouyang Shuo was not the kind to just accept whatever was presented him blindly, like a good boy. No matter how talented you were, if you lost your reason, you wouldn't get things accomplished. Shanghai Village, in the end, was Ouyang Shuo's private territory, not some idealized country. Pure idealism would simply not work. Seeing Ouyang Shuo's thoughtful expression, Fan Zhongyan was clearly embarrassed. Ouyang Shuo knew that he had lost his temper and smiled apologetically. In any case, he still respected the few secretaries. As long as they worked together a few more times and found one another's bottom lines, they could resume working harmoniously and things would proceed more smoothly. Ouyang Shuo turned to look at Zhao Duong. This is a good idea, very efficient. Announcing the real estate prices earlier would reduce the villagers' suspicions and reassure everyone. Zhao Duong smiled agreeably in his honest manner and did not say anything, agreeing with his words. On the other side, Zhao Yufeng seemed preoccupied, having not yet recovered from Ouyang Shuo's earlier criticism. When the meeting was over, Ouyang Shuo specifically patted Zhao Yufeng's shoulder to show him some encouragement. He could not afford to neglect his people. Although this time things had not met his approval, it could be considered as a learning opportunity. Ouyang Shuo strode directly into the barracks. Recruits were lined up on the training field. With an apologetic smile, he moved straight to the class change chamber and placed his right hand on the door. System notification. Congratulations to player Chiyu Wui for opening the class change chamber of the military barracks. The intermediate barracks can transform a farmer into a militiaman for 10 silver coins, and also transform a level 10 militia into a rank 1 ordinary soldier for the cost of 1 gold coin. Please choose what you would like to do. Transform militia to rank 1 ordinary soldiers. System notification. Transformation confirmed. Please select the number of transformations. 73. System prompt. Detected the basic soldier token. 53 job change uses remaining. Do you want to use them first? Yes, prioritize them. System notification. Please choose the direction of the remaining 20 people you are transforming. You can choose infantry, sailors, or cavalry. Infantry will cost 50 silver, sailors will cost 100 silver, and cavalry will cost 150 silver. I choose cavalry. System notification. The number of transformations is confirmed, deducting from player Chihuahua 30 gold coins. After opening the class change chamber, 73 militiamen marched inside in an orderly manner and began their transformations. The last batch of 20 people were transformed into ordinary cavalry, and Ouyang Shuo glanced at their stats. Name Gonghu. Identity, Military Intelligence Division, 2nd Squad Soldier. Occupation, Cavalerie. Level, Rank 1. Combat Power, 15. Consumption, 5 units of food/day. Note, including mount. Skills, basic riding. Equipment, ordinary horse, ordinary javelin, ordinary armor, ordinary wooden shield. Evaluation. This is the most basic cavalry unit. In order to use the advantages of cavalry in battle, in addition to rigorous training, they also need to be equipped with better gear. Compared to the crossbow cavalry, ordinary cavalry was like being raised by a stepmother. Not only did they not get the 5-point power bonus, they only got basic riding as a skill. Even their equipment had a large difference. It was about equal to that of an elite raider. Fortunately, when they destroyed the last raider camps, they'd seize a number of wooden bows and iron swords, barely enough to train these new 20 cavalry within Debao cavalry. General Shu revealed that he would be using 2 days to train up the team before taking the whole team in 2 days and commence exterminating the new raider camp. He would promote a new sergeant, as per previous practice, based on how well they performed in combat. Ouyang Shuo naturally had no objection. Leaving the barracks, Ouyang Shuo was ready to walk around the town and visit everything. In the last 3 days, most of the infrastructure buildings had been completed, and as a lord, he needed to look over everything. He first entered the wine workshop. The manager of the workshop was from Recruitment Hall, the advanced winemaker Du Chun. Seeing Ouyang Shuo, Du Chun greeted him with his 2 new apprentices, bowing respectfully and saying, "Sire has come in person. We did not welcome you well." Ouyang Shuo said with a smile, "I have been busy recently and neglected Master Du. I am sorry. I'm terribly honored. There is no need for my lord to visit me." Du Chun said excitedly, "You need not be so humble. Your workshop, when will it begin its operation? Are there any difficulties?" Ouyang Shuo asked directly. Du Chun was embarrassed as he answered, "I cannot hide this from the Lord. I am ashamed. We have not yet officially opened." "Oh, why is this?" Ouyang Shuo wondered if there had been an accident. The wine workshop should have been upgraded during the Grade 3 village upgrade, but it had been several days, and yet it had not even opened. It is because of the grain. On average, 3 units of rice can brew 1 unit of wine. The territory now has a shortage of food and is relying entirely on purchasing food from the external market. Therefore, the Material Reserves Division said that purchasing grain this way is not suitable for alcohol. Ouyang Shuo slapped his forehead. The Material Reserves Division's short-sighted nature was a constant headache. Since Chui Yingyu had left, the Material Reserves Division had been making constant mistakes. It really seemed he had to reorganize it. Unfortunately, Mr. Su had refused the position, so he really couldn't find a suitable person to take it over. In front of Du Chu, Ouyang Shuo also couldn't criticize the division on their mistakes, and instead asked, "Has Master Du heard of Gillen 3-flower wine?" My lord is referring to what is also known as Rilu 3-flower wine. Du Asket Kiafuli. Yes. Does Master Du think that Shanghai's conditions would allow you to brew it here? Master Du was clearly informed about the 3 flowers wine, and said confidently, "As the saying goes, water is the blood of the wine, rice is the meat of the wine, and yeast is the bones of the wine. To make it, we will need water, rice, and yeast. Lijiang River, especially the underground spring water, has smooth and clear water with no smell of debris and trace minerals, which will provide a fine blood for the Three Flowers wine. The rice of Lijiang River Valley is fine, with large full grains and a high starch rate, forming the ideal meat of the wine. Moreover, the specialty of the unique taste of Three Flowers wine is its herbal yeasts, the bone of the wine. It is said that after the initial making of the wine, it is loaded into stone cylinders and stored in rock caves for a year or two. After it ages, the wine is more aromatic, with a higher alcohol content. Shanghai Village is located in the Lianzhou Basin, similar to Guilin region. The three conditions of water, rice, and yeast should not be a difficulty. The water of the Friendship River is crystal clear and comes from springs, much like the Lijiang River. I believe that, as long as we look for them carefully, we can find water comparable to those mountain springs. Finally, at the south of us are mountains. We should be able to easily find some stone caves to store the wine in. Ouyang Shuo laughed and said, Master Du is indeed a wine expert, able to analyze a wine from the inside out. Since you have confidence in Shanghai being able to make Three Flowers wine, we will naturally give you our full support. I will go to the basic market and buy For rice supplies, do not worry. I will personally go to the Material Reserves Division and have them cooperate with you. Right now, I need you to find the right spring and cave. Du Chun had not really expected he would have the opportunity to brew the Three Flowers wine. Hearing all this, he said excitedly, Du Chun thanks the Lord for his trust. I will promise all my efforts to this task. Ouyang Shuo nodded and headed to the basic market, spending 20 gold coins to buy He brought it back to Du Chun before noon. Ouyang Shuo said nothing more, returning directly to the manor for lunch. At the table, little sister Mu Qingxi was playing with the chopsticks, knocking on the table, laughing and saying, Dang dang, everyone be quiet. I want to announce some good news. Cui Yu was still very indulgent of little sister Mu, and asked, Let's let little Mu declare her good news. I will listen. Last time during the Siege of Beasts, for all the wild dogs, wolves, wild boar, and bison, a lot of them dropped fur. Well, I have sewn them all into leather armor. I did not expect that. Just after I finished sewing a suit of bison leather together this morning, I was promoted to a master tailor. Hee. Little Mu looked extremely excited and proud. There was a clatter as Ouyang Shuo dropped his chopsticks. He looked rather stunned as they fell to the ground. Looking at Mu Qingxi opposite him, he was really shocked. He knew that little Mu would be promoted to master tailor someday, but he never thought the day would come so fast. Sitting next to her, Yu put down her chopsticks and reached out to pinch little Mu's small face, proudly saying, You are indeed the little monster of our family. What a feat. Look, your big brother is scared silly of you. Mu Qingxi did not bask in her praise, saying, Sister, how can you say this? Well, little monster, it sounds so ugly, aw. She made a little panicking sound, like a child scolded by adults. At this reaction, Ouyang Shuo deliberately coughed and said, Yes, little sister really gave us a big surprise this time. Hey, 18-year-old master tailor. In order to reward you, Big Brother promises to grant you a wish. What you want, as long as I can buy it, I will get it for you. Little Mu didn't say anything, and Yu said teasingly, Oh, our stingy brother is willing to splurge this time. Little Mu, think about what you want. It could be tearfully expensive. Even if Big Brother is bleeding, he cannot take it back. Little Mu thought hard, eyes moving as if looking for a ghost. She gave Ouyang Shuo a malicious look, saying with a sweet voice, Big Brother, I have heard that there's a legendary dark gold class tailor kit in the market, so good and convenient. Oh, it is also said to enhance one's skill proficiency. Ouyang Shuo's eyes immediately opened wide. Little Mu really had a big appetite. Although he didn't know the specific price, dark gold level equipments were rare technical equipments. He could easily predict what the price would be. Giving her a fond look, Ouyang Shuo smiled and said, Okay, brother will send you a dark gold tailor kit. But If it is too expensive for now, we will have to wait a week until I can sell the sea salt, and will have the capital to work with before I honor my promise. Little Moo had no hope that he would actually accept her wish, but was deliberately teasing him. She totally did not expect that he would grant her wish. She immediately cheered, bouncing up and running around his side, giving him a big hug while laughing and saying, "Thank you, big brother." Ouyang Shuo tapped her little head, telling her to pay attention to her image, and she couldn't be too daring. Taking a little nap after the meal, Ouyang Shuo went to the basic market for the second time that day. He wanted to check and see how much the dark gold tailor kit that he'd promised Qing Air was actually going to cost. He went into the wooden hut and clicked on the other items in the special items trading platform, looking for the tailor kit. They had everything, starting from the lowliest bronze level stuff to the black iron, silver, and so forth. There were many items. At the highest gold level, items were relatively rare. There were only 10 of them. And as for the dark gold item Qing Air had asked for, there was only one set, sitting there alone in the search results, with no one interested in it. Ouyang Shuo looked at the price, and his face paled. Good heavens, a full 120 gold coins. He had never bought such an expensive thing. No way, there was no way to afford it now. He would have to wait for a week before he could afford it. Leaving the market bitterly, Ouyang Shuo was ready to complete the study tour that he had started that morning. The second leg involved going to the weapons workshop. This was located close to the barracks, run by the advanced blacksmith Wang Gao. Unlike the mid-level smithy run by Li Taizhu, the weapons workshop was specifically designed for military use and was not open to the public. It was also naturally not subject to privatization. Talking about the pros and cons of the two businesses, you could only say that each had its advantages. After the smithy was privatized, it was self-supporting. As long as it had sufficient orders, its profits were very impressive and naturally could not be compared to the fixed income of the weapons workshop. The advantage of the weapons workshop was equally obvious. It had an unlimited ore supply. It did not have to worry about the pressure of the market and business. In addition, it created high-level weapons, and so the improvement of the skill proficiency of the blacksmith was not comparable. Therefore, if you were pursuing the height of smithing, the weapons workshop was undoubtedly more attractive. Wang Gao naturally belonged to the latter mindset and was still less than 30 years old. Seeing Ouyang Shuo, he greeted him warmly with a smile and said, "Ah, the Lord finally has time today to visit the workshop." Wang Gao was undoubtedly confident. In the eyes of Ouyang Shuo, he was polite, thoughtful, and not too humble, and just right on the scale. He wasn't like Lu Guangshi, Du Chun, and the like, who upon seeing Ouyang Shuo were like mice once again seeing the same cat, treating him with utmost respect. Ouyang Shuo liked the relaxed atmosphere, smiled back, and said, "Since the workshop was established, I indeed have not been here. How about introducing me to everything?" Wang Gao nodded, showing him around while talking. "We've only been open a few days, so the staff is not really in place. I'm going to recruit 4 or 5 apprentices. 1 can help with miscellaneous tasks, and 2 can be considered reserve staff for large forging projects in the future." Very good thinking. Compared to other workshops, your workload is going to be very heavy in the future. We must prepare early for this, Ouyang Shuo said happily. It seemed that choosing Wang Gao to preside over the weapons workshop had been a very good choice. This advanced blacksmith was not only skilled, but had a sharp mind as well. "At present, my workshop can only turn out iron swords, spears, javelins, and other simple weapons. For more complex weapons and armor, we will need the relevant technical manuals," Wang Gao said, showing off his equipment. Ouyang Shuo nodded. Weapons forging technology had always been kept highly confidential by the government. Only in the government-owned weapons workshop could the relevant technology be mastered. Once in the official workshop, the need to keep it controlled meant that you could not leave easily. Therefore, this technical bottleneck of Wang Gao didn't surprise Ouyang Shuo at all. "Don't worry about this matter. Within 2 months, there will be progress in this area." Wang Gao was happy to hear that. "With the Lord's permission, I have even more motivation. Then, I will take this time to cultivate some apprentices and get the preparatory work done." Wang Gao was excited to see a plan ahead. Ouyang Shuo smiled, seeing in this man a fanatic about his trade. Finishing his visit, he immediately left the workshop and did not linger. For his last stop, Ouyang Shuo chose Lianzhou College. As for the pottery workshop, it had been built outside the village, and it was too late to visit it. He would have to do so when he had some time. Lianzhou College was built in the school area next to private school, about the same size as the Mazu temple nearby. Over the main entrance of the college hung the name plaque, inscribed by Fan Zhongyan. Originally, Fan Zhongyan had meant to let Ouyang Shuo personally inscribe the name of the college. However, as a modern man, Ouyang Shuo's calligraphy was awful and ugly, and turned down the job. In cases where you need to decline at all costs. For the couplet to be put on the door, Ouyang Shuo proposed to choose one of Tang's Song 8 Han Yu's verses in the ancient and modern Yinwen passage, and wrote, "The road to the Book Mountain is covered by hard work, and the boat in the sea of knowledge is struggle." The college was divided into halves in front of and beyond the courtyard. The front portion was for the students, a total of 4 classrooms. The courtyard was located in the middle, with a few bamboo plants there, were intended for helping the students rest. The back area had a dedicated dining area for the students, and 4 bedrooms for the teachers at the college and their families to rest within. Because there were no classes, the whole college was extremely quiet. Throughout the entire building, not a single student was to be seen. Ouyang Shuo walked through the main entrance and the front hall, and went straight to the backyard. In the backyard, near a small plot of bamboo, Mr. Su was leaning on an ornamental stone, focused upon reading a scroll. His look of leisure, almost hermit-like, was a source of envy for Ouyang Shuo. Seeing Mr. Su reading so intently, Ouyang Shuo did not rush forward to disturb him, quietly standing to the side and waiting. He did not expect that, after 20 minutes, Mr. Su had not made the slightest move. He could only cough reluctantly to remind Mr. Su of his existence. Mr. Su looked up to see Ouyang Shuo and calmly put his scroll aside. He rose and straightened his clothing, bowing immediately thereafter. "Mr. Su has seen, sire." Ouyang Shuo nodded and smiled in return. "Mr. Su has found living in the college comfortable?" "There is much room. I am quite fond of this place. Away from the bustle of officialdom, this is almost paradise. It is like throwing off a yoke and running away from the fence, suddenly gaining my freedom." Mr. Su smiled back at him. Ouyang Shuo complimented him in turn, and then said, "Tomorrow the college officially starts classes. For tomorrow's arrangements, I wonder what Mr. Su is thinking." "Whatever is arranged is naturally appropriate," Mr. Su said indifferently. Ouyang Shuo sighed and nodded. It seemed that Mr. Su was hell-bent on staying away from anything smacking of officialdom. All his tests were avoided with no signs of temptation. That being the case, after chatting a bit, Ouyang Shuo took his leave. The next morning, Ouyang Shuo arrived at Lianzhou College, this time to attend the opening ceremony. The ceremony took place in the largest classroom in the front half. On the rostrum were Ouyang Shuo, Fan Zhongyan, Cui Yingyu, Mr. Su, and Gu Xiuan, followed by the students sitting in attendance. The first batch of students was sitting on the floor. Among them were the adult literacy class graduates Zhao Yufeng, Zhang Tainu, and other older students, as well as the first group of new students. One of them was already employed as a clerk by the Agriculture Division. Another was a villager taking the initiative to apply after seeing the enrollment brochure. The ceremony was chaired by Fan Zhongyan. In the opening remarks, he elaborated on the Lianzhou Institute's purpose of running a school, making clear the college's rules, regulations, and management methods, and focused on management's requirements for the students. "I know that most of you here paid for the school, but please bear the burden. Studying at the same time as working your jobs will be hard, I know, but I want to say this. When you enter the college gate, you need to forget your identity, your position. No matter who you are, and regardless of your birth, as long as you come to this college, you have only one identity, and that is as an ordinary student of Lianzhou College. Learning is your only task in this college. You are not permitted to help other students, nor are they to help you, but you are to strictly rely on your own efforts. You will not come here drunk, and you will show respect for your teachers at all times. If you are disrespectful at any time, you will be immediately dismissed. His wording was quite harsh. Once Fan Zhongyan finished, the class lecturer spoke in turn. In addition to his own political affairs division, Fu Zi was responsible for teaching classics, Su was responsible for classics training classes, and Ouyang Shuo was responsible for legal literacy classes. Gu Xiuwen was appointed as a temporary teaching instructor, equivalent to the modern teaching director. He was responsible for the daily teaching activities of the college and the supervision and management of student discipline. After the instructor's speech was completed, the elected representative of the students, Zhao Yufeng, began to speak. Ouyang Shuo found the choice of Zhao Yufeng a bit strange, but he had won first place in the adult literacy graduation exam, and that was why he had been elected as the outstanding student representative. Zhao Yufeng was obviously prepared, taking a speech out of his sleeve before he began to speak. Teachers, ladies, and gentlemen, I hope everyone is well. I, Zhao Yufeng, was fortunate enough to be allowed to speak as the student representative today. Today is such a grand scene, I cannot help but think of 10 days ago in the adult literacy class, and our Lord talking about what we were being taught. At that time, I, Zhao Yufeng, did not know one character. I was completely illiterate. Sire told us that we must be responsible, and that to go farther, you must lay your own foundation. In but 10 days after our baptism in the adult class, I was able to write this speech with the help of my teacher. In the past, this was simply unthinkable, but now I have done it. I never dared dream that with my peasant background that I would be able to write on my own. I am very fortunate to be able to sit here again and listen to the teachings of the Lord. I am finished, and thank you all. There was warm applause. Even Ouyang Shuo did not expect that Yufeng would be able to write such a fine speech. Fu Zi was truly a good teacher. Ouyang Shuo simply made a summary speech, and with that the opening ceremony was over. After the ceremony, Ouyang Shuo rode Black Whirlwind outside the village to the pottery workshop. Zhu Yoji was responsible for the pottery workshop, located in the northeast corner of the territory, close to the Friendship River. They had built the workshop here because they had found high-quality red clay in this area. The clay was soft and was able to withstand heat without cracking. It can be kept for a long time, making it very suitable for making pottery. Zhu Yoji was with his 3 new apprentices arranging the clay. Seeing Ouyang Shuo, he stopped working and bowed to greet him. Ouyang Shuo talked with him for about an hour, making a plan for the future and asking about their living conditions. Heading back to the manor house, it was already 4 p.m. He read a book for a while, then took the opportunity to leave the game a little early. Sun Xiaoya was leaving back home for vacation today, and he wanted to send her off. After coming out of the game cabin, Ouyang Shuo ran a few laps as he normally did and bought breakfast while out in the district. After more than a month of exercises, Ouyang Shuo found his physical fitness actually improving, instead of falling after all the long-term lying down in the game cabin. At home, both of the young women had gotten up and were getting dressed. Binger knew that big sister Xiaoya was leaving today. Her eyes were a little red, and she even brushed her teeth together with big sister. After breakfast, Xiaoya set off to the station, with the Ouyang siblings there to see her off. On the way back, Binger was gloomy with no spirit. Ouyang Shuo hadn't expected that in just 1 month Binger would develop such a strong dependence on Xiaoya. At 10 p.m., Ouyang Shuo finally got Binger to sleep and hurried online. According to plans, today was the day General Shi would lead the cavalry team to destroy the raiders' camp. Just as he sat down in his office, Cui Yingyu came in and smiled, saying, "Big brother, the Four Seas Bank has been completed this morning. You cannot miss the unveiling ceremony." "Oh, that is quite fast. I'll definitely go." He hadn't expected that in just a week's time, Yingyu would have the bank up. She is truly from a business family's background. "Ah, yes, the specific terms of the loans. How is the financial division setting it?" Cui Yingyu gave him a sour look, saying, "Big brother really does not care about the financial division. The bank is already going to open, and you are thinking to ask this only now? We are working with a few years, mainly low-interest loans. The interest will be 2%, compounded monthly, and limited to the purchase of real estate." Ouyang Shuo nodded. What is the financial division's consideration for the provision of loan services for privatization, which is only part of the function of the banks, and more importantly, the provision of commercial loans to private owners? According to the lender's credit and assessment of assets, the amount of the loan is determined. If it is a shop that is going to enter into the entrustment agreement with the Material Reserve Division, the Material Reserve Division may issue a guarantee. People can expect to obtain a large number of loans from the bank, Yu answered crisply. Very good. For the provision of villagers depositing funds in the bank. Ouyang Shuo followed up. In accordance with conventional practice, there is no interest for the savings account. For large amounts of deposits, we can also charge a certain amount of custody fees. This is not to make money, but in response to Big Brother's policy of stimulating the private economies. Term deposits can be made and earn small interest amounts recorded monthly. Yu's understanding of Ouyang Shuo's privatization concept was very thorough. Many of her practices weren't even personally instructed by him, so she was very comprehensive in application. It is only a few days after you have taken over the position of secretary, and my decision is a good one, Ouyang Shuo told her happily. He was under pressure when he placed Yu into both the secretary of the financial division and manager of the Four Seas Bank positions. Truthfully, he was also worried, as she had no direct experience in financial matters before. Still, as the saying goes, where gold goes, it will shine. And Yu had not let him worry when managing the Material Reserve Division, either. Now, changing her over to the Financial Division, in just 1 week, she had gotten used to the job. Seeing Ouyang Shuo affirm this move, Yu's heart was also happy. Her face didn't show much emotion as she said, "Big brother, stop praising me so much. There's not much time left. Let's go join the unveiling ceremony." Ouyang Shuo smiled and nodded to her, getting up and walking out of the office with her. In the administration department office next door, Fan Yongyu was taking a bunch of administrative staff and seemed ready to leave as well. Ouyang Shuo greeted everyone before taking the lead to leave the Lord's Manor. The building was located on the west side of the square, next to the commercial street. From the manor, it was just less than 100 meters away. The Four Seas Bank was currently a single-level building with a simple wooden floor, divided to the front and back. Compared to the surrounding buildings, it was actually rather stylish. The lobby had a counter for the savings and loan businesses. The staff was already at the counter, and in the back was a heavily guarded vault. Before the opening ceremony, Ouyang Shuo followed Yu into the empty treasury. Money would be stored in the form of gold coins. With little time, it could be freely switched between copper and silver forms as well. In order to facilitate the business of the bank, Ouyang Shuo had issued 200 gold coins as reserves, and now divided that into 20 gold, 15,000 silver coins, and 300,000 copper coins. All of a sudden, the empty vault was full of money. Coming out of the treasury, Ouyang Shuo had become penniless, having only 3 gold coins left in his bag. His spare silver and copper coins were also thrown into the vault without thinking. His spendings now were using gold coins as its unit. If an adventurer class player knew what Ouyang Shuo was doing, they would be so envious that they would be vomiting blood. Most of them probably hadn't even seen a gold coin at this point. This was still the main stage for silver coins, and he was actually indifferent to them. They would be spitting fire to hear it. Coming back to the front hall, the opening ceremony was ready. At the front door, the Four Seas Bank plaque was covered with red silk cloth. Ouyang Shuo took the lead to get under the plaque, and once everyone had arrived, he ripped off the red silk cloth, thus officially opening the Four Seas Bank. The front door opened, and the villagers were gathered there for this grand occasion. This was the long-awaited formal beginning of the privatization, after all. Taking advantage of everyone's attention and interest, Ouyang Shuo drew out 3 tickets from his storage bag, namely the vouchers for 100 units of rice, 20 units of meat, and 20 silver coins. He raised the tickets in his hand, saying loudly, "Everyone quiet and listen to me. In my hands are the basic welfare tickets from the Material Reserve Division. These tickets can be surrendered at any time in the new rice shop, butcher shop, and bank. At 9 a.m. tomorrow morning, everyone should be assembled in front of the Lord's Manor in the square. At that time, The Material Reserve Division will be assembled to issue the tickets. In addition, the territory has prepared a blanket and set of clothes for each villager as a reward for everyone contributing to Shanghai Village. It was the first full disclosure of the welfare package for the territory. Such a rich welfare package was completely unexpected. After listening to him speak, everyone applauded, praising the kindness of their lord. There were some very emotional villagers, even breaking out to kneel, which he stopped them from doing so. Among the people, Qing'er was cheering and calling out. Ouyang Shuo didn't intend to let her get away with it, so he said loudly, "In addition, I would like to announce some good news. Our territory has birthed a master skills talent. Who might she be?" Some knew who it was, such as Ying Yu or Qing'er's apprentices. They pointed to her with some coaxing. "That's right. She's Mu Qing'er from the tailor shop." In order to set an example, in recognition of her advancement, I have decided that in addition to the ticket issued to her, I will give an award of an additional 1 gold coin. Ouyang Shuo took a gold coin from his storage bag with a smile. "Wow!" Bursts of exclamations erupted among the crowd. With the administration department setting all kinds of real estate prices, material prices, and wages, a gold coin was still considered a lot of money and easily stirred up some envy. Qing'er's face blushed immediately when everyone glanced at her. She thought that Ouyang Shuo was intending to tease her, but who knew that he was actually going to reward her for her hard work. Under her apprentices' clusters, she walks up to Ouyang Shuo with immense shyness. Ouyang Shuo handed the tickets and gold coins to little Mu, patted her head, and said, "There is no need to envy her. I am here to promise that every skilled talent that belongs to the territory will receive a promotion reward. From apprentice to basic, you get 1 silver. To intermediate, 10 silver. Promoted to advanced, 50 silver, and promoted to master level, 1 gold coin. After you get the promotion, go to the financial secretary to receive your reward." There were more bursts of applause, especially from the skilled personnel. It was almost a frenzy. Li Taizu and Lu Guangji were especially happy, as both of them had ranked up their skill level, and the money would basically buy their shops for them. This was Ouyang Shuo's main purpose, taking advantage of the timing of privatization to show the value of the money. Announcing such a generous promotion award would hopefully stimulate the growth of more talents in the territory, and also show everyone in the territory the attention and desires of those talents. Yingyu stood to the side, patting her head. Her big brother really just says what he thinks. He just casually said a few more words, and gave the financial division another job to do. She now had to make sure that she recorded down the contents of this reward scheme. After the opening ceremony was over, everyone dispersed. Little sister Qing'er did not leave, dragging Ouyang Shuo along into the bank. She went straight to the counter, handing over the voucher she had just received, and proudly said, "I want to exchange these." The staff at the counter was a young man who was thinking that the bank had just opened, and they had business already. The bank's money was what Ouyang Shuo had just put into the vault. There was none at the counter for her. How could he exchange it? Thinking she was very troublesome, his anxiety and embarrassment made him go very red. Ouyang Shuo didn't stop Qing'er's antics, wanting to see how the staff would react and see their standards. Yingyu, seeing Ouyang Shuo stay silent, immediately understood his intentions. Acting immediately, she addressed the young man and told him to go back into the treasury and get some silver coins there. In less than 10 minutes, little Mu had exchanged her coupon for 20 silver coins. She was grinning from ear to ear as she put them in her own cute little purse. Combined with her gold coin from earlier, she had suddenly become a well-to-do woman. Ouyang Shuo stood aside, nodding with satisfaction. The work efficiency of the bank was still pretty high. Running back to the Lord's manor, Qing'er handed Gu Sanyang the food and meat coupons she had also received. After privatizing, everyone in the Lord's manor, apart from Ouyang Shuo, would have to pay for their food and would no longer eat for free. She was very conscious of that point. Thus, starting tomorrow, Gu Sanyang would have to go to the rice and butcher shops to buy food. She couldn't get them directly from the warehouse. Ouyang Shuo hoped that doing so would lead by example, showing the various divisions and making them follow. For now, the divisions were concentrated in the Lord's manor, with no changes. After the territory expanded, the divisions would start working out in independent offices. He did not want that kind of mixing of private and public matters to happen so early on in Shanghai Village. Living in the Lord's Manor, apart from Erwazi, everyone was getting good pay. As for Erwazi, Ingyu took the initiative to say that she would take care of her maintenance. Ouyang Shuo was now the only person in the territory without a salary, instead being completely supported by the territory. This was not him being hypocritical, but required by the system to maintain the authority of the Lord. After all, this was still an ancient society. He had to follow the basic rules of the game. He could not play a modern society with democratic values, unless he had water in his brain. Gu Sanyang had been with Ouyang Shuo for a long time, and was naturally aware of this. She did not try to decline, taking the ticket handed over by Qinger, smiling and saying, "Thank you for these 2 tickets. They will help." Little Mu was very fond of Gu Sanyang, who was just as close as Cui Yingyu. She took Gu Sanyang's arm, opting to act spoiled, and said, "Gu Sanyang is making fun of me. I don't understand." Ouyang Shuo looked at her acting childishly again, and shook his head with a laugh. When would this girl grow up? He could not help but quip, "Little Mu, you just got some money, and are you not prepared to buy your tailor shop? You're the only tailor in the territory right now. If someone else does it first, you can't come crying to me." "Yes, I had forgotten. Quick, quick." Regardless of his joking manner, Qinger hurriedly ran into the nearby office, where Zhao Diwang's construction division was located. Ouyang Shuo looked at this thick-skinned little monkey. No matter how much he wanted to get angry, he couldn't get angry. With a tacit glance at Ingyu, helplessly shaking his head, he walked into Diwang's office. In the office, Zhao Duang was going over the price of shops with Qinger. According to the pricing schedule, the price of a tailor shop is 56 silver coins. This could be a one-time payment, or you can make monthly payments. "So expensive. Oh. Qinger was muttering, and with some dismay took out the gold coin from her purse. Looking pitifully at Zhao Duang, she said proudly, "I want a one-time payment." Zhao Duang looked at the gold coin, shaking his head with a wry smile. He didn't have the ability to make change right now, asking Ouyang Shuo for help. Ouyang Shuo, who had just come in, had to help out. He took the gold coin, put it into his storage bag, and took out 100 silver coins in exchange. Duang took 56 silver coins and returned the rest to Little Mu. He then took a letter from his table with the seal of the Lord, earnestly filling in the real estate owner's information. Without the training of the adult literacy class, it would have been impossible for him to do so. Qinger took the lease, grinning proudly, and shook it in front of Ouyang Shuo, showing it off. Ouyang Shuo mercilessly knocked on her little head, smiled, and said, "Take care of it. You had best not lose it, or you won't be able to make it up." She rubbed her head in an exaggerated manner, glaring at Ouyang Shuo, and then ignored him to run over to Ingyu and show off more. Ouyang Shuo looked at Zhao Duang. "The way I see it, the construction division should just have someone in the bank to do this. That way, the villagers can buy a house and get a loan at the same time, saving them from running back and forth." "Ah, sire has great foresight. I will personally set this up and make sure it runs properly," Duang said, as if receiving a military order. Ouyang Shuo nodded and turned away from the office. At 5 p.m., the cavalry returned from their raid. Getting the message, Ouyang Shuo rode out with administration department to welcome the triumphant return of the warriors. General Shi was leading the line of horses. Seeing Ouyang Shuo there, he immediately dismounted and went down to one knee, loudly saying, "This officer and his men greet the Lord." Behind him, the rest of the cavalry had dismounted and gone to one knee, saying in unison, "We greet the Lord." Ouyang Shuo spoke to General Shi, smiling and saying, "The soldiers have worked hard. Captain Lin, he was responsible for the escorting of trophies, which would be taken care of by the administration department, financial division, and material reserves division." Ouyang Shuo rode with General Shi back to the Lord's Manor, there to take his report of the bandit raid. After sitting down, General Shi began his report. "This time, in order to destroy the bandit camp, we still wanted to use some tricks and traps. According to the plan, we used the same plan that Sire used last time, sending men in to lure some of enemy out. Once outside the camp, the cavalry's mobility would easily take care of them. We did not expect the leaders to be very cautious, but although they did not see us lying in wait, they only set out a dozen bandits to pursue the lure. So, we had to attack the camp directly and engage the rest in close combat. Ouyang Shuo nodded heavily. So, it seems the next time we expand the army, it will be necessary to expand the infantry. Attacking a base camp is more a job for infantry than cavalry, and tantamount to giving the enemy an advantage. Fortunately, this time the enemy was not so strong. The soldiers fought bravely, and with the grace of the Lord, we exterminated the bandit camp. Ouyang Shuo was fully aware that the real process of warfare was nowhere near so relaxed, and recalled how tired the troops looked. He dared to ask, casualties among the troops? This time, the cavalry unit along with the military intelligence division, a total of 122 people attacked. We had 1 death, 5 serious injuries, and 24 slight injuries. Hearing that someone had actually died, Ouyang Shuo twitched and asked someone died. Has his family been informed yet? At the end of the day, the soldier was an orphan, and he had no family in Shanghai village. Ouyang Shuo silently nodded. This situation was not rare out here in the frontier. Most of the displaced were alone. Those that managed to survive with their families were rare. 120 people fighting, 30 casualties. Close to a quarter of the number of men. The victory seemed a little bitter. Ouyang Shuo knew that General Shi was a fierce fighter, and victory was his fundamental pursuit. Normal casualties were not something he was going to worry about. Therefore, in the development of his battle plan, he didn't have many scruples about the lives of ordinary soldiers. This time he had let General Shi lead the expedition, and it was a major mistake for Ouyang Shuo. If he had been present, he would not have allowed a direct raid into the camp. But in the end, General Shi had won, and Ouyang Shuo didn't want to criticize him for a victory. They talked a bit more before General Shi headed out to the barracks. With General Shi gone, Ouyang Shuo got up to visit the hospital and see to the wounded. With 30 patients coming in at one time, Dr. Song was naturally extremely busy. Fortunately, most of them did not have severe injuries, and simply stitching and bandaging wounds was no problem. The important note was the 5 serious injuries, with broken legs and severed arms. It would be a small miracle if they even managed to live through the night. Leaving the hospital, Ouyang Shuo was in a heavy mood, with some inner grievances against General Shi. His troops were a treasure. He didn't know the value of really a rigid military thinker. Of course, he was a true ruler and wasn't going to show this attitude. If anybody saw him, they'd just see a kind and gentle ruler. After dinner, Shanghai village held a cremation ceremony in the square. In addition to the death of the orphan soldier, another soldier died in the afternoon, which was even more painful for Ouyang Shuo. Because the village was now the center of the territory and would eventually be a capital, there was no place suitable for a cemetery, so he could only choose cremation for the dead. Ouyang Shuo intended for the ashes to be stored after cremation in the ancestral hall. After the upgrade to town, they could then be buried in the cemetery. The villagers gathered spontaneously into the square to send the heroes off. Ouyang Shuo personally ignited the fire. It raged up quickly, raging and devouring everything. As he watched the fire, Ouyang Shuo's expression was solemn, the people unable to think what he was pondering about. The next day, Ouyang Shuo didn't get online until 10 a.m. in game time. Binger's winter vacation had started yesterday, and his little sister was wrapped around him all day. They strolled around, ate and drank, totally relaxing themselves. In the front of the square was a sea of people. The Material Reserves Division was distributing the basic benefits and was extremely busy. Some of the determined villagers received their tickets and headed directly to the bank to get a house loan. With the exception of the wine workshop and pottery workshop, the other shops and houses would have prices ranging around 60 silver coins. With everyone getting 20 silver coins issued, they would meet most of the conditions to get a loan to buy a house. Ouyang Shuo expected that today, most of the listed properties would be sold out. Fortunately, The construction department had built hundreds of homes in anticipation of this day for people to live in. Otherwise, he wouldn't have known how to salvage the situation. He had calculated roughly, with the issuance of the various kinds of tickets, the total cost of privatization would cost over 600 gold coins. At this stage, he doubted any lord would be courageous enough to implement such generosity. But it was all worth it. Ouyang Shuo looked at the economic index of the territory, and it had long passed 30 points and was still rising. In this way, except for the population index requirements and mulberry farms, the conditions to upgrade to a town had all been met. By 3 p.m., the basic benefits had all been paid out. Following today, new immigrants would be collecting their benefits directly from the Material Reserves Division. Waiting until everything had settled down a bit, Ouyang Shuo convened a meeting in the main room of the manor to listen to the trophies arising from the extermination of the raider camp. In the chamber, Zhao Yufeng began the report. This time, we collected a total of 11,450 units of food, 1,200 units of wood, and 500 units of stone. We also seized 105 gold coins, 45 silver, and 72 copper coins, 5 building plans, and 1 special item, summoning talisman. The wood, stone, and building plans basically came from the destruction of the camp. Since he didn't personally lead the attack, as long as the enemy was broken, the camp would be automatically destroyed. Except for the arsenal building blueprints which he had use for, the other 4 could only be sold off to the market. As for all the weapons and equipment, they were not within the scope of the findings. Ouyang Shuo had long ordered Lin to take those back to the barracks and dispose of those themselves. The Gushouan began to report on personnel. This time we recovered 125 non-combatants for the territory from the raiders' camp. Among these people are both a chef and breeder, as well as tailors and blacksmiths. They were all intermediate skill talents, except the breeder was an advanced talent. Ouyang Shuo nodded and said, after privatization, the village dining hall will be disbanded. The chef will be sent to the barracks and will be specifically responsible for the food supply of the army. Arrange for the tailors to be sent to Little Moo's tailor shop. She will put them to work. Assign the smiths to the weapons workshop. Wang Gao can take them as apprentices. As for the advanced breeder, he could be responsible for the pigs and cattle pens. We have a lack of people there. In Shanghai Village, skilled personnel were no longer a rarity. Therefore, Ouyang Shuo was also not like before and didn't examine each individual one by one to determine the situation in detail, instead lining them up and sending them off. 125 new people would save 8 days on their march to a township upgrade. Coupled with the surge following the Siege of Beasts, they were now 20 days ahead of schedule. Today was February 10th. In 5 days, Shanghai Village could be upgraded again. Upgrading from a Grade 3 village to a Grade 1 town in only 13 days' time was an amazing accomplishment. So far, no one in China could compare. Even Di Chun with his limitless checkbook hadn't caught up. Out of the rewards of war, Ouyang Shuo took 100 gold coins, the building blueprints, and the special item, a summoning talisman. The rest of the money naturally went to the financial division, with the food and other materials naturally sent to the Material Reserve Division storage area. Before giving the building plans over to the construction division, Ouyang Shuo took a look at them. Arsenal. Warehouse for storing weapons. Requirements. Arsenal building plans, 600 wood, 400 stone. Building time, 3 days. Ouyang Shuo told the construction division to start putting up the arsenal within the next 2 days. The location would specifically be right next to the barracks and weapons workshop, of course. Then, Ouyang Shuo took out the summoning token to examine its properties. Summoning talisman. King level, randomly summon a king-level historical figure for your use. Although it was the lowest level of summoning talisman, it was still priceless. Ouyang Shuo did not expect that he would get so lucky. Casually exterminating an intermediate raiders camp could get him such a treasure. He did not hesitate to tear the summoning talisman. A white light flashed, and a middle-aged scribe appeared. System notification. Congratulations to the player Chiyu Wui for successfully summoning the historical figure Tian Wenjing. Special reward of 50 reputation points. Seeing Ouyang Shuo, the scholar bowed deeply, saying respectfully, "I greet the Lord." Ouyang Shuo was not neglectful and hurriedly stepped forward, his hands lifting the other, sincerely saying, "Please rise, sir. It is my pleasure to have you by my side. There is no need to bow." After the greeting, Ouyang Shuo quickly looked at Tian Wei's stats. Name, Tian Wei, King level. Title, Model Official of Xinjiang. Dynasty, the Qing Dynasty. Identity, Shanghai Village Villager. Occupation, Civil Service. Loyalty, 75 points. Commander, 40. Force, 25. Intelligence, 70. Political, 85. Features, Officials' Clarity, enhances administrative efficiency of the territory by 20%. Iron Calm, enhances territorial prestige by 20%. Fair and Honest, enhances the territory's honesty level by 20%. Evaluation, one of Qing Dynasty Emperor Yongjing's 3 beloved officials, known for being tricky, clear-minded, and cool of heart all in one. During his governance period, the law was strict. There were almost no thieves in his jurisdiction, and he held to very strict deadlines whenever given the task to expand. In terms of governmental ability, he was more adept than Fan Zhongyan. He had become an official at the age of 22, starting in Changle County, successfully becoming a magistrate. He knew the state and also the officials outside his area. He had served as mayor, governor, and other prestigious positions during his term, and was given the title of Model Official of Xinjiang by the Yongjing Emperor. The main reason why Fan Zhongyan was praised by history was, in addition to government affairs, his character and literary achievements. Tian Wenjing was different. He was fundamentally a governing official. Although he was clean and honest, he was still known as a strict official in name. They complemented each other. With Shanghai Village having the 2 men, the government could carry on without worries. Precisely because of this, Ouyang Shuo issued out a happy sigh of relief. Because the day was already becoming late, it was inconvenient to talk. Ouyang Shuo called on Gu Xiuwen, let him arrange a living area for Tian Wenjing, while giving him a good introduction to the basic situation of Shanghai Village. Gu Xiuwen had done this job before and would have no problems with it. In addition, Ouyang Shuo specifically told him to inform the secretaries of each division that there would be a meeting tomorrow at 9 a.m. in the chamber. February 11th, the next morning in the chamber. The director of the administration department and the other secretaries were there. Ouyang Shuo took his place in the middle and sat down, officially introducing Tian Wenjing. After the greetings, Ouyang Shuo said, "After nearly 10 days of effort, privatization has achieved initial success. Today we have come to convene and discuss 2 things. After privatization, military supplies must be kept independent. In addition, with the cooperation of the carpentry workshop, territorial vehicles need to be included in the unified jurisdiction. So some of the functions of the Material Reserves Division are going to become more and more complicated. Therefore, I have decided to officially upgrade the Material Reserves Division to Material Reserves Department. Underneath, it will now be the Combat Logistics Division, the Transportation Division, and the Resource Division. The Combat Logistics Division will be concerned with our arsenal, rations, and other military supplies, logistical supplies, as well as the well-being of our horses. The Resource Division is responsible for the distribution of basic materials and the operation of the rice shops, meat shops, and cloth factories. It will continue to oversee the logging stations, quarries, mining sites, and pastures, which are directly under the jurisdiction of the Material Reserves Department. Zhao Yufeng did not expect Ouyang Shuo to make such a big move, basically completely revising the remittance of the Material Reserves Department. Not only was the duty of the material reserves divided into 3 parts, more ingenious was the fact that logging field, quarry, mining, and ranching oversight was stripped out and placed directly under the director of the Material Reserves Department. Not only that, the supply chain and reserve chain were elbowed apart, separated to avoid any dominance issue, which was Ouyang Shuo's real intention. Waiting a moment for all of them to adjust to this big move, Ouyang Shuo went on. I have appointed Tian Wenjing as the Director of Materials Reserve Department. He will be the coordinator of territorial material reserves. Tian Wenjing stood up in a perfect salute, respectfully saying, "Thank you, Lord. I will be dedicated and honor your trust. You need have no worries." There was no argument over this appointment. At this stage, he was the only suitable candidate who could be in charge of material reserve. The most promising candidate was Zhao Yufeng, who couldn't even control his division now, let alone this newly expanded department. Mr. Zhao Yufeng, Deputy Secretary of the prior Material Reserves Division, is now the Secretary of the Combat Logistics Division. The Secretary of the Transportation Division will be the original Quarry Field Manager Zheng Shanpao. Former Material Reserves Division Secretary Assistant Du Xiaolan will be the new Secretary of the Resource Division. Ouyang Shuo rattled off the new subordinate personnel appointments for the divisions. Zhao Yufeng did not make a fuss. Ouyang Shuo had given him the Combat Logistic Division, so he was not being treated poorly. Zheng Shanpao, although his performance wasn't eye-catching, before this, he only simply focused on the quarry. He took this chance to shift him to the relatively simple Transportation Division, which could be considered a formal step into an official's career. Du Xiaolan was one of Cui Yingyu's apprentices and was the key center of influence for Yingyu in the Material Reserves Department. She had done well as Yingyu and Yofeng's assistant, so he carefully put her in charge of the Resource Division, where she was the most appropriate. Having finished adjusting the Material Reserves Department, Ouyang Shuo turned around and announced the second item. He looked around, smiled, and said, "I have decided to start a very large project while taking advantage of the winter break and the break in construction of the territory. The manpower and material requirements for this project will be massive. I am putting this forward to discuss with you. Kui Yinju's mind. If Big Brother has anything to say it directly. No reason to beat around the bush." Ouyang Shuo stared back at her. The fence around the village was constructed when we'd first built the village. It was tested at the Siege of Beasts. Seeing that we're going to upgrade to a first-grade town very soon, it is very necessary to upgrade the fence. Zhao Duong and Zhao Duxian both nodded involuntarily. They were among those who had built it originally. Thinking back to when Shanghai Village had just started at the beginning of the year, they were both quite emotional and naturally impressed. As the Secretary of Construction, Zhao Duong spoke first. There are two ways to upgrade the fence. One is to remove the existing fence and reconstruct a new one on the same area. Another is to retain the existing fence and build a new one in a different area. What does my lord think? The existing fence is in accord with the Grade 3 village construction standard. Seeing the territory will upgrade, it will be unable to meet our standards and will naturally be removed. My opinion is that we should build in accord with the Grade 3 township standard, 3 square kilometers, a totally new wall. Ouyang Shuo responded. If that is the case, what material would the Lord like to use for the wall? Wood, brick, or earth? Zhao Duong had presided over the construction division for some time, and naturally had some insights here. Ouyang Shuo shook his head and said, "Those three materials are too common. This wall will be permanently retained. Even if we expand the city in the future, it can be used as an inner wall. Therefore, I propose pure stone to be used for a masonry wall. The specifications of the wall will be 9 meters high and 5 meters wide. I estimated that the whole wall will need nearly 600,000 units of stone. I can give you a construction time of 1 month. Are you confident you can complete this huge project?" Zhao Duong heard this, and his scalp started tingling. He slowly said, "According to the Lord's requirements, that is an average daily consumption of 20,000 units of stone. The quarry alone will need 400 people in order to meet the stone supply needs. The construction division will require 300 to 400 craftsmen for the building of it." Ouyang Shuo glanced at Gu Xiuan. "For deploying the people, can the household registration office make the arrangements? If we take the workers from other industries, we can barely do that. More importantly, we will upgrade to a Grade 1 town soon. At that time, staffing will not be a problem." Gu Xiuan was full of confidence. "Excellent. Big Brother, as the Secretary of the Financial Division, I need to remind you that with so many laborers, Their wages are going to be a large sum. You have to be prepared. And you tossed some cold water on his plans. The reason why I dragged the project over to privatization was to provide the villagers with an opportunity to earn some extra money. Right now, it is the winter break, and be it farmer or herdsman, they have very little to do. If that's true, the territory can help them out with their current financial situation, Ouyang Shuo explained with a smile. Inyu nodded in response, saying no more. At this time, Fan Zhongyan took the initiative to stand up and say, "Since the Lord is so ambitious, why don't we do this more thoroughly? I recommend that we set up 3 gates in the new walls. Every gate should have a tower built. In the 4 corners, we should also build turrets to further improve the defensibility of the walls. In addition, I recommend we now start the excavation work on the moat. From a Friendship River upstream into the moat, we should dig it 8 meters wide and then merge it into the east side of the canyon stream, forming a perfect river system. This is not only conducive to the city's defenses, but will also facilitate the city villagers taking water, thus serving 2 purposes." Tian Wenjing contributed this last, not to be outdone. After listening to the recommendations of the 2 ministers, Ouyang Shuo said, "Those 2 proposals are very good and will be put into the plans for the project. This will all be brought forward by the Administration Department, Material Reserves Department, and Financial Divisions together." Everyone nodded. Participating in such a vast project had the feeling of getting their blood boiling passionately. After the completion of this project, Shanghai Village's defense capabilities could rise by several grades. The meeting completed, everyone dispersed. At 3 p.m., all the talented people in Shanghai were invited to the chamber room to attend the signing ceremony by the Material Reserves Department for the shop agreement. The ceremony was chaired by the newly appointed director of Material Reserves Department, Tian Wenjing, and Ouyang Shuo was also invited to attend. Advanced woodworker Lu Guangji and master tailor Mu Qingxi were seated in the front row. Zheng Shampao signed on behalf of the Transportation Division, and the woodshop signed the wooden ox-horse processing agreement. Du Xiaolan signed on behalf of the Resource Division, and Little Mu signed the garment processing agreement for her tailor shop. Witnessing the signing of these 2 big orders, every skilled talent who was invited to attend gained confidence, and were also anxious to immediately get a big deal. On the spot, advanced fisherman Kong Shu said that he was willing to act as a representative for the fishermen, and right away signed a bargain and purchase agreement with the Material Reserves Department. Prior to the privatization, the fishermen had accumulated nearly 20,000 units of fish for the territory, and nearly all of it had been stored in the warehouse. After privatizing, the fishermen salted the fish and sent it out through the basic market for export. Ouyang Shuo earned the difference of the 20% transaction tax from the market, amounting to 12 copper coins per unit. His main income was through the collection of commercial taxes. However, with the purchase and sales agreement signed, everyone soon dispersed. After the end of the matter, Ouyang Shuo called on the Material Reserves Department to arrange for people to ship the fish out to the basic market to sell. In addition, they had acquired 31 million units of meat and had salted out 160,000 units of bacon. 60,000 units of the bacon were put in reserve, but the rest were sold with the rest of the meat. All the fish, meat, and bacon sold for about 15 coppers each, taxed at 20%. This made him about 144 gold coins. Having the market there to provide convenient transactions was nice, but it also felt like it was drawing blood from him. Now, Ouyang Shuo had 246 gold coins. Taking advantage of the extra funds, he hardened his heart, took out 120 gold coins, and bought the dark gold tailoring kit he had promised to Little Mu. Name: Tailor Kit, Dark Gold. Properties: enhances tailoring efficiency by 25%, improves tailor skill proficiency by 25%. Evaluation: the dream of all tailors, a necessity for masterclass tailors. Returning from the market, he passed by Little Mu's tailor shop. He gave her the kit he had just bought, and she was crazy happy to get it. Going back to the Lord's Manor, it was already 6 p.m., so Ouyang Shuo went back to his room and logged off. The next morning, Ouyang Shuo went to the military camps to change the classes of 6 recruits. The last bandit camp raid had wounded 4 and killed 2 soldiers, with the 4 being arranged to retire. Destroying the bandit camp this time had losses, but not without a harvest for the cavalry. They had seized a large amount of weapons and armor, enough to ensure that they had spare equipment. More importantly, through that bitter fight, the 50 veterans had all been promoted to rank 5F veteran soldiers. Zhang Dainiu, Zhao Sihu, and the other group leaders had been promoted to rank 7 elite soldiers in one fell swoop. Among the new recruits, most of them had risen to rank 3 ordinary soldiers. If they had an outstanding performance, they were promoted to rank for veteran soldiers. The outstanding performers were naturally noticed by General Shuo and prioritized for leadership positions. After the battle, all the vacant group leader positions were now filled. Among the new group leaders were 2 exceptional ones, whom General Shuo pointed out to Ouyang Shuo. One was named Zhou Feng, 23, who had been appointed as Cavalry 2nd Squadron's 2nd Team Group Leader. The other was called Liao Kai, 25, who had been appointed 1st Squadron's 3rd Team Group Leader. Heading back to the manor, Tian Wenjing was waiting for him in the office. Ouyang Shuo poured himself a cup of tea, smiled, and said, "Sir could not wait at the door." Wenjing was expressionless as he said, "The Lord makes fun of a matter. Yesterday, I looked over the territory and noticed something with the animal breeding. Of all the husbandry operations, we have only 2 types, pig and cattle." "Indeed, and what are you thinking about?" "In fact, in addition to pigs, sheep, cattle, and other large livestock, poultry such as chickens and ducks can also be bred. I do not know what the Lord thinks of this." Ouyang Shuo forcefully knocked his head, his expression depressed. "Oh, how could I not think of that? It completely escaped me. I was just thinking of domesticating livestock from the wild and ignored the small poultry. Do you think that this kind of poultry raising should be run as a large-scale farm operation by the government or distributed to the various households? In the end, the territory is an enclosed circle. It will be difficult to find sales and profits will not be high. Thus, I think that the villagers should be allowed to stock them or directly distribute them to the households to help their food situation," Tian Wenjing calmly said. Tian Wenjing's experience was definitely showing. He had just taken over the Material Reserves Department and was already able to check its shortcomings and had taken the initiative to come over and advise him. With this level of competency presiding over the Material Reserve, Ouyang Shuo could be completely at ease. "I will go to the market shortly. I will buy chickens, ducks, and a variety of eggs, and put them in the name of the Material Reserves Department in the rice shop for sale," Ouyang Shuo said. Tian Wenjing nodded, got up, and went out to arrange matters. Ouyang Shuo once again went into the market. A chicken egg was 3 copper, duck eggs 4 copper, and geese eggs 5 copper. He bought 20,000 chicken and duck eggs each, and 10,000 goose eggs, spending a total of 19 gold. He specifically addressed the staff of the Material Reserves Department, telling them the price of the various eggs. They would strictly be sold at half of the original price directly to the villagers, and there would be no private increase of pricing.